Chapter 1. Next stop, Blackwater Street. Please exit through the rear doors. The public bus left the suburbs of B City, wound its way around the outskirts, and slowly entered the business district. Streets branched off in every direction, bustling with pedestrians. The announcement rang out crisply. Unlike the usual Putonghua, the announcer's voice sounded almost mechanical, and even the rise and fall of the final syllable felt carefully programmed. Xie Yu sat in the corner seat at the back of the bus. He turned his head to look at the blazing sunlight outside the window. The air conditioning was set so low that he felt cold, yet at the same time, he felt unbearably hot. The bus had already been crawling along, but once it became surrounded by crowds of people, it slowed to the pace of an elderly man. It reached a red light, shuddered violently, and came to a stop. Holding his phone, Xie Yu stared out the window while waiting for the other person to answer. The phone rang for a while before someone finally picked up. Familiar background noise came through the speaker, followed by a woman's voice. Loud enough to overpower the surrounding chaos, it was forceful and slightly hoarse. She was in the middle of arguing with someone. Who knows when those 6 shipments are supposed to arrive? None of those people are reliable. All they do is make excuses. One minute they say tomorrow, the next it's the day after tomorrow. They keep changing their story, and now they're telling me they don't even know. Damn it. Xie Yu listened quietly as the woman vented. Talking about rushing. Now they won't even answer my calls. They've completely disappeared. They must have crawled out of a dog's ass. In all of Blackwater Street, who dares to mess with me? Xuézhā. She could rant for 800 words straight without stopping for a breath. When her cursing showed no sign of ending, Xie Yu finally spoke. Aunt May. The stream of profanity stopped instantly. Xuézhā waved the others away and immediately shut her mouth. Without hesitation, she stubbed out the cigarette between her fingers, crushing the burning tip against the corner of the table. Then she pointed at the phone that had unexpectedly connected, silently signaling that the meeting about the 6 missing shipments was officially adjourned. After putting out the cigarette, she lowered the long legs she'd been casually resting on the cheap office desk and folded them properly. When she spoke again, her voice had become so gentle that everyone present thought they were hearing a different person entirely. Gone was the woman who had just been swearing with the force of 2 tons of explosives. We were just chatting over lunch, nothing serious. Life gets boring sometimes. A little venting is good for the soul. Xie Yu didn't expose her lie. He simply asked, and smoking? Is that good for you too? Reeking of nicotine, Xuézhā lied without missing a beat, confident that he couldn't crawl through the phone to catch her. I wasn't smoking. Ever since you told me to quit, I stopped. Don't bring it up. Talking about smoking makes me want one again. Don't tempt me. To her credit, her acting was convincing. The problem was, who exactly was tempting whom? Listening to her increasingly hoarse smoker's voice, which only miraculously cleared up whenever she was cursing someone out. Even someone with toes for brains could tell she was lying. You're on break now, aren't you? Xuézhā continued, changing the subject. Your mom told me your last exam was on the 20th. Why didn't you reply to my messages? How were the exams? I searched online forever before finding those quotes. They were all so literary, I nearly threw up reading them. Don't be afraid when you face the exam paper. As long as you try your best, good results will follow. Let your dreams raise their sails and set off into the examination hall. Let your life drift upon the ocean of knowledge. Little grasshopper, do your best on your exams. Xie Yu had no idea why he could recite the entire message word for word. It was painfully cliché. Every motivational quote had been copied straight from the internet, and none of it fit the texting style of modern teenagers. The bus entered a tunnel, blocking out the blazing sun. Everything around him went dark. Dressed entirely in black, Xie Yu blended into the shadows. Leaning back in his seat, he stretched out his long legs, which had been cramped in the narrow space, and smiled lazily. But you still sent it? You know what my grades are like. What exactly did you expect me to reply? Thanks for the encouragement. I'll do my best not to finish dead last. Before Blackwater Street's eldest sister, Comrade Xuézhā, could enjoy even 2 minutes of peace, someone behind her suddenly complained. Is this a black market shop or a wholesale market? These prices are outrageous. This is robbery. What did you just say? Interrupted, Xuézhā hadn't heard Xie Yu clearly. It's so damn noisy. A bunch of idiots came here trying to smash things up. Tomorrow I'm buying a giant loudspeaker. Let's see if I can't keep those little brats under control. Xie Yu tightened his grip on his phone. The words he had wanted to say lingered on the tip of his tongue for a moment before he swallowed them. It's nothing. I saw your message. I was busy studying and forgot to reply. Good. Your grades may not be great, but don't get discouraged. You can't give up until the very end. Who's afraid of who, right? As she spoke, Su Yinmei's voice gradually rose again. Pulling the phone away from her ear, she shouted at the troublesome customers. What the hell are you doing? If anyone's in trouble, it's you idiots. Are you buying something or not? If not, stop wasting my time. The bus emerged from the tunnel. Sunlight flooded in again, starting from the front of the bus before gradually reaching the back. Xie Yu narrowed his eyes. The familiar scenery outside told him his stop was almost here. It was Monday, the third day of summer vacation, and still a work day, so the bus wasn't crowded. Several students sat near the front. The girls wore neat braids and carried their school bags properly despite being out to have fun. Their clothes were spotless, bright white against the summer sun. Although Blackwater Street was located in the shopping district, its prices were affordable rather than extravagant. Most of the surrounding buildings were old and run down, but the low prices attracted plenty of visitors, especially first-year high school students who didn't have much spending money. Xie Yu's gaze fell on the tiny glass ornament tied into one girl's hair. It was clear with the faintest hint of pink, sparkling softly in the sunlight. We're here. Get ready to get off. The girl flicked her braid behind her shoulder and grabbed the handrail as she stood. I had fried niangao here before. I'll take you there. At the same moment. South Station, Blackwater Street. Passengers, please exit through the rear doors. Thank you for your cooperation. The bus slowed to a stop. The instant the doors opened, a wave of dry summer heat rushed inside. Su Yinmei frowned. Little grasshopper, where are you? Did I just hear Blackwater Street? Xie Yu stood and stepped off the bus. Comrade Su Yinmei, I'll be at the entrance to the wholesale market in about 10 minutes. You'd better think carefully about how you're going to explain the smell of cigarettes. And remember what you promised me back then. Hold your head high when you come meet me. Su Yinmei instinctively turned toward the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts on her desk. Meijia, what's wrong? Why do you look so miserable? Su Yinmei pushed open the door and walked outside. Rolling up her sleeves, she headed into the warehouse to help the shopkeepers. Don't ask. I'm going to die from frustration. Su Yinmei owned a clothing wholesale market on Blackwater Street. She had been in the clothing business for more than 10 years. Back in the beginning, she and several friends had run nothing more than a roadside stall. Later, they opened a proper shop. Eventually, they took over 2 entire floors of the Guangmao Expo in the center of Blackwater Street. Those 2 floors contained more than 100 tiny stores, all forming one massive wholesale market. As the female boss of the market, Meijia's reputation was well known throughout Blackwater Street. You say you're frustrated? One of the shopkeepers laughed. From where I'm standing, that smile of yours doesn't look very miserable. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Yinmei waved him off. Do you have any perfume? Let me borrow some. Zhao Yuer will be here soon, and I reek of cigarette smoke. If he catches me, he'll never let me hear the end of it. The shopkeeper stood up and dusted off his trousers. So your precious son is coming. Look how terrified you are. I have some. I'll go get it. How could I not be scared? My Zhao Yu is a good kid. Keeping her voice low, Su Yinmei used a small knife to cut open a bundle of packing straps. I can't be the one who leads him astray. He's not actually your biological son, though. Just your godson, right? What do you mean, good kid? Another shopkeeper snorted. My son is in the same class as Xie Yu. That kid's a real handful. Forget his terrible grades. Nobody in class even dares sit next to him. I heard he's some kind of school gang leader too, always hanging around that sort of crowd. You're the only one, Meijia, who treasures him like a priceless gem and won't even swear in front of him. I even heard he cheated on the high school entrance exams. Otherwise, with grades like his, getting into Wěizhuāng would have taken a miracle. Even if Wěizhuāng isn't exactly a top school, it's still an academic high school. Enough. Su Yinmei cut through the packing straps with one firm motion. Stop talking about it and get back to work. By the time she finished opening the bundle, the gossiping shopkeepers had already scattered. Each returned to their tiny stalls, barely a meter wide, and resumed shouting to attract customers. 2 for 99. 2 for 99. Miss it today, and you'll have to wait until next year. Winter jackets on clearance. Come take a look. 2 for $99. A faint cloud of perfume followed behind Su Yanmei as she walked over. I'm stepping out for a while. If anything happens, call me. If some idiot comes looking for trouble, don't waste your breath trying to reason with them. Just yell, reason my ass. Reason is for people, not idiots. Instead of taking the direct route, Xie Yu wandered through 3 different novelty shops before finally finding a loudspeaker with a built-in amplifier. It was red and white, buried beneath a pile of miscellaneous junk. The shopkeeper insisted on proving that it still worked despite the thick layer of dust covering it. He plugged it in on the spot, and the loudspeaker immediately blasted out the song, Damn Gentleness. It was astonishingly loud, loud enough to make Xie Yu's ears ache. Digging money from his pocket, he said, All right, that's enough. How much is it? Standing right beside the speaker, the old shopkeeper couldn't hear a single word. As he wiped the dust away with his sleeve, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Durable. If it breaks, full refund. Full refund. How much? Guaranteed quality. If there's a problem, come find me. This shop may be small, but it won't change owners or names. Jianxing Goods. A slender hand appeared in front of the old man. The fingers were long and clean, with neatly trimmed nails. Expressionless, Xie Yu reached over and switched the loudspeaker off. Silence, at last. How much? $25. The old man held up 2 fingers, then 5. Want it? If you do, I'll wrap it up for you. Before Xie Yu even had the chance to nod, the old man had already stuffed the loudspeaker into a plastic bag. Then, moving with surprising speed, he grabbed a thick stack of promotional flyers from beneath the counter and shoved several into the bag as well. Women's clinic. Painless abortion. A blessing for men. Second pill half price. Apparently, he didn't just run a novelty shop. He also carried the solemn responsibility of distributing advertising flyers. Xie Yu gained an entirely new appreciation for the professionalism and dedication of the people of Blackwater Street. The old man still wasn't finished. He added another handful of flyers, each printed in different colors. Side business, answering the call of the nation and striving toward a moderately prosperous life. Gotta work hard to get rich. He handed over the change. Don't drop it. Come back again. Chapter 2. The flyers covered nearly every imaginable line of work, from circumcision and microloans to locksmiths, miracle traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, private detectives, and even professional exam takers. Xie Yu pulled them all out and tossed them straight into a nearby trash bin. When he reached the last flyer, he noticed the bold headline. Mystery game. Ignite your passion. Big brother. Come play. The flirtatious tildes practically leaped off the page. He was just about to throw it away when someone suddenly shouted from behind him. You damn brat. Startled, Xie Yu's hand jerked. Without thinking, he stuffed the flyer into his pants pocket. Su Yanmei rubbed her hands together. So you finally found time to come see me? The first thing Xie Yu did after seeing her was hand over the black plastic bag before quickly taking several steps back. He still wasn't fast enough. What is that smell? Toilet air freshener? Why would you spray yourself with that? The hell do you mean toilet air freshener? Su Yanmei snapped. This is women's perfume. She had practically used half the bottle. Opening the plastic bag, she froze for a moment. I was only joking, and you actually bought me a loudspeaker? She pulled it out. How does this thing work? Is this the power button? A vein twitched at Xie Yu's temple. Don't press. Too late. Like a child with a brand new toy, Su Yanmei eagerly pushed the big red button. The song that had been cut off in the novelty shop immediately resumed at full volume, echoing through the market with astonishing power. Even Su Yanmei was startled. Damn, it's this loud? Turn it off, Xie Yu said. And your voice, don't you really notice it? If you're going to keep smoking, then just admit it. It's not like that, Su Yanmei protested. With a body as strong as mine, I'll still be fighting for another 300 years. Xie Yu silently watched her. He noticed immediately that her right hand was unconsciously supporting the side of her waist. Years of hauling heavy goods had ruined her back. Without a medicinal patch every day, the pain could become so severe she wouldn't even be able to get out of bed. So strong, he said flatly. You really dare say that? Noticing where he was looking, Su Yanmei immediately lowered her hand. My back's fine, she said smoothly as she walked ahead. Oh right, Last time you told me to get it checked at the hospital. I went. Everything was fine. The doctor said it wasn't anything serious. Listening to her, Xie Yu followed her toward the Guangmao Expo. He wore a plain black t-shirt that looked inexpensive. Su Yanmei had bought it for him. She was always sending him clothes. Whenever she found something she thought suited him, she'd buy it. Once enough had piled up, she'd pack everything into a cardboard box nearly half a person's height and mail it over. With both hands tucked into his pockets, the rolled-up sleeves revealed his slender wrists. His medium-length hair was soft and naturally curled slightly because it was so fine, making his already handsome face seem even colder and more aloof. How many truckloads are arriving today? He asked. Su Yanmei was already past 40. Every day she had to oversee deliveries and shipments, keep track of inventory, deal with troublemakers, and manage every little problem that arose. She hardly had any time to look after herself. Her hair was still in the same perm she'd gotten before last New Year's. Months without maintenance had turned it into a tangled mass resembling instant noodles, dry and yellowish. Her facial features still hinted at the beauty she'd once possessed. But time spared no one. Thrown into any crowd, she'd look like nothing more than an ordinary middle-aged woman. So many people keep telling me I'm still pretty. She'd probably laugh. They must all be blind. 18 truckloads, Su Yanmei answered. Even though it's summer, I still have to keep an eye on the autumn styles. Otherwise, the factories won't finish production before the season starts. As the conversation shifted to work, she instinctively reached into her pocket for a cigarette. Instead, she only found a lighter. Do you have enough people? Xie Yu asked. Enough. Don't worry about it. Su Yanmei immediately rejected the idea. I still haven't settled the score with you over what happened last time. The last time, Xie Yu had somehow found out she'd hurt her back unloading merchandise. He'd skipped school without telling anyone. By the time she'd discovered him, he'd already changed out of his school uniform, blended in with the laborers, and helped unload 4 or 5 truckloads. His clothes had been soaked through with sweat. Back then, business at the wholesale market hadn't been very good. Only during the last 6 months had it begun improving. To save money, Su Yanmei hired as few workers as possible. Managing 2 entire floors of Guangmao was already exhausting enough. Naturally, she wanted to cut costs wherever she could. The two rode the freight elevator together. At such close range, the overwhelming perfume smelled even more like industrial-strength air freshener. As if that weren't enough, the elevator also carried a faint odor of rotting fish, as though it had recently been used to transport meat. Su Yanmei looked him over. Did you grow taller again? Almost 1 meter 80. She studied him from head to toe. You've gotten thinner. The elevator doors opened. Xie Yu stepped outside. Su Yanmei was still worrying about how thin he'd become. Remember to eat 3 proper meals every day. Young people these days are always dieting. Don't get obsessed with. Huh. She blinked. Why did you stop? Xie Yu had stepped directly in front of her, completely blocking her view. What is it? What happened? He didn't answer. Instead, he calmly pushed Su Yanmei back into the elevator and immediately pressed the closed door button. His reaction was unbelievably fast. The group of rough-looking men outside barely had time to react before the doors were already sliding shut. Fuck! The man leading the group wore a thick gold chain around his neck. He spat the cigarette from his mouth onto the floor and strode forward furiously. Su Yanmei, you bitch. Stop right there. He was the only one quick enough to react. The others were still standing there in confusion, only realizing after a moment that the woman they'd come looking for was about to escape. The gold chain man waved his arm furiously. What the hell are you idiots standing around for? Go after her. You? Take the stairs. Hurry. The elevator doors were already halfway shut. Xie Yu lowered his voice. Go downstairs first. Bring everyone back up. Through the narrowing gap, Su Yanmei finally recognized the man's face. She had far too much she wanted to say, but there wasn't time. Xie Yu. He looked at her. Aunt May. Trust me. Their eyes met for only an instant before the doors closed completely. The elevator descended. Beside the elevator stood a mop, apparently forgotten by a cleaner. Xie Yu picked it up. Stepping on the mop head with one foot, he snapped the wooden handle free with a sharp crack. Holding the wooden pole in one hand, he slowly looked up. What do you want? He recognized them. Blackwater Street had plenty of local thugs who wandered around collecting so-called protection fees. The man standing in front was Hu Ji. Rumor had it he'd only recently been released from prison. According to his own version of events, he'd nearly stabbed someone to death. Whether that was true or not, nobody really cared. He survived by extorting protection money and enjoyed acting like a respected big brother in front of his clueless followers. Until he met Su Yanmei. Everything had started because he'd fallen for her. Su Yanmei was beautiful. Her personality was bold and fiery. She only had one flaw. She refused him. Again and again. In Hu Jiyi's opinion, she simply didn't know what was good for her. His expression darkened. Kid, mind your own business. Xie Yu didn't move. The shopkeepers hiding in the corner were so frightened they barely dared breathe. It was the first time they'd ever witnessed something like this. The group had barged in, smashing things the moment they arrived. Anyone could tell they weren't people to provoke. Should they call the police? No one knew. Everyone on Blackwater Street understood the unspoken rule. What happened on Blackwater Street stayed on Blackwater Street. Then they watched Meijia's so-called good kid standing alone in the elevator entrance. One person, against 5. His expression remained calm. Pulling one hand from his pocket, he casually crooked a finger toward them. Whether he was provoking them or simply didn't care was impossible to tell. So eager to die you've come knocking at my door? No time for nonsense. All of you, come at once. Hu Ji hated admitting it, but for one brief moment, this student-looking kid intimidated him. The boy's eyes were dark and icy. Just meeting them felt like being thrown into freezing water. He looked at them as though they were nothing but garbage. There wasn't the slightest trace of innocence or softness in that gaze. Hu Ji grew furious. He tugged open his collar. So young and already acting tough. Do you even know who I am? Go ask around. Who on Blackwater Street doesn't show Hu Ji some respect? See this scar? He pointed proudly at his neck. I got this fighting prison guards. You little brat don't even have a beard yet. Why are you sticking up for that bitch? You think waving around that little wooden stick means you can fight? Before he finished speaking, Xie Yu grabbed him by the collar. He yanked him forward. His knee slammed viciously into Hu Ji's stomach. At the same time, he trapped Hu Ji's arm, twisted his body, and completed a flawless shoulder throw in one smooth motion. Beautiful, clean, efficient. Had the atmosphere been any less tense, the watching shopkeepers might have applauded. Hu Ji crashed onto the floor so hard his vision went black. He couldn't even make a sound. But Xie Yu wasn't finished. He grabbed Hu Ji again and slammed him hard against the steel elevator doors. His fingers tightened around Hu Ji's throat. So arrogant. You think going to prison is something to be proud of? Hu Ji finally reacted. He lifted a leg to kick. The wooden pole cracked sharply against his calf. His leg spasmed violently. The instant Xie Yu released him, he collapsed to the floor, one hand supporting himself while the other clutched his stomach as he retched. Fuck, who did you call a bitch? Hu Ji stared wide-eyed at Xie Yu. The young man's face was strikingly beautiful, yet the violent intent radiating from it was even more terrifying. That icy, razor-sharp aura was enough to send chills through anyone. Xie Yu repeated himself. Suppressing his anger, his voice remained low. Who did you call a bitch? Hu Ji stayed silent. If nobody ever taught you how to behave, I will. With the tip of the wooden pole, Xie Yu nudged aside a pile of scattered trash. The remaining men exchanged uncertain looks. Without saying a word, they all turned and ran. We're screwed. What do we do? One of the taller men shouted while running. Should we call the police? The police, my ass. Another snapped. If we do that, how are we supposed to keep doing business around here? Gua Huang was enjoying afternoon tea when the call from the police station came. She removed the silk shawl draped over her shoulders. Beneath it was a custom-made lace dress that fit her figure perfectly, elegant beyond words. Dark embroidered flowers decorated the hem. Her pale, slender ankles resembled polished jade. Her carefully styled long hair framed her face as she smiled politely at the wealthy women seated across from her. They were enthusiastically discussing the latest winter fashion collections. Madam Chan, Gua Huang said with a smile. If you like it that much, perhaps you should fly over and buy it yourself. Madam, a servant approached quietly. You have a phone call. Gua Huang turned slightly. Her fingertips rested lightly against the porcelain teacup. Who is it? The servant hesitated. After several long seconds, he leaned down and whispered into her ear. The police station. The second young master got into a fight. It sounds serious. The other party is demanding compensation for medical expenses. Madam, what should we do? Should we send someone over? The smile vanished from Gua Huang's face in an instant. Chapter 3. The Public Security Bureau of B City, Blackwater Town. You're Xie Yu's guardian? I'm his mother. Gua Huang stood inside the police station, clearly out of her element. Is he all right? Is he hurt? How much are the medical bills? I'll pay whatever it takes, as long as you can release him right away. The policewoman didn't even look up. With practiced ease, she pulled a form from the folder beside her and slapped it onto the table. Forget about that for now. Fill this out first. A while later, the policewoman finished her paperwork, capped her pen, and finally looked up. Your son's really something. 1 against 5, and every injury he dealt was internal. You wouldn't even know they were hurt without a hospital examination. Gua Huang froze, unsure how she was supposed to respond. The policewoman gave her a once-over and asked casually, You two aren't locals, are you? Gua Huang replied, We're from a city. Xie Yu's fight wasn't considered particularly serious. Although the group that had called the police kept insisting that their boss had been bullied, pinned to the ground, and brutally beaten, the officers taking their statements remained skeptical. They had handled countless reports over the years, but this was the first time they'd seen victims like these. They all sported brightly colored mohawks, pierced ears and noses, reeked of cigarette smoke, and had loud tattoos covering their arms, a black dragon on the left, a white tiger on the right. After checking the ID numbers they provided, the officers discovered that every one of them had a juvenile criminal record. Everything you've told us is true? Absolutely. Every word. Our boss still can't even stand up. The officers turned their attention back to the man with the unpleasant face and the thick gold dog chain around his neck. He clutched his stomach and groaned continuously. It hurts so damn much. Are kids these days bullying honest people now? Hurts. It even hurts to talk. Gua Huang finished filling out the form and signed her name in the lower right corner. The policewoman nodded. All right, please wait here. Your son's still giving his statement. Gua Huang tightened her grip on her purse. She didn't want to stay any longer than necessary. He's still giving his statement? She had rushed all the way from a city as soon as she received the call. It had taken her over 2 hours to get there. The policewoman looked at her. The statements from both sides don't match. Inside the interrogation room, for the 3rd time, Xie Yu repeated, I didn't hit him. Over the past 2 hours, Hu Ji had experienced every twist and turn that life had to offer, along with the crushing feeling of utter despair. The high school brat sitting across from him had taught him an unforgettable lesson. In shamelessness, separated by a long interrogation table, Hu Ji suddenly slammed both hands down and roared loudly enough to shake the room. Damn it, officer. He's lying. The policeman wasn't someone to be intimidated. Working in the Blackwater Street district, even the gentlest officer eventually developed sharp edges. What's with all the swearing? Sit down properly. What do you think you're doing? If you can't behave, get out. Did I tell you to speak? Hu Ji unwillingly sat back down. The policeman turned toward the fragile young man opposite him, and his voice softened slightly. Xie Yu, right? Don't be afraid. With us here, he won't dare do anything to you. Xie Yu lowered his voice and replied timidly, yet politely. Thank you, officer. Hu Ji was so furious he nearly leaped across the table to rip off Xie Yu's fake mask. Stop pretending. I'm the one who got beaten up. I'm the victim. The policeman smacked the folder against the table. If you keep shouting, you can leave. Look at you. You're scaring the kid. Xie Yu obediently flinched as though genuinely frightened by the neighborhood thug. Although his acting wasn't particularly committed, the effect was flawless. Fake. It's all fake. Are you people blind? Hu Ji screamed inwardly. What kind of monster is this? He's still in high school, and he already knows how to hide behind a sheep's skin. He's obviously a damn wolf. By the time Xie Yu walked out of the station, night had already fallen. He walked away without bearing any responsibility whatsoever. Thanks to the enthusiastic testimony of the aunties from the wholesale market, Hu Ji's crimes were firmly established, while his injuries became. Only heaven knows who beat him or where it happened. Not only did he have to pay 500 yuan out of his own pocket, he was also forced to write a self-reflection, promising never to harass the people of Blackwater Street again and swearing to turn over a new leaf. Hu Ji lay sprawled over the table with his backside sticking up. A Xinhua dictionary sat beside him. Whenever he didn't know how to write a character, they made him look it up. Writing in pinyin wasn't allowed. It was the greatest humiliation of his life. As Xie Yu reached the door, Hu Ji suddenly called out. The police officer immediately gripped his baton and warned loudly. Chen Xionghu, what are you trying to do? I'm not trying to do anything. You're standing right here holding me down. What could I possibly do? I just want to ask him something. Hu Ji stared at Xie Yu. What street are you from? Xie Yu stopped and looked at him with a complicated expression. It could basically be summarized as, looking at an idiot. Hu Ji refused to give up. What street are you from exactly? He felt that the forces backing this person ran unimaginably deep. If he was going to die, he at least wanted to know which great figure he'd offended. Under Hu Ji's burning gaze, Xie Yu lazily opened his mouth. Me? I follow the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Hu Ji. Outside the police station, a familiar silver Bentley waited by the curb. Through the window, Gua Huang's profile was faintly visible. Xie Yu got into the car. Mom. Gua Huang remained silent. He added, You really didn't have to come today. I knew how to handle it. From the very beginning, Xie Yu had known Hu Ji was all bark and no bite. A real criminal wouldn't brag endlessly about having been in prison. More importantly, a real criminal wouldn't wait until Guangmao was deserted before drunkenly showing up. And no real criminal would be stupid enough to call the police himself. Silence filled the car. Only after they had driven some distance did Gua Huang finally speak. You still remember I'm your mother? What did you come all the way out here for? Even the police said you weren't the one who beat him. It was you, wasn't it? Xie Yu leaned back in his seat and answered indifferently. Yeah, I hit him. Did I embarrass you? Gua Huang gripped the plush seat cover so tightly that her knuckles turned white. After a long pause, she said sharply, Yes, you embarrassed me. If you know it's embarrassing, then stop doing things like this. The driver sighed from the front seat and tried to smooth things over. Second young master, don't talk back to madam. She was worried sick all the way here. She was afraid something had happened to you. Xie Yu wanted to say, Don't call me second young master. I'm not the Zhong family's second young master. Every time he heard those 3 words, he felt unbearably uncomfortable, as though someone had forced him into clothes that didn't fit, tightening around his neck until he couldn't breathe. Gua Huang gradually calmed down and changed the subject. I hired several tutors for you. Starting tomorrow, until school begins again, you're staying home to study. You know your grades better than anyone. No need. My grades are what they are. Don't waste your effort. Gua Huang snapped. I arranged for you to study abroad, and you refused. You insisted on staying here. And now look at you. Every day you're just like a lump of wet mud that can't even be used to patch a wall. Tell me, what exactly are you planning to do with your life? The car slowly entered the underground garage. The Zhong residence was a private villa surrounded by green hills and clear water. It had rained a few days earlier, and the dampness still lingered in the air. Cool, moist air rushed toward his face. Xie Yu opened the door and stepped out. I'll handle my own life. Gua Huang was nearly driven mad by his attitude. The driver gently comforted her. He's just going through a rebellious phase. Boys are like that. They're all rough around the edges. My own son was the same. When he grows out of it, he'll mature. Gua Huang remained seated in the car, rubbing her temples without saying another word. Boss, yeah, you're really something. You said you were coming to see me, but instead you went to the police station. I'm so damn touched. You out yet? Need the brothers to come bail you out? The messages were from Lazy. As Xie Yu walked into the house, he glanced down at his phone. He was changing clothes and didn't feel like typing, so he simply called him instead. At this hour, Lazy should still be helping at the barbecue stall. Sure enough, when the call connected, the first voice he heard wasn't Lazy's. Another 10 lamb skewers. Coming right up. Table 3. 10 lamb skewers. Lazy pulled off his apron, bent over, and slipped out the back door. Boss, yeah, you okay? Home already. Damn, getting into the police station is easier than ever. Your temper's still just as explosive as it was 10 years ago. Xie Yu had just taken off his t-shirt, leaving his upper body bare. What could happen to me? Oh, and get someone to keep an eye on that Goji. I'm worried he'll bother Aunt May again. Goji. Lazy thought for a moment before realizing. You mean Huji? Same thing. Those are very different things. Lazy continued. You've always been like this. You can never remember people's names. Do you even remember mine? Zhou, what's wrong with you? Good. I'm glad you still remember. Sometimes I really think someone with your personality might actually forget. Lazy found a small plastic stool and sat down. He took a Chunghwa cigarette from his pocket, put it between his lips, and continued. Aunt May doesn't need me protecting her. If anything, she protects me. I'm just the little prince of a barbecue stall. She's the true big sister of Blackwater Street. Xie Yu immediately caught the implication. What happened? You left too early to see. Aunt May dug up everything about him. All that talk about prison and killing people was complete nonsense. He only got caught stealing, right there on the spot. I don't think he'll be able to keep doing business on Blackwater Street anymore. Those protection fees won't be so easy to collect now. Xie Yu tossed his phone onto the bed and started changing into another pair of pants. Lazy kept talking. Perhaps because smoking alone made him sentimental, he suddenly sighed. Thinking back now, the days when the few of us were together were really good. But I'm happy for you too. The Zhong family is doing great in a city. They even expanded into B City. Ever since your mom married into the Zhong family and took you with her, you've never had to worry about food or clothes again. And you don't have to spend every day running from debt collectors like before. Xie Yu stopped changing. He let go of his pants and simply fell backward onto the bed. The ceiling light was so bright it almost hurt his eyes. He wasn't sure whether he was speaking to Lazy or to himself. Is that so? The barbecue stall was so noisy that Lazy didn't hear him at all. He took one final drag from his cigarette and stood up. Boss, yeah, I won't keep nagging you. Table 3's waiting. Damn it, they even smashed the table. I'd better not end up scooping ashes into my hand and rubbing them all over their faces. The call ended. Xie Yu lay quietly on the bed, staring blankly upward. A while later, he scratched his head and was about to get up for a shower when he felt a small, hard square inside his pants pocket. He pulled it out. It was the flyer he'd picked up earlier. The shameless-looking porn advertisement he hadn't thrown away. Unexpectedly, it wasn't advertising pornography at all. 3 bold words immediately caught his eye. Question King Tournament. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow. Now that was a pretty creative bait and switch. He turned the flyer over. On the back was written, the newest and most comprehensive Olympiad questions. The most thrilling battle arena. Questions covering literature, mathematics, English, biology, chemistry, and physics. Over 100 professors painstakingly created every question. An addictive experience beyond your imagination. There's no such thing as the hardest question. Only harder ones. Will you become the long-awaited question king? Mysterious, isn't it? Exciting, isn't it? Big brother come. Xie Yu's silence. Chapter 4. Gua Huang stepped into the house a few moments later. She removed her shawl and handed it to the maid. Is dinner ready? The maid accepted the shawl. Just as you instructed, ma'am. I've prepared all the dishes the second young master likes. Shall we serve dinner now? Gua Huang's high heels clicked across the marble floor. The chandelier's reflection shimmered beneath her feet, making it seem as though she were walking on light itself. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped. She turned around and headed in the opposite direction, leaving only one instruction behind. Go upstairs and call him. Xie Yu was in the bathroom, completely drenched. Water streamed from the top of his head, running through his hair before dripping down his body. Hot steam fogged up the glass walls surrounding the shower. The phone beside the sink vibrated. He closed his eyes, rinsed away the last traces of soap, and then heard 2 gentle knocks on the door. The maid's cautious voice came from outside. Second young master, it's time for dinner. I'm not hungry. That's, but madam already. Xie Yu opened his eyes. I'm not hungry, he repeated. I can't eat. Wěizhuāng had worked for the Zhong family for less than 2 years. She was still timid, always afraid of saying or doing the wrong thing. Even before she had started working there, she had already heard countless rumors about the family. People said the original Mrs. Zhong had taken her own life. Only a few years later, Boss Zhong had brought another woman home. No one had heard of Gua Huang before. When she arrived, she even came dragging an oil bottle behind her, a burden from a previous relationship. One big, one small. The woman had taken Mrs. Zhong's place and held on to it surprisingly well. No matter how much people mocked her behind her back, she never fell from that position. As for the Zhong family's eldest young master, he was pitiful. Not only had he lost his mother, but he also had to watch another woman move into her place. When Wěizhuāng returned downstairs to deliver Xie Yu's answer, she didn't know how to explain it. She stood beside the dining table with her head lowered, unable to say a word. One look at her expression was enough. Gua Huang understood. She picked up her chopsticks. Whether she truly didn't care or was simply pretending not to, even she couldn't tell. If he doesn't want to eat, then let him be. He'll get hungry eventually. You may go. After changing into clean clothes, Xie Yu walked out of the bathroom with damp hair. He wanted to check how much of that mysterious game had downloaded. But when he picked up his phone, all he saw were text message notifications. The game's download progress bar had disappeared completely. A group chat named Don't Just Fight and Kill showed over 99 unread messages. Barbecue stall Prince, Lei. Damn it. That bastard should have known his place. If I ever run into him again, I'll beat him up every single time. Lei's dad, good. That's my son. Lei's mom. Beat him until he can't get back up? He's been acting so arrogant these past few months. He really thinks he's some kind of big shot. The whole family really was cut from the same cloth. Xie Yu scrolled upward. The conversation was basically more of the same. Even though everyone had already taught Hu Ji a lesson together, the Blackwater Street residents group still insisted on continuing to whip his corpse. Blackwater Street had expanded continuously over the years. People came and went, and many new families had moved in. This group chat mostly consisted of old residents who had lived there for over 10 years. There were only a few dozen members, but they were as close as family. Lazy often complained that ever since the group chat had been created, privacy had completely disappeared. Once, he skipped class to play games at an internet cafe. The owner laughed and said, "Your courage is admirable. You're different from the other kids." Then he immediately snapped a high-definition photo of Lazy logging into his game, posted it in the group chat, tagged both of his parents, and wrote, "Your son skipped school and came to play games again." Within minutes, Lazy's parents abandoned their barbecue stall, stormed into the internet cafe, and chased him through 3 entire streets. Xie Yu was drying his hair with a towel when someone suddenly tagged him. "Barbecue stall Prince, Lei, at XY, what do you think? I stayed up all night thinking about it, and I still think that idiot got off too easily. Why drag him into this again? Couldn't this topic just die already?" Xie Yu typed a reply. "XY, leave me out of it. XY, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Barbecue stall Prince, Lei. Barbecue stall Prince, Lei. You're unbelievably shameless. Where was that law-abiding citizen when you were beating people up?" At that moment, Question King Tournament finished installing. Compared to the group chat, Xie Yu was far more interested in the game. He ended the conversation neatly. "XY, I'm done talking. XY, going to play games." The two of them clearly had very different definitions of the word game. Zhao Daily also loved games. Whether it was Matchup or League of Legends, he'd play anything. He wasn't picky. In fact, he was talented. For a time, he had been the undisputed league champion of Blackwater Street. Nobody could beat him. The barbecue stall Prince immediately perked up and sent him a private message. "What game? Chicken King Wars? Voice chat? XY, no. XY, don't ask. XY, you can't play it. 3 short sentences. Absolute devastation. Barbecue stall Prince, Lei. Don't tell a man he can't do something. Tell me what game it is if you've got the guts. Your big brother will be on the leaderboard in minutes." Zhao Daily stubbed out his cigarette. He prepared himself for this battle between men. But when Xie Yu sent him a screenshot of the game's interface, if that thing could even be called a game, he felt as though he'd been struck by lightning. His hands trembled as he silently deleted every harsh word he'd typed. Then he held down the voice message button. "What the hell is this? Hell math. Huanggong real exam questions. Flower English. Biology, chemistry, and physics combined. This had to be a virus. How is this a game? In what universe is this a game? Do you even know what the word game means?" His heart suffered 1,000 critical hits. Finally, speaking from the depths of his soul, he asked, "Is this actually fun? XY, I don't know. XY, it's okay, I guess." Barbecue stall Prince, Lei. There were fewer than 400 players online in Question King Tournament. It was an incredibly unpopular game. The interface was plain, ugly, and looked as though the servers might shut down at any moment. Upon entering, every player first had to complete a randomly generated test. Only after earning enough points could they unlock the second stage. Endless questions and one-on-one PK. The game did have one interesting feature. In the lower left corner was a small chat box that encouraged communication between players. The conversations, however, top 10 in class, to English class rep. Let's compare scores. I'll get my revenge today. English class rep, to top 10 in class. Is that really worth your time? If you have that much energy, go memorize more English vocabulary instead. Honestly, your vocabulary isn't even at an 8th grade level. If you're still stuck at the 4th grade level, you have no future. Reflect on yourself. The beauty of Chinese culture. Why study English? Come relax in the ocean of Chinese culture. Classical Chinese PK, double experience. Room 24008. Waiting for my destined opponent. I love studying. Can the game God explain question 13 from booklet B? Isn't the answer 0 or -1? Is the function's limit incorrect? Study, 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 that's all I do. Paying a high price for the 40th anniversary limited edition of Beat the Gaokao, the most valuable mock exam. I've gone to every bookstore and still can't find it. I can't eat because I haven't done this paper, and I've already lost 20 kilograms. My heart hurts. Beat the Gaokao is my favorite mock exam series. How can I possibly not own the limited edition? Xie Yu became the 399th registered player. The game really was unpopular. The system spent a full 2 minutes enthusiastically welcoming him before displaying another message. Drift freely across the ocean of knowledge and strive to build a beautiful new China. Tsinghua University and Peking University are waiting for you. Xie Yu entered the game and started a mock exam. System messages continued scrolling. Welcome, user, Xuézhā, to the Question King Tournament family. At that moment, none of the online players realized that this newcomer, whose username looked as though he'd simply smashed his face across the keyboard, would soon bring a bloody massacre throughout the coming summer vacation. Meanwhile, Zhao Dalai stubbornly attempted the mock exam himself. He refused to give up until he hit the wall. Every answer box contained the same 2 crooked words. Don't know. The result was obvious. The moment he pressed submit, the game informed him that his score was too low and that he wasn't qualified to enter the game lobby. Zhao Dalai nearly threw his phone. Discrimination. This is discrimination against bad students. What kind of broken game is this? I'm a king in the gaming world, and you won't even let me into the lobby? So what if I can't answer the questions? At least I'm honest. By the time Xie Yu finished the test, he'd already received more than 10 messages from the barbecue stall prince. Scoundrel, how do you solve this? Are these questions even meant for humans? I'm filing a complaint. Xie Yu tapped the screen thoughtfully as he composed a reply. Just before he pressed send, another message arrived. How many points did you get? How many points? Sitting on the carpet with his back against the bed, Xie Yu silently deleted every word he'd just typed. Then he sent a new reply. XY. About the same as you. XY. Trash game. XY. Already uninstalled it. Zhao Dalai squatted beside a cardboard box with a cigarette hanging from his lips, contemplating life. He still wore his barbecue apron. Across the front, bright red cursive letters advertised Fong Bao Lai sunflower seed oil. Anyone could tell it had come from one of those supermarket, buy 2, get 1 free promotions. He actually wasn't bad looking. His features were well proportioned, with a slightly roguish charm, and his skin was only a little tanned. At the moment, though, the way he squatted there made him look exactly like a street thug. His mother walked past carrying a tray. Seeing him looking so defeated, she lifted her foot and kicked him squarely in the backside. What are you squatting here for? Have you finished grilling the lamb? I'm going. Zhao Dalai hurried to his feet. After taking only a couple of steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Mom, I want to ask you something later. She answered automatically. Don't know. No money. Loved before. Can you be serious? I wanted to ask, do you remember how good Xie Yu's grades were in junior high? He even represented our street in a math competition and won a prize. And when we were kids, he could solve a Rubik's Cube with his eyes closed. He was seriously amazing. His mother placed the dirty dishes into the sink. So what? I was amazing too. I got perfect scores when I was little, and look where that got me. People change for the worse as they grow up. She glanced at him. Like you. Zhao Dalai frowned, trying to grasp the vague thought forming in his mind. No, Mom, I really think that's not. Also, what's wrong with me now? I think I'm pretty handsome. My ass you are. Dye your hair back to a normal color first. Then she launched into another lecture. Kids these days only know how to play. They're all smart enough. They just refuse to study. Look at Asia next door. His grades used to be terrible, but after getting out of the hospital, he jumped more than 100 places on the mock exams. Maybe you need a car accident to knock some sense into your head. All you ever do is play games. 20 lamb skewers, right? I'm going. Chapter 5. Xie Yu had always been a light sleeper. Not long after he fell asleep, the sound of something shattering downstairs jolted him awake. It was the sharp, piercing crash of ceramic smashing against the floor. Mixed with the sound came familiar angry shouting. The voice carried the deep-rooted arrogance of someone who had spent years in a position of power. This is my house. Get out, all of you. Pack your things and get out. Take your filthy hands off me. Who said you could touch me? You think you're worthy of. Xie Yu pulled off his sleep mask, but didn't open his eyes. A dull ache throbbed at his temple. Eldest young master, I've made some soup to help you sober up. Please have a little. It was Wěizhuāng's respectful voice. You've had too much to drink. Something else hit the floor with a muffled crash. The shouting grew even shriller. I told you to get lost. All of you, get lost. You bunch of lowlifes. Don't you understand human language? Oh, right. I almost forgot. There's no place for me to speak in this house anymore, is there? Meanwhile, certain people who don't even have the surname Zhong think so highly of themselves. Xie Yu tossed and turned before finally sitting up in irritation. Fuck. 3 years. 3 whole years had passed, yet this ugly scene had never changed. 3 years earlier, when Gua Huang married the famous city entrepreneur Zhong Guofei, the news had spread throughout the city overnight. Not only Gua Huang, but also Xie Yu became the target of endless malicious gossip. Rumors spread as though they were undeniable truth. Countless spectators, eager for entertainment and unconcerned with the consequences, happily fabricated elaborate biographies about his life. The most popular version painted them as the mistress and her illegitimate son. Xie Yu had personally experienced years of hiding from debt collectors, wondering where his next meal would come from, and being unable to pay his tuition for over half a year. Otherwise, even he might have believed those endless ugly stories. No matter which version of the story people chose to believe, Zhong Jie, Zhong Guofei's biological son, couldn't accept any of it. Nor did he care about the truth. All he knew was what stood before his eyes. After losing his mother, someone else was trying to take everything that belonged to him. Most importantly, his inheritance. Eventually, the house finally fell silent. The eldest young master was helped back to his room. Leaning against the headboard, Xie Yu listened to the bedroom door close, the servants' quiet sighs as they passed his own room, and their footsteps fading downstairs. His eyes remained open. He was thinking. Suddenly, he felt thirsty. It was as though a fire had risen through his body until it lodged in his throat. Gua Huang sat alone on the living room sofa, looking exhausted. Her lace nightgown pooled across the floor. When she saw Xie Yu come downstairs, she merely lifted her eyes slightly. You're awake? Did we wake you? He had expected to find her there. He wanted to say, how many times have I told you? If he wants to throw a tantrum, let him. It's none of your business. But seeing how weary she looked, he swallowed the words. Happy now? He asked flatly. Gua Huang was silent for a moment. His mother's death anniversary is in 2 days. So you stood there for an hour and let him scream at you. She didn't answer. His voice remained calm, but every sentence became sharper than the last. Did you kill his mother? Did you steal his father? If he wants to yell, let him yell. But you even stood there and let him vent. You're really encouraging him. Gua Huang sighed softly. Don't say that. No one owes him anything. Doesn't he understand that? She remained silent. Xie Yu walked into the kitchen and poured 2 glasses of milk. Handing one to her, he said as gently as he could, Mom, drink this and go get some rest. It's late. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything tonight. But next time, if you stand there and let him shout at you again, I'll beat him until he can't speak. I'm a man of my word. Gua Huang accepted the glass. For a moment, she simply stared at him. Without realizing it, her son had grown so tall. He had inherited her delicate features, and by all rights, he should have looked gentle. Yet somewhere along the way, something cold, sharp, and intimidating had settled into his face. He seemed distant, almost impossible to approach. Even she, his own mother, sometimes felt he had become a stranger. Her gaze eventually drifted to his messy bed hair. A few soft strands still stuck up, just as they had when he was little. By the time she gathered herself, Xie Yu had already turned and gone back upstairs. Xie Yu had never slept well. Even warm milk couldn't help. He had been sleeping soundly before being awakened, but now he couldn't fall asleep again no matter how hard he tried. He looked out at the pitch-black night and suddenly wondered what time it was. He had only intended to check the time. Instead, the moment he picked up his phone, every trace of sleepiness vanished. Barbecue stall prince, lay? Fuck this. I'm never playing again. Image. Barbecue stall prince, lay? This time I really quit. Image. Barbecue stall prince, lay? Seriously, this is the last time. If I play again, I'm a pig. Image. 2 hours earlier, Zhao Dalei had sent 3 screenshots in rapid succession. Each displayed the same message. Score too low. You cannot enter the game lobby. Please answer more carefully. Xie Yu typed a reply. You really think heaven will be moved by the persistence of a professional zero scorer? Zhao Dalei had probably gone to sleep already, and Xie Yu had no intention of waiting for a response. After closing the chat app, he hesitated between continuing to lie in bed like a corpse or opening that bizarre little game again. Finally, he tapped the app with the Apple of Knowledge icon. Welcome back, respected user, Xuézhā. You achieved a perfect score on the placement test. Tap to enter the Question King lobby. Even at 3 in the morning, the game was bustling. Ill of studying. Anyone want a PK in math mode? Waiting for my destined opponent. My goal is balanced subjects. Is question 3 on math paper C actually wrong, or am I the one who's wrong? Fighting upstream. It's so late. None of you are sleeping? Studi that solito. Sleep? What's that? Do you know how many people will surpass you if you sleep even 1 minute earlier? For a better tomorrow, study bro is right. Life is short, and time for learning is precious. Sleeping is just wasting valuable study time. Ill of studying. My thirst for knowledge keeps me awake. Sleeping is like being dead. Your brain stops thinking. What's more terrifying than not thinking? Xie Yu suddenly felt that reopening this game made him just as insane. The conversation quickly shifted. Studi that solito. By the way, has anyone managed to knock that guy off first place yet? He's been an eyesore forever. How can someone be that shameless? The instant the message appeared, countless lurkers emerged. Top 10 in class, shameless +1. English class rep, shameless +2. Mid-dreamus Stobia school principal, shameless +3. The crowd was remarkably united. First place, shameless. Xie Yu, unusually, became curious. He opened the leaderboard in the upper right corner. It was nothing more than a plain, shabby ranking list. At the very top, damn, looking at the 2 words beside the little golden trophy, he honestly didn't know what else to say. Damn. First place, Question King. Signature, no need to compete. Victory is already mine. Only 7 words. Arrogant, yet oddly polite. In a game called Question King Tournament, he had actually named himself Question King. Apparently, so many people had asked customer service whether Question King was an NPC that the developers had added a special note beside the name. Stop asking. This is a real player. Yes, really. If you don't believe us, go challenge him. Ors. Maybe it was because he couldn't sleep. Maybe he was simply bored. Or perhaps this self-proclaimed Question King had already irritated him. Whatever the reason, Xie Yu opened endless mode. As long as it's only inside this game, and nobody knows, it should be fine. Everyone knew Xie Yu's grades were terrible. Not only were his grades awful, but he also fought constantly. His rebellious phase had arrived with full force. Even Gua Huang had forgotten that only 3 years earlier, he hadn't been like this at all. During his first year of junior high, Xie Yu had often brought trophies home. Gua Huang never understood what those awards represented, and Xie Yu was never one to show off. They're just from small competitions, he'd always say. Not many participants. The month before Gua Huang agreed to marry Zhong Guofei, she and Xie Yu moved out of their basement apartment. Zhong Guofei had hired a moving company to help. Already in his 40s, he carried the meticulous air of a seasoned businessman. Everything he did was flawless, yet never lacking in warmth. Standing inside the damp, dim basement apartment, he eventually stopped before one wall. He bent down. The smile lines at the corners of his eyes deepened as he asked warmly, "Xiao Yu, are all these awards yours?" Once Xie Yu started answering questions, he couldn't stop. The competitive spirit he'd painstakingly buried had been awakened completely. crushing every trace of sleepiness. For several nights straight, he barely rested. By the end of it, he had climbed into the top 3 on the leaderboard. At mealtime, Gua Huang came upstairs to call him. His answer never changed. "I'll eat later. Just leave it there." "What exactly have you been doing locked in your room these past 2 days?" Gua Huang asked from the doorway, trying hard to control her temper. Xie Yu answered honestly. "Playing a game. You still have the nerve to admit it? The tutor I hired is coming tomorrow. You'd better get yourself together, understand?" "No." Gua Huang returned downstairs seething. Zhong Guofei smiled as he placed a piece of fish onto her plate. "Don't be angry. He's still young. It's only natural that he wants to have some fun. Try this. I had someone fly it in fresh from Hokkaido. Last time at the restaurant you seemed to like it, so I asked old Sue to keep an eye out." He set down his chopsticks and watched her eat before gently brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "If you keep getting angry like this, you'll make yourself sick. And then I'll be the one who's heartbroken." Gua Huang smiled helplessly and looked at him. "I hope so." Recently, something really had been different about Xie Yu. More than once, Zhou Dailai had noticed messages from his bro appearing in the group chat in the middle of the night. Every one of them sounded a little unhinged. For example, at 4:23 this morning, "XY, somebody slapped me awake." Smiling face with smiling eyes. Zhou Dailai happened to be grinding points in another games tournament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been checking the group chat at this hour. The internet cafe was even livelier than during the day. Instant noodle cups surrounded the keyboard. Zhou Dailai blew out a cloud of smoke, stubbed his cigarette into the ashtray, and typed. "Have you been drinking?" Xie Yu replied. "I don't drink. Counterfeit alcohol is dangerous." Zhou Dailai stared at the screen before replying. "Listening to you, bro. Let me guess. Have you fallen into the abyss of love?" Xie Yu answered immediately. "Love my ass." Chapter 6. Ill of Studying's Message. This ex-guy is already in 3rd place. Study Thatsalito's message. He's almost caught up to 2nd place. English class rep's message. "Looks like we're about to see something interesting. Anyone taking bets?" I think X is definitely a late bloomer. A true dark horse among dark horses. And he still hasn't said a word. Calm and aloof to the very end. You can tell at a glance that he's someone destined for great things. Definitely not an ordinary person. For a better Tomaro's message. "What are we betting?" Serve the Homeland's message. "I'll wager one of my treasures, a 1982 middle school language textbook." You can only find something like that through sheer luck. Ill of Studying's message. He must spend every waking moment studying. Looks like he does nothing but study all day, completely unmoved by either success or failure. He doesn't care about any other form of entertainment. Honestly, I feel ashamed to even have the spare time to chat here. Xie Yu had spent several nights grinding practice questions. Ever since climbing onto the leaderboard, the user Xuézhā had become the hottest topic of conversation. To these study fanatics, the leaderboard was no different from class rankings. It represented honor and was the goal they all aspired to. Every day they encouraged one another to follow in the footsteps of top students. Read more, learn more, memorize more, and practice more. A player's overall score in Question King tournament was determined by the average score across every subject, so excelling in only one wasn't enough. Everyone on the leaderboard was an all-rounder, and the rankings had barely changed since the game launched. Then, overnight, a newcomer shot up the rankings. No one could remember his impossible username, but everyone noticed that his position changed every single day. He climbed the leaderboard as effortlessly as walking up a flight of stairs. Study Thatsalito's message. Aloof? More like shameless. Ever since Shameless traumatized me, every time I see the system announce someone losing a PK match, I'm terrified the next message will be 1 kill. English class rep's message. His record is 14 kills in one night. Honestly, I think he's playing the wrong game. Tears running down face. For a better Tomaro's message. Damn, is he really that annoying? After every PK he actually types 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills. Is that really the Shameless we know? English class rep's message. It's him. Who else could it be? Honestly, I really want to know what he's trying to accomplish. Study Thatsalito's message. No idea. How could mortals like us possibly understand? Ill of Studying's message. Studying comes first. Gossip is meaningless. Everyone, top student X, is waiting in room 4008. Come challenge him. The Question King rarely logged in after claiming the top spot, but his legend continued spreading throughout the game. Every time Xie Yu glanced at the chat, his understanding of shameless was refreshed. So many tricks. What a lunatic. He worked on questions until after 2 in the morning, accepted several PK challenges, collected the points, and prepared to log off and sleep. He had only managed a few hours of rest before Gua Huang woke him at 7. The tutor will be here soon. Hurry up, get dressed, wash up, and come downstairs for breakfast. She spoke normally at first, but seeing his complete lack of cooperation, her temper flared. Did you hear me? Xie Yu rubbed his aching head. Got it. Gua Huang had kept her word. She had really hired a private tutor. The man supposedly had an outstanding reputation. Countless troublesome students had been reformed under his guidance. According to the rumors, there wasn't a single student he couldn't teach. He possessed miraculous hands that could turn rotten wood into masterpieces, stone into gold, and uncover the hidden brilliance inside every child. Xie Yu almost laughed. Mockingly. Gua Huang, however, was filled with hope. Usually, she carefully controlled every bite she ate to maintain her figure, but today she was so happy that she even had an extra serving of breakfast. I heard Madame Chen's son improved by several dozen points in just one summer. Zhong Guofei smiled. Did you hear that? Work hard and don't disappoint your mother. Xie Yu quietly ate his kanji without even looking up. That should have ended the conversation. Unfortunately, someone else wasn't satisfied. Sitting opposite him, Zhong Jie spoke coolly. Everyone's different. Just because someone else's son improved by dozens of points doesn't mean yours will. Don't put too much pressure on him. If he can't do it, he can't do it. The pleasant atmosphere at the table instantly froze. Gua Huang awkwardly set down the soup ladle. She didn't know what to say. Can you even talk? After calmly finishing his kanji, Xie Yu looked up and met Zhong Jie's eyes. Can you? Gua Huang hurriedly tugged at his sleeve. The words, none of your damn business, were already on the tip of his tongue. In the end, he swallowed them. Am I wrong? Zhong Jie's smile widened. You cheated on the high school entrance exam. What? Planning to cheat on the college entrance exam too? If Gua Huang hadn't been holding him back, Xie Yu would have put Zhong Jie in the hospital, the kind where he'd spend a month bedridden. Although Zhong Jie resembled Zhong Guofei, their personalities couldn't have been more different. Everything Zhong Jie did carried a streak of bitterness and malice. He was about to start university. His grades weren't good enough for a top-tier school, but Zhong Guofei had connections. Even though he had fallen more than 10 points short of the cutoff, Zhong Guofei still got him into Nanjing University. That acceptance filled Zhong Jie with all the pride and superiority of a student at a prestigious university. How I do on the college entrance exam has nothing to do with you. Xie Yu wiped his mouth and stood up. After taking a few steps, he stopped. Oh, right. Have you finished eating? Zhong Jie frowned. He had no idea what Xie Yu meant. If you're full, Xie Yu continued, then I hope you'll find something worthwhile to do. Only then did Zhong Jie realize he was being mocked for having nothing better to do than meddle in other people's business. Breakfast ended unhappily. Afterward, Zhong Jie left for work with Zhong Guofei. Gua Huang stayed home to wait for the tutor and took the opportunity to speak with Xie Yu. Although Xiao Jie was wrong, you shouldn't have spoken to him like that. Xiao Jie. Xie Yu looked at her. If he's still a kid, then what does that make me? Gua Huang fell silent. She simply didn't want the house to feel like a battlefield every single day. You already know what his personality is like. Just tolerate him. If one person takes a step back, everything becomes much easier. Xie Yu was beyond irritated. Why should I? He has a rotten personality, and I'm supposed to put up with it? Your Uncle Zhong already scolded him. Just be a little more polite next time. Mom's begging you, okay? You spend most of your time at school, and I hardly get to see you. Now that you're home for summer vacation, just be good and listen to me. As she spoke, the doorbell rang. The tutor stood at the entrance carrying a black briefcase. He looked young, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and had the appearance of a refined gentleman. Madame Zhong, young Master Zhong. Seeing him arrive, Gua Huang ended the conversation and went to welcome him. The two sat on the sofa discussing Xie Yu's poor grades. Xie Yu sat opposite them, utterly bored, picking grapes from the fruit plate on the coffee table. The tutor's surname was Huang. He had graduated from a prestigious university and spoke eloquently about education. For a moment, Xie Yu almost believed all those stories about his miraculous teaching ability. Then he realized the man was unbelievably boring. Before long, he was getting sleepy. Interest is a student's greatest teacher. My educational philosophy is to cultivate that interest. Once students genuinely want to learn, I can teach according to their individual needs and help them discover the study methods that suit them best. Once they find the right method, they'll achieve twice the results with half the effort. Mr. Huang's hair was plastered into place with an excessive amount of hair gel. Whenever he spoke, he habitually pushed up his glasses. The grapes were pleasantly sweet and sour. Xie Yu quietly spat the seeds into a tissue. Then he secretly opened his messages and found lazy. While Gua Huang and Mr. Huang chatted enthusiastically, he casually typed with one hand. Xie Yu's message. Call me. Now. Years of friendship meant Zhao Dalai instantly understood. His phone rang almost immediately. Mom, Mr. Huang, I'll take this outside. The moment the call connected, loud keyboard clacking came from the other end. Xie Yu was just about to ask whether Zhao Dalai was at the internet cafe when he suddenly heard him suck in a deep breath. Fuck your grandpa. You stole my loot. I'll wipe out your whole family. Zhao Dalai cursed nonstop before throwing his mouse onto the floor. He almost threw the keyboard as well. The internet cafe owner hurried over. Lazy, calm down. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it. Game items are temporary. They're just passing clouds. Take it easy. These things happen. I can't calm down. This isn't over. Zhao Dalai stubbornly refused to let it go. You can steal girlfriends if you want. I don't care. But a limited edition purple weapon. No way. Only then did he remember he was still on the phone. Boss Xie. I'm so pissed my balls hurt. A limited edition purple weapon. Yeah. Our team finally killed the boss. The drop rate's only 0.1%. We camped that hidden boss for days. It was practically ours, and then those bastards stole it right out from under us. They play unbelievably dirty. I challenged them to a fight. Whoever doesn't show up is a grandson. You coming? I don't play your fantasy games. Not in game. On Nanjing Street. He actually arranged a real-life fight? They're in a city. We're in B City. I checked the map, picked somewhere halfway, and we're meeting in the square on Nanjing Street in 2 hours. Xie Yu glanced back at Gua Huang, who was still talking with Mr. Huang. All right. Wait there. Big brother's coming. About 20 minutes later, Gua Huang finally realized something was wrong. Xie Yu had supposedly gone outside to answer a phone call. Yet he still hadn't returned. Where is he? Seeing her expression darken, Wěizhuāng hesitated. He left. Before he went, second young master said to tell you not to waste your effort. Gua Huang nearly dropped the porcelain teacup in her hand. Xie Yu was the last to arrive. By the time he reached the shopping plaza, both groups had already lined up facing each other. Apparently, they intended to negotiate first. If that failed, they would fight. There were more than a dozen people altogether. Quite a crowd. Xie Yu had no intention of joining in. He had only come to watch. Finding a comfortable shady spot, he leaned there. The summer heat was oppressive. Under the blazing 10:30 morning sun, two groups of hot-blooded teenagers, averaging only 15 or 16 years old, stood glaring at one another. All because of one piece of equipment in a video game. Each side enthusiastically greeted the other's entire family. Zhao Dalai spoke first. You've still got the nerve to talk? That equipment was ours. Someone from the other side answered immediately. It was ours. How could it not be ours? How shameless can you get? It's just a game. Do you really have to play this dirty? We earned it fair and square. We camped there for 3 or 4 days. What would you know? Oh, feeling pretty cocky. You looking for a beating? Come on. Who's afraid of you? Zhao Dalai nearly exploded with anger. Taking a deep breath, he gritted out. You'd better hand it over while I'm still willing to talk nicely. Return it, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened. Xie Yu noticed someone at the back of the opposing group slowly step forward. The person wore a black mask. Even among so many people, he stood out immediately. Those around him instinctively made way. His voice came through the mask, low and muffled. We earned that equipment ourselves. Why should we give it back? Chapter 7. They were asking for a beating. Just listen to that self-righteous attitude. The two groups immediately crashed into each other and started fighting without holding back. Zhao Dalai looked like he wanted nothing more than to rip off his shirt, bare his shoulders, and burn off every ounce of energy in his body. You stole my violet weapon. You stole my violet weapon. I'll beat you to death for stealing my violet weapon. We didn't steal anything. How is this stealing? If your skills aren't as good as ours, just admit it. Damn it, stop hitting my face. Amid the chaos, with wide eyes, Xie Yu noticed the masked teenager who had started the fight and clearly seemed to be the leader of the group quietly slipping away. His ability to mind his own business was remarkable. No one noticed as he casually withdrew from the battlefield. Before leaving, he even raised a hand to smooth his hair. Apparently, he cared a great deal about his appearance. Despite the scorching summer heat, he wore long sleeves, long pants, and a mask that completely concealed his face. He headed straight for the shade beneath the trees. After glancing around, he found that the only patch of shade nearby was where Xie Yu was standing, so he simply walked over and stood beside him. The masked boy was fairly tall, about half a head taller than Xie Yu. Standing shoulder to shoulder, they silently watched the fight. Then he leisurely pulled a lollipop from his pocket. Pink, strawberry flavor, Zhengji brand. He unwrapped it in 3 quick motions. The weather was so hot that the candy had already begun to melt, and Xie Yu caught the cloying sweetness drifting through the air. The boy tugged his mask down to his chin and quietly sucked on the lollipop for a while. Apparently, he had little patience for sweets. After only a short while, he crunched it into pieces with his teeth. Only when he looked around for somewhere to throw away the wrapper did he seem to realize that the person standing beside him might also belong to the opposing side. The people who had come to demand the violet weapon. Xie Yu tolerated the staring for a while before finally asking, "What are you looking at?" After being caught openly staring, the other boy showed no embarrassment whatsoever. Without changing his expression, he pulled the mask back over his face. His pale fingers contrasted sharply against the black fabric. His complexion was unusually fair. "You're with them too?" he asked. "So what if I am?" Xie Yu replied. The masked boy thought for a moment. "Friend, want to go a few rounds?" The fight on the other side had already turned into a complete mess. Honestly, Xie Yu found it embarrassing and had no desire to join in. "Friend," he said, "I suggest you value your life." The masked boy rolled up his sleeves twice, revealing slender wrists. "What a coincidence," he said. "I happen to enjoy courting death." After only a couple of exchanges, Xie Yu had to admit that this guy was unexpectedly skilled. Every move was clean and efficient. Fast, precise, ruthless. If one of those blows landed, the pain seemed to sink straight through flesh and into bone. Xie Yu had fought plenty of people since he was little. When he was young, he had taken plenty of beatings himself. After turning 10, though, it had almost always been him beating other people. It was rare for anyone to gain the upper hand against him. Just as Xie Yu prepared to use a dirty trick to trip the masked boy onto the ground, the other boy effortlessly shifted their positions. In an instant, the battlefield became the ground beneath them. The masked boy pinned Xie Yu's arm and held him down. Just as he tried to get up, Xie Yu drove a knee into his stomach. "Wait a second," the masked boy said. "Do you know how hot the ground is today?" A heat wave had been raging for several days. The temperature had reached red alert levels. Every day people were frying eggs on the pavement just to prove how hot it was. Xie Yu was just about to say, "Don't tell me a grown man like you is actually that delicate." The brief distraction was enough. The masked boy shoved him, rolled them over, and instantly reversed their positions. One hand braced beside Xie Yu's neck. His eyes were deep-set, narrow, and unfathomable. Looking down at him, he raised an eyebrow. "It's pretty warm," he said. "Feel it. Feel your grandpa." They hadn't even managed another couple of moves before the weight pressing him down suddenly disappeared. The masked boy had already jumped to his feet, dusted off his pants, and extended a hand to pull Xie Yu up. Then, without warning, he began talking complete nonsense. "Friend, how could you be so careless? You actually tripped on flat ground. You should be more careful when you walk. If you're this clumsy, how can I let you wander around the park by yourself?" Xie Yu genuinely couldn't understand what had just happened. "Are you an idiot? You're the idiot." Then the masked boy suddenly shouted toward the others. "Stop fighting. The cops are here." Only then did Xie Yu faintly hear the sound of police sirens. A moment later, 5 or 6 police officers climbed out of their patrol cars across the street, shouting as they rushed over. "Get down. Hands on your heads. Don't move. Fighting in public? You've got some nerve." They were still a fair distance from the main brawl. The masked boy reacted incredibly quickly. Before the officers even stepped out of their vehicles, he had already pulled Xie Yu to his feet. From the police's perspective, the two of them simply looked like a pair of friends enjoying the shade beneath the trees. The masked boy casually draped an arm over Xie Yu's shoulders. From a distance, they appeared to be close friends taking a leisurely stroll through the park at 10:30 in the morning. "No need to thank me," he said. "I've got pretty sharp hearing. How about we get our story straight? I've already thought of mine. I'm an innocent passerby who ate too much breakfast and came to the park for a walk." Xie Yu replied coldly, "I can't be bothered with you. You came out here to fight, and you're scared of the police?" "Not scared." The masked boy shrugged indifferently. "They're just annoying." Originally, the two of them should have been able to stand back and watch as the police hauled the other 10 people away. Unfortunately, things rarely went according to plan. One of the weaker-minded boys completely lost his composure. He looked around frantically for his boss. Unable to find him, he finally spotted him standing beneath the tree. Like a chick calling for its mother, he cried out, "Zhaoga!" Zhao was cursing furiously inside. Xie Yu glanced at him. "Zhao Ji? You?" Zhao smiled. "If I said I wasn't, would you believe me?" Xie Yu immediately shrugged his arm away. Their brief act of brotherhood came to an abrupt end. You should ask the police whether they believe you. Naturally, the police didn't. Better to arrest the wrong person than let someone suspicious go. In any case, they could take everyone back to the station first and sort it out later. The officer stood before them, looking from one to the other. For a moment, he couldn't tell which one was Zhao Ji. "Zhao Ji? Which one of you?" Zhao calmly stepped forward. "Me. My surname is He. Given name Zhao. Zhao as in Xuézhā." Before Xie Yu even had a chance to distance himself from the situation, he heard the same person who had just helped him up and wanted to coordinate their statements cheerfully tell the officer. "Officer, he's the guy I was fighting." Xie Yu replied expressionlessly. "I really ought to thank you. Take them too. Bring them all back." At the police station, there were simply too many of them. 17 or 18 people filed into the station in a long line, almost like they were walking a red carpet. Once they reached the designated area, they split into 2 rows facing each other, squatting, hands over their heads. They looked exactly like criminals in a television drama. Zhou Dalai even found the whole thing rather novel. He nudged Xie Yu with his elbow. "Old Xie, don't we look like drug dealers? I've only ever seen scenes like this on TV. Come to think of it, the cops around Blackwater Street are pretty nice. They even gave us a bench." "You still want a bench?" Xie Yu replied. "Keep dreaming." Across from him, Zhao couldn't hold back his laughter. The officer seated at the center of the conference table slapped the tabletop. "What are you doing? Think this is a tea party?" Then he pointed at Zhao. "And you, what are you laughing at? You're still wearing that thing? Even you know it's embarrassing. Take the mask off." Zhao obediently removed it. "It's not like that. I'm allergic to ultraviolet light. And yet you still came out to fight." "It couldn't be helped." He shrugged. "It was for my subordinates. Personally, I'm a pacifist. I don't really like fighting." Zhou Dalai nudged Xie Yu again. This time he couldn't hold it in. "Damn, he's ridiculously handsome." Xie Yu said, "Zhou Dalai, do you really think this is the appropriate place to develop a crush on another guy?" Zhao happened to hear him. Still in an excellent mood, he returned the compliment. "Brother, you're pretty handsome yourself." Zhou Dalai burst out laughing. He found the guy genuinely interesting. "Hey, are you mixed? You look kind of Western." Even while squatting, the young man radiated an overwhelming presence. His hair was neatly trimmed, exposing half his forehead. His nose was high. His eyes were long and narrow. The deep double eyelids made his gaze seem almost expressive. Dangerous. Lazy. Impossible to read. "I'm mixed from 8 different countries. My family lived in Europe for 3 generations before moving through Southeast Asia. My dad's Arabian and my mom's French." Watching Zhou Dalai's increasingly awestruck expression, Zhao finally paused before saying in disbelief, "You actually believe that?" "I'm Chinese. Pure Chinese. Not mixed at all." Seeing the two of them rapidly overcoming their hostility and becoming friends, the officer finally cut them off before the friendship could blossom. "So, who's going to explain what happened here? Why were you fighting?" Zhou Dalai instantly jumped to his feet. "They stole my stuff. My violet weapon. The source of my courage. My faith." The officer gestured for him to calm down. "Child 5, and someone stole something. Xie Yu's head started to ache. He already had a bad feeling about where this was going. Sure enough, Zhou Dalai said earnestly, "It's the precious sword Pangu used to split heaven and earth apart. It has 999 plus attack and defense. With it, I can dominate the entire world and sell it for money. Selling it is the important part. We didn't steal it." The other group immediately protested. "How can you call that stealing? The Panga divine sword was lying on the ground. It didn't have anyone's name on it." The officer seriously began to wonder whether he had arrested a group of lunatics. Determined to uncover the true cause of the fight and fully understand the chain of events, several officers downloaded the online game Genesis. The truth was so absurd it was almost laughable. Although it had been called a public brawl, no one had actually been injured. By the time the police arrived, the fighting had already stopped, so they hadn't even witnessed the dramatic scene. "Who has the Panga divine sword?" Someone raised a hand. "I do." The officer had already come up with the perfect punishment. "Log into your account." "I'm in. It's in my inventory. The purple one." "That's it." The officer took the mouse. He right-clicked the item, then selected Toss. "I'll teach all of you something. In a harmonious society, the Panga divine sword means absolutely nothing." He turned toward the group of juvenile delinquents, all of whom looked ready to burst into tears, and declared righteously, "No matter how valuable it is, could it possibly be more valuable than the peace of our country?" Zhou Dalai's silence. Xie Yu's silence. Heizhuāng's silence. Chapter 8. The Panga god sword, the symbol of kingship that everyone had fought over, had been discarded just like that at the foot of Wild Boar Mountain. Zhou Dalai felt as though a sword had pierced straight through his heart. So this was what heartbreak felt like. The group of game-obsessed internet cafe regulars nearly rushed forward to snatch the mouse from the officer, but the last shred of reason held them back. They couldn't. It wasn't appropriate. They couldn't fight a police officer. They definitely couldn't court death. The officer pointed at the screen again. A wild boar was pacing back and forth beside the glowing Panga god sword. "It's only a virtual item. I'm not against young people playing games, but you need moderation and the right values. Now, let's continue talking about a harmonious society." A harmonious society. After half an hour of moral education, the only thing left in their minds was the phrase harmonious society, endlessly circling around in their heads. Xie Yu was tired of squatting. When no one was paying attention, he simply sat down on the floor. Zhou Dalai happened to notice. "Old Xie, you're slacking off." Xie Yu patted the spot beside him. "You should sit too." Zhou Dalai hesitated for 2 seconds before shrugging. "I don't dare. What if he makes me log into my account and throw away all the gear I worked so hard to collect? My fragile little heart couldn't survive that." Xie Yu said, "You've made progress." The officer finally seemed satisfied with his educational lecture and decided to test the results. He cleared his throat twice and barked like a military instructor. "I ask the questions, you answer. What is a harmonious society?" Silence. They had just listened to an entire lecture, but no one had warned them there would be a quiz afterward. How could they possibly remember? It was already impressive that they'd managed to stay squatting through the whole thing. It's. Someone repeated "it's" several times with varying intonation and heartfelt emotion, but no one managed to finish the sentence. The officer swept his gaze across the group before settling on someone. "You, the little pacifist from earlier. Do you know?" Heizhuāng had nearly fallen asleep during the lecture. His eyes were half closed, and only after hearing himself called did he lazily look up. "Me? Yes. Answer." Heizhuāng didn't even know what the question had been. He glanced around, but nobody looked like they intended to help. After struggling for a moment, he replied, "I choose C." Because of Heizhuāng's answer, everyone's reflection essay increased from 2,000 words to 3,000. The conditions for writing those essays were miserable. There weren't even any desks. They had to kneel on the floor and write. Xie Yu balanced the paper on his knee. Whenever he pressed a little too hard, the pen poked right through the page. Every few lines, another hole appeared. By the second page, he finally frowned. "Fuck. Don't get frustrated, my friend. Relax." Heizhuāng sat opposite him, looking completely at ease. His handwriting flew across the page so wildly it looked ready to leap off it. Yet he spoke in a calm, soothing voice. "Life is like this. There'll always be obstacles you never expected, but we can overcome." Fuck. What the hell? This paper's so thin. I barely touched it, and it ripped. Xie Yu looked up. The A4 sheet Zhao had been holding down had torn nearly in half. The words covering it were so chaotic that one had to wonder whether he actually understood Chinese. It looked as though he'd tried to write every line in cursive. Zhao calmly grabbed another sheet and spread it on the floor. The guy beside him had already been captivated by his excellent handwriting. He leaned over to stare for a long while before clicking his tongue in amazement. Damn, how do you write so fast? What even is this? Zhao replied. Pretty stylish, isn't it? Xie Yu said. That level of confidence is rare. Bored with writing, Zhou Dailai wandered over as well. Hey, handsome. I heard you're their leader. Zhao stopped writing and looked up. His collar hung open, revealing a simple round jade piece pendant hanging from a red cord around his neck. Leader? Hardly. We met at an internet cafe and occasionally raid together. After everything that had happened with the violet weapon, everyone had bonded a little through fighting. Now they were suffering together in the police station. That had to count as fate. Even so, Zhou Dailai couldn't resist asking. So, you helped steal the violet weapon? I don't have enough free time to waste camping a hidden boss for 3 days without sleeping. Zhao paused before continuing. But I really couldn't stand those guys. The idea was mine. I was only joking, though. I never expected them to actually take it seriously. When he'd heard them complaining that they wanted the Panga God Sword but couldn't beat the hidden boss, he'd casually suggested, then steal it. He hadn't expected that one sentence to inspire them. Zhou Dailai still couldn't understand. Then why did you come out and provoke us before the fight? Zhao answered. If you wanted a fight, then we should have a proper fight. The atmosphere wasn't right, so I came to improve it. My friend, I honestly didn't have any other intentions. Zhou Dailai fell silent. Something about those words just sounded strange. Xie Yu said, well then, thank you very much. No problem. By the time they handed in their reflection essays, it was already evening. One person wrote painfully slowly, and since everyone had to submit their essays before anyone could leave, those who had finished simply waited nearby. It was only 3,000 words, and you've already surrendered. Are you even a man? At first, Zhao had tried coaching him, but eventually even he admitted the guy was hopeless. You don't even know how to write a reflection? Just write. I was wrong. I deeply regret my mistake and promise never to do it again. Then talk about your future. Come on, I'll dictate. You write. Xie Yu watched coldly from the side. While everyone else had finished 3,000 words, this guy had only managed to write the introduction. Unlike Zhao, Xie Yu wasn't particularly talkative. He only asked one question, and it nearly reduced the poor guy to tears. Tell me, did you actually finish your 9 years of compulsory education? Everyone done. The officer from earlier had stepped out to answer a phone call. Now he returned, picked up the thick stack of reflection essays, flipped through them, and nodded. All right. Since this is your first offense, we'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Don't let something like this happen again. Minor or not, you still have to take responsibility for your actions. Everyone answered in unison. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, officer. It won't happen again. The officer nodded with satisfaction. You must always remember the core values of a harmonious society. He looked around before adding. Now then, line up in 2 rows, just like when you first came in. Zhou Dailai hesitated. Was this so everyone could leave in an orderly fashion? This police station really valued discipline. Xie Yu and Zhao returned to their original places, standing face to face. At some point, Zhao had put his mask back on, leaving only his eyes visible. Once everyone was in position, the officer announced something so shocking it left every single person emotionally scarred. Our station believes in education through love. Based on that principle, we're introducing a special rehabilitation exercise for young people like you who fight in public. He smiled kindly. Now shake hands, hug each other, and say, I love you, my friend, so you can truly understand the meaning of a harmonious society. Children, the world is a wonderful place. The world is filled with love. Xie Yu. Zhao. Zhou Dailai. The police in this district were complete perverts. 7 o'clock that evening. Xie Yu sat inside a Lanzhou noodle shop, staring at his phone while waiting for Zhou Dailai to finish his second bowl of noodles. I'm serious. I'm never fighting around here again. Zhou Dailai picked all the chopped green onions out with his chopsticks before shoveling a mouthful of noodles into his mouth. With his cheeks puffed out, he mumbled, "I'm freaking scared." Xie Yu put away his phone. "Finish eating before you talk." Zhou Dailai swallowed the steaming noodles without caring how hot they were. "I, Zhou Dailai, have walked this earth for 16 years, and today was the first time I've ever experienced something like, I love you, my friend. Please, leave this worldly young man a little dignity." The more he talked, the more wronged he felt. Finally, he summed up all his emotions in one sentence. "I've never bowed to anyone in my life, but I completely surrender to that shameless guy at the station. How can someone be that casual about something so embarrassing?" At the mention of shameless, Xie Yu's expression darkened slightly. Among everyone there, Zhao had carried the smallest psychological burden and acted the fastest. He had naturally taken Xie Yu's hand, sincerely wrapped an arm around his shoulders, pulled him into a hug, and declared with overflowing emotion, "I love you, my friend." The two of them had looked exactly like long-lost brothers reunited after years apart. Night had fallen. A cool evening breeze finally swept away some of the lingering summer heat. "Actually, I didn't really care about losing that violet weapon today." Zhou Dailai's voice suddenly softened. He put down his chopsticks. "You know my grades are terrible. The moment I open a textbook, my head starts spinning. My parents' barbecue stand barely counts as a proper business, and it's exhausting anyway." He laughed bitterly. "But what else can I do? The only thing I'm good at is playing games. Do you think I could make a living from it? Maybe selling equipment?" He hesitated before finally asking, "Boss Xie, do you think I have any chance of becoming a professional esports player?" Xie Yu said nothing. He simply listened quietly. "Forget it." Zhou Dailai laughed at himself. "I was just talking. No matter how good you are at a game, it's still not a real job, right?" He grabbed a napkin, wiped his mouth, and stood up. "Let's go. It's getting late, and we need to hurry home." "Did you tell your mom you were going out?" "She's probably worried." Most people thought Zhou Dailai was a carefree idiot. To outsiders, he looked like the textbook example of a useless delinquent. Back in the second year of middle school, he'd finally managed to date the girl he liked. She'd thought having a hooligan boyfriend was exciting. But by the end of the school year, she'd started looking down on him because he couldn't do this or that. She'd said she'd been blind to ever like him. Her words had left his heart riddled with holes. But the Zhou Dailai that Xie Yu knew wasn't like that. "Lazy? Do you like playing games?" "Yeah." "How good are you?" Zhou Dailai thought they were just chatting casually. "I'm really good, okay?" He had already walked quite a distance before realizing Xie Yu wasn't following. He turned around, about to shout, "What are you doing? Are you coming or not? We'll miss the bus." Instead, from about 10 meters away, he heard Xie Yu say, "I think you're good." Zhou Dailai froze. Xie Yu smiled. "You're damn good." Chapter 9. When Xie Yu got home, the light in the living room was still on. Wěizhuāng had been following behind him since he entered the house. He suddenly stopped. "If you have something to say, just say it." Wěizhuāng glanced toward the living room without changing her expression, then lowered her voice. "Madam has been in a bad mood all afternoon and barely touched her dinner. This time, she really is angry. Second young master, when you go in, please don't argue with her too much." Gua Huang was sitting in the living room watching television. Although she looked as calm as usual, Xie Yu could tell from the back of her head alone that tonight would be difficult. The TV was playing a cliché soap opera with awful acting and an even worse plot. The male lead wore a tortured expression. "I love you, but I love her too. I really don't know what to do. You and she are the two most important women in my life." Xie Yu walked over. "Mom." Gua Huang said nothing. The only response was the male lead's increasingly ridiculous dialogue. "I'm sorry." Enduring the brain-numbing drama, Xie Yu lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "I shouldn't have left this morning without saying anything." "I shouldn't have left without saying anything?" Gua Huang switched off the TV and slammed the remote onto the glass coffee table with a loud bang. "What? Were you planning to walk proudly out the front door?" "Xie Yu, I've already told you. During this vacation, I want you to stay home. Don't go wandering around those sketchy places. Right now, your most important job is to study." "Mom, I think I have the right to decide how I spend my vacation." Gua Huang's voice instantly sharpened. "What right do you have? Talk to me about rights after you're an adult. I didn't raise you so you could waste your days eating, fooling around, and waiting to die. All you do is run around outside. Have you ever thought about your future? You're still young. The things you can't think through, I'll think through for you. You don't have enough self-control. If you can't make yourself do something, then I'll watch over you and make sure you do it. In the end, it's still my fault, isn't it? Xie Yu remained silent. Gua Huang took a deep breath and sat down. Her hands trembled slightly as she picked up a cup from the coffee table. You might resent me now, but one day you'll understand. Everything Mom does is for your own good. I know, Xie Yu said. I have my own plans. After the college entrance exams, just wait and see whether I get into Tsinghua or Peking University. You're only saying that to shut me up. What plans could you possibly have? If you really had a plan, your grades wouldn't look like this. Tsinghua? Peking University? Keep dreaming. Her chest felt so heavy it hurt. Ever since awkwardly seeing Mr. Huang off that morning, countless emotions had been building inside her. Now that Xie Yu stood before her, looking completely unfazed as though he hadn't done anything wrong, all those emotions erupted at once. Who did you learn to become like this from? Zhou Dalai? Suyeme? Do you want to become one of those people from Blackwater Street? Xie Yu had intended to admit his mistake and patiently coax Madame Gu until she calmed down. After all, today's incident really had been his fault. If she truly wanted him to cooperate with the tutor and study at home for the entire vacation, then he would. But those last words made him slowly lift his head. His voice remained calm, but his eyes turned icy. Those people? What do you mean by those people? The moment the words left her mouth, even Gua Huang realized she had gone too far. But she was still angry and couldn't bring herself to back down. The two of them stood in silence. Dinner's in the kitchen. If you're hungry, go eat. Gua Huang's tone softened, helplessness completely overtaking her. Xie Yu had always been stubborn. Even Gua Huang often didn't know how she was supposed to guide him. She had raised him by herself. She couldn't make up for the absence of a father in his life, nor could she take on that role herself. No one had ever taught her how to raise a rebellious teenage son. He was no longer the soft little boy who had lain in her arms, completely dependent on her. He no longer tugged at her sleeve, begging her to take him out to play. His steps were no longer clumsy and unsteady. He no longer stopped halfway down the road, realized his mother wasn't following, then turned around to look for her. Now he walked his own path, leaving her farther and farther behind. The two of them had less and less to say to each other. She no longer knew what he was thinking. The light in her son's eyes had only grown brighter with time, and behind those eyes, a world she could no longer understand had gradually taken shape. After Gua Huang went upstairs, Xie Yu walked into the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water. He noticed a plate of tomato and scrambled eggs neatly set aside beneath an upside-down bowl. The eggs were fried to a perfect golden color, with chopped green onions sprinkled over the top. Madame Gu had made it herself. He didn't even need to taste it to know. All at once, Xie Yu felt that what he had done today had truly been despicable. The night grew deeper, and the large house fell silent once more. After taking a shower, Xie Yu remembered his phone was still on airplane mode. The moment he switched it off, more than a dozen notifications flooded in. Most of them were from Aunt May. Aunt May's message. Where are you? Don't let your temper get the better of you. Hurry home. Your mother is really worried. Lay's mom had also sent 2 messages. The last one was from Lazy. Lazy's message. Did you get home? Xie Yu's message. Got home. Lazy's message. Good. As soon as I got home, my mom grabbed me and asked if I knew where you'd gone. Damn, she acted like you'd disappeared. She was so worried she scared me. Although Madame Gu had spoken harshly, making it clear that no matter how much he argued she wouldn't listen, she never brought up the tutoring again. She simply let the matter rest. Zhong Jie, who had absolutely nothing to do with any of it, acted like a rooster that had just won a fight. He was in an excellent mood and brought it up every chance he got. Having learned his lesson, Xie Yu remained polite but completely indifferent. Yes, you did great. You're amazing. You're right. Happy now? Satisfied? Zhong Jie's silence. The more he listened, the angrier he became. Without having to deal with private tutoring, Xie Yu's vacation became much more relaxed. The Question King tournament was held during school holidays and ended once classes resumed. Winter and summer breaks were the official tournament seasons. This summer marked the game's first ever tournament, and whoever claimed the title at the end would become the very first Question King. Ill of Studying's message. Top student X didn't log in today. Is he sick? For a better Tomaro's message. Why does it have to be because he's sick? Can't you think more positively? Maybe people have lives. Ill of studying's message. As far as I'm concerned, as long as top student X is still breathing, he'll never stop studying. He works so hard. He's talent and effort combined. Never arrogant, never discouraged. He doesn't even sleep at 5 in the morning. He's my role model. Meanwhile, top student X, whose journey of studying not even death could stop, was currently playing do dijou with 2 elderly aunties. Xie Yu said, single. Su Yanmei said, 3 with 1. Lei's mom said, pass. Xie Yu played another hand. Bomb. The underground queen of Blackwater Street, comrade Su Yanmei, had recently become addicted to the mobile game do dijou. Every day, she asked people in the group chat to play cards with her. Lei's mom looked at the terrible cards in her hand. I'm done. I can't win anyway. I have to go make dinner. Su Yanmei said, you quit every time you're losing? Lei's mom answered frankly, I really have to cook. Otherwise, do you want my son Lei to eat dirt? Xie Yu said, I'm quitting too. No matter how you play against me, you'll still lose. It's hopeless. Xie Yu was famously lucky, and Zhou Dalai always called him Boss Xie. During previous Lunar New Year gatherings, whenever everyone got together to play cards, they all avoided sitting at the same table as him. No one wanted to test their luck against his. As a result, Xie Yu often ended up sitting off to the side by himself, watching television and drinking hot water like a lonely old man with no one to keep him company. At first, Zhou Dalai still tried to defend him and dragged him to a table. He's really not as amazing as you all think. His card skills are average. He's just ridiculously lucky. If you don't believe me, let's play. This time he'll definitely lose so badly he won't know what to do. In the end, Xie Yu completely betrayed Dalai's confidence. Not only did he win all the cash on the table, he even collected 4 IOUs. Xie Yu logged back into Question King tournament because he suddenly remembered there was a limited-time double experience event that weekend. Question King Development Team's message. Question Kings, rejoice. Is everyone ready? Not only have we added brand new question types across every subject with increased difficulty, we've also introduced an all-new spectator mode. You can now watch top students answer questions and battle each other one-on-one. The competition is completely open and transparent. Only true ability matters. Cheating and hacking have nowhere to hide. As soon as spectator mode went live, everyone began discussing it excitedly. Ill of studying's message. This is great. Now I can finally see how far behind everyone else I am, and learn how other people solve problems. Maybe it'll help me discover new ways of thinking. Looking at the same question from different perspectives will let me achieve twice the result with half the effort. Serve the homeland's message. Bless the development team. Spectator mode is such an amazing surprise. I've always wanted to watch the gods on the leaderboard solve questions. Study Thatsalito's message. My summer vacation has only been this fulfilling because of all of you. Every time I open this app, I know there's an endless stream of questions waiting for me, and I feel incredibly blessed. I've solved so many problems I never would have encountered otherwise, constantly challenged myself, and kept my passion for studying alive. Xie Yu paid no attention to any of it. He launched the app and immediately started answering questions. He never noticed the gray text that had appeared in the upper left corner, its number constantly changing. Spectators. 82. Ill of studying's message. Top student X's answering speed is terrifying. For a better Tamaro's message. He's X-God for a reason. A true god of answering questions. No wonder he's climbing the leaderboard so quickly. I haven't even finished reading the question before he's already halfway through solving it. 666. Study Thatsalito's message. Did anyone understand that geometry problem just now? He immediately drew 5 auxiliary lines. Is that really how you're supposed to solve it? Fighting Upstream's message. Auxiliary lines are annoying, but they're really useful for this type of problem. He solved the first 2 sub-questions in one go. For a better Tamaro's message. Everyone, 666. The legend is solving questions. Xie Yu had no idea that nearly 100 spectators were watching him answer questions live. All he knew was that at 3:30 in the morning, he finally pushed Shameless out of first place on the leaderboard. Number 1. Xuézhā X. Chapter 10. Before Xie Yu went to bed, he was in an unusually good mood. He sent a message to his group chat. It's over. Smile emoji. The message immediately set Zhou Dalai's imagination running wild. Over the past week and a half, Zhou Dailai had carefully pieced together every message this good friend of his had sent. In his mind, he'd already constructed a heart-wrenching tale of doomed young love. A tragic story of, I love you, you love him, but in the end you don't belong to me. If I can't have you, I'll destroy you. The plot twisted and turned with dramatic highs and lows. It was mysterious, thrilling, and completely fabricated. After much deliberation, Zhou Dailai finally sent a message to express his concern. Let bygones be bygones. Xie Yu had no idea where this sudden, bro, I understand everything attitude had come from. What do you know? I get it. I really get it, Zhou Dailai replied. Don't be upset. Much later, Xie Yu would ask himself more than once if he had known this game would ruin so many things, and that it would make him cross paths with a lunatic rival who would chase him relentlessly. Would he still have downloaded it? Probably not. Definitely not. He'd rather die than play it. The night Xie Yu knocked Question King off the top of the rankings, the entire community celebrated. Like oppressed citizens finally freed from an evil tyrant, everyone was practically ready to stand up and sing songs of victory. Even answering questions suddenly felt much easier. Studi Thatsalito, July 25th. I'll always remember this day. The sky over the land of freedom is blue. I like memorizing vocab. One Question King has fallen, and tens of thousands of citizens can finally glimpse hope. Top 10 in class. I'm going to sleep. Peacefully. Tomorrow I'll celebrate by doing 10 more mock exams. Unfortunately, the celebration didn't last long. Before top 10 in class had even finished those 10 practice exams, the missing person known as Shameless suddenly logged in on the second night. He answered questions nonstop until morning without sleeping, resting, or slowing down, and snatched first place back. The sky over the land of freedom was blue no longer. The next time Xie Yu logged in, he found the group chat filled with mournful cries and desperate pleas for ex-God to accept the challenge. It was simply too cruel. English class rep, did you watch yesterday's battle? For a better tomorrow, yeah. Halfway through a question, Shameless noticed we were spectating, then typed in the answer box, no need to watch. You wouldn't understand anyway. For a better tomorrow. He even made an alt account just to lurk in the chat and humiliate us. Xie Yu. By this point, Xie Yu and Question King had already gone several rounds. One day one of them held first place. The next day the other reclaimed it. To stay at the top of the rankings, neither of them had slept properly for several nights. They were exhausted beyond belief. If this continued, they might actually die. Xie Yu was seriously considering giving up, logging off, and finally getting some sleep. There was no point continuing. But he couldn't stop. After finishing one question, his fingers automatically tapped the next. Then another. And another. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Question King wants to add you as a friend. Accept? Xie Yu rejected the request 3 or 4 times. But at the rate things were going, if he kept refusing, he probably wouldn't even be able to continue answering questions. Question King, are you tired? Shudmax. Question King, let's talk. Truce. I need to sleep. The two finally reached an agreement. Xie Yu planned to log off immediately, but after taking a shower and climbing into bed, he casually glanced at the app one last time. Beside his good friend Question King, the online status displayed a small line. Doing questions. Xie Yu felt he'd just been thoroughly played. In the blink of an eye, more than half the summer vacation had passed. As the start of the school year approached, Gua Huang became even more anxious than Xie Yu himself, as though she were the one returning to school. Have you finished your homework? They're splitting everyone into new classes for second year, right? Gua Huang placed a piece of fried egg into his bowl before trying a gentler approach. Who knows which class you'll end up in? This semester, try to control yourself a little. If something happens, don't act impulsively. I won't keep bringing up everything that happened before. Just do well from now on. No matter what she said, Xie Yu simply answered with another Gua Huang knew him too well. After every obedient he would go right back to doing whatever he wanted. She quietly set down her chopsticks and simply watched him eat. Xie Yu picked up a piece of fish, carefully removed every bone, then placed it into her bowl. Looking up, he asked, "You're not eating anymore? Just watching me is enough to fill you up?" Gua Huang stared at the piece of fish for a long time. She wanted to say something, but wasn't sure how. Finally, she asked carefully, When second year starts, are you still planning to live at school? Xie Yu paused. He understood exactly what she meant. Zhong Jie was about to start university. Once that happened, the two of them would rarely run into each other at home. The problem was that he and Zhong Jie fought the moment they met. If they lived under the same roof without anyone around to keep the peace, they'd probably end up fighting every single day. You really don't want to move back home? Gua Huang asked again. Xie Yu quickly finished the last few bites of food. Probably not. Living at school is pretty nice. The dorms aren't bad, and it's convenient. The classrooms are only a few steps away. Besides, it's not like I never come home on weekends. Gua Huang wanted to continue, but Xie Yu interrupted her. Mom, it has nothing to do with you. Don't overthink it. I'm not staying at school because of Zhong Jie or because of you. It's my own problem. Your own problem? What problem? Xie Yu didn't want to explain. He wasn't even sure how to explain it. It's nothing. I just want to live at school. I'm grown up now. You don't have to worry so much. Liang no. Two high schools strongly encouraged students to live on campus. According to the school, it helped students develop independence. On the first day of school, the principal had once delivered a passionate speech about boarding. School is a place for students to learn, he had said. But parents, throughout every stage of your children's growth, you must continue learning as well. The most important lesson is learning when to let go. They already know how to run. In fact, they're running ahead of you. Will you continue treating them like toddlers who couldn't even walk or feed themselves? Of course, letting go requires courage. You love them, but you must also be willing to be cruel. You have to let them fall so they can learn to stand up by themselves. For some reason, that speech had left an especially deep impression on Gua Huang. She knew the principal was right, but understanding something didn't necessarily make it any easier. I'll help you pack, she said. Let's see what you're still missing. As the suitcase gradually filled up, summer vacation slowly came to an end. So did the summer tournament of Question King. Xie Yu and Question King had fought until neither of them could keep their eyes open. Eventually, they agreed on one final day for the decisive showdown. After making the appointment, they both quietly disappeared without another word. At first, Xie Yu suspected it was just another trick from Shameless. But after waiting several days, he realized Question King really hadn't logged in again. That was surprisingly honest. Nearly a month later, Xie Yu finally opened the app again. The Apple of Knowledge icon spun twice before displaying a message. Due to investors withdrawing their funding, the game is temporarily offline. The game had actually shut down? Just like that? Xie Yu could practically imagine what those study fanatics in the chat would say. The investors pulled out? Studying is so much fun. How can nobody be playing? Why are there so few people who truly love studying? He was still staring at the screen in disbelief when Zhou Dailai called. Boss Xie, you coming tonight? Aunt May said to invite you over for dinner to celebrate you going back to school. She wants to encourage you so you'll discover your academic potential this semester. Boss Xie, if you can hear me, say something. What have you been doing all summer? You've looked hypnotized every single day. Yeah, Xie Yu replied. Completely hypnotized. Damn, near brainwashed. Zhou Dailai had only just gotten up. Yawning, he wore nothing but a pair of shorts and carried an old enamel wash basin with chipped red and white paint. As he placed it beneath the tap and turned on the water, he asked, "What time are you getting here? I'll pick you up at the bus stop." "It's only a few steps away," Xie Yu said. "Pick me up, my ass. You're my bro. I'm coming anyway. If I stay home, this whole group of women will nag me to death." "Oh right. Is Aunt Lon coming too?" "No. She said she has something to do. You know, I didn't realize it until now, but we really haven't seen each other in a long time." Then Zhou Dailai said, "All right, I'm hanging up. Time to wash my face." When Xie Yu got off the bus, Zhou Dailai was squatting beside the bus stop sign in a pair of flip-flops with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Everyone walking past carefully avoided him, assuming he was some neighborhood thug. Xie Yu kicked him. "Done pretending to be cool? Let's go." Zhou Dailai crushed the cigarette beneath his shoe, dusted off his pants, and stood up. "I wasn't pretending. There used to be a bench here. I should have been sitting on it gracefully while waiting for you." Xie Yu glanced over. Sure enough, the waiting bench had disappeared. Only 4 lonely metal posts remained. "Impressive, isn't it?" Zhou Dailai said. "People will steal anything. I'm honestly amazed." Recently, Guang Mao's business hadn't been doing well. Since Su Yanmei finally had some free time, and the boys were about to return to school, she suggested everyone get together for one last meal before the semester began. It had been a long time since Xie Yu had visited this apartment complex. The walls of the two facing buildings were weathered and stained. Only a narrow alley separated them. If someone shouted from one side, the people across the way could hear every word. Back then, whenever Zhao Daliai's mother stripped off his pants and spanked him until his backside turned bright red, the moment she shouted, "Start!" Aunt May from across the alley would immediately open her window and yell, "Wěizhuāng, what did you do this time? Tell Aunt May. I'll put in a good word for you." Compared to that, Gua Huang cared much more about appearances. Whenever she got angry, she lowered her voice. Her kind of violence was cold. Power lines stretched overhead the entire way. Everything around them looked old, crowded, and chaotic. Before Xie Yu and Zhao Daliai even reached the building, Aunt May leaned out the window. The smell of frying oil drifted through the air, mixed with the comforting aroma of home-cooked food. "Don't come upstairs yet. Go buy some salt. We've run out." Got it, got it," Zhao Daliai shouted back. "Has the jasmine bloomed?" Just as Zhao Daliai was about to say, "Let's head to the store," he heard Xie Yu ask that instead. He turned to follow Xie Yu's gaze toward the potted jasmine on his balcony. "Oh yeah? Danmei gave me that before he left. It only had a few buds at first, so I figured it'd just be decoration. Turns out it's surprisingly tough. That guy's unreliable. He's been overseas for almost half a year without contacting me once. All he left me was this lousy flower pot. Before he left, he kept saying it was his precious baby and made me promise to take good care of it. Take care of it, my ass." Then Zhao Daliai snorted. "When he comes back, I'm definitely beating him up." Chapter 11. The name Danmei sounded feminine, but he was a guy. He was the youngest of the three of them and had always been the one everyone protected. Even the nickname Danmei had been jokingly given to him by Zhao Daliai. "Since you're my little brother, your big brother should give you a proper name. How about Danmei? From now on, us brothers will all have nice, matching names." Because Danmei was small and skinny, he was always getting bullied. Most of the time, he didn't even fight back. Zhao Daliai protected him like he was his own little brother. Whenever there were too many opponents to handle alone, he'd drag Xie Yu along to help. Later, Danmei hit a growth spurt, shooting up like bamboo after the ring. He reached 1.85 m and finally felt like he'd grown up. After watching the other two fight for years, he figured that even if he'd never eaten pork, he'd at least seen pigs run. One day, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. Standing in front of Zhao Daliai, he declared, "Let me teach those idiots a lesson." In the end, theory and practice turned out to be worlds apart. Not only did Danmei fail to beat anyone, but Zhao Daliai ended up grabbing him and running away. "You teach them a lesson? My ass. Do you even know how to fight? Your arms and legs are longer than everyone else's, but what good are they? You're going to drive me crazy. That little brat left me a lousy pot of flowers." The more Zhao Daliai thought about it, the angrier he became. "No, that doesn't even count as giving it to me. At best, he loaned it to me to take care of." Xie Yu looked up at the overhead power lines, seemingly recalling the past as well. The corners of his lips curved into a faint smile. "A Rubik's Cube." "Huh?" Zhao Daliai asked. "He gave me a Rubik's Cube before he left. Better than what you got." Su Yanmei's cooking really wasn't very good. It always looked delicious, but somehow ended up with a flavor all its own. On top of that, she constantly forgot to add seasoning. "This is unbelievably good," Zhao Daliai said after swallowing a mouthful of bok choy. "But I have to ask you something. Since you forgot to put salt in the food, why did you make us go buy salt from the convenience store?" Su Yanmei looked unconvinced. "I forgot the salt? Impossible. I was especially careful today. I paid attention to every single step." Xie Yu said, "Why don't you taste it yourself?" In the end, none of them could honestly say they'd had a satisfying meal, so they ordered shrimp delivery to save dinner. "Come on, cheers." After several glasses of wine, Aunt May was practically standing on the table. One foot rested on her chair while she slapped her chest enthusiastically. "Drink, drink. Xiao Yu starts school tomorrow. Everyone, say a few words." Seeing the plate piled high with shrimp shells in front of Su Yanmei, Xie Yu quietly moved it aside before she accidentally knocked it onto the floor. Zhao Daliai stood up first, raising his glass of water. "Boss, yeah, let me go first. I wish you all the best." At Liang 4th High School, Mayu. 4th High School. Xie Yu couldn't hold back any longer. Laughing, he kicked Zhou daily eye. 4th my ass. I'm going to 2nd High. Liang's 2nd High School had existed for more than 60 years and was fairly well known throughout a city. Its teaching resources were average, and its university admission rate wasn't particularly impressive. Located out in the suburbs, people liked to describe it as having a peaceful learning environment and fresh air. Less flatteringly, it sat awkwardly beside several newer, trendier schools that had been built nearby. Still, the campus itself was beautifully designed. Over the past 2 years, the school buildings had been renovated one by one, leaving no trace of the rundown appearance they once had. After all, a city was a major metropolis. Even its suburbs were bustling, with thriving commercial districts. The school gates were tall and imposing. Beyond them, among the lush trees and greenery, the most eye-catching sight was the bronze statue standing proudly in the center of the courtyard. Rodin's the Thinker. Mounted on a marble pedestal, the bronze gleamed warmly beneath the sunlight. Carved neatly into the pedestal were 4 simple words, the school motto, the heart of innocence. The gold lettering shimmered brightly. The first day of school was lively. Freshmen arrived one after another to register. A huge banner stretched across the entrance. Welcome first-year students to the Wěizhuāng family. Learn, grow, and achieve greatness together. Meanwhile, the second-year students crowded around the notice board to check the new class assignments. The crowd was packed so tightly that everyone was drenched in sweat. Then someone spotted something. What the hell is going on with Class 2, Class 3? Class 2, Class 3? Damn, is that a slaughterhouse? Thank God I'm in Class 5. I suddenly got chills. They put both school tyrants in the same class. What were they thinking? Are they trying to blow up the school? Xie Yu. Zhao. Fuck. We're all doomed. These were all second-year students. During their first year, they had been divided into more than a dozen classes. Because construction on the school buildings hadn't been completed, the year had been split between the East Building and the West Building. The 2 buildings faced one another and were connected by a corridor, though it mainly existed so teachers could move between classes. Students rarely used it, and those from the 2 buildings hardly interacted. And so, 2 legends had grown separately. Zhao of the East Building, Xie Yu of the West Building. The students chatted excitedly, one comment after another. Eventually, everyone fell silent. Only one word remained in their minds. Terrifying. The students assigned to Class 2, Class 3 all trembled. We're probably never going to have another peaceful day at school. Those 2 are legendary hooligans. They kill people without even blinking. Meanwhile, the legendary hooligan Xie Yu had no idea what everyone was talking about. Dragging his suitcase behind him, he planned to drop off his luggage in the dorm before heading to his classroom to collect his textbooks. Gua Huang wanted to walk him into the dormitory and even check out his room. But Xie Yu suddenly remembered the untouched stack of 5-3 exercise books spread across his desk. That definitely wasn't something Gua Huang should see. Although the dorm rooms housed 2 students, Xie Yu had always lived alone. Wěizhuāng valued student freedom. Since it encouraged boarding, the school had made comprehensive arrangements for dorm life. For example, students could change dorm rooms whenever they wanted until they were satisfied. If roommates couldn't get along, they could simply switch. As a result, Xie Yu had never even met any of his assigned roommates. The moment people heard the name Xie Yu, they found every possible excuse to avoid moving in with him. Rolling his suitcase into his room, Xie Yu immediately noticed a buzz-cut boy wearing round glasses running downstairs. The boy sprinted straight to the room across the hall from Xie Yu's. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Ji, are you there? No response. Is this the right room? He suddenly said he wanted to live in the dorm. He can't be messing with me, can he? The bespectacled boy muttered to himself before raising his hand to knock again. Only then did he realize the door wasn't locked. His hand pushed it open with a creak. I am coming in. He carefully entered and glanced around. Someone was sitting on the bed to the right. Zhao leaned against the wall with sleepy eyes half closed. He reached toward the head of the bed, pulled over a box of candy, selected an orange-flavored lollipop, unwrapped it in a few quick motions, and popped it into his mouth. What are you making such a racket for? The boy lowered his voice mysteriously. Zhao Ji, huge news. Did you see the class assignment list? The entire grade is in chaos. Didn't look. Wěizhuāng lazily sucked on the lollipop. It's just class assignments. What's there to see? The boy stared blankly. For a moment, he completely forgot why he'd come. Am I seeing things? Are those Xinji lollipops? You're eating lollipops. I quit smoking recently. Seeing the boy continue staring at him like an idiot, Wěizhuāng asked, What? Want one? And no thanks. The candy was sweet, almost sickeningly so. Wěizhuāng crunched it between his teeth, leaving the stick in his mouth. So what's this huge news? Only then did the boy remember. He slapped his thigh. Damn, I almost forgot. Zhao, this year's going to be a disaster. It's like God himself arranged it behind the scenes. Xie Yu is in your class. Who? Xie Yu from the West Building. Second-year faculty office. Who arranged this year's class assignments? The computer or the homeroom teachers? There's no way they should have been done this carelessly. Even though the teachers had already known the assignments in advance, they still couldn't accept them. A female teacher stood by the water dispenser filling her cup. There are only 3 academic classes this year, and everyone was divided according to the arts and science streams. Class 3 is the only science class. It's not strange that the assignments turned out this way. Liang Second High was primarily an arts-focused school. Its academic program couldn't compete with other schools, but its fine arts program consistently achieved excellent graduation results. Students were encouraged to pursue the arts from their first year, and by second year the academic track students and arts track students were separated. The teacher finished filling her cup. No matter how troublesome those 2 boys are, they're still just children. We haven't even tried teaching them yet. Maybe things won't be as bad as everyone thinks. You think you can handle them? Another teacher finally snapped. Her face had turned green. If you're so confident, why don't you teach that class yourself? The teacher holding the cup immediately fell silent. Miss Su, don't be angry. Xiao Lu didn't mean anything by it. The other teachers hurriedly tried to smooth things over. But honestly, these class assignments really went too far. Nobody wants to be the homeroom teacher of Class 3. Xuézhā was the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Class 3. The moment she'd seen the class roster, she'd nearly fainted. She had been teaching for more than 10 years. Although she wasn't an award-winning teacher, her record had always been better than Xiao Lu's. She simply couldn't understand why the school had singled her out like this. She had no idea that her blunt, speak-before-you-think personality and poor people skills had offended quite a few colleagues over the years. On what basis? Xuézhā fumed, so angry she didn't even want to prepare for the class meeting later that afternoon. On what basis do they make me take a class like this? Aren't they deliberately making things difficult for me? What on earth is the school thinking? Do they want these 2 rat droppings to ruin my whole pot of porridge? Chapter 12. After Xuézhā's colleagues consoled her in the faculty office, the anger lodged in her heart finally began to ease. Only then did she pick up the class register and head to class. By the time she left the office, the class meeting had already started more than 10 minutes earlier. Xie Yu hadn't intended to be late. Packing up his things had taken longer than expected before he headed toward the school building. He'd expected to be stopped at the classroom door, but he hadn't expected the homeroom teacher to arrive even later than he did. As Xie Yu walked past the classroom windows, the room, which had been buzzing with chatter, suddenly fell silent. Everyone immediately sat up straight and stared ahead, even though there wasn't a single word written on the blackboard. Classmates, my surname is Liu, and my name is Xuézhā. That's right, Liu Xuézhā. I'm sure most of you have heard something about me. I was the class representative of Class 17 last year, so I have plenty of experience managing a class. But when it's time to elect a class representative later, I sincerely hope you won't vote for me. The classroom was as quiet as a flock of startled chickens. The boy stood with his back to the windows, speaking without pause. He was eloquent, punctuating every sentence with energetic gestures. Don't vote for me. Give the opportunity to someone who needs it more, especially someone who's never been a class representative before. I think people deserve a chance to challenge themselves. The students nearby frantically winked and gestured toward the window, trying to warn him, but Liu Xuézhā completely missed their meaning. Anyway, don't vote for me. What's with all the winking? Stop making eyes at me. I'm not planning to start dating this early. A knock sounded on the classroom door. Xie Yu had raised a hand and knocked. Liu Xuézhā turned toward the sound and instantly froze. His deskmate lowered his voice and whispered, "Haoji." Everyone was hinting so obviously, But you were so absorbed in yourself. Lu Xuanhao had countless things he wanted to say, yet none of them came out. In the end, he silently sat back down and pretended nothing had happened. If something's wrong, couldn't you just say it directly? What was with all the winking? Xie Yu had become famous long ago. When he first entered the school, the rumors that he'd cheated on the entrance exam had spread everywhere, earning him legendary status as the king of cheating. At first, everyone said the same thing. This guy's unbelievable. He actually dared to cheat on the high school entrance exam. I heard that even if you tripled his real score, it still wouldn't have been enough to get into Wěizhuāng. Later, Xie Yu skipped classes and got into a fight outside school. 1 against 5. As punishment, the school publicly shamed him by posting a disciplinary notice on the bulletin board in huge letters. It stayed there for nearly an entire semester. One fight was enough to make everyone remember his name. Now, Xie Yu stood in the doorway with his backpack slung over one shoulder, both hands tucked into his pockets, his expression completely blank. The classroom was already full. As soon as everyone heard about the new class assignments, even students who were out sick had asked friends to reserve seats with their bags. No one wanted to discover on the first day of school that they'd end up sitting beside a living king of hell. Xie Yu glanced around. Only 2 empty seats remained, both in the second column of the last row. Without any hurry, he walked toward them. Several students whispered to one another. Is this really okay? Doesn't that mean those two will be sitting together? One mountain can't hold 2 tigers. What if some kind of chemical reaction happens? Will the classroom explode? So, do you want to sit with Xie Yu instead? I'd rather stay alive. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Xuézhā finally entered the classroom carrying a stack of books. Is everyone here? Who's absent? Although Lu Xuanhao had just declared he didn't want to be class representative, years of habit took over. Before his brain caught up, he had already stood up and raised his hand. Miss Su, one student still isn't here. Xie Yu had drunk some wine the night before and was still groggy. He rested his head on folded arms and promptly fell asleep. Xuézhā swept her gaze around the room. It lingered on someone in the last row for a moment before she frowned and looked away. Forget the person who's absent. After the class meeting, everyone go downstairs to collect your textbooks. You all know where to get them, right? Now let's go over today's agenda. She had no intention of wasting time on the late student. But the late student swaggered right up to the door. Reporting. Zhao stood in the doorway and politely said, "Sorry I'm late." His figure immediately drew everyone's attention. Black t-shirt, dark blue jeans rolled above the ankles. Even the casual smile in his voice made him look like the type of guy girls fought over every day. He didn't look like a delinquent at all. He seemed alert and spirited, not lazy or slovenly. Xuézhā was genuinely surprised. She had never taught either Xie Yu or Zhao before, but she'd heard all the stories circulating around school. She'd imagined 2 boys who slouched everywhere, kicked desks and chairs, wore their uniforms carelessly, and caused trouble all day long. Today, she'd discovered something unexpected. Although, as for Xie Yu, she'd still only seen the back of his head. Xuézhā had a child who was almost old enough for middle school herself. She was long past the age of judging people by appearances. She had disliked Zhao the moment he interrupted class, and she still disliked him now. She was about to vent her frustration when Zhao raised a hand and pulled someone out from behind him. At least let me explain why I was late. Round glasses stumbled forward, dragged out without ceremony. Hello, everyone. I'm Xuézhā from class 2-8. Earlier today, I suddenly became ill in the hallway. Fortunately, brave classmate, he came to my rescue. I suffer from chronic. Xuézhā had completely forgotten the name of the illness he'd been given and stammered helplessly. Zhao prompted him. Chronic non-atrophic gastritis. Xuézhā turned and muttered. Couldn't you have picked something easier? The longer the name, Zhao replied, the more serious it sounds. Xuézhā felt like her stomach was about to explode with anger. Were these 2 treating her like an idiot? You 2 work together so well. Are you in an a cappella group? She pointed toward the classroom. I don't want to waste everyone's time. Find an empty seat and sit down. Right there, next to the one who's sleeping. Xie Yu twitched where he lay on the desk. Perhaps he'd heard something. Or perhaps he'd simply felt dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him. Slowly, he lifted his head and opened his eyes. Zhao. The atmosphere suddenly became very strange and strangely mysterious. Lu Xuanhao quietly passed a note to his deskmate. Are they about to fight? His deskmate wrote back. I can already feel the killing intent in the air. It's terrifying. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Zhao simply said one word. Friend. Xie Yu. What fate? Zhao continued. What a coincidence. Although nobody understood what was happening, or when exactly these two legendary figures from the East and West buildings had somehow become acquainted, the entire class 2-3 silently breathed a sigh of relief. They had all imagined a horrifying bloodbath. Xuézhā continued with the meeting, covering seating arrangements, class representative elections, and several assignments to complete before the next class. Finally, she concluded the first part of the meeting. I hope everyone welcomes this new semester with a fresh start. There's still some time left. I'll call the register one by one. When your name is called, come up and briefly introduce yourself. As applause broke out around the classroom, Zhao lazily joined in with a few claps. Xie Yu, meanwhile, had already laid his head back down. My name is Wanda. I enjoy reading sports. Hello everyone. I'm Xuézhā. I hope we can all work hard together, strive together, and improve together. Fu Pei. Ding Lianghua. After listening for a while, Zhao tapped Xie Yu on the shoulder. Turning toward him, he asked, Hey, do you know who Xie Yu is? Xie Yu, still lying on the desk, turned to look at him. The student currently introducing himself was painfully shy. His voice was barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. After stumbling awkwardly through his hobbies for quite some time, he finally managed to say, swimming. Then he hurried off the podium as though he'd finally escaped the terrible burden. Zhao continued, You know, that guy from the West Building. The non-mainstream idiot who wears black nail polish. He was rather curious about the legendary big bro of the West Building. He wasn't particularly interested in all of Xie Yu's infamous achievements. For some reason, though, the black nail polish had left an especially deep impression. He'd looked around the classroom earlier, but hadn't been able to figure out who Xie Yu was. Apparently, the legendary black nail polish had disappeared. Xie Yu looked at him with an indescribably complicated expression. So, do you know him or not? Zhao leaned closer. I'm actually kind of interested in him. If I get the chance, I'd like to have a few rounds with him. From the podium, Xuézhā called out. Next, Xie Yu. Without looking at Zhao's face, Xie Yu slowly stood up. He walked to the podium, picked up a piece of chalk, and neatly wrote the two characters Xie Yu on the blackboard. His handwriting was sharp and strikingly beautiful. He tossed the chalk back into the box, dusted off his hands, and gave a brief introduction. My name is Xie Yu. Then he added, and I don't wear black nail polish. As he said the last sentence, his eyes remained fixed on a certain idiot. That idiot surnamed He, however, wasn't embarrassed in the slightest. While the entire classroom sat in awkward silence, unsure how to react, Zhao enthusiastically took the lead and applauded. Excellent. Well said, Xie Yu. Fuck. After returning to his seat, Xie Yu found Zhao openly staring at his hands. Bored, he doodled absent-mindedly on a piece of paper. Eventually, he threw down the pen. Are you sick or something? Zhao asked. You really don't wear it? The legendary Yu wasn't supposed to be like this. Among all the legends surrounding the big bro of the West Building, the black nail polish occupied a surprisingly important position. In fact, it was probably the only reason Zhao had remembered Xie Yu's name in the first place. Legend my ass. Without warning, Zhao reached over and grabbed Xie Yu's hand. Don't move. Let me have a look. Xie Yu hadn't expected him to make a move so suddenly. By the time he reacted, his hand was already firmly caught in Zhao's grasp. Xie Yu's hands were unexpectedly elegant, almost gentle, clean, with long fingers and well-defined knuckles. His nails were neatly trimmed and carefully kept. When he was little, back when his family circumstances had still been good, Gua Huang had once wanted him to learn the piano. She'd said his long, slender fingers were perfect for it. Later, after Xie Yu happily switched from playing piano to throwing punches, parents began showing up at their door almost every day with their children in tow. What's wrong with your son? Why is he beating people up? After that, Gua Huang never mentioned the piano again. Zhao had only just caught his hand and hadn't even had time to inspect it properly before Xie Yu exploded. He yanked his hand back. Fuck. What the hell is wrong with you? Chapter 13. The two students sitting in the row ahead quietly dragged their chairs forward, the legs scraping softly against the floor. They kept inching closer until their chests were pressed against the edge of the desks, and they could barely breathe. Only then did they stop, determined to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the two big shots behind them. Wěizhuāng said, "Aren't you overreacting? I just touched you. Get the hell away from me," Xie Yu replied. "Don't touch people whenever you feel like it." Wěizhuāng didn't answer. He simply stretched out his hand in front of Xie Yu. Xie Yu glanced at him, remembering what Wěizhuāng had said earlier. "I'm pretty interested in him. You want to fight? Go ahead. Touch me back. I'm letting you." Xie Yu's silence. The last student finished introducing themselves and returned to their seat. Xuézhā coughed, clearly reminding a certain pair of students to behave. That's all for today's class meeting. Students staying in the dorms, remember to follow the school rules. I don't want to spend my after-school hours dealing with your extracurricular troubles. Show a little self-discipline. She handed out the class timetable and several school notices before adding, "Xuézhā, you'll be the temporary class representative. You've done it before." Xuézhā felt utterly defeated. "Yes." Less than 2 minutes later, Wěizhuāng asked again, "So, what's the real story behind your black nail polish?" Xie Yu thought, this guy is seriously annoying. The black nail polish incident. He had never imagined that it would leave such a vivid mark on his life. About half a year earlier, Blackwater Street had held a dance competition. The neighborhood committee had hung banners everywhere encouraging people to sign up. The promotion was relentless, and judging by the slogans, the event clearly wasn't aimed at young people. Regain your youth. Rediscover the confidence you had when you were young. At the time, Danmei had just received his admission letter from an American university. He would be leaving before long, and before he left, he insisted that the three of them enter the competition together. Zhao Dalai flatly refused. "I can't dance. No way. It's too embarrassing. Have you lost your mind? You want us to compete against a bunch of neighborhood Andes?" Xie Yu also refused. "Danmei, we're not discussing this." It wasn't just the neighborhood committee Andes, either. Even Su Yanmei and Lei's mom had already started preparing for the competition. Aunt Mei had even dragged Xie Yu out to the square to watch their elaborate fan dance. Each woman held a bright green folding fan whose ribs glittered beneath the lights. Lei's mom had supposedly been the prettiest girl for miles around when she was young. Now, however, she'd happily eaten her way past 100 kilograms. After they finished performing, Xie Yu stood in the middle of the square. Filled with indescribable emotions, he managed to squeeze out 2 words. "Pretty good." This time, Danmei was unusually serious. At first they thought it was just another passing whim, but he pestered them relentlessly for 3 straight days. He had never done anything like that before. Zhao Dalai pleaded, "Give me one good reason, Danmei. One reason stronger than my sense of shame." Danmei sighed. "Big brother, I'm leaving soon. Is it really too much to ask you to grant this tiny wish before I go?" Zhao Dalai replied, "You might as well ask me to pluck the stars from the sky, you little brat." Danmei, he turned hopefully towards Xie Yu. Xie Yu didn't even answer. "I'm going home for dinner." In the end, neither of them managed to outlast the little brat. Late one freezing night, Danmei called them both outside. The 3 of them squatted at the corner of the street, shivering in the icy wind. Zhao Dalai pulled his jacket tighter and lowered his head to protect his carefully styled hair, but the wind still whipped it into every direction, making him look ridiculous. "Danmei," Zhao Dalai complained, "what are you doing dragging us out in the middle of the night? Looking to get beaten up?" Squatting opposite them with his back against the wind, Danmei struggled to suppress his emotions. "Actually, there's a girl I like, but I don't have the courage to confess. You both know I'm leaving soon. Long-distance relationships are miserable. I don't even want to think about it. But before I leave, I want her to remember me at my coolest and most handsome." Xie Yu. Perhaps it was because Zhao Dalai had reached the age where romance was becoming important, or perhaps the freezing 3 o'clock morning wind had simply blown the sense out of him. He sniffled and hesitated. Is there really no other way for her to remember you as cool and handsome? Does it have to be dancing? In the end, they entered the competition. But when the 3 of them stood in line to register, the atmosphere was so painfully awkward they nearly suffocated. "Look, old man, 3 young fellows. 3 young fellows. Young fellows." Xie Yu, Zhao Dalai, and Danmei. Danmei always kept up with the latest trends. If he'd had enough time, he probably would have designed matching performance outfits. Instead, he produced a bottle of black nail polish. Xie Yu immediately refused. "This is your idea of looking cool." Danmei cheerfully painted on the polish. "It's awesome. Seriously. Xuézhā, trust me. I watched tons of videos last night. All the cool guys dance like this." Thanks to Danmei, not only was their stage image painfully avant-garde, it was also packed with every bizarre fashion element imaginable. On the day of the competition, Xie Yu skipped school. None of them had rehearsed enough. Xie Yu's movements were stiff. Danmei danced gracefully, but somehow managed to make elegance look humiliating. As for Zhao, better not mention him. His dancing was downright terrible, yet he remained completely convinced he was amazing. By the end, the three of them were stumbling around the stage with no idea what they were doing. They couldn't even remember the choreography. They kept crashing into each other and blaming everyone else for getting in the way of their artistic freedom. The next day at school, Xie Yu realized he had forgotten to remove the black nail polish. Zhao had it even worse. He happened to be competing in a fairly formal online tournament that night, complete with a live stream watched by tens of thousands of viewers. The audience spent the entire match watching one hand covered in black nail polish gripping the mouse, while the 5 black painted fingers of his other hand hammered away at the keyboard. None of that really mattered. There was only one thing Xie Yu cared about. Until the day Danmei left. None of them ever found out who the girl actually was. "Actually," Xie Yu said, "I have a pretty wild theory. What if Danmei had a crush on one of those middle-aged neighborhood committee Andes? Maybe he was too embarrassed to tell us because he was afraid we'd judge him. Damn, that's a little too horrifying. But otherwise, none of this makes sense. There weren't even any girls in the audience." Xie Yu skipped most of the details. After hearing the general story, Zhao nodded. "Oh, so it was for the stage effect." His tone made it obvious what he was thinking. Xie Yu said, "You sound disappointed." "A little," Zhao admitted. After Xuézhā dismissed the class meeting, everyone scattered. Several boys had been standing outside class 3 chatting. Seeing that the meeting was over, they pushed open the window and shouted, "Zhao, come play basketball." Generally speaking, Zhao got along well with people. He had a personality that naturally attracted troublemakers. Although his reputation as a hooligan had become legendary, he had made plenty of close friends during his first year. They often played basketball together or spent time at internet cafes gaming. Xuézhā was one of them. As Xuézhā walked past, she shot him a cold glance. He had been about to say, "Let's go play basketball," but the words abruptly changed. "I'm not going. I'll just watch. My stomach still hurts a little." Zhao seemed to be in a good mood. Leaning back in his chair, he waved lazily. "You guys go ahead. I'll meet you on the court." He reached into his pocket, pulled out a face mask, and was about to put it on when he suddenly remembered something. He paused and casually asked, "Want to come play?" Xie Yu stood up and headed for the door. "No." Zhao simply shrugged. Just as Xie Yu reached the doorway, Zhao called after him. "Xie Yu." Xie Yu turned around and leaned against the doorframe. His expression clearly said, "Hurry up," and "You're seriously annoying." By then, Zhao had already put on the mask. "Nothing," he said. "Just getting used to my new deskmate's name." Zhao smiled. "Take care of me from now on, deskmate." At 6 that evening, Gua Huang called Xie Yu. "Have you had dinner? Did you meet your teachers and classmates? How's your deskmate?" Xie Yu had once had a deskmate during his first year. But as his reputation grew worse and worse, the teachers had taken preventive measures and seated him alone. Gua Huang had apparently heard that he had a deskmate again and immediately called to ask about it. Xie Yu thought, "He's not great." But to avoid worrying her, he answered, "He's fine. Cheerful, outgoing, like sports. His grades aren't very good, though." Gua Huang couldn't understand how her son, who regularly ranked dead last in every exam, could so casually criticize someone else's grades. She reminded him once again not to cause trouble and to study hard. Xie Yu responded with the occasional without saying much else. "I won't nag anymore," Gua Huang finally said. "Think things through yourself. Mom can't watch over you forever. You're almost an adult now. Don't be so reckless. Get some rest early." Xie Yu himself didn't get into trouble, but his cheerful, outgoing, sports-loving deskmate managed to cause a major incident on the very first day of school. He was trouble through and through. After going to play basketball, Wěizhuāng somehow ended up beating up one of the school's model students, a boy who consistently ranked in the top 3 of the entire year. Xuézhā walked out of the faculty office. The school administration had been furious. It had been a long time since she'd received such a severe scolding. They demanded to know how she managed her class, and how something like this could happen on the very first day of school. She had stood there with her head lowered through the entire lecture. Frustrated and humiliated, her face shifted from green to red. The moment she returned to the office, she slammed her teaching materials onto the desk with a loud bang. The other teachers looked up in surprise. Seeing her expression, none of them dared ask what had happened. Just then, Xuézhā came to hand and the parents signed school notice. Xuézhā's face was expressionless with anger. Is he Zhao in the classroom? Go call him here. Xuézhā was frightened. Everyone said Xie Yu of the West was the scarier one, always alone, cold, and untouchable, while Wěizhuāng of the East was friendlier and easier to get along with. But Xuézhā feared Wěizhuāng even more, because he had personally witnessed Wěizhuāng fighting. It had happened during their first year. Halfway through class, Xuézhā had gotten a stomachache. After getting permission from the teacher, he grabbed some tissue and rushed toward the restroom. When he reached the door, he found a sign reading, "Maintenance." He was about to head downstairs when he heard someone inside pleading desperately. "I was wrong. Please don't hit me. I was wrong." He hesitated, then cautiously stepped inside and peeked around the corner. Wěizhuāng stood there with a cigarette between 2 fingers. A boy knelt on the floor before him. Although Wěizhuāng's uniform was perfectly neat, the words law-abiding had absolutely nothing to do with him. He narrowed his eyes and exhaled a cloud of smoke. When he wasn't smiling, an icy chill radiated from him, along with an overwhelming aura of dominance. He looked nothing like the friendly, easygoing person everyone usually saw. He flicked away the ash. Darkness seemed to gather in his eyes. Then he crouched down, grabbed the boy by the hair, forced his head up, and said coldly, "So, you've got a lot of nerve, haven't you?" Chapter 14. Class 2, Grade 3 had a private group chat. Almost every class had its own private group chat. The purpose was to keep the teachers out and preserve everyone's freedom of speech. The school-wide group chat included teachers from every subject, so there were plenty of things the students couldn't say. Some teachers got along well with the students, but someone like Xuézhā, a stern, unsmiling middle-aged woman, obviously had a huge generational gap between herself and them. Class 2, Grade 3's private group chat was a little different. Not only did they have to guard against the teachers, they also had to guard against the 2 people who tyrannized the school. Anonymous A's message. I heard Wěizhuāng beat up Yang Wenyuan. Anonymous B's message. My friend is in Yang Wenyuan's class. He said Yang was beaten so badly that he's still lying in the hospital. Anonymous C's message. Yang Wenyuan from Class 8? The group chat notifications kept popping up. Looking at the name, Yang Wenyuan, Xuézhā couldn't help recalling the terrifying scene burned into his memory. Don't hit me. I was wrong. Wěizhuāng grabbed the boy by the hair and spoke softly. Didn't I warn you? Didn't I fucking warn you? Yang Wenyuan knelt on the filthy restroom floor. He was extremely skinny, his face covered with acne scars and pits. The tiled floor was dirty, with puddles of water everywhere. Crying, he pleaded, "Please, let me go." When Xuézhā came to tell Wěizhuāng that Xuézhā wanted him in the faculty office, Xuézhā was visiting from the neighboring class. He had already dragged over a chair and made himself comfortable beside Wěizhuāng, acting as though he belonged there. "Hey, you by the window. Could you close the blinds?" Wěizhuāng replied, "Who are you ordering around? Close them yourself." Xuézhā got up, shut the blinds, and sat back down. He had PE next and was bored out of his mind. Seeing Wěizhuāng staring at his phone without putting it away, he asked curiously, "Zhao Ji, what game are you playing?" Ignoring him, Wěizhuāng scooted closer to Xie Yu and showed him the screen. "Ace, help me come up with another strategy." Xie Yu replied with only 2 words. "Get lost." Xuézhā became even more curious. "Come on, let me see. I'll figure it out." "Get lost," Wěizhuāng repeated. "Go back to your own classroom. It's cooler over there." Xuézhā refused to give up. Eventually, he managed to catch a glimpse of the screen. It was a pink interface. A cartoon girl with long flowing hair stood beside a wardrobe wearing white underwear, blinking. Xuézhā was completely dumbfounded. This, isn't this? The dress-up game that countless elementary school girls are obsessed with, Xie Yu answered calmly. Zhao spent the entire class playing the game, and he spent the entire class pestering Xie Yu. Every time Zhao confidently finished matching an outfit, his score was disappointing. After failing the same level several times, he finally shoved the phone in front of Xie Yu. Deskmate, help me out. Choosing outfits was like playing cards. Both required a little luck. Already annoyed beyond belief, Xie Yu randomly selected a few items. Are you stupid? You're actually playing a game like this? And your ID is soft little cutie? You're really committed to this act. After Xie Yu finished selecting the outfit, the score appeared. Unexpectedly, it was extremely high. Ace, Zhao said sincerely. This outfit looks so ugly, yet it scored so high. Xuézhā felt as though his world had been turned upside down. He would rather believe there was something wrong with his own taste. Huh? This game is actually fun? What's so special about it? Zhao was already studying the next outfit combination and ignored him. Xie Yu finished copying the homework, closed his textbook, and said, "What's special? It's especially idiotic." Xuézhā entered through the back door and stopped in front of Zhao. "Miss Su wants you in the faculty office." Zhao gave a brief acknowledgement, but didn't even look up. After a while, he finally noticed Xuézhā was still standing there. Anything else? Xuézhā had held back his words for a long time. Finally gathering his courage, he said, "Don't think you can do whatever you want. You beat Yang Wenyuan up that badly." Xuézhā quickly interrupted. "Wait, Yang Wenyuan? What?" The classroom was noisy during the break, and no one paid attention to the conversation taking place in the corner. Zhao immediately understood. Smiling faintly, he said, "Oh, so that's what this is about." Xuézhā asked, "About what?" Xie Yu, considering himself nothing more than an uninvolved bystander, didn't react at all. Xuézhā was terrified, but he had made up his mind. For a long time, he had hated himself for running away instead of stopping the bullying when he witnessed it. Combined with his old resentment toward Zhao, his determination only grew stronger. Seeing Zhao's cold expression, Xuézhā became even more frightened. He thought he had genuinely provoked him. Instead, Zhao casually tossed his phone to Xie Yu. "Help me play a couple more rounds. I have to beat that person, creme brulee, on my friends list." Before Xie Yu even had the chance to refuse, Zhao had already left. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Dragging his chair back toward the door, Xuézhā muttered in confusion. "What beating? When did Zhao Ji beat up Yang Wenyuan? He didn't. Am I losing my memory?" After Zhao left, he didn't return for the rest of the day. When he came back the next morning, it was as though nothing had happened. One of the teachers couldn't help asking Xuézhā, "Miss Su, what happened with Zhao from your class? Is it settled?" Xuézhā sighed wearily. He'd rather die than admit it. "What can I do with him?" Back in the faculty office, Zhao had remained expressionless. He insisted that the disciplinary officer obtain Yang Wenyuan's medical report and explain exactly how every one of his injuries had occurred. Yang Wenyuan was so frightened that he couldn't even speak. Xuézhā felt the whole investigation was unnecessary. Anyone with half a brain could tell what had happened. She simply ordered Zhao to admit his mistake, apologize, and write a self-reflection. Once that punishment was completed, the matter would be considered closed. Zhao clearly had no intention of complying. Although he was smiling, his voice was ice cold. "Apologize for what? Model student Yang is really good at playing the victim. The moment he opens his mouth, suddenly I'm the one who beat him up." Xuézhā waved her hand. "Let's not talk about him anymore. Thinking about him gives me chest pains." The moment the class bell rang, Zhao walked in through the back door, stopped beside Xie Yu's desk, bent down, and knocked lightly on it. "Hey, did you beat creme brulee yet?" Xie Yu always used morning self-study to catch up on sleep. The knocking gave him a headache. "My ass. Go play it yourself." Zhao sat down. "So where's my phone?" Xie Yu rummaged through his desk, found it, and tossed it over. Zhao caught it one-handed. When he tried turning it on, he discovered the battery was completely dead. The incident between Zhao and Yang Wenyuan had caused a huge stir throughout the entire grade, and rumors spread everywhere. Everyone already knew the two school tyrants often got into fights. Usually, though, their targets were people outside the school. Since those fights never happened right in front of everyone, students treated them as little more than rumors. chatting about them over lunch while repeatedly calling them badass. This time, however, the person Zhao had supposedly beaten was one of the grade's well-known model students. Anonymous A's message. He came to class today. Whoa, he's talking to Xie Yu. Anonymous A's message. And with Xie Yu, no less. Fearless. Terrifying. I don't even dare move. Anonymous B's message. Yang Wěizhuāng got out of the hospital today. Xinjie grabbed him by the collar in class and called him shameless. Is there really some hidden story behind all this? Anonymous C's message. What hidden story could there be? He's just embarrassed and turned that embarrassment into anger. Xinjie isn't exactly a model student either. Xie Yu slept through morning self-study. Meanwhile, Zhao borrowed a portable charger from someone and sat quietly with his head lowered, playing on his phone. The first class afterward was Xuézhā's. The moment she entered the classroom, she pointed directly at Zhao. You, go stand outside. Listen to class from the hallway. Stand by the doorway and don't come into the classroom. Seeing her attitude, everyone became even more convinced about the so-called fighting incident. Most likely, Zhao really was the culprit. Zhao couldn't have cared less. Without saying a word, he picked up his phone and charger and walked outside. Xie Yu watched his retreating figure. They all wore the same school uniform. Yet Zhao somehow managed to look like an exemplary student in it. Slim waist, straight back, neatly dressed. Unlike everyone else, he even kept his jacket fully zipped. Only the phone in his hand and the long charging cable trailing from it betrayed his true nature. Perhaps sensing someone's gaze, Zhao glanced back when he reached the doorway. Before Xie Yu could look away, Xuézhā spoke from the podium. Xie Yu, do you miss your deskmate that much? Xie Yu, who had been dragged into this for absolutely no reason, replied. The hell? If you miss him so much, then you can stand outside with him, Xuézhā continued. Go. So the two of them spent the entire first morning period standing outside classroom 2, grade 3. Pretty loyal of you. Finding a corner, Zhao leaned against the wall and continued playing his dress-up game while his phone charged. Without looking up, he asked, Miss me? Standing beside him, Xie Yu genuinely didn't know what to say. He answered with a single meaningful sound. Heh. Xie Yu had no desire to keep looking at Xuézhā's resentment-filled expression. Ever since returning to school, he had noticed it. Their homeroom teacher had already formed an opinion of them. Regardless of what had actually happened between Zhao and Yang Wěizhuāng, regardless of who was right or wrong, she had already decided that Xie Yu, the troublesome student she already disliked on sight, was the same kind of person as Zhao. Watching Xuézhā roll her eyes at them again and again, Xie Yu almost worried she'd strain them. Ace, take a look. Which one looks better? This plaid skirt or the pink one? Or should I switch to a completely different outfit? Zhao was so devoted to the dress-up game that it was almost touching. After watching him play for a while, Xie Yu came to a conclusion. Pick the uglier one. Zhao paused. Seriously? I think, Xie Yu said. With your sense of style, if you play the game completely backward, you might actually get better results. It was obviously an insult. Yet Zhao actually considered it seriously. After a moment, he nodded. Damn, I think you've got a point. You really do come up with some pretty good ideas. Chapter 15. They stood until the end of class. Xuézhā finished the lesson, gathered her materials, and headed out of the classroom. Zhao even cheerfully called after her. See you, Miss Su. Xuézhā's chest felt tight, making it difficult to breathe. She ignored him and kept walking. Do you know why she's angry? Zhao was in an unusually good mood. He draped an arm over Xie Yu's shoulder as they walked back to class. She's getting ready to transfer to experimental high school, one of the city's key schools. She's already pulled every string she could. Now one of her star students, which is to say, me, is standing in her way. Xie Yu had no interest in gossip. Take your hand off me. Zhao thought his deskmate really was heartless. He had only rested one hand on Xie Yu's shoulder at first, but after hearing the complaint, he wrapped his entire arm around him instead. From a distance, they looked like they were hugging. I'm not letting go. Xie Yu was about to kick him when Zhao buried his head against Xie Yu's neck and laughed. Calm down, buddy. Calm down, my ass. Anonymous A. Everyone, something's happening at 3 o'clock. Anonymous B. Holy shit, I saw it. What are they doing? Anonymous C. I'd rather believe they're fighting. Xie Yu still had no idea about the private group chat, but he had already concluded that his new class was a little strange. Sometimes the entire classroom would suddenly fall silent. Then, after a moment, everyone would quietly raise their heads and exchange knowing looks, as though they all understood something without saying a word. It was incredibly bizarre. Zhao had borrowed a portable charger from a boy in the next row. When he went to return it, the boy looked too frightened to even take it back, as if he wanted to donate the charger outright just to avoid trouble. Zhao placed it on the desk. "Thanks." "And no problem." The boy's voice came out in a strained squeak. His hands stayed hidden beneath the desk, clutching something, and his whole body was tense. Zhao didn't catch what he'd said and was about to ask him to repeat it. The instant he opened his mouth, the boy flinched violently. "Zhao, am I really that scary?" Only after Zhao walked away did the boy cautiously take his phone back out. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed since school began. Xie Yu watched in disbelief as Zhao became better and better at the dress-up game. Everything he put together earned a high score. It was unbelievable. Had one casual comment really enlightened him? Nope. Zhao showed him a screenshot of his highest score before closing the game. Calmly, he said, "I paid." Then he added, "Your deskmate here is a legendary pay-to-win player." "Xie Yu, I'm so powerful now that I even scare myself." Xie Yu sneered. "Soft little cutie, you really never stop surprising me. I spent my money fair and square. What's so embarrassing about paying?" As Zhao spoke, the shoulders of the boys in front of them began trembling. They sat close enough to hear every conversation between Xie Yu and Zhao. For 2 whole weeks, they had secretly listened in. Sometimes they wanted to laugh until they couldn't breathe, but they were afraid the 2 school tyrants would notice, so they desperately held it in. As time passed, they realized the 2 school tyrants were nothing like the terrifying rumors. They were actually kind of adorable. Whenever the 2 of them slept during class, they always asked their deskmates to keep watch for the teacher. Tyrant Xie usually ignored Tyrant He, but every time a teacher called on Zhao to stand up or punished him by making him stand outside, Zhao always came up with countless excuses and dragged Xie Yu into helping him. After this happened several times, Xie Yu finally began taking those ridiculous requests seriously. Whenever a teacher approached, he'd roll up his textbook and smack Zhao on the back of the head. "Wake up." While talking, Zhao opened QQ and proudly posted a status showing off his latest achievement. /image/cool. After sending it, he suddenly remembered something and tapped on Xie Yu's desk. "Add me." Xie Yu politely refused. "I don't want the words soft little cutie showing up on my friends list." Zhao nearly choked. "Who told you soft little cutie is my account?" "That's my little sister's account," he explained. "You've seriously misunderstood me. I always thought someone as tall and imposing as me wouldn't have to explain something like this." Zhao had a younger sister who had just entered middle school. She was obsessed with dress-up games, but at home, she was only allowed 1 hour of mobile games a day. On school days, she wasn't allowed to touch her phone at all. She constantly complained that her best friend, Cream Brulee, had a much higher level and better scores. And apparently, in their class, whoever had the highest level in the dress-up game was admired by everyone. Xie Yu felt a headache coming on. "I think that little brat tricked me," Zhao said. Unlike his sister, Zhao's QQ username was simply his real name. Surprisingly normal. After accepting the friend request, Xie Yu didn't bother changing any settings. He simply tossed Zhao into one of his contact groups and left him there. As for Zhao, even though he was sitting right beside him, he still sent him a message. "Are you a GG or an MM?" Xie Yu resisted the urge to block him. "Are you stupid?" Zhao put away his phone with a grin. "You have to be polite online. That's how everyone says hello." Quiet. During the break, Xuézhā walked into the classroom. The hallway was noisy, so she had to raise her voice. "I have something to do next period, so Miss Wang will substitute for me. I won't be here this afternoon either. If you have any questions, tell the class representative, and they'll report them to me tomorrow." Class representative. "Remember to keep everyone in order, understood?" Anonymous A. "What's going on now?" Anonymous B. "Honestly, if she's going to keep bringing substitute teachers, she should at least tell them where we've stopped. Every class ends up awkward." Anonymous C. "Did something happen at Miss Su's home?" Xuézhā's family was well off. Ever since the semester began, she'd been preparing for her transfer. Their class had the worst academic performance among the regular classes, and their situation was unusually difficult. The school had assigned the class to Xuézhā because they believed she was capable. But Xuézhā stubbornly believed they were making things difficult for her. As an elite teacher, preparing to move to a prestigious school, she naturally had little patience for this class and invested almost no effort into them. The students weren't blind. Their dislike for her grew stronger every day. The phone beneath the desk vibrated twice. Zhao glanced down. 2 new messages. Zhao Ji, Yang Wenyuan has been hanging around Xuézhā lately. You'd better be careful. If Xuézhā can't settle things with you, experimental high school definitely won't let her transfer so easily. They'll say she isn't capable of teaching, and even her relative won't be able to protect her. She'll probably do something about the incident where you beat up that goody two-shoes, Yang. When the final class before lunch ended, Xuézhā slipped in through the back door to invite Zhao to the cafeteria. The moment he walked in, he noticed Zhao's seat was empty. Turning to Xie Yu, he asked, "Bro, where's Zhao Ji?" "Him," Xie Yu replied. "Skipped class." Xuézhā looked at him expectantly, waiting for more. And Xie Yu remained seated. He planned to wait until the cafeteria crowd had thinned before going. He was halfway through a rhythm game. Although he'd muted the sound, his fingers still danced across the screen with astonishing speed. Xuézhā thought, I know he skipped class. I'm asking where he went afterward. After finishing the game, Xie Yu looked up and realized Xuézhā was still standing there. Oh, you wanted to know where Zhao went. He paused. How would I know? None of my business. So cold. No humanity at all. Like some emotionless killer. Xuézhā searched everywhere, from the bathrooms to the rooftop, before finally finding Zhao in the boys' dormitory. After unloading a long string of complaints, he concluded, Your deskmate is really heartless. Only then did he notice Zhao hadn't reacted at all. Closing the dorm room door, Xuézhā turned around. Zhao was lounging in a chair, one long leg bent with his foot resting on the seat. Several buttons of his school uniform were undone, giving him an untamed, rebellious look. Going for the wild boy image, Xuézhā asked, The hell I am. Zhao glared at him. Whether my deskmate has a heart isn't for you to judge. He had slept through 2 class periods and had only just climbed out of bed. Running a hand through his messy hair, he asked, What are you here for? To eat lunch with you, obviously. If I go with you, I don't have to wait in line. Xuézhā grinned. It's pretty great when everyone lets you cut in line. Zhao was clearly in a bad mood. After ruffling his hair, his hand paused before reaching toward the box of lollipops on the table. Forget those. Xuézhā pushed the box aside, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and handed it over with a lighter. It's fine to smoke once in a while. Even if you're quitting, you don't have to do it all at once. Zhao held the cigarette pack for a moment before tossing it back. Xuézhā barely managed to catch it. Nice throw. You're really not smoking. No. I didn't expect Zhao Ji to be a man of principle. I've always had principles. Zhao picked out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Stop tempting me. It won't work. Xuézhā shrugged, took a cigarette for himself, and lit it. The lighter clicked. He lowered his head, took a long drag, and after a moment of silence said, I heard the news too. That bastard Yang Wenyuan. The more I think about it, the more I want to kill him. The moment he heard Lu Yuan was transferring schools, he started causing trouble and even tried dragging you into it. He's asking for death. Zhao quietly sucked on the lollipop without replying. Your homeroom teacher's an idiot too. She taught Yang Wenyuan in the first year. Since his grades were good, she treated him like her own son. She has no idea what kind of person he really is. Now her resume isn't impressive enough to get into that elite school, so she wants to sacrifice you. Xuézhā flicked away the cigarette ash. If you ask me, Zhao Ji, you might as well expose Yang Wenyuan's dirty secrets. If he insists on throwing himself into the line of fire, then no one knows who'll end up dead. Expose what? Zhao finally spoke. What happened with Lu Yuan? We can't talk about it. Xuézhā took one last drag before letting out a long sigh. Fuck. Chapter 16. The two sat in silence for quite a while. Xuézhā was a heavy smoker. After finishing one cigarette, he immediately wanted another. Zhao couldn't stand the smell anymore. After all, he hadn't successfully quit smoking himself. He raised a hand and pointed toward the door. If you want to smoke, do it outside. Scram. Xuézhā said. It's fine if you don't want to smoke, but you're restricting my freedom. Zhao tossed a pillow at him. Xuézhā reacted quickly and dodged it. While they were talking, Zhao's phone on the table lit up with a ding as a message came in. A few seconds later, the screen went dark again. Zhao picked up his phone to check it. Xie Yu had sent exactly 7 words and 1 punctuation mark. An official will observe class this afternoon. Who is it? Xuézhā leaned over and asked. Zhao glanced at the screen as he typed his reply. The emotionless killer. Xuézhā didn't know Xie Yu very well. He had only started interacting with him after Xie Yu became Zhao's deskmate. His first impression of Xie Yu had been that, although the guy was ridiculously handsome, he wasn't easy to get along with. Now, after actually getting to know him, that first impression had only been confirmed. His Zhao Ji was the only exception. He's only emotionless toward everyone else. Zhao finished replying, then generously held up his phone for Xuézhā to see. See that? My deskmate is as warm as springtime to me. Xuézhā felt this incident probably wasn't nearly as warm as Zhao imagined. When he'd left class 2, grade 3, he'd personally seen Xie Yu tear a sheet of paper off in utter frustration, scribble several large words across it, and throw it onto Zhao's desk. Apparently, too many people had spent the morning asking where Zhao had gone. Written messily across the paper were the words, "Not here. Skipped class. I don't know." It was the first time Xuézhā had ever seen someone so openly announce that his deskmate had skipped class. A true talent. In reality, the situation really wasn't that heartwarming. Whenever an official came to observe a class, the school was normally notified in advance. They even selected the specific day so teachers could prepare every question and answer session beforehand. This time, however, everything had happened far too suddenly. Xuézhā hurriedly called the teacher from the neighboring class to watch over class 2, grade 3 for her. No one was allowed to be absent. Teacher Wang walked into the classroom, looked around, then stood beside the note on Zhao's desk for a long moment before asking Xie Yu to contact him. If they couldn't get him back in time, they would say he was out sick. Less than 10 minutes before afternoon class, Zhao straightened his clothes and headed back. As he walked out, he noticed Xuézhā still standing there in a daze. "What are you doing standing around? Go to class." "Ah," Xuézhā answered, but stopped again at the doorway. "What about this? If we can't talk about Lu Yuan, how are we supposed to resolve your situation?" The conversation had circled back once more. Zhao shoved his hands into his pockets. "We'll talk about it another time." As expected, Yang Wenyuan's incident soon became the center of discussion again. First, Xuézhā took Yang Wenyuan to the school administration, insisting the matter couldn't simply be ignored. Later, Yang Wenyuan's parents even came to the school, demanding an explanation. "Just look at my son's face and arms. This is outrageous. How can someone like this exist in your school?" Both of Yang Wenyuan's parents wore glasses and looked like intellectuals, but the moment they opened their mouths, that impression completely disappeared. "I heard this Zhao causes trouble all the time. No wonder he beat our son up. Why hasn't he been dealt with yet? What exactly is your school doing?" Xuézhā, Zhao's homeroom teacher, stood beside them with a dark expression. "We accept full responsibility for this matter. I'll make sure to educate him properly. At this point, all I can do is sincerely apologize. A student from my class made a mistake." Zhao couldn't listen anymore. "Educate me?" Zhao laughed in anger. "Do you even have the right to educate anyone? How can you speak to a teacher like that?" The situation had reached a stalemate. At that moment, however, a witness appeared. Lu Xuanhao knocked on the office door. "Miss Su, were you looking for me?" When Lu Xuanhao returned from the guidance office, the entire class immediately surrounded him. "Class rep, we heard you testified. Did you really see Zhao beat up Yang Wenyuan with your own eyes?" Lu Xuanhao corrected them. "I saw what happened before that. Badass. What a brave warrior." The classroom buzzed with excitement. Everyone said that if it had been them, they wouldn't have dared stick their necks out. It's nothing. Lu Xuanhao scratched his head. "I hesitated too, but for the sake of love and justice." Xie Yu had never liked making judgments about things like this. It had nothing to do with him anyway. What people saw with their own eyes wasn't necessarily the truth, especially when rumors were involved. Before coming to Blackwater Street to hide from debt collectors, he'd assumed everyone living there was either a thug or a worthless bum. But he had nowhere else to go. On the very first day, Su Yanmei, covered in tattoos and foul language, had knocked on their door carrying a bowl of dumplings. "I made too many. They're not that great, so eat them with something else. From that first act of kindness onward, she'd looked after them for nearly 10 years. So what happened? What's going on now? Lu Xuanhao replied. He might be expelled. It's pretty serious this time. Expelled. While the rest of the class continued chatting excitedly, Xie Yu lay on his desk playing with his phone. A long while later, Zhao was finally released from the guidance office and returned to class. Lu Xuanhao was at the front solving a math problem on the board when Zhao walked in. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Xuanhao caught sight of Zhao's silhouette, and the chalk in his hand snapped. Surprisingly, Zhao didn't even glance at him. Lu Xuanhao secretly let out a sigh of relief. Xie Yu couldn't help feeling a little doubtful about all the talk of expulsion. After all, when Zhao returned, he was still in the mood to keep playing that dress-up game. Xuézhā reacted even more dramatically than Zhao himself, as though he were the one about to be expelled. Fuck that. Where the hell did your class rep come from? Why are you making such a fuss? He's a decent guy, Zhao said. This isn't his fault. So what's happening now? Xuézhā asked. Did they let you go just to think things over? Are they making you apologize and write a self-reflection? Is Su Xia's entire teaching career missing only one damn reflection essay from you? Both classes had gym at the same time. The two of them crossed the football field toward the gymnasium. Xuézhā kept talking nonstop. Whether Zhao was listening or not was anyone's guess. When he spotted Xie Yu sitting beneath the shade of a tree, he simply raised a hand and waved. Xie Yu had just looked up after hearing someone call his name when a basketball came flying out of the court and headed straight for his head. A student walked over from the basketball court. My hand slipped. Sorry. The moment Xuézhā recognized him, he exploded. Fucking Wěizhuāng. You did that on purpose, didn't you? He hadn't even thrown accurately. Judging by the angle, it was obvious he'd actually been aiming at Zhao. Without saying a word, Zhao bent down, picked up the basketball, walked over beside Xie Yu, then hurled it back toward Wěizhuāng. The ball barely grazed Wěizhuāng before slamming into the metal fence with a deafening clang. Smiling, Zhao returned the favor. My hand slipped. One of Wěizhuāng's friends hurried over and grabbed him. Sorry. But Wěizhuāng refused to move. He was so thin, he looked like a skeleton draped in clothes. His face was long and pockmarked, dark circles hung beneath his eyes, and he looked perpetually sick. Standing there, he finally forced out the words. Zhao, this isn't over. You're going to lose. Zhao replied. Quit talking shit and get lost. Do you know why? Wěizhuāng smiled. Because your grades suck. Damn you. The words, your grades suck, seemed to strike a raw nerve. Or perhaps all the frustration Zhao had bottled up over the past several days had finally found an outlet. He slowly walked forward. You don't understand human language, do you? He asked quietly. Zhao rarely lost his temper. Xuézhā had known him for years and could count the number of times he'd seen him angry on one hand. Zhao was naturally easygoing. Even if someone else got furious, he usually wouldn't. From that perspective, Wěizhuāng really was talented. Let's go, Wěizhuāng. Come on, let's go. Wěizhuāng's friends might have been willing to let him seek death, but they certainly weren't willing to join him. Together, they dragged him away. Only after Wěizhuāng disappeared from sight did Xuézhā finally let out a breath. Zhaoji, calm down. You have to stay calm. If you really want to beat him up, we'll find a dark alley, throw a sack over his head, and then beat him however we want. That was Wěizhuāng. Huh. Xuézhā turned around and saw the emotionless killer standing beside them. Yeah, goody two-shoes Yang. That's him. Xie Yu had been trying to remember where he'd seen him before. When the name finally matched the face, he said expressionlessly, Oh, isn't that the idiot who sexually harassed a girl? Zhao. Xuézhā. How do you know that? Friend, can we talk? Xuézhā finally recovered from the shock. How do you know about this? Did you know Lu Yuan? Damn it, I thought only Zhaoji and I knew. Xie Yu answered with only 3 words. I saw it. It had happened during his first year. The signal in the West building was terrible. Anyone who wanted to use their phone either had to rely on luck or wander around searching for reception. At the time, Zhou Dalai had just started live streaming. His streaming career was still in its infancy, and he didn't have many viewers, so he'd repeatedly reminded Xie Yu to tune in on time and boost his viewer count. Searching for a signal, Xie Yu wandered all the way to the restroom. The reception there was decent. The environment, however, left much to be desired. Boss, yeah, I believe your love for me is stronger than excrement and urine, Danmei said while playing his game. Really? Now's the time to prove how much you love me. Love my ass. Fuck off. Xie Yu sent Danmei a virtual gift and was about to leave, but Danmei wouldn't stop rambling. He insisted on chatting because streaming without interacting with viewers was too lonely, and Boss Xie absolutely had to keep the atmosphere lively. That lively atmosphere lasted all the way until evening self-study. Danmei said, if you like this streamer, send me a gift. Anyone still watching? Am I really that unpopular? Xie Yu was typing. Go be lonely by yourself. I'm leaving. Before he could send it, the restroom door was kicked open with a loud bang, followed by sounds of struggling and a girl's muffled cry. Chapter 17. They found a secluded spot, a grassy patch near the equipment room, with a massive rock in the middle that resembled a small mountain. The three of them squatted there, leaning against the mountain. Just as Xie Yu was about to stand, Wěizhuāng grabbed him and pulled him back down. Stay right there. Talk. Keep talking. There really wasn't much to say. Xie Yu didn't know anyone named Wěizhuāng. He only remembered the girl squatting on the floor with her face buried in her hands, crying. Wěizhuāng had been terrified. After taking 2 blows from the wooden stick, he turned and ran. Xie Yu had no intention of crouching down to comfort the girl. As far as he was concerned, he had already done his civic duty. He tossed the stick he'd grabbed into one of the restroom stalls and headed for the exit. He had barely taken a step when someone grabbed the leg of his pants. The girl tugged weakly at him. Please don't tell anyone. Yeah, that's her, Xuézhā said. She's incredibly timid. She'd rather let people bully her than make a sound. Then he added, so you beat goody two-shoes Yang until he ran away? Wěizhuāng still couldn't quite understand it himself. Then why is this guy only bothering me? Is he jealous of my good looks? Xie Yu replied calmly. I was wearing a mask. The restroom itself hadn't smelled too bad, but the disinfectant had been overwhelming. Xie Yu had grabbed a mask before going in, though he hadn't expected he'd actually need it. Wěizhuāng let out a thoughtful, ah. Xuézhā immediately shattered his fantasy. Forget it, Zhao Ji. Even if you wore a mask, it wouldn't help. Big bro Xie only beat him up. Think about what you did. What did I do? I didn't hit him. Wěizhuāng looked innocent. I was very merciful. If stripping someone's pants off, standing there mocking the size of his dick, and making him run around naked for nearly 3 hours counted as mercy, then Wěizhuāng would probably have preferred a beating. After hearing the full story, even Xie Yu fell silent. I really don't like fighting, Wěizhuāng said. I prefer settling things peacefully. Peacefully. It really had been peaceful. No wonder Wěizhuāng couldn't let it go. That incident had undoubtedly become one of the greatest humiliations of his life. For someone as proud as an elite student like him, how could he possibly endure it? When Wěizhuāng transferred schools, he assumed the only witness against him was gone. With no one left to expose him, he seized the opportunity to cause trouble. But because of one girl's plea, and to protect her reputation, Wěizhuāng had silently endured everything, even when Wěizhuāng had come right to his doorstep looking for a fight. It made Xie Yu see his deskmate in a different light. Otherwise, Wěizhuāng said as he picked up a pebble and flicked it away. Do you think I'd have let him live this long? The pebble struck a piece of exercise equipment, bounced twice, then rolled away. Wěizhuāng looked after it. It's been damn miserable holding all this in. The latter half of Xuézhā's PE class had been changed to a boys' assembly. All the boys had to gather on the soccer field, line up, and practice passing drills. After chatting for a little while longer, Xuézhā got to his feet and dusted himself off. I've got to go. We'll talk later. Calm down, Zhao Ji. Seriously, stay calm. Without even looking up, Wěizhuāng waved him away. Get lost. The temperature outside had reached 32 degrees Celsius. Xie Yu had no interest in staying under the blazing sun. Just as he was about to leave, Wěizhuāng suddenly grabbed him and pulled him down onto the grass beside him. The afternoon sunlight was blinding. Xie Yu narrowed his eyes. He wondered if he'd been too easygoing these past few days and somehow given his deskmate the wrong idea. Then he heard Wěizhuāng mutter carelessly. So anyone can become a teacher, huh? Several clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Wěizhuāng reached into his pocket out of habit, only to pull out a lollipop. The heat had softened it, making the wrapper sticky. An indescribable feeling welled up inside him. Voices echoed through his mind. Xuézhā's self-righteous lectures. Goody two-shoes, Yang sneering. Your grades suck. Zhao turned his head. Got a cigarette? No. With some effort, Zhao peeled open the lollipop. Xie Yu caught the scent. Damn. Strawberry again. The two lay there silently for a while. Then, just as Zhao bit into the candy with a crunch, Xie Yu suddenly sat up and kicked him. Let's go. Go where? If this teacher won't do anything, then we'll find another one. The weather was unbearably hot. As Xie Yu spoke, he tugged at the collar of his shirt and fanned himself. A large stretch of pale skin flashed into view, along with the sharp hollow of his collarbone. Xie Yu had a good physique. He wasn't especially tall, but he was well-proportioned. When he lifted his shirt, there were no scrawny ribs sticking out. He was still growing, carrying the youthful beauty and stubbornness of adolescence. Beautiful, defiant, all sharp edges and bared claws. For a brief moment, Zhao was distracted. He wasn't sure whether it was because of Xie Yu's absurdly bold suggestion, or because of Xie Yu himself. The two climbed over the chain-link fence surrounding the dormitory, bypassed the lobby, and slipped in through the side entrance. Since many students lived on campus, the school had strict rules about entering and leaving the dorms. Anyone returning during class hours, whether to retrieve something or because they felt sick, needed a signed permission slip from a teacher and had to register at the front desk. The fence itself wasn't difficult to climb. The problem was that no one dared. The dean of students, nicknamed Mad Dog, had an office window overlooking the dormitories. If he happened to see someone climbing the fence, they'd be lucky to escape alive. Toilet. Stall. Phone. Xie Yu landed lightly on the other side, steadying himself with one hand on the ground. Without looking back, he simply tossed out those 3 words. Think about it. Zhao frowned. What are we doing? Making elementary school vocabulary sentences. They were clearly experienced. Both of them vaulted over the fence with speed, precision, and effortless grace, as though professionally trained. From the soccer field, Xuézhā happened to catch sight of 2 figures jumping the fence. They looked familiar. He scratched the back of his head. Why does one of them look so much like Zhao Ji? You live in the dorms too? Following Xie Yu upstairs, Zhao realized they were getting closer and closer to his own room. Xie Yu finally stopped at the room directly across from his. He reached above the door frame, retrieved the spare key, and unlocked the door. 2. Where do you live? Across the hall. Zhao pointed to the opposite door. Right there. So you're the idiot who put up the sign that says, preparing for the Gaokao. Do not disturb. Xie Yu silently thought to himself. Zhao proudly introduced the piece of paper taped to his door. The teachers usually don't come in to inspect my room. They're afraid of interrupting my studying. Works really well. You should try it sometime. No thanks. Xie Yu walked inside, pulled a storage box out from under his bed, and began rummaging through it. The box was filled with miscellaneous items. Flashlights, spare batteries, bandages, and other odds and ends. Zhao sat in the chair, watching him. What are you looking for? Xie Yu ignored him. Bored, Zhao looked around the room. It was surprisingly tidy. There was a computer on the desk. His gaze drifted past it and landed on the Rubik's Cube sitting beside the pen holder. By the time Xie Yu found his old phone, Zhao had already solved the cube. Every side was a single, perfect color. Neat and orderly. I don't know if it's still on here. Xie Yu powered up the phone. I made a recording. Zhao froze. His hand stopped moving. For a moment, he wondered if he'd misheard. Xie Yu repeated himself. I recorded everything that happened in the restroom that day. That young whatever. Everything he said is on here. I almost forgot. That kind of thinking was unusually mature for a high school student. Most teenagers their age acted first and thought later. When trouble came, they charged forward with their fists. How many high school students would think to preserve evidence first? Back when Yang Wenyuan had dragged Lu Yuan into the restroom, Xie Yu's first instinct had been to turn on the voice recorder. Afterward, he'd intended to ask Lu Yuan whether she wanted the recording as evidence. But her determination to bury everything had been overwhelming. If she truly wanted to fight back, things wouldn't have turned out this way. She was terrified people would find out, even though she was the victim. Expelled from school. Damn, the school moved fast. A few days later, a new notice appeared on the school bulletin board. Students crowded around it. Lu Xuanhao had arrived late. Standing on tiptoe at the outer edge of the crowd, he squinted at the notice. Expelled as disciplinary punishment. When he read the next line, he froze. Holy shit. Yang Wenyuan. Yang Wenyuan got expelled? What about He Zhao? The boy beside Lu Xuanhao was equally stunned. What the hell happened? Things changed faster than anyone had imagined. Not only were the students shocked, even Xuézhā was completely dumbfounded. She had taught Yang Wenyuan for an entire year. He had excellent grades. He'd been almost guaranteed admission to a top-tier university. Now she remembered all the promises she'd made to the school on his behalf. Her mind went blank. The world spun around her. Only 2 words remained. I'm finished. The recording He Zhao submitted to the school had been edited to remove Lu Yuan's voice. Everything Yang Wenyuan had said, however, remained intact. Word for word. On the spot, Yang Wenyuan gave a masterclass in changing his attitude. Soon afterward, his entire family followed suit. Gone was the arrogance they'd shown just days earlier. His parents even grabbed He Zhao's hand, pleading desperately, I know you're a good kid. He Zhao nearly laughed. Oh, is this some kind of radio program? Now that you need my help, suddenly I'm a good kid? The school administrators asked who the girl was. He Zhao answered with a question. Can you guarantee the victim's privacy won't be violated? Only the school's upper administration knew the complete truth. Everything was kept strictly confidential. But Yang Wenyuan's crimes were undeniable. On the day of the expulsion, Xuézhā was so happy that he bought soft drinks for the entire class. When he went to find He Zhao, he discovered the class representative from Class 3 standing in front of Zhao Ji, apologizing. Behind the classroom windows, the entire Class 2, Grade 3 had gathered to watch. It was a truly spectacular scene. Lu Xuanhao's face was bright red. I'm sorry, classmate He Zhao. I misunderstood everything. He Zhao solemnly patted him on the shoulder. It's all right. It's all right. Life is full of surprises. I'm not only handsome, I'm also incredibly magnanimous. Lu Xuanhao. Xuézhā. He couldn't bear to watch. Even Xie Yu couldn't keep listening. Holding his phone in one hand, he groped around with the other until he found a pencil case. Without hesitation, he threw it out the window. It smacked He Zhao squarely. Shut up. The so-called school tyrants had always been exaggerated by rumors. Most of the stories about them had been passed from person to person, growing half true and half false along the way. In the end, no one really knew what the truth was. But now, for the first time, the students of Class 2, Grade 3 realized that these 2 school tyrants were nothing like the legends claimed. Chapter 18. A New Day. A shout pierced the lingering morning mist, jolting everyone fully awake. Stand up straight. All of you, get over here and line up properly. Stop staring at the damn ground. Do you think flowers are going to bloom there? Don't be shy. There's no point being shy now. You've already thrown away all your dignity anyway. Back straight. Heads up. Eyes forward. Look at me. A dozen or so students stood before the bronze statue at the entrance of Liangno 2 High School. They were lined up in 2 neat rows, heads lowered, heavy backpacks hanging from their shoulders. Even those who hadn't fully woken up had their last traces of sleep blasted away by the shouting. Everyone stiffened and trembled where they stood. One of the boys couldn't help himself. He glanced up at the dean of students, then quickly lowered his head again and muttered, "Mad dog." Dean Zhang's sharp ears caught something. Pointing at the students, he barked, "Who said that?" His chest rose and fell with anger. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on his nose, but they did nothing to soften his fierce appearance. In one hand, he held a roster listing all the students who had been late. Anyone caught arriving late more than 3 times would have their name recorded on the final page, the blacklist. The nickname Mad Dog had existed for years. Students from earlier classes had coined it, and it had been passed down ever since. Everyone knew never to provoke Dean Zhang. According to legend, Mad Dog was even more terrifying than a tigress. Dean Zhang narrowed his eyes and walked slowly from one end of the line to the other, sneering. Late again. The new semester has barely started, and you're already making a habit of being late. He walked back along the line once more before suddenly stopping. The students all held their breath. Then Dean Zhang raised his voice. He Zhao? What's your excuse? He Zhao stepped forward. I was late. You're living in the dorms this semester, and I still catch you arriving at the school gate late. Dean Zhang waved the others away. The rest of you, get back to class. He Zhao, stay. Once everyone else had left, Dean Zhang continued. Your talent for breaking school rules really is remarkable. He Zhao replied that he'd gone for a morning run and lost track of time. Dean Jiang looked him up and down. Zhao looked spotless from head to toe. If he stood any closer, Dean Jiang was sure he'd be able to smell laundry detergent on him. A morning run, my ass. More like a leisurely stroll for old men. Dean Jiang couldn't be bothered arguing. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was already 10 minutes into class. The usual. I know, a reflection essay. As Zhao spoke, he started walking away. I'll have it on your desk before lunch. See you, Dean Jiang. Just as he was about to disappear, Dean Jiang called out again. Wait. Come back. Zhao stopped. What's going on with that petition your class submitted? After everything that had happened, Xuézhā hadn't received any formal punishment, but her transfer to experimental high school had fallen through completely. Since she sincerely admitted her mistakes, and because she'd taught for more than 10 years, the school administration ultimately decided not to pursue the matter further. What really gave the administrators a headache was that Class 3 wanted to replace their homeroom teacher. When Zhao first mentioned it, he'd assumed nobody in the class would support the idea. Usually, Class 3 stayed quiet and kept to themselves. Instead, everyone's resentment towards Xuézhā erupted all at once. Xuézhā was the first to rally everyone. Down with her. The energetic boy's eyes sparkled as he looked around the classroom. As long as the whole class joins in, even if we fail, they'll go easier on us if we're all guilty together. Xuézhā smacked him on the head. Know-it-all, why are you so pessimistic? We haven't even started yet, and you're already talking about failing. Know-it-all protested. This isn't pessimism. It's strategy. I can think of at least 10 cases like this. Last year, Class 5 protested because their PE period got taken away. Originally, Zhao had enthusiastically wanted to drag Xie Yu along to confront Mad Dog together. Xie Yu pointed at the petition in Xuézhā's hand, already covered with signatures from more than half the class. I already signed it. That's more than enough support from me. After stopping Zhao, Dean Jiang didn't say much more before finally leaving. Zhao ran all the way back to the classroom. While the English teacher wasn't looking, he slipped in quietly through the back door and sat down. Digging through his light backpack, he took out a cup of warm soy milk and handed it to Xie Yu. Here. Xie Yu looked at the cup and straw. What's this? Drink it. Zhao hung his bag on the back of his chair. Didn't you say you wanted unsweetened soy milk? Ever since discovering they lived across the hall from each other, Zhao had started knocking on Xie Yu's door whenever he felt like it, whether he had a reason or not. Naturally, Xie Yu never welcomed these visits. Sometimes Zhao even got up early just to wake him. Come on, let's grab breakfast. That was when Zhao discovered Xie Yu was ridiculously picky about food. If he didn't like something, he'd rather skip the meal entirely. It's all soy milk. What's the difference? Zhao had asked. I don't drink sweet soy milk. The school cafeteria only sold sweet soy milk. Only the breakfast stalls outside the school offered unsweetened. Zhao had originally wanted to treat Xie Yu to breakfast to thank him for helping so much. Instead, he'd somehow become his errand boy. What are we doing? Homework. Zhao searched for quite a while before finally finding his English textbook. After opening it, he looked even more confused. When was this assigned? Xie Yu had borrowed the homework from the students in front to copy. Without even looking up, he answered. No idea. Probably while you were busy deciding whether to wear the lace skirt or the leather pants. Unfortunately, the English teacher had already noticed Zhao's movements. After writing the exercise on the board, she set down the chalk and called his name. The student who was late. Come explain this. When you see a question like this, what's the first thing you should do? Zhao slowly stood up. After thinking for a moment, he answered, skip it and move on to the next question. Xie Yu was halfway through copying a translation. Hearing that answer, his pencil kept moving, turning the letter C into a long, sweeping curve. The English teacher, the entire class. Zhao continued seriously. When you come across a question you can't answer, don't waste your time on it. After a long silence, someone finally burst into laughter. Then the entire classroom erupted. Ha ha, just skip it. What a genius. The English teacher tried to keep a straight face, but eventually laughed too. Sit down and pay attention. Once morning self-study ended, news spread throughout the class that Xuézhā had been transferred to teach the first-year students. I heard one of the first-year teachers lost her voice and needs surgery, so Xuézhā is taking over that class. Our new homeroom teacher's surname is Tang. Know-it-all had been eavesdropping outside the faculty office and came running back with the latest gossip. And he transferred here from a top school. He's some kind of special grade teacher. Sounds amazing. Wanda, whose surname happened to be Huang, always seemed to have an endless supply of underground gossip. No one knew where he got his information, and nobody could ever tell whether any of it was actually true. He liked to boast that there wasn't a single thing happening in half the city outside Liangno. Too high school that he didn't know. That was why everyone called him Know-it-all. Lu Tsuanhao, busy collecting homework, asked, "You actually dared to eavesdrop outside Mad Dog's office?" Wanda puffed out his chest proudly. "You've got to risk your life if you want first-hand information." Normally, Know-it-all's rumors were wrong 9 times out of 10. This time, however, he'd gotten everything exactly right. The new homeroom teacher's surname was Tang. His full name was Tang Sun. Tang Sun looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. A string of Buddhist prayer beads was wrapped around his wrist, and he taught with great dedication. Within just 2 days, he'd already memorized every student's name and face. He was approachable and spoke well, never putting on airs. The only problem was that he talked a lot. In a single speech, he could wander across several completely unrelated topics, somehow connecting them so naturally that the transitions never felt strange. Student on duty, make sure the classroom is clean before you leave. Go to bed early and get enough sleep. Don't eat food that's too greasy. If you don't know how to solve a problem, leave it for now. You can ask questions, but don't copy. When you get home, remember to check on your parents. They've worked hard all day too. Oh, and it might rain tomorrow, so bring an umbrella. After the final class ended, the boarding students stayed behind for evening self-study. Coincidentally, both Zhao and Xie Yu frequently skipped evening study sessions. Sometimes one of them skipped. Sometimes both did. That was why, even after living in the dorms for half a month, neither of them had realized the other also lived on campus. More than half the class had already left. The remaining dozen or so students finished their homework and started chatting. Outside, night had completely fallen. Wanda lowered his voice mysteriously. "Have you guys heard about the ghost in our dormitory?" While Know-it-all enthusiastically launched into another supernatural story, Zhao had already dragged Xie Yu into a multiplayer game and was completely focused on showing off. "I'm seriously amazing. Did you see that? 2 kills at once. Come over here. I'll cover you." Xie Yu replied flatly. "Take a closer look. I was the one who got that kill." The game didn't allow teammates to attack each other. Otherwise, Xie Yu probably would have killed Zhao first. Wanda's voice grew softer and softer. "For the past few nights, people have been hearing strange noises on our floor, especially after midnight. Someone keeps knocking on the doors. I heard that a few days ago it was only on the 1st floor. But starting last night, weird things started happening on the 2nd floor too. I heard the knocking myself. When I opened the door, there wasn't anyone outside. Then, at the end of the hallway, I saw a shadow. I don't know. Maybe I imagined it. But wasn't there always that rumor? You know, about that student who jumped?" Several other students immediately chimed in. "I know. The one who jumped off the roof. I live on the 1st floor. I've heard the knocking plenty of times. Every time it happens, I don't dare open the door. But it stopped downstairs yesterday. Do you think it really moved upstairs?" Xie Yu wasn't paying attention at all. He remained focused on the game. After encountering 2 bosses, he was just about to fight them when he turned and realized his teammate had disappeared. "TSK, weren't you supposed to cover me?" Zhao's expression had changed. "Which floor do we live on again?" "The 3rd. Chapter 19. At school, there were always a few shocking rumors. There was never any evidence to support the story about the student who had jumped. It had simply been passed down from one group of students to the next. Rumor had it that the school had suppressed the incident to protect its reputation, so it was never reported. As for the reason behind the suicide, everyone had a different theory. Academic pressure, heartbreak, family bankruptcy, school bullying. The more Wanda and the others talked, the more excited they became. Before long, they were describing the dormitory building as though it were a haunted house. To set the mood, Wanda reached over and switched off the lights with a click. It was 8 o'clock at night. Outside, it was so dark you could barely see your hand in front of your face. Only the distant lights and the stars overhead were visible. A tall building near the school was celebrating its anniversary, glowing with bright red lights. With the classroom lights off, That crimson glow spilling through the windows looked especially eerie. A girl screamed, "Wanda, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Turn the lights back on. Hurry." Wanda remained completely unfazed. You need atmosphere to tell ghost stories. Atmosphere. The moment the lights went out, Wěizhuāng grabbed Xie Yu's wrist and muttered a curse. Fuck. The game on Xie Yu's phone had already ended, and the screen had gone dark. He turned toward Wěizhuāng without pulling his hand away. You're scared of ghosts? Wanda had no idea what was happening in the back corner of the classroom. As he prepared to begin his terrifying hair salon story, he called out to the two big shots. Zhao Yu, come listen. This story is absolutely terrifying. If either of you can still sleep alone after hearing it, I'll give you 50 cents. Before Wěizhuāng could refuse, his notoriously antisocial deskmate, who usually avoided crowds at all costs, answered first. Sure. There were only 12 people left in the classroom, 8 boys and 4 girls. Wanda sat in the middle while everyone else formed a circle around him. The girls huddled tightly together. Those without seats dragged chairs over and squeezed into whatever space they could find. Xie Yu sat on the outermost edge, near the corner. Wěizhuāng sat beside him. Xie Yu glanced down. Wěizhuāng was still holding his wrist. So you're not planning to let go? Wanda began his supernatural tale in an exaggeratedly mournful voice. Zhao Jie was a very beautiful girl with long, silky black hair. Anyone who saw her would never forget how beautiful her hair was. Xie Yu frowned. Wěizhuāng's fingers, clamped painfully around his wrist, were just as unforgettable. Wanda wasn't an especially gifted storyteller, but he was sincere and stayed completely in character. Combined with the dark atmosphere, it worked surprisingly well. Halfway through the story, all 4 girls screamed together. Their screams were even scarier than the story itself. Anyone paying close attention would have their heart leap right out of their chest. Xie Yu thought Wěizhuāng should just go sit with the girls and scream with them. Instead, Wěizhuāng radiated the unmistakable aura of the big bro has to save face. His whole body stiffened, but he refused to make a sound, pretending to remain perfectly calm. The hairdresser slowly turned around. A strange smile spread across his face. The corners of his lips lifted, higher and higher. Then he picked up the scissors and stood in front of the storage room door. His long bangs covered one eye. He looked completely lifeless, not even like a living person. Wanda lowered his voice until it was almost a whisper. Then, just as the story reached its climax, he suddenly shouted. He opened the door. Inside the storage room, there was an entire shelf covered with human heads. Wěizhuāng's hand slipped lower until it completely clasped Xie Yu's hand. Xie Yu tried shaking him off several times, but failed. Long black hair hung from every scalp, covering both sides of their faces. Their expressions were frozen in agony, terror, despair, twisted by the pain of death. Let go. Xie Yu glanced sideways. Are you letting go or not? No. You're actually scared? Who said I'm scared? Then let go. No. Just as Wanda was vividly describing the horrifying severed heads, a face suddenly appeared outside the classroom window. Half of it was hidden behind the blinds. The other half was barely visible. The facial features couldn't be made out, only the outline. But it was obviously a man. After a moment, the man spoke. What are you all doing? Wanda had been halfway through the story when the face appeared. Even he jumped. Damn! The girls screamed in unison. What are you screaming for? Wěizhuāng pushed open the classroom door and walked inside. Feeling around for the light switch, he flicked the lights back on. What are you all doing? It's evening self-study. Have you finished your homework? Holding a tea party, the noisy group gave him a headache. He tapped the podium with the book in his hand. I could hear your class from the other end of the hallway. Don't you have enough homework? If not, I'll tell your teacher to assign you more. Wanda immediately waved both hands. No. That's not necessary, Wěizhuāng. We already have plenty. Really. Any more, and we'll die. Before going home each evening, Wěizhuāng routinely inspected every classroom. Perhaps because he was in a good mood about finally getting off work, he didn't pursue the matter. He simply reminded them, keep it down and don't disturb everyone else. If I catch this happening again. Yes. The moment Wěizhuāng left, everyone collectively sighed in relief. They were just about to return their chairs when one of the girls screamed again. Quiet. Wanda frowned. Su Qingqing, was my story really that scary? Su Qingqing rolled her eyes. I'm not that timid. Then she deliberately looked toward one corner of the room. Everyone followed her gaze. Their eyes landed on the tightly intertwined hands of the two big bros, Wanda and everyone else. Xie Yu had been held onto for so long that he hadn't even realized anything was wrong. Zhao was still thinking about the ghost story. So, did she escape in the end? If she didn't die, then she went insane, Xie Yu answered calmly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a horror story. Zhao and Xie Yu weren't only famous for being problem students. They were also impossible to ignore because of their looks. Back in their first year, when the school forum had held a vote for the school's most handsome student, the two of them had occupied the top spots. Most students didn't dare approach them in person. Still, perhaps because people always admired beauty from afar, students from other schools constantly posted things like, "Can someone give me XX's contact information? He's so cool." */omega*. There were countless rumors about them, but their romantic histories remained a complete mystery. Ever since they had transferred into Class 3, girls both familiar and unfamiliar with Wanda had constantly asked him about them. Now he finally had an answer. "Forget it. Looks like our class is taking care of both of them already." At 8:30, evening self-study ended. Wanda packed up with everyone else. After the past few days, he genuinely felt that Class 3 had become one big family. After surviving the incident with changing teachers together, they were comrades in arms. "Let me tell you something first." Walking ahead, Wanda lowered his voice. "I heard from outside Mr. Tang's office that next week's monthly exams will use questions written by the teachers themselves. They'll probably use Xuézhāng's exams as the benchmark, so it'll definitely be harder than what we usually do." Xie Yu looked at him. "You're telling me this?" Even Zhao found it strange. Year after year, he and Xie Yu ranked last and second to last in the entire school. Exams meant nothing to them. "So what's the point of telling us?" Wanda said earnestly. "I'm reminding you to prepare your cheating methods early. I heard getting caught cheating this time will have serious consequences. There'll be 3 teachers supervising every exam room." Zhao nodded. "Oh," Xie Yu replied. "Thanks. Really." Back in the dormitory, Xie Yu washed up and opened mock exams, monthly papers. It contained monthly exam papers from every high school in a city. He found last year's Xuézhāng exam papers and started looking through them. He skimmed over the easy questions. Whenever he found an interesting or difficult problem, he stopped to solve it carefully. Time passed quickly. Soon it was lights out. Judging by the brightness, the small desk lamp could probably last another hour. He continued solving problems when his phone suddenly lit up. A QQ message. "Zhao asleep? Xie Yu? Zhao, lonely night. Chat with me. Xie Yu busy. Not chatting. Get lost." By now, Zhao had become completely accustomed to his deskmate's cold attitude. Apparently oblivious to how miserable the conversation was going, he replied anyway. "Zhao, what are you doing?" Looking at the thick stack of math papers and the half-finished function problem in front of him, Xie Yu expressionlessly typed back. "Gaming." "Zhao, what game?" Those 4 words practically screamed. "Let me join you." Xie Yu calmly decided to end the conversation once and for all. "Single-player game." "Zhao." Xie Yu put down his phone. Then he suddenly remembered everything that had happened during evening self-study. He picked it up again and typed another message. "So scared you can't sleep?" This time, Zhao stopped trying to force the conversation. "Zhao/smile. Zhao haha. Very funny. Zhao. Since when have I ever been scared of anything?" Zhao/wave. Xie Yu had never taken Know-It-All's ghost story about the dormitory seriously. To him, it was just another story. Just like the haunted hair salon tale. Pure entertainment. He had lived in the dorms during his first year, too. Nothing unusual had happened the entire year. Mysterious knocking in the middle of the night? What an imagination. By the time Xie Yu finally lay down, it was almost midnight. He lay in bed scrolling through his messages. One photo sent by Zhou Dailai caught his attention. It showed Aunt Mei pinning a suspicious-looking young man to the ground. Caption: "Caught a thief with her bare hands. Absolutely badass." Meanwhile, Aunt Mei was criticizing Zhou Dailai's photography skills in the group chat. Lei's mom fiercely defended her son. "It's the person that matters, not the photography. My son's picture is great." Xie Yu stared at the photo for a long time. In the end, he didn't reply. He simply gave it a like. He had just set his phone aside when a sound echoed through the otherwise silent hallway. Slow, very slow footsteps. They came closer. closer, then stopped outside one of the dorm room doors. Xie Yu clearly heard 2 knocks. Thunk, thunk. Chapter 20. Xuézhā received a call from Wěizhuāng at nearly 1 in the morning. Still half asleep, he reached for his phone. After fumbling around for a while, all he found was a puddle of drool by his mouth. Sitting up with a fuzzy head and a foul mood, he muttered, "Who is it in the middle of the night?" Anyone would be annoyed after being dragged out of a deep sleep. But the moment Xuézhā saw the words Zhao Ji on the screen, his attitude changed completely. "Zhao Ji, what can I do for you?" Xuézhā switched on the light and sat upright. "On this peaceful night, would you like 13-spice crayfish, Yang Yuan Road's famous fried buns, or a late-night chat service?" Xuézhā was ready to charge into battle at a moment's notice, but Wěizhuāng simply said, "I have a question." "Ask. Go ahead. I'm wondering." Wěizhuāng scratched his head, unsure how to phrase it. After hesitating for a while, he finally asked something that would keep Xuézhā awake for the rest of the night. "Do you think Xie Yu, the Xie Yu you know, would let me hug him while I sleep?" Xuézhā felt as though he'd been struck by lightning. He hadn't been visiting class 3 much lately. Had he missed something important? How had things taken such a bizarre turn? Was he still dreaming? Maybe he hadn't actually woken up yet. "Zhao Ji, I think, whether it's the Xie Yu I know or the Xie Yu you know, he definitely won't agree." Xuézhā stammered. "I can't even imagine how many different ways you'll end up dying." Wěizhuāng asked, "Is it really that certain?" "Absolutely. More certain than certain." As soon as Xuézhā finished speaking, Wěizhuāng hung up in disappointment. It wasn't ordinary disappointment, either. There was something else mixed into it, some complicated emotion Xuézhā couldn't quite understand. The next morning, Wěizhuāng didn't knock on Xie Yu's door to ask him to breakfast. Before leaving, Xie Yu glanced at the room across the hall. The door was tightly shut, and there wasn't the slightest sound inside. After hesitating for a moment, he chose not to knock and headed straight to class. Speaking of it, our dorm building is seriously weird. The moment he walked into the classroom, he heard Wanda enthusiastically spreading another ridiculous rumor. "Didn't I tell you I heard knocking on the 2nd floor a few days ago? Well, last night it disappeared. Isn't that strange? A bunch of people heard it. There's no way it was just someone's imagination." Lu Xuanhao didn't live in the dorms, so ghost stories didn't bother him in the slightest. "Stop scaring yourselves. It's nothing like that. Believe in science, okay? Come on, everyone, believe in science." Su Qingqing rolled her eyes. "Know it all, saying it once is enough. You don't have to keep repeating it. Besides, why doesn't anything like that ever happen in the girls' dorm? If it really knocked on my door, I'd just open it and smack it so hard its head cracked." One of the boys slowly raised his hand. I heard it too. It's real. Last night there was knocking on the 3rd floor." Wěizhuāng still hadn't arrived, but Xuézhā came sprinting into class 3. He plopped down in Wěizhuāng's seat. "Where's Zhao Ji? He's not here yet." Xie Yu glanced at him and let him stew in that look. Xuézhā understood perfectly well what that look meant. Rubbish. Still, he couldn't help being curious whether Wěizhuāng had actually gone through with his bizarre and life-threatening idea. "So," Xuézhā asked cautiously, "how did you sleep last night?" The story about the knocking on the 3rd floor had already spread throughout the school. Xie Yu assumed Xuézhā had come to gossip about that too. "What do you think?" "I think," Xuézhā said carefully, "maybe you were disturbed a little?" Half the morning classes had already passed before Wěizhuāng finally showed up. "Zhao Ji, Mr. Tang wants you in his office at noon." Lu Xuanhao had just come back from the faculty office and happened to see Wěizhuāng strolling into the classroom. After taking one look at him, he paused. "Those dark circles under your eyes are pretty impressive." Wěizhuāng had rushed out in the morning and hadn't bothered fixing his appearance. He was looking down as he tucked the red string around his neck back inside his collar. "Got it." Earlier that morning, Tang Sun had received a complaint from one of the subject teachers. Apparently, students from his class were absent so often that they treated school like their own home, showing up whenever they felt like it and skipping whenever they pleased. Tang Sun had smiled apologetically on Wěizhuāng's behalf. Yes, I'll definitely have a proper talk with him. This really isn't acceptable." By the time the absentee finally arrived, Tang Sun had already prepared a lengthy lecture. "Wěizhuāng, have a seat." It was the first time in his life a teacher had invited him to sit down during a scolding. Half suspicious, he sat. Tang Sun explained, because this conversation may take a while. Half an hour later, Wěizhuāng fully understood what a while meant. I understand that young people your age have your own ideas, Tang Sun said after taking a sip of water. It's perfectly normal not to enjoy studying. I completely understand. But even if you dislike a subject, avoiding it isn't the answer. A young man must possess fighting spirit, face challenges bravely, and climb toward the peak with courage. Wěizhuāng finally interrupted. How much longer are you going to keep talking? Tang Sun glanced at the outline of his speech and answered honestly. I've only finished 3 of the 5 sections. The major points are still coming. In the end, Tang Sun only stopped because the class bell rang. Let's end here for today. Before he'd even finished speaking, Wěizhuāng was already on his feet, heading for the door. Then Tang Sun suddenly added, about those dark circles under your eyes. One hand on the doorknob, Wěizhuāng sighed. For the first time, he truly felt that being called into a teacher's office was a pain. We young people have exciting nightlife. Back in the classroom, Wěizhuāng dropped onto his desk and immediately fell asleep. His top button was undone, his collar hanging open just enough for the red cord around his neck to peek out. Xie Yu happened to catch sight of it and thought it completely ruined his image. Several girls were standing outside in the hallway, pointing toward their classroom and whispering excitedly among themselves. Ever since school started, that group of girls had developed a routine. Each carried a water bottle, came over after class to fetch hot water, then stood outside chatting while pretending not to stare at the classroom. Someone had started a betting pool over who they were actually looking at. Wanda had even thrown in 50 yuan. Later, unable to contain his curiosity, he dragged Wěizhuāng over to help verify the answer. Back then, Wěizhuāng had confidently declared, "They're obviously here to look at me." Then he leaned casually against the windowsill. The girls instantly buried their faces in their hands and ran away before he even had the chance to speak. Wanda had leaped into the air. I won. I won. Wěizhuāng had been completely confused. What did you win? Who were they actually here to see? Running away without saying anything. That's really rude. Wanda slowly calmed down before realizing something. Zhao, your understanding of girls. Hey, Xie Yu called out. Wěizhuāng didn't respond. Leaning back in his chair, Xie Yu rolled up his English textbook and smacked Wěizhuāng lightly on the head. Wěizhuāng cracked one eye open. What? Xie Yu pointed at his chest. Button your shirt properly. Wěizhuāng still didn't understand. Huh. It hurts my eyes. My body's amazing, Wěizhuāng protested as he casually fastened the buttons. You're blind. You didn't sleep last night? Wěizhuāng looked up. So after being deskmates this long, you're finally concerned about me? Yeah, Xie Yu replied without mercy. I'm concerned whether you were so scared by the knocking last night that you couldn't fall asleep. To be honest, Wěizhuāng had nearly been scared out of his wits. There weren't many things he feared. Ghosts were the one exception. When he was little, his mother had read him ghost stories as bedtime stories instead of Grimm's fairy tales. Rather than building up any immunity, the fear had sunk deep into his bones. By now, being frightened was practically an instinctive reflex, but he still had a safe face. No way. Then he repeated it. No way. What are you two talking about? Wanda asked as he wandered over, dragged over an empty chair, and sat down. Actually, I need your help with something. Wěizhuāng strolled over as well. Can we borrow your cheat sheets? The next class was an English dictation. Their English teacher was famously strict. If anyone failed, they had to find time afterward to redo it in her office. Everyone had already made preparations on their desks. Some wrote a little, some wrote a lot. Wanda and Wěizhuāng were arguing over whose hidden notes were better. Look at mine. There's no way anyone will find these. Yours? That's ancient technology. Wěizhuāng covered the writing on his desk with his textbook, looking extremely satisfied. What do you know? I've been using this method forever. As they argued, they suddenly noticed that the two worst students in the class were behaving with impossible calm. One was asleep. The other was playing on his phone. Maybe they've already finished making their cheat sheets? Actually, writing on the desk doesn't seem very safe. Let's ask them. Those two definitely have way more experience. Their cheating techniques must be legendary. Under Wanda and Wěizhuāng's eager, hopeful stares, Wěizhuāng calmly offered the perfect answer. Why go to all that trouble? Just open the book and copy. Xie Yu. Wanda stood frozen for several seconds before finally reacting. No cheat sheet beats every cheat sheet. Lu Xuanhao nodded vigorously. Respect. Absolute respect. But reality soon proved that Wěizhuāng wasn't nearly as invincible as they imagined. After opening the textbook, he couldn't even find the vocabulary word. Where is it? Wěizhuāng flipped through the pages over and over. Why is it English on one page and Chinese on the next? Is this really from this unit? Xie Yu had always believed his performance as a bad student had already reached perfection. Only now did he realize he still had a long way to go. A true bad student was far more hopelessly incompetent than he had ever imagined. Chapter 21. If you didn't pass the memorization test, come to the office when you have time. The English teacher had just finished teaching the class next door. She brought the test papers from all 3 classes with her and came over to hand them out. Standing in the doorway, she gave a few instructions before distributing the papers. When you do a memorization test, you treat it like you're answering questions. If you can't remember one, you skip it and wait for the next. Then, in the end, you hand in a blank sheet? Xie Yu lowered his head and couldn't help laughing. Wěizhuāng rested a hand on his deskmate's shoulder and leaned over. So heartless. When I asked to sneak a peek, you wouldn't let me. Xie Yu replied, why bother? You might as well just open the book and copy it. Wěizhuāng was speechless. During the memorization quiz, Xie Yu had hesitated for a while before deciding he really couldn't afford to do too badly. He copied out the vocabulary carefully, making sure his accuracy stayed at around 60%. Wěizhuāng had flipped through his book for a while before catching sight of Xie Yu's paper out of the corner of his eye. An idea immediately occurred to him. You know half of it. Xie Yu's expression remained blank. Is that surprising? The English teacher continued. Su Qingqing, hand out the rest. Check your mistakes. Tonight's homework is the mock paper for this chapter. Do it seriously. The monthly exam is next week. Don't embarrass the class with terrible scores. Wěizhuāng wasn't listening anymore. Then he suddenly heard Xie Yu say, look to your right. At what? Wěizhuāng turned in confusion. There's noth. He stopped halfway through the sentence. Wanda and Lu Xuanhao were staring at them. Their expressions were incredibly complicated. Wěizhuāng felt like he could read an 800-word essay scrolling across their faces. I thought you were the king of cheating, but you secretly handed in a blank paper. Their burning gazes practically bored holes through him. Wěizhuāng calmly looked away as though he'd seen nothing. Then he turned back to Xie Yu. What should we eat tonight? During the short period when the school gates were open after classes ended, students could usually slip out for a proper meal. Although boarding students weren't supposed to leave campus freely, there were simply too many students pouring through the gates after school for even Mad Dog to control. The cafeteria food was mediocre at best. The chef always seemed to use too much salt, the soup was watery, and an entire pot of pork rib soup usually contained only a few lonely pieces of winter melon. Wěizhuāng said, I asked Xuézhā to save us seats at Gold List restaurant. Want to go after class? Gold List. Taking that as agreement, Wěizhuāng lowered his head and replied to Xuézhā. Save one more seat. My deskmate's coming. Xie Yu didn't even get the chance to refuse. He was picky about food, but he rarely left campus. Within 500 meters of Wěizhuāng stood several small restaurants competing fiercely for students' business. Instead of lowering prices or offering discounts, they competed by changing their names. Starting with Gold List Restaurant, shops all along the street adopted increasingly ambitious names. Valedictorian House, Peking Yu Dumplings, Tsinghua Bun Shop. Even the roadside barbecue stalls that city management could drive away at any moment called themselves 985 Barbecue. The view from the school gate was truly spectacular. Gold List Restaurant sat at the far end of the street, just around the corner where things became much quieter. Xuézhā had already claimed a table for 4. While waiting, he flipped through the menu. The dishes were all simple homestyle cooking. He checked off several things they usually ordered before pulling out his phone to ask Wěizhuāng. I'm ordering. What does young master you want? Anything he can't eat? Wěizhuāng remembered the sweetened versus unsweetened soy milk incident and felt that listing everything Xie Yu refused to eat would probably take 3 days and 3 nights. No cilantro, no onions, no garlic, nothing greasy, nothing sweet. Better avoid spicy food too. Xuézhā stared at the message in deep thought. For the first time, he truly felt the weight of the responsibility resting on his shoulders. Boss, can you make the chili chicken without chili? Less oil too. And no scallions. After saying it, even he felt the chili chicken had completely lost its dignity. Wait. Let me look again. Just reading the menu gave him a headache. He texted Wěizhuāng again. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Wěizhuāng replied. Be grateful. That's only what I can remember. Gold List restaurant had been open for many years. The interior looked old, and a large ceiling fan overhead squeaked noisily as it turned. As soon as Xie Yu reached the entrance, he noticed the sign above the door. 6 golden characters. Your name on the gold list. Inside, another table was halfway through dinner. They didn't look like Wěizhuāng students. Every one of them had dyed blonde hair. If they really studied at Wěizhuāng, Dean Zhang would probably have shaved them bald by now. Over here, Xuézhā stood and waved. As Wěizhuāng pushed open the door, the little bell hanging above it jingled continuously. The blonde-haired group next door was drinking beer. Hearing someone enter, they casually glanced sideways while raising their glasses. The most eye-catching among them had a snake tattoo winding from his neck beneath his collar. Sit down, Xuézhā greeted them. Want a pitcher of beer? Now that the legendary bosses of the East and West buildings were eating together, surely they had to drink. In Xuézhā's imagination, they would feast, drink, and reminisce about their glorious days as campus legends. Instead, he heard Xie Yu say, mineral water. Wěizhuāng closed the menu. Watermelon juice. Xuézhā. Xuézhā loved talking nonsense. Listening to him, even someone like Wěizhuāng sounded cold and untouchable. Xie Yu felt Xuézhā and Zhou Dailai should get together and write a novel. Our homeroom teacher's secretly running a tutoring business. Someone reported him, and they dragged him off to the Ministry of Education. Xuézhā was talking animatedly when someone staggered over. The man appeared drunk. He stumbled into their table and crashed straight into Xuézhā. Sorry. I'm a little dizzy. After apologizing, he swayed toward the restroom at the back. Wěizhuāng suddenly put down his chopsticks. Wait. The man froze. Wěizhuāng stood and walked over, his expression instantly turning cold. What are you doing? Zhaoji, it's fine. He just bumped into me, Xuézhā hurriedly said. How are you already angry after drinking watermelon juice? Xie Yu looked up. The snake-tattooed man at the next table quietly set down his glass and exchanged meaningful looks with the others. Wěizhuāng said, Idiot. You're making me angry. Check your pocket. Is anything missing? Xuézhā froze. Several seconds later, realization finally dawned on him. He hurriedly reached into his pocket. My wallet. Where's my wallet? Xie Yu calmly finished the last mouthful of rice before picking up another piece of vegetable. Pretty skilled. Clearly well practiced. Wěizhuāng rolled up his sleeves, exposing his wrists. Then he stepped over and shoved his hand directly into the thief's pocket. Sure enough, his fingers touched soft leather. The thief immediately grabbed Wěizhuāng's wrist to stop him from pulling it out. Wěizhuāng said coldly, I'm only saying this once. Let go. Brothers, it's just a misunderstanding. The blonde man with the snake tattoo finally spoke. The threat beneath his words was obvious. I'm giving you a way out. Take it and pretend none of this happened. Wěizhuāng smiled. I think you've misunderstood what misunderstanding means. The snake-tattooed man slammed down his chopsticks and stood. The others rose with him. 7 or 8 blonde-haired men, all looking aggressive. Seeing the numbers, Xuézhā desperately wanted to say, Forget it, there's only 10 yuan in my wallet anyway. Wěizhuāng didn't consider these nobodies any real threat. Still, appearances had to be maintained. He called out, Old Xie, get over here. The atmosphere instantly became tense. A fight seemed inevitable. Xuézhā looked sturdy enough. People assumed anyone who spent all day with Wěizhuāng had to be a fierce fighter. In reality, he wasn't very good at fighting at all. Even Wěizhuāng had no expectations of him. Meanwhile, Xie Yu continued calmly removing fish bones with his chopsticks, one by one. You two go ahead. Wait until I finish eating. Xuézhā. Wěizhuāng. Xie Yu was in a good mood today and didn't feel like hurting anyone. Unfortunately, there were always idiots eager to offer themselves up. What? Looking down on us. Blonde hair walked over, flipped the plate of fish onto the floor, then kicked the table. When it didn't overturn, he stepped on the spilled fish. Eat. I said eat. Kneel down and lick it up. Xie Yu fell silent. You could have at least left me one bite. When they walked out of Gold List restaurant, Wěizhuāng was still complaining. Fighting with you is the worst. Who steals someone else's opponent like that? I was doing just fine, and you dragged him away to beat him yourself. Xie Yu replied, You're too slow. You call that fighting? The 3 of them squatted beside the road. Xuézhā pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and tried to calm himself. The scene inside had been utterly horrifying. He silently updated his personal list of people never to provoke. Xie Yu now ranked above even Mad Dog. When Zhao fought, he preferred psychological warfare. He slowly tortured people, constantly provoking them with words until they wanted nothing more than to be knocked unconscious. Please, just hit me already. Just beat me up. Xie Yu was different. He barely spoke. Every move was direct and decisive, tossing people around as casually as if he were throwing cabbages. Zhao turned to Xuézhā. Check your wallet. Make sure nothing's missing. Xuézhā pulled it out and opened it. Everything's here. Nothing's missing. Inside lay a single crisp, brand new 10 yuan bill. That's all. Zhao suddenly felt all his effort had gone to waste. If you only had this much, you should have said so. If it got stolen, then let it get stolen. Even Xie Yu added. Just 10 lousy yuan. Xuézhā cried. I wanted to say something. You guys never gave me the chance. After chatting for a while, Xuézhā checked the time. He needed to catch the bus home. Thanks, big bros, for heroically protecting my 10 yuan. See you tomorrow. If I don't get home soon, my mom's going to beat my ass until it blooms. Night had completely fallen. The streetlights glowed softly in the darkness. Evening self-study had already begun, and the school gates were tightly locked. If they wanted to get back in, they'd probably have to climb over the wall. Zhao dusted off his clothes and stood. Let's go. After walking for a while, one of them suddenly burst out laughing. Then the other joined in. Neither of them could stop. Zhao slung an arm around Xie Yu's shoulders and muttered, Damn it, 10 yuan. Chapter 22. Class 2, Grade 3's classroom was pitch dark from the outside. To anyone who didn't know better, it looked as though evening self-study had already ended. What are they doing now? Zhao trailed behind, seized by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Leaning against the doorframe, Xie Yu narrowed his eyes and barely made out the classroom's interior. Hearing footsteps, Wanda turned around and called out in delighted surprise. Perfect timing. We were just about to start. Want to join? Zhao instinctively took 2 steps back, but Xie Yu grabbed him and pulled him forward. We're not telling ghost stories today, Wanda said. We're playing with the occult. Mad Dog just left, so it's totally safe. Sit here, Zhaoji. We even saved you a seat. Since Zhao was usually energetic, Wanda always dragged him into these things. It's really exciting. Zhao cursed inwardly. Exciting my ass. They never study properly and spend every day pulling this kind of nonsense. Feeling it would be rude to leave Xie Yu standing by himself, Wanda asked, Yuji, are you in? He's in, Zhao answered for him. Since there was no escaping anyway, he might as well drag as many people down with him as possible. He's definitely in. There were 4 people participating altogether. The rest stood around watching. Su Qingqing, the tomboy, was especially fearless. Slapping her thigh, she declared, I'll be the moderator. Let me ask the questions. With that, she picked up the pencil. Wanda placed his hand over hers without objection. All right, you ask. Zhao hadn't intended to participate, but Wanda was staring at him expectantly. It was obvious Wanda didn't have the courage to put Xie Yu's hand directly on top of his own, so he was relying on Zhao to go in between. Xie Yu naturally kept people at a distance. It wasn't that he'd ever done anything to create that impression. Even if he was only lying on his desk asleep, he gave off an aura that made people instinctively keep their distance. In the entire class, only Zhao joked around with him freely and had somehow survived this long. Xie Yu placed his hand on top last. It was midsummer, yet his fingertips were cool against the back of Zhao's hand. The faint chill seemed to burn into his skin. Zhao couldn't explain the feeling. His thoughts wandered in an odd direction. A moment ago he'd been worried about this ridiculous game, but now his mind had gone completely blank. Close your eyes, close your eyes. Everyone close your eyes first, Wanda instructed. Don't open them, or when the ghost comes, it'll steal your soul. If we close our eyes, how are we supposed to see where it moves? That's what the instructions say. Better safe than sorry. Fine, fine. I'll close them. I'll open them once it arrives. Xie Yu didn't really believe in ghosts. One hand rested over Zhao's, while the other supported his chin as he turned to look at him. This guy kept insisting he wasn't scared, saying things like, whoever gets scared is a dog. Yet his eyes were squeezed shut tighter than anyone else's. After a while, Zhao couldn't help asking, Are we done yet? Su Qingqing was still chanting the incantation. Past life, I am your reincarnation. If you wish to tie your fate to mine. Don't interrupt me. How could it come that fast? He Zhao's eyelashes were unusually long. Xie Yu watched him for a while. Although the classroom was dark, Wanda had switched on a flashlight and pointed it at the paper on the desk, casting a faint glow over the surrounding area. Half of He Zhao's face disappeared into the darkness, while the other half was softly illuminated. His nose was straight, his features sharp and well-defined. Normally, his eyes carried an unmistakable youthful spirit, but when he wasn't laughing or talking, he gave off an unexpectedly intimidating presence. Several piercings decorated his right ear. Xie Yu suddenly remembered the first time they had met during summer vacation. Back then, He Zhao had worn 2 hoop earrings, looking rebellious to the point of being outrageous. He Zhao kept his eyes tightly shut for a while longer before finally giving up. Wanda had even started playing creepy background music, while Su Qingqing recited the spell in such an eerie voice that she sounded genuinely possessed. He had the distinct feeling that if he kept his eyes closed any longer, every ghost in existence would gather around him for a party. Unable to bear it anymore, he suddenly opened his eyes, only to find himself looking straight into Xie Yu's. The two stared at each other. Su Qingqing finally finished the incantation. Before asking her question, she reminded everyone once more, "Don't open your eyes. Your soul will be stolen." Seeing He Zhao frozen in place, Xie Yu assumed he was once again pretending to be fearless while panicking inside. A faint smile tugged at his lips. He silently mouthed the words. "It's fake." Normally loud and carefree, Su Qingqing unexpectedly revealed the heart of a young girl as she hesitated for a long time. After forcing everyone else to cover their ears, she finally asked, "Does he like me?" "Who?" Wanda immediately cut in. "Say his name. Who is it? How come I never knew? Which pile of cow dung managed to attract the flower of our class 3? Su Qingqing glared at him. "Do you know how annoying you are? What does it have to do with you?" Wanda protested. "Impossible. Nothing happening in the entire grade can escape my notice." Su Qingqing replied, "Give it a rest." Eventually, the pencil stopped on the word no. He Zhao panicked inwardly. "This thing actually moves?" "Shoo," Wanda whispered. "Don't say things like that. It's disrespectful to the pen spirit." "What happens if we disrespect it?" Wanda hadn't prepared an answer. Instead, Xie Yu calmly said in a firm, matter-of-fact tone, "It'll come looking for you tonight." He Zhao didn't really have anything he wanted to ask, but Wanda insisted that inviting the pen spirit only to ask nothing would be disrespectful. After thinking for a while, He Zhao finally asked, "Is there anyone in the world more handsome than me?" Su Qingqing scoffed. "Shameless." Wanda nodded. "Seriously shameless." Xie Yu let out a quiet laugh. "Heh. Boss, your turn." Wanda winked at Xie Yu. "I don't have any questions either." "No way," He Zhao said. "That would be disrespectful." Later that night, Zhou Dalai called Xie Yu. Although they had only exchanged a few sentences, Zhou Dalai could already tell that Boss Xie was in an unusually good mood. "What happened? Why are you so happy?" Rather than answering, Xie Yu asked, "What about you? You've sounded cheerful since the moment you called." "That idiot Danmei finally called," Zhou Dalai exclaimed. "Don't worry. I cursed him out for you too. That bastard was asking for it." Danmei's phone call had come completely out of the blue. It was an international call, but surprisingly no one cared how expensive it was. Lei's mother and Aunt May both lined up to speak with him, but Zhou Dalai monopolized the phone and refused to let go no matter what. In the end, he leaned halfway out the 4th-floor balcony with his backside sticking into the air, trying to escape the pack of wolves and tigers behind him fighting over the receiver. His mother even kicked him twice, nearly sending him over the edge. Xie Yu pictured the scene. "Definitely your biological mother." "My real mom," Zhou Dalai replied. "Listen to you making fun of me." Danmei said he's doing pretty well over there and told us not to worry. He's still as full of himself as ever. He even said that while he isn't considered particularly handsome here, everyone overseas thinks he's unbelievably good-looking. "And that flower pot," Zhou Dalai snorted. "That damn flower pot really is his precious treasure. He thinks about it all the time. I told him the old basketball court we used to play on got torn down. Honestly, calling it a court was giving it too much credit. It was just a few pieces of cloth tied together. But they've built a brand new sports center now. There's an actual basketball court. We've lived here this long and finally got a real court. That fresh rubber smell baking in the summer sun. It just feels amazing. When he comes back, let's play together again. Zhou Dailai rambled on endlessly. Xie Yu listened quietly, occasionally responding with a word or two. Boss, yeah, are you going to bed? No. Keep talking. Zhou Dailai was calling from the balcony. It was the middle of the night, and he didn't want to wake his family. A cigarette rested between his fingers, its ember glowing softly in the darkness. He flicked away the ash. Actually, I'm not doing that great. Xie Yu stayed silent. Even though I sound pretty happy. Zhou Dailai's voice softened. Whether from the cigarette or something else, it had become slightly hoarse. Forget it. I don't even know what I'm saying. Standing on the balcony, Zhou Dailai looked down. The same view he'd seen for over 10 years stretched out below him. Messy power lines. A comforter someone had forgotten to bring in, blown downstairs by the wind. Farther away stood the muddy basketball court that had once been enclosed by scraps of cloth. Now it had become a public restroom. Ironically, the restroom had been built better than many of the surrounding homes. Its European-style pointed roofs stood conspicuously against the skyline. Just as he was about to hang up, he heard Xie Yu say, I'm upset too. Every single day, it's the same bullshit. People calling me the Zhong family's second young master. Eldest young master, second young master. It's like they're stuffing garbage directly into my brain. The tangled emotions that had weighed on Zhou Dailai's heart instantly dissolved under Xie Yu's blunt swearing. He stubbed out his cigarette, laughed, and cursed along with him. Young master, my ass. I'd rather play basketball with my brothers on a court surrounded by ripped-up cloth. Give me some fancy court to show off on, and the world will lose one future NBA superstar because of it. And that restroom. It's fucking ugly. One day I'll blow it up just so you can see. The two of them poured out everything they'd been keeping bottled up. By the time they finished venting, both felt much lighter. I got into a fight with an idiot today, Xie Yu said with a smile. My deskmate. You know him. Zhou Dailai was puzzled. How would I know your deskmate? We're not even in the same city. Is he handsome? A handsome devil. Zhou Dailai thought about every handsome devil he'd ever known. There really weren't many. Aside from his own magnificent self, only Xie Yu qualified. He had completely forgotten about that incident at the police station during the summer, when he'd squatted on the ground holding his head while calling someone else a handsome devil. No way. You're messing with me, aren't you? The two chatted for a while longer. Then Zhou Dailai suddenly fell silent. He froze. What's that sound? Boss, yeah. What's making that noise over there? That's creepy. Xie Yu heard it too. Knocking. It had appeared out of nowhere. This time, it sounded especially close to his dorm room. He replied casually. Congratulations. That's our dorm ghost. There are ghosts in your dorm. Zhou Dailai exclaimed. Surprised? Xie Yu said. I'll tell you later. That handsome devil is probably hiding under his blanket shaking right now. I'm going over to enjoy the show. Chapter 23. After evening self-study, Zhao stuck to Xie Yu all the way back to the dormitory. He even tried to pull Wanda over to his left so that Xie Yu and Wanda would be walking on either side of him. Wanda quickly dodged him, fully aware of the situation. This isn't right. You two can be affectionate together. Xie Yu was a little annoyed. Which eyes of yours are seeing affection? Wanda thought to himself. Both of them, actually. He looked at Zhao, who was practically hanging off Xie Yu, but wisely kept his mouth shut. Want to come to my room and play some games? No. There's an event tonight. Interested? No. By then, they had reached their rooms. Xie Yu unlocked his door with his key, but Zhao refused to move aside or give up. The monthly exams are coming up. Maybe we could review together? Xie Yu didn't answer. He simply closed the door. After finishing his chat with Zhou Dailai, Xie Yu glanced at the time. 1 o'clock in the morning. The knocking always came sometime between midnight and 1. Every night it was on a different floor, but always somewhere between the first and third floors. Perhaps it was cautious enough not to wander any higher. At least for now, the fourth floor and above remained peaceful. If someone really was pretending to be a ghost, then they were certainly committed, sacrificing their own sleep in the middle of the night. Xie Yu picked up an English practice exam paper, opened his door, and stepped outside. The knocking had already stopped. The corridor was completely empty. The motion sensor light wasn't very reliable. Its dim glow flickered weakly on and off. Xie Yu walked over to the room across from his and knocked. Something immediately crashed into the other side of the door. Then Zhao's voice rang out, sounding as though he was on the verge of losing his mind. You're still not done. Knock again if you've got the guts. Xie Yu knocked twice more. Silence fell inside the room. Wrapped tightly in his blanket, phone clutched in his hand, Zhao cursed inwardly 10,000 times. Fuck. He had casually provoked the ghost out loud. And the thing had actually understood him. It was even cooperating. Xie Yu waited for quite a while. Once he ruled out the possibility that Zhao was searching for some kind of weapon before throwing open the door and charging into battle, he finally said in a conciliatory tone, "Open the door. It's me, your grandpa." Half a minute later, the door finally opened. Zhao stood there with an expression of complete calm, as though nothing had happened. A perfect performance. What are you doing here? Xie Yu suspected Zhao had deliberately messed up his hair. Not only that, but his collar had been pulled open suspiciously wide. His eyes had also been rubbed until they were red, as though he had tried especially hard to make himself look like he'd just woken up. Zhao certainly didn't disappoint. Leaning lazily against the doorframe, he scratched his head and yawned. "Oh, I was sleeping." Xie Yu looked at him and felt a headache coming on. Someone like Zhao, if he ever died, it would probably be from overacting. After a moment, Xie Yu said, "Sorry for disturbing you." Zhao immediately straightened up. Huh, that wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Xie Yu felt he really should stop meddling. If Zhao died, then so be it. You woke me up, so you've got to take responsibility. Zhao grabbed onto him without letting go. Then he noticed what Xie Yu was holding. An English practice paper? You came to study with me? Welcome. Don't be shy. Which questions can't you answer? I definitely can. And I definitely won't laugh at you. Zhao patted his chest confidently. You can feel completely at ease studying with me. Yeah, screw off. Xie Yu thought it, but didn't say it aloud. Zhao's dorm room was actually quite comfortable. Since he'd only moved in this semester, he didn't own many things, making the room look rather empty. Xie Yu had assumed Zhao was the type to leave everything in a mess and never clean up after himself, so what he saw was unexpectedly tidy. Zhao picked up the shirt draped over a chair, folded it away, then slapped the chair's backrest. Sit. There was only one chair in the room. Zhao simply sat cross-legged on the bed beside the desk, so they could both look at the paper together. Hang on. I'll find a pen. He swung his long legs off the bed and slipped into his slippers. Xie Yu opened the practice paper on the desk. Under the dim desk lamp sat a neat stack of brand-new textbooks that looked as though they hadn't been touched since the day they were handed out. Beside them was a small metal candy tin. Inside were several lollipops. That habit of his. Xie Yu looked away and happened to notice the phone Zhao had left on the desk. The screen was still lit. 5 words stood out especially clearly. The Complete Guide to Exorcism. After searching for quite a while, Zhao finally found 2 pens. Xie Yu accepted them, though he wasn't entirely sure what they were supposed to accomplish, considering Zhao's English and his own current level, as if they could actually solve the questions. Which one should we start with? Holding the pen cap between his teeth, Zhao asked as he pulled the cap off. You choose. Zhao circled a multiple-choice question with the seriousness of an emperor selecting from his imperial harem. This one. Xie Yu had no objection. Zhao stared at the question for a very long time, deep in thought. Remembering Zhao's performance in English class, Xie Yu said, "Why don't we give up and move on to the next one?" Completely missing the sarcasm, Zhao happily agreed. "I think that's a great idea. Let's skip ahead." Xie Yu. Without writing a single word, they immediately turned the page. "Let's do the reading comprehension," Zhao declared. "This part's easy. Trust me. As long as you have a feel for the language, you can guess." The confidence in his voice. Xie Yu could practically feel it splashing all over his face. "You have a feel for the language?" "I do." Zhao nodded solemnly. "If there are 3 short answers and 1 long answer, pick the long one. That's what I mean by having a feel for it." Even Zhao eventually felt that solving questions like this was a little too irresponsible. Of course, perhaps he was also worried that if they finished the paper too quickly, he'd have to spend the rest of the night hugging the Complete Guide to Exorcism just to survive. So he suggested they answer the questions properly. First, we need to understand what the question setter is asking. He opened Baidu Translate and began entering unfamiliar words one by one. First, understand the meaning. The two divided the work. each translating part of the passage. Xie Yu recognized every English word at a glance, but he still had to pretend otherwise. He couldn't help wondering whether Zhao was genuinely hopeless at studying, or whether his own acting still wasn't convincing enough. Damn, was this really what life was like for an actual bad student? Xie Yu turned to look at Zhao. He was sitting on the bed, absent-mindedly chewing on his pen cap, looking completely carefree. This person wrote a letter to a friend in America introducing Chinese culture and specialties. Zhao translated slowly. The Great Wall, China's famous building. This wants him to go see the Great Wall if he comes to China. Even while reading directly from the translation, Zhao still managed to muddle the logic. Xie Yu stared blankly at the paper. Holding the pen, he suddenly remembered the first day he had walked through the Zhong family's front door. The moment Zhong Jie saw him, he had thrown something without saying a word before storming upstairs. Zhong Guofei had followed him into the study. Father and son stayed inside talking for a long time before Zhong Jie finally came downstairs with obvious reluctance. The four of them then sat through an unbearably awkward lunch together. Zhong Guofei truly treated Gua Huang well. Xie Yu had never doubted that the two genuinely loved each other. But that was Zhong Guofei's love for Gua Huang. It didn't necessarily mean any of that love belonged to Xie Yu as well. That child, Zhong Jie. When Zhong Guofei had spoken privately with Xie Yu, there had been both pride and concern in his expression. He's always wanted to be stronger than everyone else. He has to be the best at everything. Especially after his mother passed away. He hasn't been handling it well. His words had been tactful. But Xie Yu wasn't stupid. He understood exactly what Zhong Guofei meant. On the day of the wedding, Gua Huang had been genuinely happy. After Xuézhā left behind a mountain of debt, the two of them had spent the last 10 years constantly hiding and running from creditors. Xie Yu had never seen her smile like that before. Wearing her wedding dress, Gua Huang looked at herself in the mirror, blushing slightly. These clothes. Zhong Guofei wrapped his arms around her from behind. You look beautiful. That day, Xie Yu hid in the bathroom and smoked a cigarette. She really is beautiful. Who knows how old Zhong met her? That woman isn't simple. The child she brought with her isn't simple either, someone else replied. If he's ordinary, that's one thing. But if he's capable, who knows what he'll be thinking? He doesn't look much like someone willing to stay quiet. The Zhong family has such a huge business. Maybe she doesn't have any intentions now. But who can say about the future? Didn't the Huang family go through the exact same thing? That stepson kept such a low profile. But in the end, he still caused a huge scene trying to seize the company. The Huang family. You haven't heard? A while ago, several shareholders. So the answer has to be B. Zhao confidently circled the answer. The circle he drew looked like a pile of dog shit. After marking B, he crooked a finger and flicked Xie Yu lightly on the forehead. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Xie Yu came back to his senses and looked down at the answer. This guy? Zhao had spent nearly half an hour painstakingly researching the passage with Baidu Translate. And he still chose the wrong answer. Chapter 24. Yo, Jieji. Early that morning, Wanda grabbed his things and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. As he turned, he spotted Xinjie coming up the stairs with a pack of soy milk in hand and waved. He had met Xinjie during an exam, where they had bonded over comparing answers and cheating together. Although they didn't talk often, every time they met, they felt an inexplicable sense of camaraderie. Xinjie had just reached the third-floor landing when he heard someone call out. Hey, know-it-all. Why are you at the dorms? Wanda walked over. Looking for Zhaoji? Watching the bag in Xinjie's hand swing back and forth, Wanda had the sudden urge to grab it and spin it around. Yeah. Wanda remembered that Zhao had skipped morning classes, leaving all the subject teachers furious. Nodding in understanding, he said, Zhaoji asked you to come wake him up? Not much of a morning person, huh? Comrade know-it-all, what kind of person do you think Zhaoji is? Xinjie said. Does he look like someone who'd ask another person to wake him up just so he won't be late for class? You're giving him way too much credit. Wanda fell silent before admitting, you're right. I was too naive. Xinjie continued, your class's new homeroom teacher. He's actually pretty good. Mr. Tang. Yeah, the one named Tang. Class 2, grade 3 had gone through the upheaval of changing homeroom teachers together. When everyone signed that petition, the entire second-year class had been swept up in a sense of righteous solidarity. Wanda smiled. Old Tang's a really good guy. He's incredible, Xuézhā said. I've never seen anything like him. Not only had Tang's son called Wěizhuāng into his office for an exceptionally long lecture, but he'd even tried to understand Wěizhuāng's inner world. In the end, he had called Xuézhā in as well. It was the first time Xuézhā had ever been summoned to the office by a teacher from another class. He had been served 2 cups of piping hot tea and sat there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Sir, I'm from class 2, grade 8. Tang's son smiled kindly. I know you're from class 8. I actually like the students in my class. Everyone gets along well, teachers and students support each other, and we move forward hand in hand. I'm very happy there, and I have no plans to transfer classes. Seeing Tang's son looking at him with an unreadable expression, Xuézhā briefly wondered if the teacher was trying to poach him. In the end, Tang's son explained that he had invited Xuézhā over because he hoped Xuézhā could help Wěizhuāng. I looked into it, and the two of you seem to be quite close. I think, deep down, Wěizhuāng really does want to come to class. The problem is that every morning he has to fight against the temptation of his bed, and he always loses. His self-discipline isn't very strong. If possible, could you invite him to come to class with you? Sorry to trouble you. Xuézhā was stunned, but still nodded. Sure. No problem. Tang's son continued. I know young people these days have exciting nightlife. I'd also like to understand what games students are playing nowadays. Do you happen to know what games Wěizhuāng has been playing recently? What's Zhao Ji been playing lately? Wanda asked. Xuézhā stopped swinging the plastic bag. His expression grew complicated. Miracle Nikki. Wanda blinked. Huh. The two chatted as they walked upstairs. Wanda wasn't even sure why he had followed Xuézhā. By the time he realized it, the two of them were already standing outside Wěizhuāng's dorm room. Today's mission for Xuézhā was simple. Drag Zhao Ji out of bed. Fortunately, he happened to have a key to Wěizhuāng's room. He had pestered Wěizhuāng for half a day on the very first day of school before finally getting one. It had proven incredibly useful. Whenever he wanted to skip class, he could hide out comfortably in Wěizhuāng's dorm. Unlocking the door, Xuézhā declared dramatically, Allow me to break your seal, Zhao Ji. Though your bed may imprison your body, it cannot imprison your soul. Rise and come with me. His speech stopped abruptly. From behind him, Wanda urged. Still asleep? Just shake him awake. Wanda stepped inside, took one glance into the room, and froze. Can you hit me? You hit me too. The dorm beds were narrow single beds. Fitting 2 people on one was already cramped. The thermostat had been turned down low, and the moment the door opened, a wave of cold air rolled out. Xie Yu's head rested on Wěizhuāng's arm. With his back facing the doorway, he looked as though he were sleeping in Wěizhuāng's embrace. Part of the blanket had slipped down around Wěizhuāng's waist, while most of it covered Xie Yu. Half of Xie Yu's face was hidden behind his hair, leaving only his nose and chin visible. Probably disturbed by the noise, he frowned in his sleep and unconsciously burrowed deeper beneath the blanket. That movement disturbed Wěizhuāng as well. Right before their eyes, Wěizhuāng naturally lifted the arm Xie Yu was using as a pillow. His hand shifted, then gently came to rest on the back of Xie Yu's head, his fingers lightly threading through Xie Yu's hair. Don't fuss. Wanda slowly regained the ability to think. He opened his mouth, struggled for words, and finally managed. Whoa, wow. Maybe. Xuézhā finally closed the door and sat down on the stairwell with Wanda, deep in thought. The pack of soy milk sat forgotten on the floor. Maybe this isn't what we're thinking. We've definitely overthought this, in the wrong direction. Wanda asked, Would Zhao Ji let you sleep in his bed too? Xuézhā answered without even needing to think. No way. The second I lay down, he'd kick me right off. Silence settled between them once more. Wanda patted Xuézhā's shoulder. You've got a heavy responsibility, brother. I'm heading off. Class is about to start. Xie Yu had an incredibly reliable internal clock and slept lightly. Xuézhā opening the door had already half awakened him. He deliberately lay there for several more minutes before finally opening his eyes. The first thing he saw was Wěizhuāng's Adam's apple. Meanwhile, Xuézhā remained outside on the stairs, still lost in deep contemplation. Then he heard a heavy thud from inside the dorm, followed immediately by Zhao Ji swearing. Fuck. Morning reading period belonged to Tang's son. By the time Wěizhuāng finally arrived, he was already more than 10 minutes late. Can you walk any faster? Xie Yu supported him all the way to the classroom building, growing increasingly impatient. Zhao held a cup of soy milk as he shot back. Whose fault do you think this is? Early that morning, Xie Yu had kicked him out of bed, causing his right ankle to slam directly into the chair. When they reached their floor, they immediately spotted Tang Sun waiting outside the classroom. He paced back and forth in the hallway with something in his hand. Zhao drained the last of his soy milk, casually tossed the empty cup toward the trash can, and watched it fly in a graceful arc. Thunk! Straight in, not even close to missing. The Spanish Inquisition is waiting for us, Zhao laughed. Sorry, looks like you'll probably end up standing in the hallway with me. For some reason, the more time Xie Yu spent around Zhao, the more he felt that most of Zhao's smiles were simply habitual. Like right now, he didn't actually seem happy at all. Zhao assumed Tang's son had come to interrogate them. Instead, Mr. Tang clicked the stopwatch in his hand, smiled warmly, and patted Zhao on the back. 13 minutes and 26 seconds. Classmate Zhao, that's a huge improvement compared to yesterday. Zhao blinked. Huh? Tang-san put away the stopwatch. What happened to your foot? Hurry and go have the nurse take a look. Before Zhao could react, Tang's son had already crouched down to inspect his ankle. Looking concerned, he said, Xie Yu, you go back to class first. I'll take him to the nurse's office. Xie Yu's opinion of Mr. Tang immediately improved considerably. He was just about to agree when Zhao spoke first. This guy has to take responsibility for me to the very end today. Xie Yu replied expressionlessly. I should have broken your other leg too. Xuézhā was halfway through reciting a poem when he suddenly stopped and whispered to Wanda. Zhao Ji's injured leg looks really convincing today. Whenever Zhao was late, he always had an excuse prepared. The entire class 3 had already started guessing what today's excuse would be. English rep, Su Qingqing, wrong guess. Zhao Ji's excuse this time is really something. Class rep, Xuézhā. Remember the first day of school when he made Xuézhā pretend he had stomach problems? Xuézhā still gets dragged to the nurse's office for medicine every now and then. PE rep, Luo Wenxiang. Why? Class rep, Xuézhā. Zhao Ji says it's to make something useless become useful. Might need the excuse again someday. If you're going to act, you've got to commit all the way. English rep, Su Qingqing. After finishing the conversation, Xuézhā secretly tucked his phone away. Only then did he notice that Wanda, normally the biggest gossip in the class, hadn't reacted at all. What's wrong with you today? Feeling down, Wanda slowly shook his head. I experienced trauma this morning. His phone continued vibrating nonstop. But it wasn't from Class 3's private group chat. Instead, it was from people named Feng Feng, Yin Yin, and several others he wasn't even sure he knew. After being single for 17 years, who would have thought he'd one day be surrounded by girls? What's Zhao's phone number? Just give it to me. I promise I won't tell him I got it from you. Dada, we've known each other for years. Please help me out. I wrote a letter for Xie Yu. Could you give it to him for me? Damn it, Grandpa. Why are you taking so long? Aren't we friends? It's not that hard to help us get close to Zhao. Your sister's lifelong happiness is in your hands. Does Zhao have a girlfriend? What kind of girls does he like? Wanda felt his head splitting apart. Stop asking. The two of them might not even like girls at all. In the school infirmary. The school doctor was very familiar with Zhao and even knew him by name. Dressed in a white coat, he sat at his desk writing a prescription. When he saw Zhao come in, he looked up and greeted him. Yo, what's wrong this time? Half of Zhao's weight leaned against Xie Yu as he grinned. Morning, Lu Ji. Xie Yu helped him over to the examination bed. Tang's son was the only one who looked genuinely worried. Dr. Lu, please take a look. It seems like a pretty bad sprain. Do you think medicine is enough? Or should he go to the hospital for an examination? Dr. Lu looked gentle and scholarly, but he wasn't someone to be fooled. Every day, countless students tried to fake illnesses to skip class. If he had been too soft-hearted, the infirmary would have long since turned into a refuge for truants. He finished the prescription, tore it off, neatly set it aside, then stood up. Don't worry. This bunch, especially this Zhao from your class, are excellent act. As he bent down and pressed on Zhao's ankle, he swallowed the words, excellent actors. You really did sprain it. Fortunately, it wasn't serious enough to injure the bone. After applying a cold compress to reduce the swelling, Dr. Lu sprayed Yunnan Bai Yao on the injury. Take it easy for a few days. No strenuous exercise, Dr. Lu instructed. If it gets worse or you feel uncomfortable, come back. And be careful. Stop getting into fights all the time. Keep it up, and sooner or later you'll really end up crippled. The moment Zhao returned to the classroom, his injured ankle immediately attracted a crowd. Xuézhā leaned over his desk, carefully inspecting him from head to toe. Looks pretty convincing. The PE representative, Wěizhuāng, also came over to join the excitement. As someone passionate about sports, he was very familiar with common injuries. One glance was enough. It's real. Class rep, he really did sprain it. Lately, everyone had been practicing basketball in PE class. Wěizhuāng had been trying to put together a team. Even though no tournament was coming up, his passion for sports never stopped. The very first person he had wanted to recruit was Zhao. It was a shame that Zhao had injured his ankle. Xuézhā asked, "So it's actually real? What happened?" Su Qingqing walked over to collect yesterday's English homework. As Zhao searched for his paper, he answered, "You'll have to ask my deskmate." Xie Yu replied calmly, "I kicked him." "Sorry." Su Qingqing took the paper, looking surprised. "You're not handing in a blank sheet today?" "I actually did this one seriously," Zhao said proudly. "Even I scare myself when I'm serious. It's definitely good." Su Qingqing glanced at the first page before flipping to the reading comprehension section. Based on what she knew, not a single answer was correct. She was just about to offer some encouraging words to avoid hurting his confidence when Xie Yu said flatly from beside her, "Good, my ass. You might as well have handed in a blank paper." "Exactly. Well said." Su Qingqing nearly applauded. That morning's PE class was, as usual, basketball practice. Dr. Liu had written Zhao an excuse note, so Wěizhuāng let him stay behind in the classroom to rest. Of course, when Zhao said, "rest," what he really meant was sleep. He lay face down on the desk, with only the back of his head visible. Although he wore his uniform properly, he radiated pure laziness. The hallway outside was noisy, making it hard to sleep, so he turned his head and shifted positions, one arm hanging over the edge of the desk. Zhao and Xie Yu. Honestly, I don't know what to say about those two deskmates. After class ended, the English teacher returned to the faculty office to get some water. The English papers they handed in today had exactly the same answers. Neat handwriting, too. I have no idea who copied from whom. But what was even the point? Every single answer was wrong. The math teacher was grading homework nearby. Aside from the neatly written name Xie Yu on the cover in sharp, elegant handwriting, the contents were a complete disaster. He frowned and shook his head. With grades like this, how did he even get into high school? Even his middle school fundamentals are wrong. Another older teacher tried to comfort them. As long as they don't cause trouble, it's fine. To be fair, both of them have improved this semester. They're much more restrained now. Looks like seating them together really worked. As for grades, those things take time. He added, "Look at old Tang. He's completely calm." Tang's son had transferred from one of the city's top schools. Although he had been teaching for nearly 20 years, few people really knew him. They only knew he had been close friends with Dean Jiang for over a decade. Dean Jiang had an overbearing personality. His friend Tang's son, on the other hand, was remarkably gentle. Tang's son sat with his head lowered, fiddling with his phone, apparently not hearing the conversation. Only after someone called him a second time did he look up. "HM? Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. What are you doing?" The English teacher walked over with her cup of water, paused, bent down, and looked. A game. On the screen was a long-haired cartoon girl wearing a dress. Beside her was a wardrobe filled with different outfits. Tang's son immediately exited the game and returned to the home screen, unsure how to explain himself. Ah well. Fortunately, the English teacher had only glanced briefly before the class representative arrived to collect the graded exercise books. Class 8? The vocabulary exercises are marked. They're on the table. Homework from 3 classes is over there. Find your own. The awkward moment passed unnoticed. PE class continued with basketball practice. The girls had fewer opportunities to play basketball, so when the ball flew toward them, their first instinct wasn't to catch it, but to cover their faces and duck. The PE teacher took them aside to practice separately while the boys were allowed free play. Su Qingqing wasn't worried about getting hit. After practicing for a while, she got bored and wandered over to the boys. "Xiang, I heard your team still needs players." She bounced the basketball. "What do you think? Can I join?" Wěizhuāng had just finished taking a shot. His bronze-tan muscles made him look like a bodybuilder. He wiped away his sweat. "Xingjie, are you serious?" Xie Yu sat beneath the shade beside the chain-link fence surrounding the basketball court, one earbud tucked into an ear. Music quietly played. Then he slowly reached up and lowered the volume until it fell completely silent. Su Qingqing continued. "I'm serious. Think about when our class enters a tournament." Before she could finish, Wanda rushed over from behind, snatched the basketball, and ran off laughing. "If that day ever comes, our class is definitely finishing dead last." As he sprinted away, he crashed into Lu Xuanhao, knocking the basketball out of Lu Xuanhao's hands. Lu Xuanhao exploded immediately. "Get back here. I was about to shoot a three-pointer, you know." Watching the chaos, Xie Yu suddenly felt something ice-cold press against his cheek. Turning around, he found Wěizhuāng standing beside him. At some point, Wěizhuāng had limped over carrying 2 bottles of chilled peach soda. "Little friend." He stuffed one bottle into Xie Yu's hand. "All the other kids are playing basketball. Why are you sitting here all by yourself?" The cold can was covered in condensation, dampening Xie Yu's hand. Wanda spotted Wěizhuāng while still being chased by Su Qingqing and Lu Xuanhao. "Zhao Ji, why are you here?" Wěizhuāng replied. "Came down to admire my handsome deskmate." Wanda stumbled and nearly fell flat on his face. Wěizhuāng twisted open his bottle. With a hiss, chilled mist escaped along with the sweet scent of peaches. It was too boring upstairs. Those girls were chirping nonstop outside the classroom. "Couldn't sleep." "They weren't there to see you," Xie Yu said. "Why wouldn't they be?" Wěizhuāng looked genuinely puzzled. Wanda said the same thing last time. Everyone in the grade already knew about Wěizhuāng's sprained ankle. The girls had been so worried they could barely focus in class. "What do you think they're doing standing in the hallway every class?" Wěizhuāng tilted his head back and took another drink before answering. "How should I know? Looking at the scenery? Getting some sunshine? Vitamin D?" Emotionally, this guy was hopeless. Thinking of emotional intelligence, Xie Yu paused before poking Wěizhuāng's arm with his cold soda. "Hey, cripple. Have you ever dated anyone?" Wěizhuāng was watching Luo Wenxiang and the others play basketball. Aside from Luo Wenxiang, who was decent, everyone else was honestly terrible. Still, he praised them enthusiastically. "Nice shot. How's he? Your snake dodge is amazing." Lu Xuanhao immediately flashed him a thumbs up, looking full of confidence. Only then did Wěizhuāng notice the cold bottle pressed against his arm and process what Xie Yu had asked. "I only sprained my ankle. Do you really have to keep calling me crippled?" To be honest, he casually rested an arm over Xie Yu's shoulder and pointed toward the basketball court gate as if showing off. "If you lined up all my exes, they'd stretch from here all the way to Gold List Restaurant and back." Without another word, Xie Yu shoved the cold soda straight into Wěizhuāng's face. I was joking. Wěizhuāng wiped the water from his face. "Little friend, you've got quite the temper." After PE class ended, everyone discovered that Wěizhuāng's and Xie Yu's English practice papers had been pinned to the notice board beside the blackboard. Public humiliation. Right beside them was Su Qingqing's perfect 120-point paper. The contrast couldn't have been more obvious. Class 2, Grade 3 gradually returned from the basketball courts. Lu Xuanhao squeezed forward to take a look and stood there speechless for a long while. You two. Why would you copy each other's answers? Even if they absolutely had to copy someone. Why copy each other? Didn't they know what their grades were like?" "Because I believe in my deskmate." Wěizhuāng sat in the last row closest to the notice board. Turning his chair around, he straddled it backwards in an eye-catching pose. "And my deskmate believes in me." Lu Xuanhao stood there for a long time before finally wiping away his sweat. "You two are unbelievably brave." The truth was, Xie Yu had never intended to answer the paper like that. But after observing Wěizhuāng the previous evening, he had discovered that Wěizhuāng's ability to choose wrong answers was truly terrifying. At last, Xie Yu understood why. Despite all the effort he had spent during his first year deliberately lowering his scores to fail every subject, he had still only managed to rank second from the bottom. The treasured throne of absolute last place had been firmly occupied by Wěizhuāng. So while answering the test, Xie Yu deliberately avoided every correct answer. This time, he was determined to surpass Wěizhuāng, to become first place from the bottom. Chapter 24c. All the other kids have gone to play basketball. As the monthly exams approached, Wanda and the others finally stopped telling ghost stories during evening study hall and began revising seriously. Mad Dog made his usual inspection round. Seeing Class 2, Grade 3 studying so diligently, he nodded with rare satisfaction. Not bad. Special praise for your class. Keep it up. You've all been working hard lately. This is how students should study. Very good. After dinner, Tang's son also came by. Even though it was the middle of summer, he still carried a cup of hot tea. Old Tang, Mad Dog called. Perfect timing. I need to talk to you. Tang's son set his cup on the podium and followed Dean Jiang outside. Don't you think Mad Dog has been coming to our class a lot lately? Wanda whispered while working through math problems. Old Tang and Mad Dog must be really close. Close enough to wear the same pair of pants. Zhao had his textbooks open on the desk. Hidden inside the drawer, however, his hands were busy playing on his phone. Teachers usually ignored Zhao and Xie Yu. Mad Dog was the lone exception. As the saying went, old ginger was spicier. Dean Jiang was the spiciest ginger of them all. Whenever he decided to reform students, he showed absolutely no restraint. He always looked ready to start fighting with them. He must have been some terrifying tyrant in his youth. So whenever Mad Dog came to inspect the class, both Zhao and Xie Yu reluctantly pretended to study along with everyone else. Xie Yu tossed a pen over. Mad Dog, cover for me. Without even looking up, Zhao continued tapping his phone. This is a critical moment. I can't afford distractions. Love you. Take back those last two words. They're disgusting. After throwing the pen, Xie Yu realized it was his only one, so he reached over to retrieve it. By accident, he caught sight of Zhao's phone screen. As far as Xie Yu remembered, Zhao had abandoned the dress-up game long ago. He had even dragged Xie Yu into playing a man's romance, a shooting game. Xie Yu had assumed the dress-up game had already gone out of fashion among little girls. After Dean Jiang finished speaking with Tang's son, he went downstairs to inspect the other classes. Zhao immediately pulled his phone out and placed it openly on top of the desk. On the screen stood a long-haired cartoon girl in a floral dress, cheeks lightly flushed. She stood beneath a tree with her hands clasped in prayer. The screen slowly darkened. Words faded in one after another. Tomorrow is my date with him. Will he come? Will he like the cherry blossom cookies I made? Xie Yu. Wanda had loudly declared earlier. I'm going to study seriously. During the monthly exams, none of you better distract me. But halfway through his homework, he was already bored out of his mind. Chewing on the end of his pen, he looked around. Eventually, his gaze landed on two heads leaning closely together in the back row. Zhao's hand rested behind Xie Yu's neck, his fingers slightly curled as though drawing him closer. Wanda had no idea what they were discussing. Why didn't he come on the date with me? Zhao looked ready to lose his mind. That bastard. He promised yesterday he'd come. His affection meter was already full. Xie Yu stared at the sorrowful girl crying in the rain on the screen, unsure how to respond. In the lower right corner was a blinking icon marked with a small red dot. Didn't he just text you? He said something came up at the company and he'd be a little late. Zhao pointed at the screen. Then it gave me 3 dialogue options. Xie Yu sensed the problem immediately. Which one did you choose? Obviously, I scolded him for being late. Are you an idiot? Just listening made Xie Yu's head hurt. Who would want to date someone like you? What kind of guy is this? Zhao fumed. Just because of that, he refuses to date me. Damn bastard CEO. Still cursing, he shoved the phone into Xie Yu's hands. So what do I do now? Damn it. Little cutie's affection level is dropping. Xie Yu calmly tapped through the dialogue. Apologize to the bastard. Zhao. Apologize. Xie Yu returned the phone. Do you want the bastard's affection or not? Damn it. Zhao hesitated for a long time. Eventually, swallowing his pride, he selected the option. Sorry about earlier. Then he muttered. If she ever dates someone like this, I'll kill him. No hesitation. What exactly do girls see in guys like this nowadays? The weekend was almost here. Except for students who lived too far away, most boarders packed up every Friday and headed home. Parents always worried whether their children were eating properly at school. After evening study hall ended, Xie Yu received a call from Wěizhuāng. Are you coming home this weekend? Standing in the hallway, darkness stretched before him. Behind him came the noisy sounds of Wanda and Zhao fooling around, desks scraping loudly across the floor. Zhao Ji, want to join our basketball team? We're really good. It's one thing for me to compliment you, but coming over to brag about yourselves? That's too much. Earlier today, Lu Xuanhao's snake dodge was so terrible even I couldn't praise it. You said it was amazing. That was fake. Couldn't you tell? A faint smile tugged at Xie Yu's lips. I might not. We'll see. Gu Xuelan sighed softly on the other end. You haven't come home for several weeks now. Xie Yu gave the answer every parent loved hearing. The monthly exams are coming. I need to study. This semester, Xie Yu hadn't caused trouble, and Tang Sun had even told Gu Xuelan that he was behaving well in class. Hearing that reason, she couldn't object. Then study hard, she said. Come home after the exams. Whatever you want to eat, Mom will cook it. School food can never compare to home. Xie Yu quietly answered. After chatting a little longer, he hung up. By then, Zhao had already packed everything. Coming up behind him, he casually ruffled Xie Yu's hair. Rather than knocking his head, it was more like tousling it. Little friend, going home this weekend? Although Xie Yu looked cold, his hair was surprisingly soft. Unable to resist, Zhao ruffled it twice more. Cripple. Xie Yu glared at him. I let you off easy today, and now you're getting carried away? Seeing Xie Yu preparing to throw a punch, Zhao quickly dodged. Calm down. Harmony brings prosperity. Wanda left first to finish packing. Xie Yu and Zhao walked side by side out of the school gates. After a long silence, Zhao suddenly spoke. I'm not going home this weekend either. The streetlights stretched long shadows behind them. What are you staying here for? Xie Yu asked. Actually testing that exorcism guide? Zhao froze briefly. He seemed about to say something, but ultimately didn't. Instead of putting on one of his usual dramatic performances, he simply scratched his head and laughed. Yeah, I want to try it. After walking a little farther, Xie Yu asked, She, that's your sister's name? That brat. Zhao stared at the streetlights. Should I brag about how pretty my sister is? She definitely takes after me. He smiled faintly. We haven't seen each other in years. She's probably really beautiful now. Girls change a lot when they grow up, right? She used to be so ugly. Round as a ball. He said it so casually that something felt off. Xie Yu sensed there was more behind it, but didn't think it was the right moment to ask. Instead, Zhao calmly volunteered the answer himself. My parents divorced. My sister stayed with my mom. It's a nice name, Xie Yu said. Zhao looked over. What? She. And what about me? Zhao protested. At this point, you're supposed to compliment me too. Ignoring him, Xie Yu walked toward the dormitory. You? Get lost. Wanda wasn't going home that weekend either. His excuse was exactly the same as Xie Yu's. I need to study. The difference was, people actually believed him. I'm serious. He lay across his desk complaining to Lu Xuanhao. My mom cooks too well, and my computer's at home. The moment I get back, it's like summer vacation all over again. I can't control myself. How can I waste such a wonderful life studying? Lu Xuanhao jabbed him with an elbow. Shut up. Wanda looked around before relaxing again. What are you so nervous about? There aren't any teachers. There weren't any teachers. But there was someone even scarier. The study representative. Xuézhā was famous throughout the grade. Every teacher adored him. Every student treated him like some kind of saint. I hope everyone can work hard, improve together, and make progress. His desk overflowed with handwritten notes, vocabulary lists, memory tricks, sentence patterns. Wearing thick glasses, Xuézhā entered carrying another stack of practice exercises. Su Qingqing accidentally bumped into him and jumped. Study rep. Your dark circles. He walked almost silently. His face looked utterly exhausted. Adjusting his glasses, he calmly replied. It's fine. I can still study. Good luck on the monthly exams, Su Qingqing. You too. She answered blankly. Lu Xuanhao sighed. Mad Dog always says, you won't die from studying, so study until you die. I think our study rep is the living embodiment of that sentence. Wanda stared blankly. Can dark circles really become that dark? Today, for once, Zhao wasn't late. He entered the classroom immediately after Xie Yu. Morning. Morning. What are you guys looking at? His school bag hung from one shoulder as he walked over. Lu Xuanhao answered. The study rep's dark circles. Damn, even Zhao was shocked. They're incredible. Xie Yu simply walked around them, heading toward his seat for more sleep. Without turning around, Zhao grabbed his wrist and pulled him back. Old Xie, look. Those dark circles. How long do you think it's been since he slept? Early that morning, Xuézhā had already brewed himself a cup of coffee. Now he sipped it while memorizing English vocabulary. Xie Yu had absolutely no interest in anyone's dark circles. He only wanted sleep. He reached over to pry Zhao's hand away. Still staring shamelessly, Zhao's train of thought abruptly changed direction. Do you think he drew them on? When I was little, I used to do that so my mom would think I'd stayed up studying. Xie Yu answered dryly. Do you really think there's another person in this world like you? Zhao smiled. You're praising me so much I'm actually getting embarrassed. Xie Yu thought. Like hell I am. Completely oblivious to the sarcasm, Zhao continued happily. In the whole world, there's only one Zhao Ji. Wanda applauded enthusiastically. Beautiful. Lu Xunhao applauded too. A true masterpiece. Morning self-study was math. Taking advantage of everyone's fresh minds, the math teacher had the class memorize standard solution formats while he sat on the podium grading homework. Xie Yu had already fallen asleep. Sunlight streamed through the classroom window. Even through closed eyelids, he vaguely sensed the brightness. Frowning in his sleep, he shifted slightly. Not long afterward, the irritating sunlight disappeared. And about yesterday's homework, the math teacher reminded the class. If you got anything wrong, correct it immediately. Solve every mistake that same day. Otherwise, they'll just pile up. If you don't understand something, ask me or ask your classmates. Once you've corrected it, bring it to me. I have to record everything. Don't wait for me to come looking for you. If I have to come looking for you, you're in trouble. After finishing his lecture, the teacher lowered his head and continued grading papers. The classroom became quiet. Pages turned softly. Pencil cases clicked. Correction tape rolled. Students in neighboring classrooms recited lessons aloud. Zhao rested one arm on the desk, holding an exercise book above Xie Yu's face. He blocked the sunlight streaming through the window. Xie Yu slept peacefully, completely unaware that someone was shielding him from the sun. After a while, Zhao's arm became sore. He switched hands and muttered quietly. Seriously, is there another deskmate in the world as considerate as me? Even I'm touched by myself. Chapter 25. Zhao sank into an emotional reverie and couldn't pull himself out of it. He had moved himself, but he hadn't moved the math teacher. The math teacher had finished correcting about half the homework when he asked the class representative to borrow the set square from class 5 for the next lesson. As he looked up, he happened to see Zhao holding up his workbook to shield his deskmate from the sunlight. He put down his red pen. Instead of calling them out immediately, he calmly watched them for a while. The other students soon sensed something was wrong and followed his gaze. It really was a heartwarming display of friendship. So touching it could move heaven and earth. Zhao was even considering swapping his workbook for his textbook to create more shade. While he was still debating it, a small piece of white chalk flew from the podium and struck him squarely on the head. The chalk bounced off, landed on the floor, and leisurely rolled to a stop beside the trash bin. The math teacher wasn't sure whether to laugh or get angry. The two of you in the back row, do you think I don't exist? Hearing that, Zhao's hand slipped. The workbook dropped straight onto Xie Yu's face. Xie Yu was jolted awake. He had only just fallen asleep, and his mind was still foggy. Forgetting he was in morning self-study, he didn't even open his eyes before cursing, "Do you want to die?" Another piece of chalk came flying toward them. Wěizhuāng had been teaching for nearly 10 years. His chalk-throwing skills had long since reached perfection. Students who skipped class, slept, or daydreamed were all awakened this way. Every throw hit its target. It was efficient, accurate, and saved plenty of class time. Xie Yu got hit twice before he finally figured out what was happening. While dodging, Zhao said, "Mr. Wu, I think we should all calm down." "Calm down, my ass." Wěizhuāng almost blurted it out. He forcibly swallowed the words back down, pointed toward the classroom door, and said, "Get out. Both of you. Go outside and calm yourselves down. Since you want to calm down so much, then calm down properly." It was still early in the morning, and Xie Yu hadn't gotten nearly enough sleep. He and Zhao ended up leaning against the windows outside class 2, grade 3. The first period was also math. Wěizhuāng's temper took a long time to cool off. He made them stand outside until the class bell rang before allowing them back in. So, between morning self-study and first period, the two of them stood outside the classroom like a pair of doormen. Students constantly passed by in the hallway. "While I can still control myself," Xie Yu said. "You'd better explain." Zhao replied. I'm afraid you'll be too touched if I do. Xie Yu was in a terrible mood. Ever since he was young, his philosophy had been simple: don't waste time arguing with idiots. Just beat them up. He endured it, then endured a little more. Finally, he decided to give Wěizhuāng one last chance. Are you explaining or not? Before Wěizhuāng could answer, Wanda stuck his head out the classroom window, tilted it to one side, and sighed dramatically. What a touching story with such a tragic ending. Amazing, Zhao Ji. You even blocked the sun for Yu, but in the end, only you were moved. Wěizhuāng protested. Dada, how can you say that? You can't say things like that. Wanda glanced at Xie Yu and said, no. Look at Yuji's expression. I think he wants to rip your head off and use it as a soccer ball. Wěizhuāng confidently declared, impossible. Even though my deskmate looks cold-hearted, I know he's actually very kind. From Wanda's rambling explanation, Xie Yu pieced together what had happened. He slowly let out a breath, rolled up his sleeves to expose half his forearms, grabbed Wěizhuāng by the collar, and dragged him toward the restroom. What are you doing? Wěizhuāng cooperatively let himself be pulled along. Inviting your big brother on a bathroom date. I'm finding somewhere else to beat you up. Wanda was overjoyed. Leaning against the window, he laughed so hard he nearly couldn't breathe. Xuézhā happened to be walking over from the other end of the hallway. He reached into his pocket for a cigarette, planning to hide in the restroom for a smoke. Out of habit, he stopped outside class 2, grade 3 to greet Zhao Ji. When he looked inside and saw Wěizhuāng's seat empty, he leaned toward Wanda and asked, what are you laughing at? Where's Zhao Ji? Wanda quickly explained everything. Xuézhā's desire for a cigarette instantly disappeared. Damn it, I'm going over there to watch. Although Xie Yu had claimed he was going to beat Wěizhuāng up, he was mostly bluffing. The two of them turned back before they even reached the restroom. All right, I surrender. Wěizhuāng wrapped an arm around Xie Yu from behind and gently pushed him back toward the classroom. He coaxed him as though comforting a child. Let's stop making a fuss. Xie Yu wasn't actually angry. When Wanda had mentioned blocking the sun, he'd frozen for several seconds. Then something strange stirred inside him. An unfamiliar feeling rose up, and the more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Until, in the end, only one solution remained in his mind. Beat up the person who caused it. The more Xuézhā watched, the more confused he became. What the hell are they doing? Wěizhuāng rarely fought these days, but Xuézhā knew how skilled he really was. Originally, he'd expected to witness an epic showdown between the current school boss and the former school boss. Something so cool it practically came with its own special effects. Wanda had already accepted that the two of them shared an unbreakable bromance that left no room for anyone else. After thinking for a while, he came up with a single word. Flirting. Xuézhā. There were 8 classes that day. Every single one was devoted to reviewing chapter exams and reinforcing everything they'd learned over the past month in preparation for the monthly exams, which would begin the following Monday. It was unbelievably boring. Wěizhuāng lowered his head and played on his phone. After both his phone and power bank died, he started folding origami to pass the time. Every time he finished one, he tossed it onto Xie Yu's desk. He folded roses, little jumping frogs, and just about anything else he could think of. My desk isn't a trash can, Xie Yu reminded him. Wěizhuāng ignored him and continued folding paper with his head lowered. Xie Yu casually swept everything Wěizhuāng tossed over to one side. He had to pretend he wasn't paying attention while simultaneously dividing his focus between his phone game and the complicated math problem Wěizhuāng was explaining. He had no spare attention to waste on Wěizhuāng. Meanwhile, Wěizhuāng remained completely absorbed in folding origami. He pinched a tiny square of paper about the size of a sticky note between his long fingers, folding it back and forth with remarkable concentration. Compared to the things he was making, his slender, elegant fingers were far more pleasing to look at. So, based on the rules we just established, we can eliminate one of the choices. Wěizhuāng tapped the blackboard with a long ruler. Clack, clack. The sharp sound echoed through the classroom. Does anyone know which answer gets eliminated? If you don't understand, then forget about it. This problem goes beyond the syllabus, so you aren't actually expected to solve it. No one spoke. Questions like this required far too much effort for far too little reward. Only Xuézhā raised his hand. Teacher, which answer do we eliminate? I still don't quite understand. Come to my office after class, and I'll explain it to you. Wěizhuāng finished his explanation. That's it for today's mock exam review. Correct your papers, and class representative, collect them before the end of the day. The bell rang just as he finished speaking. Hey. Zhao leaned closer and spoke beside Xie Yu's ear. Xie Yu was looking down at his phone, deleting one of the 2 answers he'd narrowed down in his notes. He erased -1 and kept 0. What? The next class was PE. Zhao still hadn't fully recovered from his injury, so he couldn't play sports yet. Even so, simply breathing the fresh air around the basketball court was far better than staying inside the classroom. Xie Yu had no intention of going. He hadn't slept well lately and planned to head back to the dormitory for a nap. You're really not coming? Zhao asked. Xie Yu locked his phone and instinctively ended the conversation. What's it got to do with you? What's so fun about staying in the dorm? Is there anyone there as handsome and charming as your Zhao Ji to keep you company? The culprit behind everything that had happened still had the nerve to say things like that. The night they had worked on the English test paper together, they'd stayed awake until nearly 3 in the morning. When Xie Yu tried to leave, Zhao had done everything possible to make him stay. He'd even offered to let Xie Yu have the bed while he slept on the floor. In the end, though, he'd quietly climbed into the bed anyway. By the time they finally fell asleep, it was already 4 in the morning. Otherwise, with how lightly Xie Yu usually slept, there was no way Zhao would have managed to sneak into bed without waking him. Wanda and the others had already changed into their gym clothes and were waiting for Zhao to head downstairs together. Zhao Ji, are you coming? I can't hold it in anymore. I'm in peak condition today. Zhao stood up to leave for the basketball court. Before going, he bent over and held out his hand towards Xie Yu. Resting in his palm was a poorly folded paper crane. For you. It was incredibly ugly, crooked, loose, and practically falling apart. Xie Yu picked it up by one wing. The crane immediately came apart. What the hell is this? Since it had already fallen apart, Xie Yu simply unfolded it completely. He was about to stuff the paper into Zhao's math book when he noticed a large, messy circle drawn in black ink on the reverse side. When Zhao returned from gym class, he looked even gloomier than when he'd left. With both hands shoved into his pockets, he lazily wandered back into the classroom. Wanda, on the other hand, looked extremely excited. The moment he entered, he rushed onto the podium and loudly announced, "Attention, everyone who's staying for evening self-study tonight. I have an important announcement. I've come up with an absolutely brilliant weekend activity that's guaranteed to be exciting and fun." Zhao silently returned to his seat and sat down without saying a word. Seeing that no one seemed interested, Wanda looked a little awkward. He turned toward the back row and pleaded, "Zhao Ji, aren't you even going to clap for me?" Only then did Zhao slowly pull his hands from his pockets and lazily clap twice. Very good. Very good. Something was obviously off. Xie Yu tilted his head and asked, "What are you up to now?" Zhao hesitated. "Ghost hunting. Wanda wants everyone to go ghost hunting this weekend." He scratched his head. "For the ghost that's been wandering up and down the dormitory building knocking on doors." The previous night, Wanda had secretly read a supernatural novel under his blanket. It was about several students exploring an abandoned building. One by one, the characters died, and the story became more and more exciting. He simply couldn't stop reading. As he read, a bold idea suddenly occurred to him. The more he thought about it, the more thrilling it seemed. Xie Yu felt this kind of idiotic plan was exactly the sort of thing Wanda and the others would come up with. And Wanda still insisted it would be both exciting and fun. Zhao, meanwhile, was genuinely worrying about it. After a moment, Xie Yu suddenly said, "Then hurry up. Hurry up and do what? Hurry up and reread the complete guide to exorcism." Remembering the book he'd seen before, Xie Yu couldn't hold back his laughter. Once he started laughing, he couldn't stop. Brush up on it. You might actually need it. Zhao. Fuck, are you really? Chapter 26. During evening self-study, Wanda once again brought up his plan with great fanfare and an air of mystery. "So, do you want to add a little excitement to your boring weekend? What exactly is going on in the dormitory building? Aren't any of you curious? Shouldn't people, while they're alive, rise to the challenge and face the unknown? Come on, somebody answer me. I feel like I'm talking to a wall." Xie Yu glanced at the few students still left in the classroom. Besides himself, Zhao, and Wanda, only 2 quiet boys remained. Throughout Wanda's entire speech, Xuézhā never looked up, as though he hadn't heard a single word. He was still wrestling with an especially difficult problem, completely absorbed in his studies. Nothing around him could distract him. The other boy was Ding Lianghua. Whenever he answered questions in class, his voice was as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. He was timid by nature, and Wanda had heard rumors that he had a mild social anxiety disorder, though he didn't know whether they were true. Only Su Qingqing responded, gently crushing his hopes. Little duh, your big sis is definitely interested, but what's the point? It's the boys' dorm. Wanda sighed. So what if it's the boys' dorm? As long as you're willing, you can be my big bro Qing anytime. Su Qingqing threw an eraser at him. Go die. Reality was nothing like Wanda's dream. The ghost hunting squad he had imagined clearly wasn't coming together. He didn't dare bother Xuézhā, so he could only pester Ding Lianghua instead. Sitting down in front of him, Wanda noticed Ding Lianghua flinch. Wanda leaned closer. Ding Lianghua leaned back. Bro, what do you think? I'll say it again. This is a man's quest. Ding Lianghua wasn't good at talking to people. After listening to him stammer for what felt like forever, Wanda still couldn't tell whether he had agreed to go. The conversation was exhausting. Meanwhile, Xie Yu was chatting with Zhou Dailai. Dailai sent him a picture of a fat orange cat and her kitten. The little one was adorable, covered in soft, fluffy fur. Both cats tilted their heads at exactly the same angle toward the camera. The photo had been taken on Dailai's balcony. Zhou Dailai didn't see her for a few weeks, and she went off to have a baby. He looks exactly like Fatty. I'm calling him Tubby. Xie Yu smiled and saved the photo. The fat orange cat was Blackwater Street's unofficial mascot. No one knew where she had originally come from. When she first appeared, she had been skin and bones, her ribs clearly visible beneath her fur. She must have been a stray for a long time. She always hid whenever she saw people, and no one knew where she slept. Stray cats and dogs often wandered through Blackwater Street. Aunt May and Aunt Lay would collect leftover food, sometimes adding fish bones, put everything into old steel bowls, and leave them outside their doors. Over time, the orange cat settled down on Blackwater Street. She had quite a personality. She refused to eat plain rice. If she accepted dinner from a household, she would stay the night and catch mice for them. She worked diligently, even lining up the dead mice neatly outside the front door afterward. Zhou Dailai, my mom's practically bribing her now. She specially cooked a fish for her and said the house felt unclean while she was gone. Aunt Wang next door cooked one too. One made steamed fish, the other grilled fish. They're basically competing to see who gets to keep Fatty tonight. Xie Yu, maybe you should reflect on why a cat has a better life than you. Zhou Dailai. Wanda hovered around Ding Lianghua for quite a while. Perhaps because he found Wanda too annoying, Ding Lianghua finally nodded. Wěizhuāng was still thinking up escape plans. More than a dozen excuses flashed through his mind within minutes. But when he heard Ding Lianghua was joining, he immediately said, that guy? The one who stutters every time he has to answer in class. Xie Yu didn't remember Ding Lianghua very well and didn't respond. Even he's going. Wěizhuāng tossed his phone aside, leaned back in his chair, and suddenly felt his fighting spirit ignite. Xie Yu thought, don't underestimate him. He might be braver than you. When Wanda came over to invite the two big shots, Wěizhuāng slapped the desk dramatically. A man's quest. Whoever doesn't go isn't a man. Don't worry. Zhao Ji will protect you. Wanda was deeply moved. Zhao Ji, from today on, we're sworn brothers. So handsome. Truly a man among men. Xie Yu immediately let out a cold laugh. The four of them agreed to gather in Wěizhuāng's dorm room that night and wait for the mysterious knocking to begin after midnight. Since Xie Yu's dorm was nearby, he wasn't in a hurry. He planned to finish another practice exam, but after taking a shower, he received several loud phone calls from Wěizhuāng urging him to hurry over. Still drying his hair, Xie Yu answered, You're so annoying. Come over already, Wěizhuāng said. I've got a treasure to show you. This guy was unbelievably annoying. Xie Yu draped the towel around his neck, crossed the hallway, pushed open the dorm room door, and asked, What now? Almost finished. Wěizhuāng was bent over the desk writing something without even looking up. His movements were so exaggerated that his already terrible handwriting became completely illegible. Xie Yu walked closer and saw a long strip of yellow paper covered with crooked, unrecognizable scribbles. A yin-yang symbol had been drawn in the middle. He already had a bad feeling. This is the most powerful technique from the Complete Guide to Exorcism, Wěizhuāng declared proudly. The ghost seal. Xie Yu's damp hair still dripped water. Wearing nothing but a simple t-shirt, he rubbed his head with the towel. For some reason, Zhao suddenly felt that Xie Yu's eyes looked like still pools of water. Bright, soft, yet cold. After staring at the ghost seal for a long time, Xie Yu finally said, "Wow, you're incredible." Wanda was the third to arrive. He had changed into SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and carried both a flashlight and a bag. "Zhao Ji, I'm here." "Oh, Yu, you're already here." He stepped inside. "I brought a flashlight. If you have one, bring it too. If the ghost's really powerful, it might knock out all the lights in the building." Xie Yu questioned the logic behind this classic horror novel scenario. "And what makes you think the flashlight won't stop working too?" Wanda was speechless. Since it was still early, the three of them gathered around to play a fighting game. There was only one chair in the room, so the only other place to sit was the bed. Wanda didn't dare sit on Zhao's bed, so he looked hopefully at Xie Yu. "Yuji, could you get up?" I want to sit on the chair." Very quickly, Wanda realized how miserable it was to play games with these two. Xie Yu always seemed able to draw the strongest cards within a few turns. He fought however he pleased and paid absolutely no attention to his teammates. Zhao ignored Wanda too. "I found something good. Old Xie, get over here." "Where are you?" "Hurry up." "Zhao Ji, I'm your teammate too," Wanda said pitifully. "Help me out. I'm broke." Only then did Zhao glance at him. "You're too far away. Just do your best." "Wanda." Ding Lianghua finally arrived around 11 o'clock. "Thought you weren't coming. Sit." Zhao shifted over and patted the bed. Ding Lianghua had barely spoken with Zhao before. Standing helplessly in the doorway, he instinctively looked toward Wanda. Understanding immediately, Wanda scooted over and offered him half the chair. "You want the chair too? Come on." Ding Lianghua carefully sat down. Zhao looked puzzled. "What's wrong with you two?" Xie Yu's hair had mostly dried. He took the towel off his head and casually tossed it onto Zhao's desk. "Now then," Wanda said excitedly, "let's discuss tonight's battle plan." "Actually, Yuji, you really surprised me. I thought you definitely wouldn't come." After all, Xie Yu usually kept to himself. "I'm just here to watch the show," Xie Yu replied. 12:30 in the morning. Outside the window, the night was pitch black, and the dormitory building was eerily quiet. Since it was the weekend, more than half the students had gone home. Even the sound of footsteps echoed louder than usual. Looking down the seemingly endless corridor lined with identical doors was enough to make anyone dizzy. Wanda took a deep breath, led the way, pushed the door open, and stepped outside. Creak. In that atmosphere, even the sound of the door opening felt terrifying. Zhao stood frozen, unmoving, for quite a while. "Come on, Zhao Ji. What are you doing?" Wanda called back. Blocked behind him, Xie Yu couldn't get out. He reached over and tapped Zhao on the shoulder. "Protect me. Zhao Ji, aren't you a man among men?" Zhao. To his credit, Zhao behaved remarkably well that night. Perhaps the ghost seal had genuinely given him courage. After waiting for about half an hour, everyone grew bored and started chatting. "Ding Huayang Yu. His name is Ding Lianghua. Sorry, I don't really remember much about you. But I bet old Xie doesn't even know your surname is Ding." Smiling awkwardly, Wanda turned to Xie Yu and asked whether he had only been pretending not to know, trying to smooth over the embarrassment Zhao had caused. At that moment, a faint knocking sound reached their ears. Everyone fell silent. Just as Wanda said, "Maybe we imagined it." Another dull thump echoed through the building. It sounded far away, muffled, as though something stood between them and the source of the sound. The knocking drifted through the empty corridor and rose up the stairwell. "It isn't knocking on the third floor tonight," Wanda said, his voice trembling. It's right below us." Many years later, whenever Xie Yu looked back on his high school days, there was one night he would never forget. The ridiculous chain of events that followed and the absurd ending were only part of the reason. The real reason was this enormous idiot. His hands were trembling so badly from fear that he quietly stuffed the ghost seal into the hand of the person beside him. Zhao shoved the wrinkled talisman, covered in messy scribbles, into Xie Yu's hand. The paper was already creased, still carrying the lingering warmth of Zhao's palm. Completely focused on the staircase ahead, Zhao had acted purely on instinct. Then he reached out and patted Xie Yu on the head. "Don't be scared. Big Bro will protect you." Xie Yu lowered his eyes to the crumpled ghost seal in his hand and froze for a moment. Chapter 27. The group carefully made their way down the stairs. Halfway down, Wanda suddenly gripped the railing tightly. Fuck. There really is. There really is what? What did you see? There's a ghost. Xie Yu raised his wrist and glanced at the time. The minute hand rested on 12. It was exactly 1 a.m. At the end of the second-floor corridor, the motion sensor light hadn't turned on. A vague human-shaped figure was slowly moving toward them, but its limbs were impossible to make out. Its footsteps were incredibly light, as though the entire scene were playing in slow motion. Only the moonlight and the streetlights shining through the windows cast a faint glow over the mysterious figure. Xie Yu tightened his grip on the ghost seal. He suddenly wanted to comfort the giant idiot standing beside him. He was just about to say, "You don't seriously think someone wandering around wrapped in a bedsheet is something supernatural, do you?" Instead, he saw Wěizhuāng calmly pull another talisman from his pocket. The symbols and yin-yang diagram were almost identical to the one in Xie Yu's hand. "Don't worry," Wěizhuāng said. "I've got another one." "What do we do now?" Wanda asked. Wěizhuāng shot back. "You came up with all those battle plans. Didn't you prepare for this?" Wanda lowered his voice. "Actually, I didn't think we'd really run into one." Xie Yu leaned against the wall. "What else can we do? Go over and say hello?" Wanda fell silent. "Actually, I think a man's quest requires courage." Halfway through speaking, his attitude completely changed. "How about we go back and sleep?" Before he could finish, Ding Lianghua, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly charged out from beside them. His 100-meter sprint time had to be incredible. They absolutely had to sign him up for the next sports meet. He shot forward like a gust of wind. As he passed the corner, he even grabbed the fire extinguisher standing there and slammed it into the blurry figure with a loud thud. "Wanda, Wěizhuāng, Xie Yu, what the hell happened? Is dorm life at your school always this exciting? What a vibrant nightlife." By Monday morning, before Xuézhā had even put down his backpack, he had already heard the bizarre rumors. After turning in his homework without even bothering to review, he immediately ran over to Class 3. Leaning through the classroom window, he stuck his head inside. "I heard Mad Dog nearly exploded from anger. What the hell did you guys do?" The classroom buzzed with activity as everyone rearranged their desks. Su Qingqing had already finished moving hers and was helping alongside Lu Xuanhao. "Luo Wenxiang, stand behind Wanda. Your row should line up with this side. There are 32 people taking exams in this classroom. If we don't have enough desks and chairs, borrow some from next door." The desks had to be separated into single-seat exam arrangements. Once the bell rang, everyone would head to their assigned examination rooms. It was the first official exam period of the second year. The monthly exams. Wanda carefully adjusted the desks and chairs. He really didn't know how to explain things to Xuézhā. "It's a long story," Xuézhā said. "Xiaowan, are you still the know-it-all I first met? The one who could gossip while passing me answers?" Wanda shook his head. People grow up. Xuézhā's grades had never been very good. During one final exam in their first year, he had desperately wanted a decent score so he could enjoy the new year without his family's constant nagging. Before the invigilator came around, he'd tap the shoulder of the student in front of him. "Friend, do you want to have a happy new year?" The student sitting in front of him just happened to be Wanda. The two of them hit it off immediately. At first, they only exchanged answers. After 2 or 3 rounds, Xuézhā deliberately knocked his eraser onto the floor with his elbow. As he bent to pick it up, he grabbed the note lying beside it. Besides the answers, there was another line written on it. "You're from Class 5? Do you know Wěizhuāng? I heard he fought with a teacher a few days ago." By the end of the exam, the answer sheets had become full-blown gossip notes. They hadn't copied many answers, but they had practically discussed everyone in the entire grade. Xuézhā turned toward Wěizhuāng. His gaze swept around the classroom before finally locking onto him. Wěizhuāng and Xie Yu's desks had ended up in rather awkward positions, wherever there happened to be empty seats. Wěizhuāng sat in the very last seat of the innermost row. The lighting in that corner wasn't very good. With one hand in his pocket and his back against the wall, he lazily played with his phone. "Zhao. Xuézhā raised a hand and called out. Hearing his name, Wěizhuāng looked up. He picked up the plastic bag from his desk, tossed it into the trash, and walked over. "The exam's about to start. What are you fooling around for? Xuézhā asked. Your dorm building. I can sum it up in 3 words. A man's quest. Xuézhā looked completely baffled. Xie Yu was sitting nearby with his head resting on the desk, asleep. Zhao reached over and patted the back of his head. Right, old Xie? Xie Yu. Without lifting his head, he fumbled around beside him, grabbed something, and threw it. It was a calculator. Afraid it would smash on the floor, Zhao quickly stepped back twice and caught it. Little friend, you've got quite the temper today. Xuézhā decided it was better not to ask anymore. Zhao waved him off. I'll tell you later. Hurry back to your own classroom. The exam's starting. In previous exams, seating assignments had been generated randomly by computer, so students never knew who they'd end up testing with. This semester, however, the school had changed the system. Students were assigned according to their final exam rankings. The top 30 students were placed in the first exam room, the next 30 in the second, and so on. Perhaps the school hoped this would motivate everyone. After all, people should always aim higher. Likewise, they should always strive for a better examination room. Dean Zhang's exact words had been, "You need ambition. There's nothing shameful about wanting to rank higher. For example, if I were taking the exam in Division 5 today, then next time I'd want to sit in Division 1. I hope every one of you has that fighting spirit." Xuézhā reluctantly left. Wanda cautiously walked over. The study representative isn't taking the exam? Zhao replied. In his condition, do you think he can? I heard his mom came to take him home so he could sleep. Severe sleep deprivation. He'd only been sleeping 2 or 3 hours a day. No wonder he broke down. At the mention of the study representative, Xie Yu completely lost whatever sleepiness remained. Amid the scraping of chairs and the noisy classroom, he sat up and glanced toward Xuézhā's seat. That night, Ding Lianghua had charged forward with astonishing courage. The fire extinguisher had exploded in a cloud of dry powder, covering the entire corridor. When they finally pulled the blanket off the ghost, they discovered Xuézhā lying quietly on the floor. Who would have guessed he was sleepwalking? Wanda said, "It's my first time seeing someone sleepwalk that far." If the dorm doors hadn't been locked, he probably would have wandered out of the school with his eyes closed. The commotion in the middle of the night had awakened both Mad Dog and Old Tang from the faculty dormitory next door. The 2 teachers rushed over in a panic. One of them hadn't even zipped up his pants properly. Old Tang was still wearing his slippers on the wrong feet. What's going on? Why are you making such a racket in the middle of the night? What on earth are you all doing? The warning bell rang. Everyone grabbed their exam supplies and headed for their assigned classrooms. Xie Yu had brought nothing except a black pen. If he could have gotten away with it, he wouldn't even have brought that. He honestly had no idea how he was supposed to score lower than Zhao. Even if he closed his eyes and answered at random, he'd probably still beat him. We're using answer sheets. You need a 2B pencil. Walking behind him, Zhao stuffed one into Xie Yu's hand. Then he generously shared his own experience. Even if shading the answers doesn't really matter, you might still get a few lucky points. A few, 7 or 8. Whenever Xie Yu took exams before, he deliberately controlled his scores to stay around average. Although his grades were always poor, they were never so terrible that people thought he was stupid. Instead, they gave everyone the impression that this kid's actually pretty smart. He just refuses to study. Even Madame Gu believed there was still hope for her son. Skipping class and ranking near the bottom were only because he didn't pay attention. If he actually studied seriously, surely he wouldn't end up with grades like these. Holding the green pencil, Xie Yu asked, intending to gauge today's score accordingly. What did you get last semester? They passed exam rooms 1 through 8 before climbing another flight of stairs to reach the very last examination room. According to Dean Zhang's seating arrangements, this room was reserved for students with the worst grades. Zhao thought for a moment. Last semester? I don't really remember. I think I did pretty well. Xie Yu looked at him. My English score was around 40. The gathering place for underachievers held only about 20 students. Every single one of them gave their teachers headaches. Through sheer determination, they had managed to drag down their class's average scores. Sometimes, a single person's results could affect an entire class's ranking. As soon as Zhao walked in, several students greeted him. Hey, Zhaoji. Zhao glanced around and recognized quite a few people. Standing casually in the doorway with one hand in his pocket, he looked every bit like the leader of the slackers. Long time no see. Tang's son was invigilating the room. He stood at the computer, adjusting his wristwatch, while the other teachers looked at him sympathetically. Old Tang, your class average probably isn't going to look very good this time. Tang's son had only recently transferred to the school. If his students didn't produce results. Tang's son remained focused on adjusting his watch. It's fine. I'm not worried. Exam scores aren't the measure of everything. There was one undeniable downside to arranging exam rooms this way. For these underachievers, there was no top student nearby to copy from. The people they could copy were all about the same. Still, there were degrees of about the same. Everyone's eyes settled on the student sitting in the very first seat. He was the highest scorer in the entire Slacker exam room based on last semester's results. I heard you got 60 on the math exam. Wow. 60 out of 150. 60? You're that good. It was probably the first time in his life that this poor student had ever been admired for his grades. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. Not really. Xie Yu rested his forehead against his hand, lowering his head as he tried not to listen. This was just. His thoughts twisted around several times, and for a moment he couldn't even find the right words to complain. Then he heard Wěizhuāng, sitting behind him, enthusiastically joining the conversation. 60 points, bro. That's seriously impressive, bro. Chapter 28. My friend, what about language? What did you score? The guy with the best grades in the room scratched his head awkwardly. About 80. Everyone in the Slacker's exam room seemed to have found their savior and immediately swarmed around him. Someone even slipped a cigarette into his breast pocket. Big bro, just a little token of my respect. Please accept it. No need to stand on ceremony. 80 points in language. I've only ever dreamed of scores like that. How did someone with grades that good end up in this exam room? You're a hidden master. An ace among slackers. You're amazing. Make eye contact with me later and pass me the answers. Relax. I've been doing this for years. Zero risk. I'll swallow the paper before I let an invigilator get their hands on it. Surrounded by everyone, the boy felt like he was floating on air. He secretly decided he had to get assigned to this exam room again next time. Being treated like the big brother felt incredible. He was bursting with energy. No one had ever praised his terrible grades like this before. Xie Yu sat in his seat, idly twirling a pen as he waited for the invigilator to come in. 3 fingers loosely held the black ink pen, spinning it around and around. His eyes slowly drooped shut. He was getting tired of waiting. Wěizhuāng tapped Xie Yu's right shoulder with his pen. Little friend, want the answers? The pen in Xie Yu's hand clattered onto the desk. His long, slender fingers, with their pronounced knuckles, stayed frozen in place. You? Xie Yu rested one hand against his temple and twisted around to look at Wěizhuāng. Forget it. Wěizhuāng knew Xie Yu had misunderstood. Leaning back lazily in his chair, he smiled and crooked his index finger, lightly tapping Xie Yu's forehead. What are you thinking? Not mine, obviously. That guy's. The one who got 60 in math and 80 in language. It was only the lightest touch, barely brushing across Xie Yu's forehead. Xie Yu instinctively recoiled from the contact. Perhaps recoiled wasn't quite the right word. Maybe he simply wasn't used to it. Bracing one hand against the desk, he stood, leaning forward as if he wanted nothing more than to split Wěizhuāng's head open. I told you before. Don't touch me. Wěizhuāng was sitting in the last row, though there was still some space between his seat and the wall. He rolled himself and his chair backward several steps. You've got quite the temper, Wěizhuāng said. All right. I'll stop messing with you. Calm down. Their little dispute drew a few curious glances from nearby students, though no one could quite tell if they were actually fighting. What are those two doing? I heard someone from class 3 say Xie Yu and Zhao Ji. Those two are kind of into guys. Huh. I didn't believe it either. Who said that? Know-it-all. You can trust maybe half of what he says. Just take it with a grain of salt. The bell rang again. Dean Zhang's voice came over the loudspeaker. Students, the exam will begin in 5 minutes. Please return to your assigned examination rooms. The first exam is language. Up to this point, his tone had been calm and gentle, probably to ease everyone's nerves. Then, halfway through, he abruptly stopped. His voice suddenly boomed through the speakers. You there? Which class are you from? The exam's about to start and you're still fooling around? Stop right there. Get over here. You little brat, stop running. The announcement ended abruptly. A sharp-eared student heard the click of high heels approaching in the hallway and immediately warned everyone. "Shoo! The invigilator's here." The noisy classroom fell silent in an instant. Unfortunately, silence wasn't a word in He Zhao's vocabulary. He poked Xie Yu again with his pen. "I'll pass you the answers later." "No need," Xie Yu replied calmly. "Why not? It's an 80-point language paper." Xie Yu thought, "Answers, my ass. I might accidentally score higher than you." "I can't accept it," Xie Yu said, finding a perfectly reasonable excuse. "High scores don't suit me." The two invigilators were Tang Sun and Xuézhā. What a coincidence. Both of them had ties to Class 2, Grade 3. Xuézhā had probably been assigned to this room at the last minute. When she reached the door, she even asked, "Is this the room?" "It is." Old Tang was holding his usual mug of herbal tea. After entering, he set it down, opened the sealed packet of exam papers, and began counting them. Xuézhā brought over a chair and a book. She glanced around the room, and the moment she spotted He Zhao, her expression stiffened unnaturally before she quickly looked away. "It's Xuézhā," someone whispered. "I don't know her. Is she strict?" "She used to be Class 3's homeroom teacher before she got transferred. Ask Zhao Ji. He should know." "Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji." Someone sitting nearby lowered his voice and asked. After all, their future depended directly on how strict these invigilators were. "I know old Tang, but what about that lady teacher? Is she strict?" He Zhao smiled and casually tossed his pen onto the desk. "She." He left the sentence unfinished. The boy scratched his head, confused, though he did think He Zhao's smile looked unusually cold. Strict or not, cheating still had to happen. None of the students in this room had respectable grades, but they all had plenty of nerve. They lived for the thrill. Once the opportunity came, none of them would hesitate. The operation in this room looked like something straight out of an action movie. "There are 30 minutes remaining. Please use your time wisely and finish your answers. If you haven't started your essay yet, you need to manage your time better." Xuézhā made several rounds of the classroom before sitting back down to read her book. Tang Sun wandered through the aisles holding his tea. Remember, school teaches more than knowledge. More important than answering questions is learning how to conduct yourselves in life. As Tang Sun turned around, a tightly crumpled paper ball flew across the classroom behind his back. "I hope none of you cheat. Show your real abilities. If you don't know an answer, that's fine. There's nothing shameful about it. As long as you work hard and learn it in the future, that's enough." The paper ball landed perfectly on the corner of He Zhao's desk. No matter the subject, He Zhao always followed one principle. If I don't know it, skip it. Language was the only exception. At least he could understand the questions. He wasn't illiterate. So during language exams, he always filled every page of the answer booklet, making up for all the questions he couldn't answer in his other subjects. He finished the earlier questions and moved on to the essay. His pen flew across the page with unstoppable enthusiasm. His handwriting was so messy it spilled right out of the answer grids. Seeing Tang Sun about to turn around again, He Zhao calmly reached out and picked up the paper ball. Tang Sun did turn around. He stared at He Zhao's answer booklet for a long moment with a complicated expression. In the end, though, he said nothing. Hands clasped behind his back, he walked away muttering, "The most basic requirement is legible handwriting. These are points you really shouldn't lose. Please pay attention to that." More than 20 students were sharing the same answer sheet. After a lengthy discussion, they had designed a relay system. The answers would travel from the front of the first column all the way to the back, then continue from the back of the second column back toward the front. The student who had passed the answers to He Zhao gestured for him to finish copying and pass them on. He Zhao leisurely flashed him an OK sign. Xie Yu planned to score somewhere around 40 or 50 points on this language exam. He had intentionally left half the answer booklet blank. Any question he didn't want points for simply stayed unanswered. As for He Zhao's miraculous ability to confidently make things up, Xie Yu truly couldn't do it. Before the exam, during language class, Old Tang had handed out 2 reading comprehension practice papers to collect afterward. Xie Yu had watched He Zhao answer every question with complete concentration. Not a single answer made any sense. The paper had been passed around the class afterward, becoming the biggest source of entertainment for Lu Xuézhā and the others. This time, the essay topic was silhouette background. Xie Yu was trying his hardest to write off topic. Just figuring out how to do that was giving him a headache. Then he heard He Zhao quietly call from behind. "Old Xie." Something lightly tapped him twice on the back. Hand. Under the desk. What? The answers. Give me your hand. Holding the crumpled paper in one hand, Wěizhuāng leaned slightly forward, his other hand hidden beneath the desk. It was extremely discreet. If Xie Yu reached back, he would be able to take it. Xie Yu calmly pushed his chair back a little. Gripping the edge of his desk with one hand, he leaned closer and lowered his voice. I said I don't want it. Even if you don't, the people in front are waiting. Wěizhuāng tapped the underside of the desk with one finger. Their futures are in your hands. Do a good deed today. Earn some karma. The large ceiling fan squeaked as it turned, masking their whispered conversation. A warm breeze drifted in through the open window. The classroom was so quiet that the spare exam papers on the podium fluttered beneath the box of chalk holding them down, looking as though they might blow away at any moment. Xie Yu reluctantly lowered his arm and reached backward. He searched around for a while, but found nothing. Where? Under here. Not there. It is. Feel around a little more. Curious about whatever trick Wěizhuāng was playing, Xie Yu continued feeling around beneath the desk. Did you copy them? Me? I didn't. Remembering Xie Yu's earlier words, I can't accept it, Wěizhuāng continued. After thinking about it, I can't accept it either. Xie Yu was at his limit. He leaned back a little farther, deciding that if he still couldn't find it this time, he would just give up. Everyone else could fend for themselves. Why should he copy the answers? If he didn't know something, he'd simply leave it blank. Just as that thought crossed his mind, his fingertips brushed against Wěizhuāng's. Both of them froze. The ceiling fan continued its rhythmic squeaking. The chalk box held only a few tiny stubs now, no longer heavy enough to keep the exam papers from blowing away. A gust of wind scattered them across the podium, and Xuézhā quickly closed her book to gather them. Neither Xie Yu nor Wěizhuāng moved. Xie Yu didn't pull his hand away. Wěizhuāng didn't withdraw his either. Several moments passed in silence. Then Wěizhuāng slowly moved. His index finger curled slightly, just enough to brush against the center of Xie Yu's palm. Chapter 29. Mr. Tang, turn off the fan, Xuézhā said as she picked up the exam booklets. It's too noisy. It'll affect the listening section of the English exam later. Tang-san nodded and walked over to switch off the fan. Xuézhā held the stack of booklets in her hands. If she lowered her head even slightly, she would have been able to see beneath Wěizhuāng's desk. The moment Xie Yu saw her about to stand up, he yanked his hand back as though he'd been electrocuted. Wěizhuāng reacted a beat slower. He watched Xie Yu lower his head and continue answering questions, then blinked, closed his hand, and once again hid the crumpled slip of paper in his palm. Xuézhā noticed nothing unusual. After collecting the papers, she glanced around the room, then opened her own book and continued reading. Tang-sun noticed one student secretly flipping through a textbook, searching for the answer to a fill-in-the-blank question. Without saying a word, he walked over and rapped sharply on the desk as a warning. The fan gradually spun to a stop. The four students sitting in front of Xie Yu were all getting anxious. The answer sheet still hadn't reached them. If it didn't come soon, there wouldn't be enough time to copy it. The student at the very front finally couldn't hold back anymore. He turned around and whispered, "Where are the goods?" The student behind him shrugged before turning around as well. Is Zhao Ji still holding on to them? When are they getting here? No idea. Hurry him up. We can't wait any longer. The fourth student in the chain carried the heaviest responsibility, but he simply didn't dare ask. Xie Yu's legendary reputation still echoed throughout the school. He suggested weakly, "Maybe we should just rely on our own abilities." Faced with the cruel reality that they might actually have to depend on themselves, the four brothers-in-arms reluctantly gave up hope. Wěizhuāng, however, remained loyal to the cause. After waiting several more minutes, he poked Xie Yu in the back again. The answers. Hurry. Xie Yu gave him a single word. Scram. So cold, Wěizhuāng sighed. Look up and take a look. Those four brothers, just look at their miserable backs. Don't you feel even the slightest bit guilty? Doesn't your conscience hurt at all? None of my business. 10 minutes left. Use your time wisely. Tang-sun reminded the room after checking his watch. If you haven't finished your essay yet, pay attention to the time. You should be writing your conclusion by now. As he spoke, he turned and headed back toward the podium. Taking advantage of the moment, Xie Yu still didn't turn around. Instead of fumbling beneath the desk like Wěizhuāng had done, he casually reached one hand behind him, rested it openly against the edge of Wěizhuāng's desk, and said impatiently, "The answers." Zhao froze for a moment before coming back to himself and dropping the crumpled paper ball into Xie Yu's waiting hand. Without even looking at it, Xie Yu flicked the paper forward. It flew perfectly straight, without veering in the slightest, and landed squarely on the fourth student's desk. Only then did Zhao finally come back to his senses. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to laugh. He lowered his head. He had finished the exam long ago, so both forearms rested on top of his answer sheet. One hand covered his eyes, making him look lazy and relaxed. He thought to himself, "This little friend keeps saying, 'None of my business.' He's actually kind of cute." 10 minutes later, the bell rang. There were 2 exams that morning. The second was English. No one in this exam room was in much of a hurry to grab their books and study. Aside from the students who went to the restroom, everyone handed in their papers and simply stayed in the classroom. Once the 2 invigilators finished collecting and arranging the exam papers by student number, the students crowded at the classroom door, waving enthusiastically. Friend, goodbye." The classroom instantly descended into chaos. Someone even pulled out a deck of cards and started a game of do diju. "Coming, Zhaoji," one of the boys asked while dealing the cards. Zhao stood up and waved him off. "You guys play? I'm sitting this one out." Xie Yu was still calculating his score, scribbling additions and subtractions across a sheet of scrap paper. Zhao walked over, bent down to take a look, but before he could see anything, Xie Yu flipped the paper over with a slap. "What are you writing? So stingy." Zhao wasn't especially curious. He casually changed the subject. "Going to the bathroom?" Xie Yu truly couldn't understand the mentality behind group bathroom trips. Could they not pee by themselves? "What?" he sneered as he put down his pen. "Need someone to hold it for you." Seeing how merciless his deskmate was, Zhao rubbed his nose and went alone. After washing his hands, he wandered around outside for a while. On the way back, he greeted more than 10 different people. The way he carried himself, it was as if the entire grade consisted of his friends. "Zhaoji." Someone leaned out of a classroom window and called to him. "Long time no see." Zhao slowed down, glanced at the classroom sign, then leaned casually against the wall. "Exam room 5? Not bad. Your grades improved quite a bit." Not really. The other boy laughed. "You know me best. My grades are only as high as my courage. Last exam I just accidentally copied a little too much." As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of Zongnanhai cigarettes and started offering one. "Want one?" The cigarette had barely emerged halfway when the boy suddenly cursed under his breath and shoved the pack back into his pocket. Xuézhā was walking past the classroom, her high heels clicking crisply against the floor. After she disappeared down the corridor, he reached for the cigarette pack again. But Zhao waved him off. "I'm not smoking." "Huh. I quit." There were still about 10 minutes before the next exam began. Instead of returning to the classroom, Zhao wandered to a deserted corner near the faculty offices. He found an empty stairwell, sat down on the steps, pulled an orange-wrapped lollipop from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. With the candy between his lips, he lowered his head and sent Xie Yu a text message. It was a joke he'd found online. A terrible joke. Not funny at all. Even as he sent it, he could already imagine Xie Yu's response. "Idiot. Thumbs down. Scram." Before the message finished sending, footsteps echoed nearby. Click, click. High heels. Zhao didn't look up. The footsteps stopped beside him. "Zhao, what are you doing?" Xuézhā stood in the stairwell, exam booklets in her arms. Ever since the Yang Wenyuan incident, she'd held a grudge against him. In her mind, Yang Wenyuan had simply been a rare mistake in judging character. As for Zhao, he was still nothing more than a troublesome delinquent with countless bad habits. All the resentment she'd been holding in burst out at once. "What kind of place do you think this school is? Smoking on campus? Earlier in the hallway, I deliberately overlooked it instead of criticizing you. And you still don't have any self-awareness? Just look at yourself." Earlier she'd seen someone offering Zhao a cigarette. Now she'd found him alone in the stairwell with something in his mouth. Without even looking carefully, she'd already jumped to the worst conclusion. Before Xuézhā could finish speaking, Zhao suddenly smiled. The young man stood up, one hand braced casually against the wall. Tall, lean, easy on the eyes. His school uniform hung loosely from his frame, and as the fabric shifted, the outline of his narrow waist became faintly visible. "I should have some self-awareness?" Zhao was nearly 2 heads taller than Xuézhā. He had originally been facing away from her. Now he stepped down one stair and turned to face her directly. What exactly do I look like? The lollipop in his mouth was so sweet, it was almost sickening. His words, however, were anything but sweet. Miss Su, are your eyes broken? Only then did Xuézhā realize it was a lollipop. She fell silent. Trying to avoid him, she moved toward the stairs. Zhao stepped sideways and blocked her path. You're in a hurry. I'm in a hurry too. How about this? Apologize. Then he repeated himself. Apologize. And apologize for last time too. Apologize twice, then you can leave. Xuézhā had always looked down on Zhao. There was no way she would lower herself enough to apologize to him. Zhao smiled. Is it really that hard? Aren't teachers supposed to lead by example? You made a mistake. You said something wrong. Can't you even say the words, I'm sorry? Xuézhā remained silent. At that moment, Dean Zhang's enthusiastic voice echoed over the school intercom. Teachers, please check the equipment for the listening comprehension section. We will shortly begin playing the English recording. Please adjust the volume. Although Zhao was smiling, there wasn't the slightest warmth in his eyes. An invisible sharpness radiated from him. It was as though everything he normally kept tightly restrained had suddenly been released. Xuézhā felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on her. Just when she thought he might completely lose control, Zhao suddenly stepped aside. Leaning against the wall, he silently cleared the way. He bit down on the lollipop until only the white stick remained. Xuézhā stood frozen for several seconds before walking past him. She reached the landing below. Just as she turned the corner, Zhao called after her. Is it because my grades are bad? Xuézhā stopped. From where she stood, she couldn't see his expression. Holding the white plastic stick between his fingers, Zhao asked quietly. Because my grades are bad. In your words, what exactly? Xuézhā suddenly felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around her throat. She wanted to answer, but no words came. The English exam was supervised by Tang's son and the history teacher from the neighboring class. Zhao arrived 10 minutes late. The moment he entered, everyone could tell something was wrong. Tang's son was just about to stop him and ask why he was late, but instead of offering one of his usual excuses, like helping an old granny cross the street, Zhao simply stood in the doorway and asked, I'm late. Does that mean I can't take the exam? The question caught Tang's son completely off guard. No. But next time. Before he could finish, Zhao walked straight past him and returned to his seat. Damn. Zhao. What happened? The exam papers have already been handed out. Turn to the listening section. It'll begin shortly, Tang's son reminded him. Then, remembering that Zhao had missed an announcement, he added, Reading passage A, question 3 has 2 identical options by mistake. Replace option C with the one written on the board. Xie Yu quietly shifted his chair back a little. What happened to you? Zhao knew he'd overreacted earlier. Not only had he lost his temper, he'd even childishly blurted out what he'd really been feeling. Now that he'd vented, he'd calmed down considerably. Scratching the back of his head, he replied, Nothing, just a small thing. Then he raised his hand. Teacher, I'll definitely be more careful next time. His mood had changed as quickly as the weather. Even Tang's son couldn't figure him out. All right. Halfway through the exam, Zhao had already finished. He was just about to rest his head and take a nap, when, the moment he closed his eyes, he heard 2 light taps beneath the desk. Knock. Knock. He opened one eye halfway without moving. Little friend, what are you doing? Xie Yu tapped twice again with one finger. Your hand. Under the desk. Zhao reached underneath and found a folded slip of paper. He opened it. There was only a single symbol written on it. This was probably the highest form of concern his cold deskmate was capable of showing. Zhao was someone who appreciated even the smallest kindness. He felt that if he picked up his pen now, he could probably write an entire essay about how touched he was to receive concern from the emotionless killer. It would easily fill a whole page. But when the pen touched the paper and a tiny blot of ink spread across it, he paused. Then he wrote only 4 words. What am I like? Chapter 30. Xuézhā's and Wang Da's grades were evenly matched. They sat one in front of the other again for this exam. Only this time, their positions were reversed. The two sat down according to their examination numbers. Their gazes met and lingered for a long while before they smiled. Xuézhā said, Bro, you get it. Wang Da said, I do get it. To a good partnership. After comparing their answers, the two started chatting nonstop through folded cheat notes. They didn't finish their conversation during the language exam, so they continued during the English exam. When we're done here, want to grab lunch? Where should we go? The cafeteria. Where else? The cafeteria menu today looks a little terrifying. Should we invite Zhao Ji and the others? No choice. Even if it's bad, we still have to eat. Of course. Invite everyone. We'll suffer together. Jie Ji, speaking of which, how long have you known Zhao Ji? They had been chatting happily about lunch, but Wanda suddenly changed the subject. Shen Jie unfolded the note, saw those words, and immediately knew Wanda's curiosity was like weeds that refused to die. Even after a wildfire, the moment spring arrived, they would sprout again. Shen Jie thought about it. He had known He Zhao for nearly 3 years. When they first met, dance games were all the rage, and the streets were full of non-mainstream fashion. Shen Jie had been a well-behaved kid at home, but outside, he ran wild. He often snuck into internet cafes and had even been in an online relationship with a girl who communicated almost entirely with emojis. Those illegal internet cafes were usually tucked away in hidden alleys. After finding the sign, you had to duck down, squeeze through a narrow passage, and push open a tiny door before entering the world of underage non-mainstream youth. For $3, they could enjoy 1 hour online. Enjoyment was one thing, but this particular internet cafe was risky. It got reported at the slightest excuse. If the kids were unlucky enough to get caught in a police raid, their families would be called to pick them up. A crime even worse than failing an exam. Shen Jie still remembered the day they met. After paying, he took his number tag and wandered around the room searching for computer number 6. Among the crowd of non-mainstream teenagers whose bangs covered their eyes, he spotted someone sleeping with his head resting on folded arms in front of a computer. The boy wore a black and red sports jacket and had very short hair. The letter N had been boldly shaved beside one ear. Several cigarette butts lay in the ashtray beside his hand. Just looking at his back, Shen Jie felt the boy's lazy posture was strangely domineering, and he disliked him at first sight. Computer number 5. Computer number 6 was right beside that cool-looking guy. Shen Jie carefully sat down. He pressed the power button and realized the boy was lying on his mouse pad. He tried to quietly pull it out, but accidentally woke him. The headphones hanging on the boy's ears had already been slipping off. As he raised his head, they slid completely down around his neck. Damn, what a pretty face. Shen Jie was so startled he nearly jumped. The handsome boy didn't say anything. After waking up, he simply continued typing. On the screen was the latest and hottest dance game. Even Shen Jie had gritted his teeth, bought QQ currency, and downloaded it. For students, owning an outfit that radiated coolness was the very foundation of dignity in that game. Everyone called each other brothers and sisters, but a newcomer wearing that unbelievably ugly beginner's outfit might as well have named himself. Don't add me as a friend. It was a game that demanded lightning-fast hands, yet the boy still found time to crack open a can of cola with one hand and take a drink. Shen Jie had heard rumors about a local tough guy who specifically visited underage internet cafes to collect protection money, but he had never actually seen him before. Until someone carrying a stick kicked the door open and swaggered inside. It was the middle of summer. The man wore a floral Hawaiian shirt. His beer belly was so huge that he couldn't button it up, leaving the shirt hanging half open. His face was greasy, and he looked thoroughly intimidating. The man strolled inside with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and slammed his stick against a computer desk. Money's been a little tight lately. You know the drill. Hurry up. Most people would rather hand over a little cash and avoid trouble. Shen Jie had been just about to do the same when someone grabbed his wrist. He Zhao stood up. He had just finished his cola. Casually squeezing the empty can in one hand, he pressed hard enough to leave a deep dent. Collect what? What exactly are you doing? The memory ended there. Shen Jie wrote on the paper. Zhao Ji is my idol. In the last examination room, Xie Yu stared at the note for a long time, unsure how to answer. He wrote, "You're an idiot," then immediately scribbled it out. During the second half of the English exam, several students in the last row became so noisy they were practically ready to throw their answer sheets at the invigilator. Tang's son moved his chair to the back of the classroom to supervise the exam, sitting right beside He Zhao. Xie Yu folded the note. In the end, He never found a good opportunity to pass it over. Wěizhuāng didn't wait. He rested his head on the desk and quickly fell asleep. The bell rang. The papers were collected. The room instantly became lively again. Wěizhuāng was sleeping soundly. While the papers were being gathered, Xie Yu called him several times. There was no response. Wěizhuāng merely turned his head and buried his face deeper into the crook of his arm. Xie Yu handed in Wěizhuāng's paper for him. Before turning it in, he glanced over the answer sheet from beginning to end and concluded that Wěizhuāng would probably score around 35 points. While the papers were being collected, the students nearby took the opportunity to compare more answers. This one was C. What about this one? Was it B? Xie Yu calmly changed several of Wěizhuāng's correct answers into wrong ones. The monthly exams only covered 3 subjects: language, mathematics, and English. That afternoon, after the mathematics exam ended, Class 2, Grade 3 had 2 self-study periods while the teachers marked papers. Xuézhā and the others planned to sneak out to the basketball court. Wěizhuāng didn't feel like sitting in the classroom doing nothing either. He stood up and said, "I'm coming too. Let's go." Wěizhuāng asked, "You only ever watch us play? Is your ankle still not healed?" Wěizhuāng replied, "I'm too good. I'm afraid I'll destroy your confidence." Xuézhā said, "Bullshit." Wěizhuāng continued, "Seriously, I'm worried I'll leave psychological scars." After chatting for a while, the group headed toward the basketball court. Just as Wěizhuāng walked out, he suddenly turned back. "Old Xie coming?" Without even looking up, Xie Yu replied, "Go if you want." "You said it." Wěizhuāng immediately walked over and grabbed his wrist. Xie Yu found it absurd. He had rejected him so clearly. How had "go if you want" turned into agreement? Wěizhuāng deliberately split the sentence apart and repeated it. "Sure, I'll go, Xie Yu." Halfway to the basketball court, Dean Zhang stopped them. The nearly 40-year-old dean leaned out the window of his office and shouted, "You boys on the basketball court, what are you doing? It's class time. What are you doing? Class 2, Grade 3, right? Get your asses up here." Dean Zhang's booming voice carried astonishingly far. Wanda hugged the basketball and bounced anxiously on his feet. "Damn, our luck's awful. Doesn't Mad Dog have exams to grade? Isn't he a math teacher?" The group lined up obediently outside the faculty office. Dean Zhang asked, "Care to explain yourselves?" As the class sports representative, Wěizhuāng couldn't stay silent. He stepped forward. "We were practicing basketball. Our class formed a team." "Wait." Dean Zhang became even angrier. "There isn't even a tournament going on. If there's no competition, what exactly are you practicing for?" Wěizhuāng was speechless. Wěizhuāng calmly answered instead, "Strength training." As a result, the entire class watched the group who had claimed they were going to play basketball run laps around the athletic field beneath the blazing sun. Su Qingqing sat beside the window. She watched for a long time, completely baffled. What are they doing? The others were equally confused. Maybe warming up? Dean Zhang didn't leave. Standing comfortably in the shade, he counted loudly. "Don't you all love exercising? Don't you love strength training? Run. 15 more laps. If you don't finish, don't bother going back to class." The afternoon sun was merciless. Only while running could they catch the faintest breeze. Sweat slowly streamed down their foreheads. "If you're a man, then run all 15 laps, Wěizhuāng said while jogging. "Old Xie, can you handle it?" Xie Yu ignored him. The more Wěizhuāng ran, the more excited he became. He even sped ahead of Xie Yu before turning around and running backward. Looking straight at Xie Yu, he asked, "Want to make a bet? Whoever finishes 15 laps first wins. Do you really have nothing better to do? Are you scared?" Although Dean Zhang had ordered 15 laps, he never intended to force them to finish. After watching them complete 3 laps, he quietly left, tacitly allowing them to return to class. The athletic field had baked beneath the sun all day. The smell of hot asphalt filled the air. The moment Dean Zhang disappeared, Xuézhā and Wanda leaned against each other as they staggered toward the sidelines. "Let's go. Let's go. I'm dying." Apart from the ever-enthusiastic sports representative, only Wěizhuāng and Xie Yu continued running. Those two must be insane. Wanda stood beside the flag platform, staring in disbelief. They're actually doing all 15 laps? Xuézhā was dying of thirst. Assuming the two of them simply hadn't noticed Dean Zhang had already left, he shouted twice. Neither of them responded. He eventually gave up. They probably really do want strength training. Come on, let's get some water. Running lap after lap was strangely addictive. Your clothes became soaked with sweat. Your footsteps never stopped. Your mind gradually emptied until you thought about nothing at all. If you wanted to vent, then you simply kept running with every ounce of strength you had, even if you became exhausted. So exhausted your breathing grew ragged. So exhausted you tasted blood in your throat. By the end, Xie Yu's back was completely drenched. The hem of his shirt fluttered in the wind. Only one thought remained in his mind. Sprint. Keep running. His whole body burned with that single impulse. 13, 14, 15. The two crossed the finish line at exactly the same time. Wěizhuāng ran several more steps before stopping. He stood there for quite a while before lifting the hem of his shirt to wipe his face. His lean waist and defined abs flashed briefly into view. Sweat rolled down his neck. After wiping his face, he raised one hand as though asking for a high five. His voice was unbelievably hoarse. Badass. You're really something. Xie Yu bent over with both hands on his knees. His breathing was ragged. His ears rang so loudly he could barely hear what Wěizhuāng had said. Wěizhuāng was exhausted too. He lay flat on the field, staring up at the vast, endless sky. For some reason, perhaps because his mind had become completely blank while running. After he finally calmed down, a familiar voice suddenly echoed through his thoughts. Wěizhuāng, just focus on studying. The high school entrance exam is coming. I have a set of practice papers here. Finish them first, and I'll go through them with you. With your grades, what high school in a city couldn't you get into? Wěizhuāng scratched his head. He didn't want to think about it anymore. Unable to stop himself, he cursed. Fuck. Xie Yu rested for a while before sitting down nearby. Supporting himself with both hands behind him, he lightly kicked Wěizhuāng. Hey. After a pause, Wěizhuāng answered. What? Xie Yu asked. If I called you an idiot, would you answer? Wěizhuāng frowned, unable to understand why Xie Yu had suddenly brought that up. You're the idiot. Exactly. Xie Yu lay down beside him. After the intense exercise, both their voices were slightly hoarse. They lay very close together. As Xie Yu breathed, he caught the faint scent of laundry detergent on Wěizhuāng's clothes, mixed with sweat. So don't ask other people. Ask yourself. Chapter 31. After Xie Yu finished speaking, Wěizhuāng stayed silent for a long while. Just as Xie Yu thought the conversation was over, Wěizhuāng suddenly said, As for me, I'm damn handsome. The two of them lay shoulder to shoulder on the field, both sprawled out without a care. They were so exhausted that neither of them had the energy to worry about appearances. Wěizhuāng lay spread-eagled, feeling as though his body temperature was several degrees hotter than the ground beneath him. Xie Yu was too tired to mock him, though he had to admire the man's shamelessness. He lazily lifted a leg to kick him, but missed when Wěizhuāng suddenly sat up. Wěizhuāng continued, Seriously, have you ever seen anyone more handsome than me? Out of everyone in this world, being lucky enough to meet someone like me. You really are something, Xie Yu said. Even the Pin Spirit said there wasn't anyone, didn't it? Xie Yu remembered the night they had summoned the Pin Spirit during evening self-study and almost laughed. Of course there is. Who says there isn't? A mischievous thought crossed his mind. He looked at Wěizhuāng, then pointed at himself. Your grandpa. Me. Grandpa. Yes, grandson. My ass. You're taking advantage of me. Instantly demoted by 2 generations, Wěizhuāng laughed and reached for Xie Yu's collar, pretending to look fierce. He misjudged his strength and hadn't expected Xie Yu to simply lie there without resisting. He pulled too hard. Xie Yu's collar fell wide open. His skin was pale, though the long run beneath the blazing sun had left a faint flush beneath it. The soft pink showing through his fair complexion, combined with his lean, youthful build, made him unexpectedly attractive. Now who's taking advantage of whom? Xie Yu tapped the back of Wěizhuāng's hand. Let go. Wěizhuāng released him, sat there blankly for a moment, then flopped back onto the ground. You've got a nice body. Thanks. You too. The tangled thoughts inside, Wěizhuāng's head suddenly came to a complete stop. He almost forgot what had been bothering him, but he still felt unbearably hot. From his throat to the tightness spreading through his chest, a strange warmth burned inside him. It stung, just a little. Wěizhuāng didn't even know what he was thinking anymore. His mind froze. As though possessed, he glanced down at his own pants. Xie Yu had no idea that Wěizhuāng's thoughts had wandered completely off track. He lay there staring at the sky until he grew bored, then closed his eyes. Everything around them was quiet. He could hear Wěizhuāng breathing. He could also hear his heartbeat, still racing far faster than it should have been. After a while, without opening his eyes, Xie Yu asked, "Your heart's beating pretty fast. Are you that tired?" Wěizhuāng wiped his face. "Yeah, tired from running." Wěizhuāng had managed about 10 laps before collapsing on the ground halfway across the field. After resting for a while, he bought himself a drink from the vending machine and grabbed 2 more bottles for his classmates who had apparently lost their minds running laps. Crossing the field, he squatted beside them and handed over the drinks. "Damn, you two really ran 15 laps? Seriously." The bottles were ice cold, covered with condensation. "Thanks," Xie Yu said. Wěizhuāng sat up, twisted open the cap, tilted his head back, and gulped down more than half the bottle. "Impressive, right? Scared yet? If he says 15 laps, then 15 laps it is. Very impressive." Only then did Wěizhuāng reveal his real purpose. "You two should sign up for the long-distance race during the autumn sports meet." Huh. This was the first time anyone had invited Xie Yu to participate in a class event. Long-distance running wasn't the problem. The problem was that Wěizhuāng, the class sports representative, was far too enthusiastic. The sports meet was still over 2 weeks away, and they hadn't even announced the schedule yet. But Wěizhuāng sighed dramatically. Life passes in the blink of an eye. "Bro, you're way too enlightened." After chatting for a bit longer, they headed back toward the classroom. As they walked down the hallway, they noticed almost every class had descended into chaos. So noisy. Passing Class 8, they saw Xuézhā and several others singing karaoke. Wěizhuāng shoved a finger into one ear to defend himself from the assault. "Why's our classroom the only one with the blinds shut so tightly? And so quiet? That's not our style at all." As he spoke, he pushed open the back door of Class 3. A movie was playing on the projector. It was already halfway through. Class President Xuézhā had sacrificed himself by sitting beside the podium. Whenever anyone appeared outside, he'd instantly switch off the movie. "You scared me." Seeing who had come in, Xuézhā relaxed and resumed playback. "I thought it was a teacher. Come on, keep watching. If you're betting on the killer, see Wanda. No refunds after you place your bet." The curtains were drawn so tightly that not a sliver of sunlight entered. The lights were off too. They had practically turned the classroom into a miniature movie theater. Xie Yu looked confused. "What are you all doing?" "We're guessing who the murderer is." Wanda enthusiastically introduced the movie. "Mystery thriller. 50 cents a bet. Want in?" "No thanks. This isn't fair to me or old Xie. We missed the entire first half." Then Wěizhuāng added sincerely, "But I have to admit, you've got real business talent." The class celebration didn't even last half an hour before Dean Zhang personally shut it down. "All right. While I was busy grading papers, every single one of you tried to turn the school upside down." Mad Dog grumbled all the way from Class 8. Class 8 turned their classroom into a karaoke room, and you lot made yours into a movie theater. Very creative. Do any of you even know your grades yet? How are you still this excited? Leaning close to Xie Yu's ear, Wěizhuāng whispered. "We're dead either way. Might as well die happy." Dean Zhang pointed toward the back row. "What are you two whispering about with your heads together? 15 laps wasn't enough." Just as Wěizhuāng was about to deny it, his utterly disloyal deskmate sold him out without hesitation. Xie Yu calmly repeated exactly what Wěizhuāng had just said. The entire class burst into laughter. "If you want to die that badly, I'll help you." Dean Zhang was furious. "Wěizhuāng, get outside. Stand in the hallway." Completely accustomed to it, Wěizhuāng strolled out with practiced ease. Dean Zhang still had plenty left to say. After sending Wěizhuāng outside, he continued lecturing the class. Growing bored of standing, Wěizhuāng edged closer to the back door, leaned against the frame, and chatted with Xie Yu. "Little friend, you're not very loyal. You're pretty annoying yourself." As for the problem of boarding students arriving late, Dean Zhang continued, somehow changing topics entirely. "We've come up with an excellent solution. Starting tomorrow morning, every boarding student will experience a brand new wake-up call." A wake-up call. The next morning, everyone experienced it firsthand. At exactly 6 o'clock, deafening music exploded through the dormitory speakers. When the smoke of war rises, I gaze across the northern plains. The passionate patriotic anthem blasted through every room. Within seconds, the dormitory exploded. Students scrambled out of bed, not even bothering to put on slippers before yanking open their doors. Fuck, what the hell's going on? It's 6 in the morning. Let us sleep. Who's playing music? Zhao pulled the blanket over his head, determined to endure until the song ended. In the end, the blaring speakers, combined with the endless chorus of swearing outside, defeated him. He sat up. What the hell? After yesterday's 15 laps, every ache in his body had returned overnight. His recently injured ankle especially protested. Dragging himself out of bed, he shuffled into the hallway in slippers and shouted, "So annoying. Loyalty to the country? Yeah, right." His voice wasn't especially loud, but it was unmistakable. He always ended his sentences with that teasing upward lilt. Someone spotted him. "Morning, Zhao Ji." Zhao simply waved while yawning. Then he wandered over to the room opposite his own. With a spirit of shared suffering, he knocked. "Old Xie, rise and shine." "Old Xie, he can actually sleep through this?" His hair was a complete mess. His clothes were equally disheveled. After knocking for a while without any response, even the patriotic song finally stopped. Just as he was about to return for more sleep, the door creaked open. "Are you done yet?" Xie Yu pulled one earplug out and leaned against the doorway. "If you've got something to say, say it." Ignoring whether he was welcome or not, Zhao slipped inside. "I came to ask if you wanted breakfast." Xie Yu remained standing at the door. His eyes clearly said, "Get out." Zhao pretended not to notice. Although the music had stopped, Dean Zhang's morning broadcast had only just begun. "Hello? Hello? Can everyone hear me? Good. Good morning, students." As the saying goes, a day's plans begin in the morning. Zhao stared in disbelief. "Damn, he's still going?" Xie Yu rubbed his temples. Sleep was clearly impossible now. He might as well shower. Regarding yesterday's math exam, Dean Zhang's voice continued. The math teachers were so moved, they almost cried. While Xie Yu brushed his teeth, Zhao leaned casually against the bathroom doorway chatting away. "Just wait until he praises me. I've never felt luckier during an exam. I knew every answer." Xie Yu rinsed his mouth and splashed water across his face. Just as Zhao confidently declared, "This time I'm definitely passing." Xie Yu finished drying his face and threw the towel directly onto Zhao's face. If he hadn't brought it up, it would have been fine. Thinking about the math exam instantly ruined Xie Yu's mood. "Passing? In your dreams." Zhao pulled the towel off his face. "What's wrong with you? Wake up on the wrong side of the bed." Xie Yu reached for his zipper. It was obvious what he intended to do. "Close the door. Move. What are you embarrassed about? We're both guys." Even so, Zhao obediently turned around and walked toward the desk. Xie Yu ignored him. During yesterday's math exam, Xie Yu had deliberately asked Zhao for several answers so he could adjust his own paper accordingly. Most of the questions had simply been modified versions of the homework problems. Change a 10 into a 20. Alter a few numbers. If he scored too low, he'd look suspiciously stupid. When Zhao had confidently claimed he'd done well, Xie Yu had actually believed him. After all, although Zhao usually fooled around, he wasn't completely inattentive in class. Ever since provoking the math teacher, he'd been forced to stare at the blackboard instead of playing on his phone. Who knew? Maybe he'd actually learned something. He was always saying things like, "So that's how it works. So easy. You understand this one? I've got it. Got it my ass." When the papers had been collected, Xie Yu glanced at Zhao's answers. Only then did he realize. Zhao had betrayed every ounce of his trust. Zhao wandered around the room twice before casually collapsing onto Xie Yu's bed. After using the bathroom, Xie Yu cleaned it out of habit. When he came back after washing his hands, he found the guy who had loudly insisted on eating breakfast already asleep again. The hem of Zhao's shirt had ridden up. Though he looked tall and lean, he had well-defined muscles where they mattered. Clear lines ran from his waist toward his abdomen, rising and falling gently with each breath. His youthful age softened the sharpness of those muscles. Half his face disappeared beneath the blanket. Xie Yu flexed his wrists. He suddenly wanted to punch someone. The monthly exams were finally over. No matter how badly everyone had done, they immediately returned to their usual carefree state of enjoying life. Students streamed through the school gates chatting excitedly about celebrities, idols, and last night's TV dramas. Meanwhile, Mad Dog stood at the entrance, waiting to catch latecomers. The teachers at Wěizhuāng graded papers incredibly quickly. They took the exams home that evening, worked overtime, and returned the results the very next day. Wanda spent an entire class period squatting outside the faculty office with one ear pressed against the door. When Tang Xin opened the door to throw away some trash, Wanda jumped up and bolted toward the restroom. "Stop right there." Tang Xin wasn't blind. He waved him over. "What did you hear?" Wanda replied honestly. "Our class ranked last overall. First place from the bottom and second place from the bottom are both in our class. Class 2 has the highest average. Someone got full marks in math. Su Qingqing did well in English. Oh, and the Chinese teacher next door is getting married next month." Tang Sun had only noticed the top of Wanda's head through the door. He hadn't expected him to hear that much. "Your ears are impressive. How many do you have? Anything else?" "Nope. That's my full report." Seeing class was about to begin, Tang Sun didn't lecture him. "If you've got this much free time, read a book instead. Go back now, and tell Wěizhuāng to see me at noon." "Got it." Tang Sun walked a few more steps before stopping. "Oh, and tell Xie Yu to come too." Back in the classroom, Wěizhuāng was still playing the unfinished game of 5 in a row with Xie Yu. The score was currently tied 2-2. Wěizhuāng's logical thinking was excellent. Every time Xie Yu was about to connect 5 pieces, Wěizhuāng would perfectly block him. Given how smart he actually was, Xie Yu seriously doubted it was luck. Wanda rushed back just as the bell rang. "Zhao Ji, old Tang wants both of you in his office at noon." Then he sighed. "How do you two always manage to rank last and second last in the entire grade?" Hearing that, Wěizhuāng immediately realized Wanda had gone eavesdropping again. He set down his pen. "What place from the bottom was I?" Without even looking up, Xie Yu already knew the answer. "Sure enough, last. And you only got 10 points in math." Wěizhuāng still seemed trapped inside his fantasy of passing. "Only 10? So close to single digits." "Exactly." Wanda looked genuinely impressed. "You single-handedly dragged our class average down by 2 points." Only then did Wanda notice Wěizhuāng seemed oddly disappointed. "What's wrong, Zhao Ji?" "Leave him alone," Xie Yu said. "He hasn't fully woken up yet. He's still waiting for the math teacher to praise him. Go back to sleep. Everything you want is waiting in your dreams." Feeling he'd become close enough to Xie Yu recently, Wanda bluntly added, "Yu, you only got 20. You're not much better. Looking for a beating?" Wěizhuāng burst into laughter. The louder he laughed, the happier he became. That afternoon, Tang Sun hurried back to his office after lunch, waiting for the students who ranked last and second last. He had prepared several different speeches beforehand. In the end, he decided to improvise. "Mr. Tang, they've always been like this." Several nearby teachers had watched him studying their exam papers for ages. They also knew he'd called the 2 students over. "Just teach them normally. They won't listen anyway. It's not that we're telling you to give up on them. But those 2. Honestly, there's just no helping them." Tang Sun continued flipping through their papers. "I am teaching them normally," he replied calmly. "And I'm doing my best." "No, I haven't even done my best yet." More than 10 minutes later, the 2 students finally arrived. Knock. Knock. Reporting in. Tang Sun closed the textbook in front of him. "Come in." Neither of them found it difficult to guess why they'd been called over. Naturally, it was because of their grades. Ever since first year of high school, teachers had summoned them like this countless times. Talk after talk. Nothing ever changed. Wěizhuāng looked perfectly relaxed. Clearly, he was used to it. "You two have a seat." Tang Sun placed their exam papers on the desk. "I want to ask both of you something. Which topics do you find difficult? If you tell me, we'll work through them together." In other words, how on earth did you manage to score this badly? Xie Yu couldn't answer honestly. He knew the correct answers. He had simply avoided writing them. He was worried the truth might give Mr. Tang a heart attack. This time, Wěizhuāng answered first. "Everything's difficult." "Wěizhuāng," the math teacher said as he walked into the office after lunch with a toothpick in his mouth, "I was just praising you to your homeroom teacher for paying attention in math class. So why did your exam turn out like this?" Wěizhuāng remained silent. Xie Yu answered for him. In class, he thought he understood everything too. Even the math teacher didn't know how to respond. He simply shook his head. "You two really are something." Chapter 32. 6 exam papers lay on the desk. Xie Yu thought old Tang was simply going to go over the monthly exam with them. Instead, Tang Xin asked, "Do you like playing video games?" To keep up the act, even though neither of them actually liked them, they both nodded. Xie Yu said, Zhao said, yeah, I like them a lot. I tried one too. The really popular game I'd heard you've been playing, Zhao. Tang Sun didn't mention the exam papers at all. He took out his phone. I didn't expect your taste to be so innocent and pure. Innocent and pure. Zhao had no idea how old Tang had come to such a bizarre conclusion. While Tang Sun looked down at his phone, Zhao nudged Xie Yu with his elbow. Is he calling me childish? I don't know, Xie Yu replied. And I don't want to know. Then how am I innocent and pure? A guy like old Tang probably spends his free time playing chess, drinking tea, and watching birds. He probably doesn't even know games like King of Guns or Planet Terror. As Tang Sun opened the game, he said, It's not that I think video games are bad. Everything has two sides. On the positive side, games help people relax and have fun while also training their self-control. Ignoring the rest, Zhao nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. I completely agree. A familiar flash of pink flickered across Tang Sun's screen. Xie Yu only caught a glimpse before Tang Sun excitedly put the phone away and continued. That kind of self-control and willpower is very important. There are many temptations in this world. For example, Zhao was getting sleepy. Secretly, he stretched a hand towards Xie Yu. Xie Yu looked down. What are you doing? Pinch me, Zhao whispered. I'm about to fall asleep. Xie Yu had only just placed his fingers on the back of Zhao's hand and hadn't even had the chance to pinch him when Tang Sun shifted from talking about self-control to studying, then from studying back to games. Finally, he slid his phone across the desk. The moment Zhao saw the pink dress-up game interface, he instantly woke up. Tang Sun talked for another half hour before finally letting them leave when the class bell rang. As Zhao walked out, he even forgot his manners and didn't bother saying, Goodbye, Mr. Tang. Xie Yu wanted to laugh so badly that it almost hurt. Zhao strode ahead for several steps before stopping and turning back. Seeing Xie Yu, he warned, Don't laugh. I'm this close to exploding. The first class that afternoon was history. By the time they returned, the history teacher was already in the classroom. Hurry in. Class has started. Why are you still wandering around? The teacher said as he opened his textbook. The bell already rang. Get to your seats. Back in the faculty office, Tang Sun had shown them his score in the dress-up game while explaining his thoughts about it. In the end, he compared the game to studying, hoping to spark their interest in learning. Every stage gives you a different dress-up theme, so the player has to think. Now look at this reading comprehension question. It's actually very similar. Why choose this skirt instead of that one? Why is this answer wrong? You have to think it through and solve it. Xie Yu understood what Tang Sun had been trying to do. He wanted to use the game to show Zhao that studying could also become an interesting and enjoyable game. But the way he delivered the message had been far too shocking. The history teacher began introducing a new chapter at the podium. The more Xie Yu thought about it, the less he could hold back. He had intended to lie down and sleep, but instead he rested his face against one hand as his shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. Zhao was still completely haunted by Tang Sun's words. This skirt or that skirt? He turned, intending to ask Xie Yu whether old Tang had lost his mind, only to discover Xie Yu covering his face while laughing. After a pause, Zhao said, If you're really my bro, don't laugh at me now. Xie Yu very decisively chose not to be that kind of bro. Zhao could only turn back around. This little brat. Absolutely heartless. If he couldn't see it, maybe he wouldn't feel so miserable. A few minutes later, Zhao couldn't resist scooting closer again. Actually, I have one more question. How is old Tang's level higher than mine? I'm a genuine pay-to-win player. Halfway through speaking, he stopped. Old Xie, you're too much. Seriously, you're still laughing. At that moment, Zhao desperately wanted to squat in the restroom and smoke a cigarette. Instead, he could only pull out a piece of candy. I'll bet 50 cents it was Wanda, that loudmouth. He glanced around the classroom. Who else could it be? His mouth leaks even when it's closed. Meanwhile, Wanda had somehow taken the blame without knowing anything about it. The monthly exams were graded quickly. The next morning, as students gradually entered the school gates, the class rankings had already been posted on the bulletin board. The white sheets were packed with names written in dense black print. The boarding students still hadn't gotten used to waking up every morning to the patriotic anthem followed by DJ Zhang's 20-minute motivational broadcast. We must work hard. Give it everything you've got, so your future self will have no regrets. Xie Yu had already grown accustomed to being dragged awake. Outside his dorm room, the boarding students were carrying out their daily ritual of complaining first thing in the morning. Across the hall, Zhao had apparently been awakened as well. He sent Xie Yu a text with only one word. Damn. A few minutes later, another message arrived. Little friend, you awake? No. Me neither. I endured those 20 minutes, then went back to sleep. You're skipping morning classes? First period's old Tang. Let me slack off a little. Although Zhao skipped first period, his exam paper made it to class anyway. If we published Zhao Jiyi's language exams as a collection, it'd be a comedy masterpiece, Lu Xuézhā said. I've never seen anyone with thought processes like his. He even curses the person who wrote the questions. Seriously. Have you read his essay? The prompt was about silhouettes, and he wrote about his own silhouette. The very first sentence was, I think my silhouette is especially handsome. Then it turns into an 800-word essay bragging about himself. Ha, I'm dying. Yuji, have you seen it? Come over and read it with us. Only then did Xie Yu truly realize just how much his life had changed in the single month since school started. It had suddenly become so much noisier. These people had barged into his life bit by bit. They were loud, annoying, and somehow, he had gotten used to it. Zhao timed his arrival perfectly, slipping into the classroom just as language class ended. Su Qingqing was handing out the English exam papers. You still haven't turned in your English homework. Zhao had just stepped through the door. What English homework? Copy the vocabulary from the next lesson 4 times. After explaining, she stuffed 2 English exam papers into his hands. These are yours and your deskmates. You got 30. He got 25. Although their scores were close, most teachers preferred grading Xie Yu's papers. His handwriting was neat. They didn't have to stare at the paper for ages trying to figure out what each word was supposed to be. Zhao couldn't care less about either his score or the mistakes he'd made. He casually rolled both exam papers into a tube, walked over to Xie Yu, bent down, and tapped the edge of his desk. What are you looking at? Without raising his head, Xie Yu replied, Your essay. It spent the whole class being passed around. It only just came back from class 8. Xie Yu paused before adding, Oh right. You have a new nickname now. What? Silhouette Bro. During class, Xuézhā had deliberately slipped out under the excuse of going to the bathroom. He sneaked over to class 3, crouched outside the window, and had wanted to pass Zhao's exam paper out to him. Apparently, class 8 had become extremely interested in the legendary 0-point essay. It even made it all the way to class 8. Without asking, Zhao already knew which bastard was responsible. What the hell? That's such an awful nickname. It doesn't reflect my talent at all. He insisted that it should have been something like literary genius. Just then, Wanda burst into the classroom. Whenever he went to the bathroom during class, he somehow always managed to eavesdrop outside the faculty office before returning with half-true gossip. Big news. Zhaoji, this is bad. Zhao tossed the exam paper onto the desk. Although he wasn't worried, he still played along. What happened? Don't panic. Tell me slowly. The class representative took your exam paper to old Tang. He said that, for the sake of raising the class average, he wants to tutor you 2 one-on-one. Wanda expertly summarized everything he'd overheard. He said it's his responsibility as the study representative. Old Tang's still thinking about it. He's serious? A few days earlier, the rumor that Xuézhā never slept and only studied had already been disproven. Ding Lianghua's fire extinguisher had destroyed both the dorm ghost story and the panda rumor in one blow. The study representative genuinely loved studying, but not enough to throw away his own life. It was simply his first time living away from home. He wasn't used to the new bed, developed insomnia, and couldn't sleep properly. Because his attitude toward studying was so serious, nobody realized what was really happening. When Xuézhā returned from the office, he didn't say a word. It seemed old Tang had refused. Almost every morning class was spent reviewing the exam papers. There were 2 consecutive math periods. After finishing the review, the math teacher asked, Does everyone understand now? Zhao immediately answered with everyone else. Understood. The math teacher tossed the piece of chalk he was still holding straight toward the last row. Student, don't think so highly of yourself. You don't understand. Recently, Zhao had been paying much more attention in class. He barely played games anymore. Tang Xin's lecture had clearly left some psychological damage. But after giving up mobile games, Wěizhuāng became even more annoying. Wanda had taught him palm reading. Now he kept asking Xie Yu to hold out his hand so he could demonstrate, insisting he'd mastered the art and that his readings were extremely accurate. Xie Yu endured it until evening self-study before finally snapping. What happened to your stupid game? Aren't you playing anymore? Wěizhuāng froze. For some reason, the words stupid game seemed to hit a sore spot. Leaning back in his chair, he stayed silent for a moment before saying quietly, I'm not playing anymore. Until the dismissal bell rang. Wěizhuāng never mentioned palm reading again. After evening self-study, they walked side by side down the road. Suddenly, Wěizhuāng spoke. I can't keep chasing that stupid game anymore. Xie Yu frowned. What do you mean? Although the streetlights were on, the road around them was still dim. My sister changed the account password. Wěizhuāng walked a couple of steps ahead before calmly adding. Actually, I stole the account information. Chapter 33. Wěizhuāng didn't seem to mind talking about himself at all. He didn't seem to care that his family had been torn apart, or that his mother had taken his sister overseas. When they left, his sister had only been 3 years old. She hadn't even learned to speak properly yet and had followed him around, mumbling, Gidge, superscript 1. During their first year in Sea Country, she had still cried and called for her brother. But children forgot quickly. As time passed, she grew up, started school, and her brother gradually became like a beloved doll she had once refused to let go of. Eventually, it became outdated and quietly faded into the background. As he explained all this, Wěizhuāng didn't seem upset at all. If anything, he felt relieved. Thankfully, she had been young enough to forget so much in the blink of an eye and embrace her new life. Xie Yu wasn't sure what to say, so he said nothing. I'll say it again. It's really not that tragic. This isn't some melodramatic soap opera where someone loses their memory. She's just not close to me anymore, Wěizhuāng said. She's actually pretty good at games. Every time I log in, her equipment is different, her level is higher, and even the guy she's dating has changed. Pretty impressive. Wěizhuāng's emotional intelligence was unusual. Xie Yu couldn't decide whether it was exceptionally high or unbelievably low. In any case, Wěizhuāng was the sort of person who always managed to move himself deeply with things he believed were touching. For example, his little sister, far away in Sea Country, logged into a game only to discover that the level she couldn't clear had already been completed, and the male character she'd worked so hard to pursue had disappeared. Another perfect example of Wěizhuāng moving himself, moving heaven, and moving earth, while completely failing to move the other person. Xie Yu said, impressive? Does thinking about it make you feel especially touched? Wěizhuāng squatted beside the flower bed and laughed. Don't put it like that. Maybe just a little. Xie Yu had never been interested in other people's stories. He only thought Wěizhuāng was an idiot. Maybe no one else knew, but Xie Yu knew everything. He'd watched Wěizhuāng play that stupid game with his own eyes. He played during class, after class, and sometimes even sent Xie Yu screenshots in the middle of the night asking which pair of shoes looked better. Xie Yu should have thought, what the hell does this have to do with me? But it was as though he'd been possessed. He wasn't even sure what he had been thinking. He suddenly bent down. By the time he realized what he'd done, his hand was already resting on top of Wěizhuāng's head. Both of them froze. Wěizhuāng's hair was cropped short, and the stiff strands prickled against Xie Yu's palm. Faced with two choices, push him over, or immediately pull his hand back, turn around, and leave. Xie Yu chose the second. I'm leaving. Let's go together. Wěizhuāng hopped down and followed after him. As they walked, he reached up and touched the top of his head. Was there something on my head? Why are you walking so fast? After returning to the dormitory, Xie Yu took a shower. He didn't even bother drying his hair. He crouched beside his bed, reached underneath, and pulled out the suitcase stored there. Inside were study materials, practice exam papers, class notes, an entire box full of them. They usually sat quietly beneath his bed, locked away. He figured solving a few problems might help calm him down. Still crouching there, Xie Yu stared at the suitcase for several seconds, absent-mindedly running his fingers over the cover of the 5-3 workbook. Then he looked up. Outside the window, a few faint stars hung in the dark night sky. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Wěizhuāng's smile beneath the streetlights. It had been dazzling, bright enough to tear open the night. Wěizhuāng always seemed carefree. Xie Yu couldn't understand where he found so many reasons to be happy. Just 2 days ago, he'd been so thrilled after buying a bottle of soda that he'd immediately bought another. He even passed the bottle cap from the back of the classroom to the front just to show Xuézhā and the others. Go on, touch it. Just touch it. A lucky day starts with your big bro's bottle cap. Su Qingqing was busy working on a practice exam and didn't bother indulging him. What is this? You think you're some kind of lucky koi? Superscript 2. Qingjie, how can you say that? Your lucky Zhao Ji doesn't hit girls. Zhao Ji, I'm different from her. I'll support you. Wanda exaggerated dramatically as he reached out. I've touched it. I can feel the power. Heavens, this mysterious energy from an ancient age. Zhao Ji, I'm suddenly thirsty. Can I keep this lucky bottle cap? No. Zhao held out his hand. I'm saving it for my desk mate. Unfortunately, Xie Yu didn't appreciate it. The moment he walked into the classroom and saw the bottle cap, he said, if you're throwing away trash, do it yourself. Only then did Xie Yu suddenly realize. Lately, he'd been hearing the name Zhao more and more often. Even Zhou Dalei had found out that his desk mate was that famous handsome troublemaker. Whenever they chatted on the phone, somehow the conversation always drifted back to him. Dalei had even asked, you two are pretty close now, huh? Boss, yeah. I've known you for years, and this is the first time I've seen you make a friend. Why do I suddenly feel like some proud old dad? Back when Xie Yu and Gua Huang had first arrived on Blackwater Street, Dalei had still been the self-proclaimed king of the neighborhood. Wild beyond belief, he'd watched the mother and son step off the long-distance bus. Even after more than 40 hours of travel, both of them remained extremely guarded, especially the younger one. His eyes were like hidden blades. Every person they landed on seemed to be silently judged. Dalei had still been young and foolish. When he first saw Xie Yu, he'd mistaken him for a girl. He'd thought the little girl was pretty and, wanting to show his affection, had thrown a pebble at him. The very next day, after his parents had gone to work, that icy little girl came looking for revenge. With a frighteningly bad temper, Xie Yu grabbed Zhou Dalei, pinned him to the ground, and beat him without hesitation. You dare throw rocks at me? Don't you have any manners? Want me to teach you some? Are we close? Xie Yu asked himself. He and Zhao probably couldn't be considered close. Aside from the excitement of the monthly exams, the rest of the week passed uneventfully. Only Xuézhā stubbornly refused to give up. Every single day, he sought out Xie Yu and Zhao, hoping they would join his study group so everyone could work hard together and raise the class average. 43 points. That's the gap between our class average and class 1's. As the class study representative, Xuézhā showed absolutely no fear toward the school's two notorious troublemakers. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say, even knowing they might beat people up, he was willing to risk his life. As the study representative, I can't let this continue. Why don't you like studying? Studying is so much fun. If we don't study, what's the meaning of life? Please, trust me. Let's give each other a chance. Xuézhā was practically a junior version of Mad Dog. Zhao had no idea how to deal with him. He couldn't exactly beat him up, either. My friend, I think we'd both be happier if we left each other alone. Xie Yu, on the other hand, had no such reservations. He directly used his all-purpose 10-word phrase. It's none of your business, and it's none of mine. Xuézhā remained completely unfazed. He simply repeated, 43 points. That's the gap between our class average and class 1's. After that battle, Xuézhā became famous. Wanda even awarded him the title, the man standing at the top of class 3's food chain. That's terrifying. Reading Wanda's message, Xunjie looked up at the two gangsters who seemed to have permanently settled themselves in class 8. No wonder you two have been coming here so often lately. Brother Xie Yu, have you noticed our class has become especially quiet recently? Xie Yu sat in the corner with his head lowered, playing on his phone. He had no idea how the conversation had suddenly shifted to him. Me? Zhao had become fairly well-liked after the Yang Wenyuan incident. He'd even earned a decent reputation in class 8. Xie Yu was different. His terrifying image remained firmly intact. Xunjie said, yeah, I've never seen you smile before. Smile a little so everyone knows you're friendly. The whole class is terrified. Xie Yu looked up. Sure enough, several students had secretly been watching him. The moment they met his eyes, however, they immediately looked away. Xie Yu was about to say, then let them be scared. Before he could speak, Zhao suddenly said, why should my little friend smile for you? Xuézhā's brain immediately crashed. Huh. Xie Yu's hand froze. The game he had been playing had been going smoothly until then. Without his control, his character promptly fell into a ditch. The more than 2 kilometers of obstacles he'd already cleared, all wasted. Xuézhā was certain he hadn't misheard. He wanted to ask, Zhao Ji, are you actually jealous? But Zhao joked around so often that Xuézhā couldn't tell whether he was serious. Not wanting to let it go, but also not wanting to make things awkward, he forced a dry laugh. Haha. Look, the sun's out. It must be really hot outside. The moment he finished speaking, he felt even more embarrassed. Or rather, only he was embarrassed. The atmosphere between the 2 people beside him had become strangely subtle. Finally, Xie Yu stood up. Completely living up to his fearsome reputation, he rolled up his sleeves, pointed at Zhao, and said, Come outside. The entire Class 8 trembled. The bell rang. Dean Zhang came looking for old Tang, and the 2 walked out together. From the office doorway, they immediately spotted the 2 boys. What are you 2 doing? Hugging. Dean Zhang's voice echoed through the corridor. Especially that highly suggestive word. Hugging. Students sitting by the windows from classes 1 through 8 all turned simultaneously to look outside. Xie Yu was still gripping Zhao by the collar. Meanwhile, Zhao's hand rested lightly against Xie Yu's waist. Everyone. The last period on Friday was literature. After finishing the lesson, Tang's son closed his textbook. That's all for this weekend's homework. Don't spend the whole weekend playing around. Boarding students, are any of you going home? If you're staying on campus, come up and write your names down. Xie Yu had slept through nearly the entire class. Not wanting to go up alone, Zhao poked him on the shoulder with his pen. Going home this weekend? Are you still mad? Xie Yu turned to look at him. I held myself back from punching you. Don't push your luck. Zhao said. You still haven't answered my question. Yeah, I'm going back. Xie Yu paused before adding. It's my mom's birthday. I have to go home this weekend. Chapter 34. Gu Xuelan's birthday was the day after tomorrow. Xie Yu didn't move back home. Not because he couldn't handle it emotionally, but because he couldn't bear to leave the suitcase full of study materials under his bed. When Zhao heard that, he gave a casual acknowledgement before blurting out without thinking, Happy birthday. Zhao clearly looked ready to continue with something like, wishing you good health and all the best. But before he could get very far, he was mercilessly cut off by the killer. All right, that's enough. Thanks. Xie Yu made a closing gesture with his fingers toward Zhao. Shut it. That gesture looks exactly like one of the emojis Xuézhā sent me. Zhao copied the motion, then spread his fingers apart again. Open. Xie Yu replied. Open your head. Zhao honestly had no idea what literature homework Tang's son had assigned earlier. He lingered in his seat for a while before tapping the shoulder of the classmate in front of him and borrowing his notebook to copy down the assignment. The boy in front looked confused. Everyone in class knew Zhao never did homework, so he finally gathered the courage to ask, Are you actually going to do it? Without looking up, Zhao answered while copying, just in case. Maybe. Depends on fate. Maybe one subject's homework will suddenly look especially appealing. When fate comes knocking, who are we to stop it? It was probably the first time the boy had ever heard someone seriously discuss destiny with homework. So he sighed and let it go. Zhao copied the assignment twice before returning the notebook. Then he placed one copy on Xie Yu's desk. Take it. Maybe a miracle will happen. Xie Yu glanced at the completely illegible scrawl and thought, I can't even read this. If a miracle really happens, then supernatural forces must actually exist. He stacked the paper with his things. Since there was nowhere convenient to throw it away, he stuffed it into his pocket. Then he heard Zhao ask, When's your birthday? Xie Yu turned away. Just looking at Zhao irritated him. The scene in the hallway still lingered in his mind. A whole row of windows filled with neatly lined up heads poking out, all staring at them with subtly shocked expressions. Wanda had even covered his eyes as though he'd witnessed something too disgraceful to watch. He had lived this long without ever being the subject of embarrassing rumors. But after meeting Zhao, he'd realized just how big the world really was. Students staying at school this weekend, please follow the dormitory rules carefully. Tang's son dragged over a chair and sat down, looking as though he intended to chat until dismissal. We must believe in science. Speaking of what happened last weekend, I almost forgot. Wanda, don't look down. I really didn't expect you to have thoughts like that. It was the classic case of settling old scores later. Their teacher Tang had an exceptionally long memory. Sometimes everyone genuinely believed he'd forgotten. He would wait until they had completely let their guard down and thought the incident was over. Then, when everything had finally become peaceful again, he'd suddenly grab someone for a lecture. About what you did last month. Will you die if you just tell me? Zhao turned towards Xie Yu and bent down until they were eye level. He even reached out as though he wanted to ruffle Xie Yu's hair. When's your birthday? Yeah, Xie Yu replied. I'll die. Zhao didn't press further. Only a few minutes later, though, the subject shifted naturally. What year were you born? You're definitely younger than me. Xie Yu was currently especially sensitive to the word younger, particularly after all of Zhao's little friend nonsense. He immediately sat up, his expression darkening. How am I younger? Which damn part of me is younger? The two compared birth years. Zhao was exactly 2 years older. Call me big brother, Zhao said with a grin. See? I told you were younger. Xie Yu had the distinct feeling Zhao was deliberately setting traps for him. Zhao propped his feet up and leaned back in his chair until the front legs lifted off the ground. His posture was lazy, balanced precariously as though he might fall over at any moment. His gaze drifted over the backs of his classmates and settled on the neatly written lines across the blackboard. Tang Xin's lecture gradually faded into background noise. After a pause, Xie Yu heard him say quietly, You had to be younger than me. I repeated 9th grade. Xie Yu's first thought was, no wonder nobody ever accused him of cheating. Last year, Xie Yu's cheating scandal had spread throughout the entire grade, yet Zhao hadn't heard a single word. So that was why? Zhao had repeated a year. That explained everything. A terrible student with terrible grades, repeating a year and relying on pure luck to barely make it into high school. Curious, Xie Yu twirled the pen between his fingers as he looked at Zhao. The paper with Zhao's 10-point math test was still lying on the desk. He had corrected it, but he'd only managed 2 lines at a time before zoning out. Combined with his already sloppy handwriting, the page looked like complete chaos. How many years did you repeat? Xie Yu asked. 1. Zhao glanced over. Why? Nothing. Xie Yu paused. I just thought someone like you might have repeated 3. Zhao was immediately offended. What do you mean, someone like me? Aren't you exactly the same? Mr. Second to last, maybe check your own grades before talking. The dismissal bell rang in the middle of their conversation. The classroom erupted in cheers. Standing on his chair, Wanda waved his exam paper wildly. We're free. We're free, comrades. Tang Xin stopped speaking halfway through his lecture. Shaking his head, he stood up and left only one final instruction. The student on duty today, please clean the classroom before leaving. Xie Yu didn't have much to pack. Zhao was staying at school over the weekend, so he simply remained where he was, lazily rocking in his chair. As Xie Yu walked past, Zhao leaned back even farther and waved. Bye-bye, little friend. Xie Yu didn't answer. As he passed behind him, he delivered one clean kick. Call me that one more time and see what happens. Zhao instantly lost his balance. Seeing himself about to crash over backward with the chair, he reacted quickly, bracing one hand against the floor in what was probably the coolest possible way. Fuck! The chair slammed onto the floor beside him with a loud bang. Wanda had been waving his exam paper for a while before suddenly folding it into a paper airplane. Holding it to his mouth, he blew gently. Go. Fly free, little bird. Lu Tsuanhao saw him and immediately folded up his own math paper. Da-da, let me show you something even better. Tang Sun had barely reached the classroom door before chaos erupted behind him. Standing with both hands clasped behind his back and holding his herbal tea, he sighed thoughtfully. The youth really are full of passion. Xie Yu didn't take much home. He was only planning to sleep there for 2 nights before returning to school. Gua Huang, however, fussed over him carefully. Just bring a bag and your homework. We have everything else at home. Got it. I know. Other than his phone and some cash, the only thing he had with him was the miracle homework list that he'd forgotten to throw away. After leaving the school gates and confirming there wasn't a Zhong family chauffeur waiting outside in a luxury car, Xie Yu headed toward the bus stop. It's so hot, and you insisted on taking the bus instead of letting someone pick you up, Gua Huang said over the phone. Be careful on the way. Xie Yu acknowledged her quietly before hanging up. He never had many feelings about birthdays. As far as he could remember, there had never been birthday cakes, surprise parties, or elaborate celebrations. Birthdays had never been anything particularly special. There had only ever been a steaming bowl of noodles. To save money, Madame Gu never celebrated her own birthday. But every year, on Xie Yu's birthday, she would cook him a bowl of longevity noodles. After eating them, warmth would spread through his entire body. He couldn't really explain why. He just felt warm. As for Zhao and Xie, he always came home on weekends. While attending university, he either stayed on campus or accompanied Zhao Guofei to the company as his assistant. Soon enough, he would inherit the business. Xie Yu had lived with the Zhang family for 3 years without causing any trouble. He kept quiet, and everyone understood that he was an ordinary, unremarkable person who would never amount to much. Zhao and Xie disliked him. At the same time, he secretly found that reassuring. The moment Xie Yu stepped through the front door, Zhao and Xie spoke in an odd tone. I heard you did pretty well on your exams this month. While changing his shoes, one hand resting against the shoe cabinet for balance, Xie Yu lowered his head so his expression couldn't be seen. You're giving me too much credit. Gua Huang walked out of the living room. Knowing both her son and Zhao and Xie would be home today, she had personally prepared dinner and cooked a table full of dishes. The food's ready. Come eat. Sitting on the sofa, Zhao and Xie sneered. No one knew exactly what he was laughing at. Maybe it was because of He Zhao's influence, but Xie Yu felt his temper had improved considerably. Faced with Zhao and Xie's constant attempts to provoke him, he simply refused to take the bait. The meal ended peacefully. Meanwhile, Zhao and Xie realized that Xie Yu had become much harder to irritate. He had gone from someone who exploded at the slightest provocation and retaliated with sharp remarks to someone who simply ignored him completely, as though he didn't exist. After dinner, Gua Huang took Xie Yu into the kitchen to prepare several plates of fruit to bring upstairs. The two of them stood side by side washing fruit beneath the faucet while cool water splashed over their hands. They didn't speak much. One asked a question. The other answered. Then silence settled over them again. After washing the last apple, Xie Yu handed it to Madame Gu. Take this plate up to your Uncle Zhang, she said. He's been especially busy with work lately. Ever since he got home, he's only eaten a few bites before locking himself in the study. Zhao and Xie was also in the second-floor study. When Xie Yu reached the door, he heard raised voices inside. Most noticeable was Zhao Guofei's exhausted, frustrated tone. I've done everything for your sake. Have you ever tried thinking about me? Your Aunt Gu has stayed by my side all these years. I'm grateful to her. Then came Zhao and Xie's hoarse shout. What about my mother? Where did she go? In this family, what is she? And what am I? That topic again. No one knew how it had come up this time. 3 years had passed, and it still hadn't ended. The argument grated on Xie Yu's nerves. Looking down, he speared a small piece of apple with a toothpick and popped it into his mouth. It tasted slightly sour. Hearing the shouting upstairs, Gua Huang didn't even bother drying her hands before hurrying up to break up the argument. Don't go. Standing outside the study, Xie Yu held the fruit plate in one hand while grabbing Gua Huang's arm with the other. Let them fight. Let them fight as much as they want. But how could she ignore it? She quickly pushed open the study door and went inside. It would be another restless night. Standing beneath the shower head, Xie Yu let the water soak him completely. Closing his eyes, he tried to block out the voices coming from outside. He wiped the water from his face, turned off the shower, slid open the glass door, and stepped out. Water ran down his hair and along his back before dripping onto the tiled floor. Under the warm bathroom light, the droplets shimmered with faint colors. Before tossing his dirty clothes into the laundry basket, he habitually checked his pockets. His fingers found a neatly folded square of paper. It was covered with He Zhao's wildly crooked handwriting, the sort of writing that looked as though the pen tip might fly off at any second. The kind of handwriting no one else in the world could possibly produce. Xie Yu stared at it for a long time without managing to recognize a single word. Then he turned the paper over. On the back was a crudely drawn smiley face. The curved mouth ended in an upward flick, looking just as mischievous as its owner. Xie Yu looked at it for another moment. Then, leaning against the wall beside the bathtub, he smiled. Chapter 35. Xie Yu didn't realize that the frustration and irritation inside him were gradually fading away. He folded the note again. The trash can was right beside him. He hesitated for 2 seconds, but didn't throw it away. There was something unusual about He Zhao. His carefree, casual attitude only made his vivid personality stand out even more. His grades were so terrible, they made people's scalps tingle. Every teacher got a headache just looking at him, never knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even so, after class, Wěizhuāng would occasionally come looking for him to play soccer. "You, what were you saying during math class? Come to the courtyard at noon. I'll teach you a lesson." It had nothing to do with Xie Yu, but every time Zhao was called out, he got dragged into it as well. Wěizhuāng then pointed at Xie Yu. "You come too." So, after lunch that day, Zhao dragged Xie Yu to the courtyard. Wanda, Luo Wenxiang, and the others came along to make up the numbers. Wěizhuāng's side had plenty of people. Besides Old Tang and the history teacher from next door, even Dean Jiang had joined in. Wěizhuāng had excellent aim when throwing chalk, but his soccer skills were another story. After all, he spent every day sitting in the office with little exercise, and he wasn't getting any younger. His physical ability couldn't compare to that of a teenager. "Here's the plan. Later, let's play badly," Zhao whispered during halftime. "Let Mad Dog and the others score a few more goals." Wanda said, "Zhao Ji, that's asking too much. Their skills really are awful. I'm not like you. This kind of acting is way too hard. I don't think I can pull it off." Zhao squatted down and patted Wanda on the head. "Hard my ass. I'll teach you. When he's about to score, just do this. Kneel down, got it? Then look devastated and punch the ground like you're overwhelmed with regret for making such a huge mistake on the soccer field." Wanda blinked. "Isn't that a bit too exaggerated?" "If you want to act, do it yourself," Xie Yu said, squatting nearby with a bottle of water in his hand. He screwed the cap back on. "Don't drag other people into it. This requires teamwork," Zhao said. "Besides, you're not other people. You're my desk mate." Before Xie Yu could answer, Luo Wenxiang was already on his feet, refusing outright. "Match fixing is a serious violation of the spirit of PE. I absolutely refuse." Zhao fell silent. Out of respect for old Wu's years of soccer experience, they went easy on him. Wanda followed Zhao's instructions and even performed the fake fall. But Luo Wenxiang would rather die than deliberately play badly, so Zhao took on the role of the world's worst teammate and did everything he could to sabotage contestant Luo Wenxiang's performance. Luo Wenxiang was genuinely suffering. "Zhao Ji, what the hell are you doing? Which side are you even on? Yu Ji, do something about him." Xie Yu said, "Why me? None of my business." Wěizhuāng and the others had a wonderful time. They played with so much energy that they felt 18 years old again. They even arranged another match before they finished. The voices from the study gradually faded. After listening to them argue for so long, Xie Yu had figured out what had happened. In short, Zhong Guofei had accidentally knocked over a fountain pen that Zhong Jie had received from his mother when he was little. The pen had broken and could no longer write. The issue that had remained unresolved for 3 years finally exploded once again. Zhong Guofei thought Zhong Jie was already an adult, so why was he still making such a fuss over it? "Both of you calm down. There's no point arguing like this anymore." Gu Xuelan followed them out of the study. Zhong Jie walked toward the door with the car keys in his hand. "Calm down. I'm perfectly calm." Zhong Guofei was angry too. Although Zhong Jie had said many hurtful things in his outburst, he still stood in the stairwell and called after him. "Come back. Where are you going? If you don't stay at home, where are you going to live?" Zhong Jie never looked back. It seemed he was determined to become another drifter who wandered around smelling of alcohol and loneliness. There wasn't much for Xie Yu to do at home. After meals, he simply returned to his room, occasionally playing games with Dalei. Just like the message Wanda had sent after getting home. "I'm home. Back to being a salted fish. Feels like I'm drunk and dreaming. Don't go over there. Help me out, will you?" Zhou Dalei had long since become familiar with Xie Yu's awful gaming habits. He had never met anyone better suited to solo games. Knowing it was one thing, but even after all these years, he still couldn't get used to it. "Boss Xie, can't you see I'm about to die? Since you're not the one getting hit, you don't feel a thing, huh? Ah, damn it. Game over, game over." Xie Yu remained completely unmoved. "You're terrible." "I'm terrible," Zhou Dalei said dramatically. "Who do you think I'm doing all this for? Who else would put up with a teammate who's even more ruthless than the enemy?" After playing 2 matches, Xie Yu glanced at the time. "You keep playing. I'm logging off." Only then did Zhou Dalei suddenly remember something. He slapped his forehead. "Today's Aunt Lan's birthday, isn't it? I almost forgot. Wish Aunt Lan a happy birthday for me." Tell her I hope she becomes more and more beautiful and that everything goes her way. Then he complained, "Why didn't you remind me earlier?" The guests downstairs still hadn't left. Although Madame Gu had repeatedly said she didn't want any special birthday celebration, people continued arriving with gifts until the table was piled high. Zhang Guofei held a prominent position in the business world. Even if few people thought highly of Mrs. Zhang, they still brought the appropriate gifts. What for? Xie Yu turned off the game and rested one leg on the edge of his chair. After staring at the computer for so long, his eyes were tired. "So you can give her plastic flowers again?" Zhou Dalai replied. "Don't underestimate plastic flowers. They may be fake, but they'll never wilt. All my gifts are practical. A scarf in the middle of summer is practical." Zhou Dalai refused to admit he was bad at choosing presents. Winter comes sooner or later. "So should I compliment you?" By around 6 or 7 in the evening, most of the visitors had finally left. The house gradually became quiet again. The maid cleared away the fruit platters, mopped the floor, and wiped down the tables. Zhang Guofei saw the remaining guests out. Gua Huang was exhausted. She was about to go upstairs when she passed the kitchen and saw Xie Yu inside. An apron was tied around his waist. His sleeves were rolled up, and he was carefully washing a handful of vegetables beneath the running tap. The water in the pot had just begun to boil, sending steam into the air. Xie Yu lifted the lid and added the noodles with practiced ease. He had never been unfamiliar with the kitchen. Back when Gua Huang had been too busy with work to look after him, he had often cooked for himself whenever he wasn't eating at Aunt Lei's or Aunt May's house. Usually it was just a simple bowl of noodles or some fried rice. Without making a sound, Gua Huang stood quietly in the kitchen doorway and watched. The noodles were simple. Green vegetables, a sprinkle of chopped scallions, one fried egg. Xie Yu kept his head lowered, his attention fixed on what he was doing. Watching him, Gua Huang's eyes gradually filled with tears. She turned away and covered her eyes with one hand. Xie Yu didn't say much. She quietly finished the bowl of noodles, one bite at a time. Only then did he say, "Happy birthday, Mom." Gua Huang nodded softly. She couldn't think of anything sentimental to say. In the end, she simply replied, "It's getting late. Go to bed. You still have school tomorrow." Tomorrow was Monday again. Xie Yu lay on his bed, ready to turn off his phone, when 2 notifications appeared at exactly the right moment. They were from his QQ friend, Zhao. "Old Xie, I found something good. Add Weixin 1502XXX 7043. He'll do your homework for you." Xie Yu's finger paused over the screen. After a moment, he typed a single question mark. Zhao replied, "He's in our grade. He specializes in doing homework for other people." Xinjie said he's really good. His prices are fair, and he can even imitate your handwriting. He's so convincing that even Dean Jiang can't tell the difference. And if he gets one question wrong, he'll do 10 more for free. Xie Yu replied. So, at that moment, Xie Yu felt that his understanding of slacking off was still far too shallow. He simply wasn't dedicated enough. "I'll explain over a call. Is now a good time?" Although he wasn't interested, Xie Yu still replied, "Sure." The next second, Zhao sent a call invitation. Without looking carefully, Xie Yu assumed it was an ordinary voice call. So when he accepted it, Zhao suddenly appeared on the screen wearing nothing but a pair of black underwear. His hair wasn't even dry yet. Standing barefoot beside his bed, Zhao bent over while rummaging through his clothes. The movement tightened the muscles of his back, making his shoulder blades and spine stand out. The red string around his neck still hung there. The vitality unique to youth practically radiated from him. Xie Yu was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "What are you doing? Showing off your damn black underwear." "Fuck." Zhao jumped too. He grabbed his clothes and turned around. What the hell? He had been getting dressed and had accidentally tapped the video call button instead. The lighting in Xie Yu's room was dim, but Zhao could tell he was lying on his bed. Zhao quickly pulled on a shirt and a pair of pants. My hand slipped. "Hey, don't make that face. You're the one who got the free show. Your big bro's body. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." Zhao immediately stopped showing off. There is something. Right, the homework guy. Xie Yu couldn't understand why Zhao insisted on talking to him privately about someone who did homework for money. So what? Does he give a 20% discount if we submit 2 sets together? No. Zhao asked. Do you still have the piece of paper I gave you? What homework are we even talking about? I can't even figure out what the hell I wrote. Remaining perfectly calm, Xie Yu politely greeted Wěizhuāng without using a single curse word. The general meaning was for him to get lost somewhere far away. Then he reached to end the video call. Just try it. Maybe you and my handwriting have some kind of special connection. You'd better ask the homework guy whether he has a special connection with your handwriting, Xie Yu said. Can anyone even imitate that mess? The moment he finished speaking, he ended the call. His phone returned to the home screen. Inside the game's folder, the apple of knowledge icon, which he had forgotten to delete, still rested quietly there. The patch of green was especially eye-catching. Before he realized it, night had completely settled outside the window. The wind drifted in through the open window, carrying the faint chill of approaching autumn. Xie Yu closed his eyes, and his consciousness slowly faded. Somehow, though, he knew that summer was almost over. That scorching, suffocating summer. The summer when Zhou Dailai had shouted into the phone, "Damn it! Someone stole my violet weapon." The summer when Wěizhuāng had pulled down his black mask, smiled, and said, "I'm mixed blood from 8 different countries." It was finally coming to an end. Chapter 36. Xie Yu got up early. After changing into his school uniform, he had breakfast with Madame Gu, congee, and vegetables. He checked the time, then got ready to take the bus back to school. "I'm leaving. If anything happens, call me." Gua Huang put down her chopsticks, stood up, and said, "Let the driver take you." Xie Yu bent down in the entryway to change his shoes. He hadn't brought anything home with him, and now he wasn't taking anything back either. Without so much as a backpack, he looked less like he was returning to school than heading out for a casual stroll. "No need. I'll go by myself." "You're leaving just like that? You're not even taking a backpack?" Gua Huang hesitated before asking. "Did you finish the homework your teachers assigned over the weekend?" "I did it. Finished it at school." The excuse was far too suspicious to be believable. "I don't think you did it at all. There wasn't much I could actually do anyway." Xie Yu lined up his slippers neatly, pulled open the door, and stepped outside. A damp breeze brushed across his face. "Makes no difference whether I hand it in or not." Gua Huang wanted to remind him to take care of himself since the weather was getting colder, but by then, Xie Yu had already walked away. The Zhong family's house was in a fairly remote area. It took about half an hour to walk to the nearest bus stop. Nearby, a family was jogging laps around the park. Towels hung around their necks as they ran, breathing heavily. Truthfully, not everything here filled him with irritation. The sunrise spreading across the horizon, the trees and grass lining the road, the family jogging ahead of him. The parents had deliberately slowed their pace for their children, making the whole scene look like it was playing in slow motion. Xie Yu slipped in his earphones, started a song, shoved his hands into his pockets, and kept walking. Fresh air. A brand new day. How long it took him to get back to school depended entirely on the buses. Sometimes he was unlucky. Like today, halfway there, the bus broke down. The driver lit a cigarette, inspected the bus for a long while, then slapped it with his hand. "Nothing I can do. You'll have to wait for the next one." The entire bus erupted in complaints. "Little friend, when are you getting back to school? What do you want? Did you miss me? I'll meet you at the school gate. Are you sick? Can we have one proper conversation? Good thing I have a great temper. Anyway, when you get here, don't rush back to class. I'll wait for you in the bathroom." Wěizhuāng had apparently arrived early and had nothing better to do than bother him. The two of them chatted on and off. One desperately wanted to end the conversation, while the other stubbornly kept trying to revive it. Fortunately, the next bus arrived soon. It shuddered to a stop, the route number 91 displayed in the front window. By the time Xie Yu reached school, there were still 10 minutes before class. He wasn't late. Mad Dog could only glare at him from the school gate. "Hurry up. Start running. Every second counts." He continued shouting. "Don't you know how to manage your time? You're almost in your 3rd year. Do you think this is your first day at school? Ask your desk mate if you don't believe me." He used to climb over the wall every morning, and every morning I'd catch him. Eventually, I just started waiting by the wall. Keeping the same unhurried pace, Xie Yu walked right past Dean Jiang. He had no interest whatsoever in listening to Mad Dog reminisce. "Sorry for bothering you. Goodbye, Dean Jiang." When he reached the 3rd floor, he saw someone pacing back and forth outside Class 2, Grade 3. Wanda was hanging halfway out the window with one hand on the sill, peering outside. Xie Yu wasn't particularly concerned and was about to head over when someone suddenly grabbed his wrist from behind and pulled him in the opposite direction. Caught completely off guard, he stumbled backward 2 steps before being dragged into the boys' restroom. Only after he was pulled into one of the stalls did he realize what had happened. I told you not to go back to class. Wěizhuāng finally let go. The stall was cramped enough for one person. With 2 people inside, they were practically pressed together. Didn't you see the class representative wandering around outside? Wěizhuāng wore a black sleeveless jacket over his school uniform. A pair of sharply outlined wings spread across the back. The hem of his white school shirt peeked out beneath it. Xie Yu had never taken Wěizhuāng's message about waiting in the bathroom seriously. Why is he standing out there? He says he's going to explain trigonometric functions to us. Wěizhuāng scratched his head helplessly. The second I walked into class this morning, he started reciting formulas. Didn't expect that, did you? Wěizhuāng sighed. I'm honestly impressed. He's definitely going to accomplish great things someday. After spending the weekend away, Xie Yu had almost forgotten there was someone in class desperately trying to raise their average score. Xuézhā's concentration and persistence were on an entirely different level. Sticky notes covered his desk. Reference books were piled inside his drawer, on top of his desk, stacked on the floor, and even stored in a corner of the classroom because he had run out of space. After finishing all of his own homework over the weekend, he'd spent the rest of the time thinking about how to help everyone else study. The 2 of them had been squeezed inside the stall for quite a while now. The whole situation felt unbelievably stupid. Why were they hiding in a bathroom stall this early in the morning? Listening to Xuézhā recite formulas might actually be more exciting. So they started arguing. You can't just abandon me here. Move away from the door. Old Xie, if you walk out that door, we're not brothers anymore. We never were. Just before class began, the student assigned to clean the restroom came in carrying a bucket and a rag. After finishing up, he turned off the faucet, wrung out the cloth, and was about to leave when he heard faint noises coming from one of the stalls. He stopped and looked over. Inside the stall, Wěizhuāng had his back against the door, blocking Xie Yu from opening it. Xie Yu reached an arm around Wěizhuāng's waist and managed to twist the doorknob. The door had only just cracked open when Wěizhuāng shoved him back inside. The opposing force made Xie Yu take a step backward. His foot accidentally kicked over the trash can, sending it crashing loudly onto the floor. Afraid he'd fall, Wěizhuāng instinctively reached out to catch him. Xie Yu had been perfectly steady before that. But once Wěizhuāng grabbed him, he lost his balance and toppled backward. Fuck. If the student on cleaning duty had checked his horoscope that morning, it probably would have warned him. Bad luck in the bathroom. The last stall slowly swung open. Standing there, he clearly saw Xie Yu slumped against the toilet seat. Wěizhuāng bent over him with one hand around his neck. From that angle, the scene looked extremely suggestive. I didn't see anything. The student backed toward the exit. I really didn't see anything. Xie Yu's expression turned icy. He said nothing. Wěizhuāng straightened up. Hey, friend. The poor student was so traumatized that he continued backing away. Please don't kill me. Good news never travels far. Scandal spreads 1,000 miles. By the end of first period, Wanda came over and asked, So, what exactly were you 2 doing in the bathroom this morning? Nothing. After finishing copying his homework, Xie Yu said, Looking to get beaten up today? I'm mischievous, Wanda replied seriously, not asking for a beating. Seeing Xuézhā leave with Tang's son, Wěizhuāng finally relaxed enough to join the conversation. News travels that fast. My elementary school classmate's classmate from last year is good friends with the cousin of the class monitor next door. After tracing the entire gossip chain, Wanda got back to the point. So, Zhao Ji. He lowered his voice. Did you really strip Yuji's clothes off? Xie Yu capped his pen and slowly looked up. What? Judging from his expression, Wanda couldn't tell whether he was a little angry or extremely angry. After a moment's consideration, he decided the danger level wasn't too high. I don't know what the original version was, Wanda admitted. By the time it reached me, people were saying you 2 got into a huge fight in the bathroom. Your clothes were all messed up. Anyway, it sounded really exciting. Rumors always grew more outrageous as they spread. One person told 10. 10 told 100. Eventually, people could fabricate an entire story out of thin air. So, Wanda leaned closer. Is it true? Come on, whisper it to me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Xie Yu pushed his chair back, clearly unwilling to entertain such nonsense. Wěizhuāng, however, mysteriously leaned in. You really want to know? Absolutely. Actually, Zhao lowered his voice even further. That's not all we did. Wanda narrowed his eyes. Oh, we did something even more exciting. The instant Wanda's guard dropped, Zhao calmly rolled up a student newspaper lying nearby and smacked him on the head. You actually dare spread rumors about me? Smack. I gave you a little freedom. Smack. And you got carried away? Wanda looked completely dazed. Holding his head, he turned tearfully towards Xie Yu. His face practically screamed. Your deskmate is bullying me. Xie Yu had originally been annoyed, but watching the two of them fool around made the irritation disappear. Really? Wanda's eyes lit up. He was already on the verge of shouting, You're my real brother from now on. Then Xie Yu picked up a thick English textbook. Why are you using a newspaper? It's way too light. Are you even trying? Zhao burst into laughter. Wanda glanced at the heavy English textbook. Then he turned and ran. Yuji, you've changed. You've completely changed. During the lunch break, Wěizhuāng finally got what he'd been waiting for. After eagerly counting down the days, Wěizhuāng's official autumn sports meet registration forms had finally arrived. He rushed back from Tang Sen's office, waving the sign-up sheet. Classmates, I have an announcement. Before he could continue, Wanda and Lu Xuanhao stood in front of him and began impersonating old Tang. Slowly and solemnly, they said, For the autumn sports meet, Wěizhuāng, organize the participants. Make sure everyone signs up enthusiastically and fully displays our class spirit. The imitation was surprisingly accurate. Interrupted halfway through, Wěizhuāng stood awkwardly at the front. What's wrong with you two? Trying to steal my job. The classroom was as lively as ever. Xie Yu lay face down on his desk with his eyes closed. He'd been staring at his phone all morning, and his eyes were exhausted. Thinking his deskmate had fallen asleep, Zhao quietly reached over. Something warm gently covered Xie Yu's right ear, muffling the noise of Wěizhuāng and the others talking. It was Zhao's hand. Then he heard Zhao quietly say, My deskmate's sleeping. Keep it down. Xie Yu wasn't the only one resting. Several girls in the row ahead had their heads down as well. They also thought the classroom was too noisy, but none of them wanted to complain. Xie Yu's fingers twitched. For a moment, he considered opening his eyes. Instead, he stayed exactly as he was. He hadn't been sleepy in the first place, but after keeping his eyes closed for so long, he ended up falling asleep. Chapter 37. They had gym class in the afternoon, so Wěizhuāng said, Sorry. I got a little too excited. Let's talk about it during gym class. If you want to participate, just come find me anytime. Xie Yu was a light sleeper. He could hear people talking, but he wasn't paying attention. Right before class began, Wěizhuāng walked past the classroom and handed the homework to the class representative, who started distributing it. He was so enthusiastic about the job that even when people offered to help, he refused. Xie Yu. The class rep called out the name, looked up, and locked eyes with his target. The next second, an exercise book came flying through the air and landed beside Xie Yu's head with a loud smack. Xie Yu opened his eyes. The class rep quickly made an apologetic gesture. Xie Yu said nothing. Without even looking at the exercise book, he shoved it into his desk drawer. Zhao was sitting beside him, looking down at his phone with earphones in, the cord trailing out of his pocket. When the class rep reached his desk, he called, Zhaoji. Zhao raised a hand and neatly caught the incoming ball. Wow, nice. After catching the exercise book, he turned to Xie Yu. You're awake. Where's your homework? What do you need it for? Zhao ignored the question. Leaning halfway over Xie Yu's desk, he peeked into the drawer. Just taking a look. Xie Yu didn't stop him or smack him over the head. He simply pulled out the exercise book and dropped it onto the desk. Go ahead. Admire it, then get lost. From beginning to end, neither his nor Zhao's exercise book had many large red check marks. Zhao flipped to the weekend homework, confirmed that Xie Yu hadn't gotten a single problem right either, then closed the book with satisfaction and returned it. Seeing your grades really puts my mind at ease. Xie Yu was still lying on the desk, half his face buried in his sleeve so that only his eyes were visible. His warm breath fogged the fabric slightly, making him look like some small animal people couldn't resist petting. Of course, anyone who tried would first have to be prepared to die. What's that supposed to mean? Zhao pointed toward the blackboard. In Wu Zheng's neat, energetic handwriting was a single line. The two students who got every question wrong report to the office during gym class. Be there, or else. This happened while you were asleep. Unable to resist, Wěizhuāng reached over and ruffled Xie Yu's hair. Life's full of surprises. Xie Yu merely gave a quiet grunt of acknowledgement. He still looked as cold as ever. His expression, his voice, every part of him radiated indifference. But Wěizhuāng wondered if something had gone wrong with him. Or maybe Xie Yu's hair was simply too soft. For one brief moment, he actually thought the expressionless little killer looked kind of cute after waking up. Wěizhuāng added, "Don't worry. I'm here with you." At that, Xie Yu stopped responding altogether. The notice remained on the blackboard through the next 2 periods. Although it didn't mention their names, everyone knew exactly who it referred to. Wanda was thrilled. "Want to make a bet?" Xuézhā snorted. "Do we even need to?" The 2 students. Who else could it be? Su Qingqing added. "Can you even find a third person in our class who gets every homework question wrong?" Xie Yu glanced at Wěizhuāng's exercise book. The guy had copied down the question, then casually written solution in the margin, and nothing else. "Didn't you hire someone to do your homework?" Xie Yu shoved his own workbook back into the drawer. "That's all they managed. I never contacted him." Wěizhuāng spoke with complete seriousness. "After you reminded me, I realized there's no one in the world besides me with handwriting this elegant. Just look at these bold strokes, these beautiful letter connections." Xie Yu cut him off mercilessly. "You can praise dog shit all you want. It's still not going to bloom. Ding Lianghua, you'll do the sprint and the relay, okay? I've heard about your legendary speed over short distances." Luo Wenxiang continued assigning events. As for the girls, "Qingjie, help me out. Make a list of everyone who wants to participate." During gym class, Luo Wenxiang, Xuézhā, and the others sat in a circle on the field. 3 pens were tucked into Luo Wenxiang's pocket. He pulled one out and handed it to Su Qingqing. "The class event is tug of war, too. I'll explain the strategy later." He looked around. "Long distance, that'll be Zhao Ji and Yu Ji." Huh, where are they? Only then did he realize the 2 runners he had picked out last week were nowhere to be seen. Wanda said, "You just noticed? They got called to the teacher's office." Xuézhā added, "Those 2 long-distance champions got every math problem wrong." Luo Wenxiang scratched his head. "Huh? I got so excited about the sports meet that I completely missed that." Meanwhile, the 2 long-distance champions were suffering in the faculty office. "You two, take your homework and find somewhere to sit." Wěizhuāng lowered his head and continued grading papers. "When you finish figuring everything out, you can go to gym class." He paused. "You two are really something. Still, I have to compliment you on one thing. At least you don't copy other people's homework. You have principles." Wěizhuāng immediately replied. Thank you. Wěizhuāng stared at him. He really hadn't expected this kid's skin to be so thick. His pen froze halfway through grading. "You actually think I'm complimenting you?" Xie Yu grabbed the homework and dragged Wěizhuāng away. He forgot to take his medicine before leaving the dorm this morning. Wěizhuāng nodded solemnly. He really should take it. His illness is pretty serious. There weren't many teachers in the office. Old Tang had gone next door to teach Chinese, so his desk was empty. Since it wasn't appropriate to occupy another teacher's desk, the 2 of them sat there to work on the problems. Only then did they notice several small potted plants on Tang Sen's desk. Each had a sticky note with its name and a handwritten watering schedule. He obviously took very good care of them. Wěizhuāng picked up one of the notes and read it aloud. "Xiao Cui." Xie Yu fell silent. Are all middle-aged men this terrifying when it comes to naming things? Isn't this a Haworthia Kupari? He teaches literature, and this is the best name he could come up with. Xie Yu looked up. Beneath the glass covering Tang Sen's desk were photographs of classes he had taught over the years. The dates stretched neatly from the early 2000s all the way to last year's graduating class. "What are you looking at?" Wěizhuāng asked. Xie Yu had been looking for the graduation photos from last year. Then he thought that was a ridiculous thing to admit. So he lowered his head and kept doing the homework. The office desk separated them. Wěizhuāng chatted for a while longer before secretly inching his stool closer. Little by little, he stopped only after he was sitting right beside Xie Yu. He poked him with a pen. "Did you understand what old Wu explained earlier?" Holding his own pen, Xie Yu replied. "What do you think?" "I think I understood." Wěizhuāng sounded unusually confident. "I think I actually got it this time." The questions weren't difficult. Wěizhuāng had explained every step clearly. They would have had to be complete idiots not to understand. Fortunately, When Zhao said he understood this time, he actually meant it. Maybe he simply wanted to get back to gym class badly enough for his IQ to temporarily increase. Xie Yu also lowered his expectations. After working for about half a period, they finally finished the problems. They're here. Wanda spotted them from a distance. Gym rep. Your long-distance runners are here. The hope of our village. No, our class. What village? Zhao walked over and saw the entire class 2-3 sitting in a neat circle on the field. He sat down too and patted the ground beside him. Old Xie. Sit. The 3,000-meter race. Luo Wenxiang sighed. No one wants to run it. Sign me up. Zhao waved a hand grandly. Put my name down for whatever. Wanda gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Lu Tsunhao nodded. Strong. Luo Wenxiang turned towards Xie Yu. Xie Yu answered indifferently. Fine. It was the gentlest word Luo Wenxiang had ever heard from Xie Yu. He was so touched he nearly cried. All right. I'm writing both your names down. You two will do the long-distance race. Then, let me see push-ups. Can you do the push-up event too? The sports meet lasted 2 days. That meant 2 days without classes. No one was particularly passionate about sports, but everyone loved the idea of 2 days off. Even students who never planned to compete wanted to be part of the excitement. The class next door got matching class shirts. Su Qingqing was very particular about appearances. Should we get some too? We can lose anything else, but we can't lose in spirit. Wanda said, one of the guys next door is dressing as a girl. Are we supposed to find someone for that too? The conversation grew stranger and stranger. By the time the dismissal bell rang, they still hadn't reached a conclusion. The student on duty returned the sports equipment while Luo Wenxiang stayed behind to clean the court. The large circle of Class 2-3 students gradually dispersed until only a few people remained. Wanda leaned over to Zhao and whispered, when everyone was talking about cross-dressing just now, the first person I thought of was Yuji. Zhao replied flatly, if you want to die, I can help you. No, seriously. Wanda hurriedly explained. With Yuji's face. I'm not saying he looks feminine. Not at all. He's very manly. He searched his entire vocabulary and still couldn't find the right words. Anyway, Qingjie and I both think so. Do you think Yuji would agree? You're definitely going to die. Zhao continued. And you'll leave this world faster than you can imagine. When Su Qingqing heard this, she looked disappointed for a moment. Then inspiration struck. If we can't win the award for the prettiest class in the grade, then we can at least have the most eye-catching cross-dressing big brother. Like a golden Barbie, a cold breeze suddenly ran down Luo Wenxiang's back. Then countless pairs of eyes slowly turned toward him. Xie Yu knew nothing about the discussion. He had gone outside to answer a phone call. By the time he returned, Luo Wenxiang was sitting on the classroom floor in tears. I don't want to. I refuse. Why are all of you doing this to me? Your muscles are very sexy. Wanda comforted him. Have some confidence. Zhao was laughing so hard, he could barely sit upright. He waved at Xie Yu before leaning over to whisper. Our class rep. Wearing girls' clothes. Scary. Are we filming a horror movie? Yeah. Then Zhao asked. Have you ever worn a skirt before? Something inside Xie Yu instantly snapped. Things were better now that he had grown older. When he was little, despite always keeping his hair short, people constantly mistook him for a girl. Zhou Dailai had been one of those idiots. He had actually called Xie Yu little girl. That mistake had delayed their friendship by several years. Nowadays they rarely saw each other. Back then, Zhou Dailai had suffered too. He had to admit he was wrong. And he couldn't beat Xie Yu in a fight. Madame Gu had been even worse. When Xie Yu was little, she thought her soft, adorable, pretty son looked especially cute in skirts and often coaxed him into wearing them. Even now, several photos documenting that dark chapter of his life still sat somewhere in the house. Photos he would never be able to erase. Wanda was still trying to comfort the emotionally devastated gym representative when a loud crash sounded from the back of the classroom. He looked up. For some unknown reason, Zhao and Xie Yu had started fighting again. They had even knocked over their chairs. Watching the scene, Lu Tsunhao couldn't help sighing. They're at it again? If a whole day passed without those two causing trouble, I'd think something was missing from Class 2-3. All right. Zhao admitted defeat while making things even worse. Big bro, I was wrong. But old Xie really is overreacting. So, have you actually worn a skirt before? Xie Yu answered with his fists. Zhao couldn't hold him off. Nor did he dare fight back. He leaned backward, clutching his stomach dramatically. Ah, that hurts. Considering Zhao's long history of shameless acting, Xie Yu's first reaction was that he was faking it again, and doing a particularly exaggerated job of it. Even so, for some reason, he still stepped forward. Where does it hurt? Zhao's brain froze. Within a single second, he considered 3 different places before finally pressing a hand to his chest. Here, maybe I have internal injuries. Just opening his mouth was enough to give someone internal injuries. A remarkable talent. Xie Yu reached out and pressed lightly through the fabric of his shirt. Here. Zhao lowered his head and stared blankly at the hand resting against his chest. For a moment, his mind went completely blank. Ah yeah. The strange feeling lasted only an instant. The next thing he saw was Xie Yu twisting his wrist. Damn, you're really trying to give me internal injuries. Chapter 38. The cross-dressing big bro challenge was probably one they would never get past. While old Tang wasn't watching, Lu Xuézhā and the others used the classroom computer to browse skirts. How about this one? It's got lace, so it looks princess-like, romantic, and pretty elegant too. Wanda said, let's go with this maid outfit. This one's great. Looks really seductive. Luo Wenxiang, who had absolutely no appreciation for this sort of thing, fell silent. The one above that. Scroll up. After wrestling with Xie Yu earlier, Zhao bent down, righted his chair with one hand, and joined the discussion. Not that one. Scroll up. Which one? Lu Xuézhā scrolled for a long time without seeing anything that matched. The more he searched, the more confused he became. Zhaoji, did you see it wrong? Then Zhao proudly demonstrated his taste in women's clothing to the entire class. The third one from the top. That one's good. On the screen was a peony print sheath dress, a horrifying clash of bright red and green. Why are you all looking at me like that? Zhao looked from the projector screen to his deskmate. What do you think? Isn't this a good one? Lu Xuézhā and the others were left speechless by the unbelievably tacky dress and Zhao's catastrophically awful taste. 1,000 words caught in their throats. Xie Yu said, do you seriously have no sense of style? I think it's fine, Zhao said. If this were a dress-up game, this dress would definitely get a high score. A pay-to-win player has no right to speak. Trust me. Shut up. Just look at those colors. They're so vibrant. Vibrant? Xie Yu sneered mercilessly. The aunties at the flea market have better taste than you by 8 streets. As soon as Xie Yu finished speaking, Wanda started clapping. Well said. Truly elegant. Lu Xuézhā added. A like for you, Ji. Zhao fell silent. After Zhao's little performance, Luo Wenxiang's emotions had ridden a complete roller coaster. His opposing feelings had canceled each other out, and suddenly the romantic princess dress and maid outfit didn't seem nearly as unbearable anymore. Clenching his fists, he endured the pain. Then, let's go with the one from before. Zhaoji, nicely done. Wanda had clearly overanalyzed the situation. Thinking back, he now believed Zhao had deliberately picked the ugliest dress imaginable just to shock the gym representative into accepting the others. Giving Zhao a thumbs up, he said respectfully, your tricks are still on another level. I'll take that compliment. Zhao had no idea what he was being praised for, but he was experienced enough to keep the conversation going. After saying that, he leaned towards Xie Yu and whispered in his ear, what exactly is he praising me for? Xie Yu pushed his head away. He wasn't in the mood to answer. After the last class of the day ended, everyone packed up to go home while the student on duty stayed behind to wipe the blackboard. The boarding students were far more interested in what was for dinner. Zhao had been fooling around on his phone throughout the last period, and while Old Wu wasn't paying attention, he even slipped out to make a call. Recently, Gold List Restaurant had started delivering to the school and had sent a message to everyone on its customer mailing list. After placing the order, Zhao asked, where should I have it delivered? Which room? Just then, Xuézhā walked out of the restroom, coughing. The smell of cigarette smoke clung to him as he sprayed himself with air freshener in a desperate attempt to cover it up. Turning the corner, he spotted Zhao standing against the stairwell wall with one hand in his pocket. Zhaoji, what are you doing? Zhao glanced at him, but didn't answer immediately. After a moment's thought, he spoke into the phone. And one fish dish too. Then he lowered the phone and looked at Xuézhā. What was that fish dish you ordered at Gold List? Xuézhā blinked. Huh? Which fish? The one that got knocked onto the floor? Steamed perch. What? Nothing. Zhao repeated the name of the dish into the phone before adding, "My little friend likes it." Xinjie's hand twitched. Holy shit. The dismissal bell rang just as the delivery driver called. Zhao went downstairs to collect the food. There were barely any students left in the classroom. The boarding students had already gone to the cafeteria, leaving only the student on duty cleaning. The room was much quieter now. Xie Yu sat there, thoroughly bored. He honestly had no idea what Zhao was up to. Near the end of class, Zhao had told him, "Stay right here. Don't go anywhere." Before he could even finish speaking, Xie Yu had already stepped hard on his foot. The final period had been math. Old Wu had briefly explained the new question types that would appear on the upcoming monthly exam. Since he had nothing better to do, Xie Yu typed the solution process into his phone's notes app before pulling out some scratch paper to work through it. He only had one pen. During the last monthly exam, in the legendary gathering place of underachievers, he had discovered that almost everyone lacked some kind of stationery. Some were missing erasers. Some didn't have 2B pencils. A few didn't even have a pen to write with. Everyone borrowed supplies from one another. You saved me. I saved you. Some people had even written their exams using nothing but the lead refill from a mechanical pencil. Xie Yu had probably dropped his pen too many times. When he started writing, no ink came out. He tossed it aside and searched through Zhao's half of the desk for another one. To hide the fact that he spent class playing games on his phone, Zhao's desk was an absolute disaster. Books were piled together in complete chaos. Xie Yu searched for quite a while. He didn't find a pen. Instead, he found a strange sheet of paper tucked inside a math textbook. The messy handwriting was almost impossible to read. It looked like the solution to a math problem. Before he could examine it more closely, Zhao walked in carrying a bag. "Clean up. Put those books away, or there won't be room for dinner." Xie Yu quietly slipped the paper back where he found it. There were about 5 dishes, each packed in disposable containers, along with 2 cartons of rice. Looking at the fish, Xie Yu immediately recognized it. Gold list. Zhao snapped apart a pair of disposable chopsticks, picked all the sliced scallions off the steamed perch, and pushed it toward his desk mate. "Yeah, I had to climb over the wall to get it. They claimed they deliver to the school." Seriously, does throwing it over a brick wall count as delivering to the school? Xie Yu knew he was a picky eater. Whenever Madame Gu cooked, she always paid attention to what he liked and disliked. Yet every dish Zhao had ordered had somehow avoided all of his dislikes. He vaguely remembered Zhao asking him last time what foods he wouldn't eat. Had this idiot actually remembered? Come on. Zhao gestured with his chopsticks. "What are you waiting for? Waiting for me to feed you? I wouldn't mind. Just call me big bro and we can discuss it." Xie Yu split his chopsticks apart. "Do you want to die?" Wanda returned from dinner, humming happily with a cup of milk tea in his hand. Even from the doorway, he could smell the food. Walking over, he stared at their desk. You two really went all out. The cafeteria food was so bland it could hatch eggs, and it was all leftovers from lunch. Meanwhile, you're over here feasting. Zhao finished the last 2 bites of rice. "Aren't you enjoying yourself too? Where'd you get the milk tea? Is it any good?" "From the Fudan milk tea shop across the street." Wanda took another sip. "It's okay, but they call it bubble milk tea, and I couldn't find a single bubble." "Then why'd you buy it?" Xie Yu asked. Wanda answered solemnly. "To be honest, Fudan is my dream." For the rest of the week, everyone's thoughts revolved around the sports meet. Su Qingqing chose a sleeveless vest as the class uniform. It was practical, and everyone could still wear it afterward. Meanwhile, Luo Wenxiang put on the elegant, classy princess dress and walked proudly at the front of the procession carrying the class placard. The PE teacher gave everyone free time to practice and personally supervised the events. Who signed up for push-ups? After selecting the shot put competitors, he walked over again, blowing his whistle. 8 people, right? Come over here and let me see. Zhao, Xie Yu, and the others stepped forward. This event isn't about how many push-ups you can do. The judges care about proper form. Last year, the first group was unbelievably energetic. Everyone was racing to see who could go faster. Up, down, nonstop. In the end, let me tell you, the slowest person won. The PE teacher had everyone get into a plank position, then walked slowly from one end of the line to the other. Before he had even started the timer, one boy collapsed. As soon as the first one fell, 3 or 4 more toppled like dominoes. Zhao felt perfectly fine. He could have held the position much longer. but seeing everyone around him already sitting on the floor made him feel silly continuing by himself. So he and Xie Yu simply sat down as well. The PE teacher stopped walking. Aren't you all a little too weak? You can't even last this long? Do you still want good results at the sports meet or not? Xie Yu had originally planned to skip PE and return to the dorm to read. Instead, Luo Wenxiang had dragged the entire class outside to prepare for the competition. The 8 push-up participants sat on the gym floor. Nearby, several pairs of first-year students were playing badminton. The shuttlecock flew back and forth through the air. How many push-ups can you do? Zhao asked. Watching one player sprint forward before leaping to smash the shuttlecock, Xie Yu replied. No idea. Never counted. When we compete later, want to see who can do more? The PE teacher never gave them the chance. Determined to improve their form to unprecedented heights in a single class, he enthusiastically introduced his special training method. Yes. Wanda eagerly raised his hand. Coach, I want to learn this. The PE teacher smiled mysteriously. Then let's begin. Xie Yu suddenly had a very bad feeling. 2 minutes later, that bad feeling came true. The badminton game had stopped. Instead, the gym echoed with a chorus of shocked cries. The PE teacher squatted nearby. Odd-numbered students lie down. Even-numbered students get into position. On my count, do 1 push-up each. After 50, you can rest. Lying beneath Zhao, Xie Yu slowly spat out a single word through gritted teeth. Fuck. Zhao placed his hands on either side of Xie Yu's arms, supporting himself carefully. He deliberately kept some distance while adjusting his posture. The situation was so ridiculous he couldn't help laughing. Who came up with this? Absolute genius. No wonder it'll take you to heights you've never reached before. Wanda looked ready to cry. He pleaded with the boy above him. Please hold yourself up. If you collapse, something terrible's going to happen. The boy above him was panicking too. I'll do my best. Once everyone was in position, the PE teacher blew his whistle. 1. Zhao lowered himself. The farther down he went, the closer he came to Xie Yu. Even though he carefully controlled his strength, he still brushed lightly against him. Through the thin layers of fabric, Xie Yu's warmth seemed to seep into him. His heartbeat, even the faint warmth of his breathing. Everything seemed to intertwine with Zhao's own. Just moments ago, Zhao had still been laughing about this bizarre push-up arrangement. Now he couldn't laugh anymore. Neither of them could avoid looking directly at the other's face. Everything was magnified. Their eyes, their noses, their eyelashes. Even the tiniest change in expression was crystal clear. There was a tiny mole at the corner of Xie Yu's eye. Suddenly, Zhao couldn't take it anymore. He had no idea which of them looked away first, breaking the prolonged eye contact. He flexed his fingers. Only then did he realize his palms were already damp with sweat. Chapter 39. Stay strong. A real man has dreams and ambitions. Just because everything goes dark before your eyes doesn't mean it's truly darkness. The gym teacher had gotten tired of squatting, so he sat down on the floor instead. Glancing at the time, he blew his whistle. Zhao had just pushed himself up. Hearing the whistle, he had no choice but to lower himself again. He hesitated for a moment and realized he really couldn't keep looking at a certain little friend beneath him. If he did, he probably wouldn't even manage 10 push-ups. So he turned his head away. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. This time, Zhao didn't stay down for long. He hurriedly finished another push-up. Now that both of them had deliberately looked away, Zhao fixed his gaze on the gym floor as though flowers might bloom there if he stared hard enough. Then Xie Yu asked, how many? Zhao's mind was a complete mess. He hadn't been counting at all. I don't know. You weren't counting either. Xie Yu had turned his face aside and was looking up at the ceiling. Exposed steel beams stretched overhead, with square panes of glass arranged in a neat grid above them. After a pause, he said, I wasn't counting. Probably more than 10. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao found he couldn't keep staring at the floor anymore. His gaze drifted upward until it settled on Xie Yu's neck. The graceful line of it caught him off guard. In the end, whether he was speaking to himself or to Xie Yu, even he didn't know. Just bear with it a little longer. All right. He could endure it. He'd just have to endure it. When Xie Yu had first lain down, he had honestly wanted to drive a knee straight into this guy and send him flying. He kept a cold expression on his face, feeling incredibly stupid. His practice exams were waiting for him, yet instead of working on them, he had come to this ridiculous gym class. Once he calmed down, He began wondering who he'd kill first after getting up. Luo Wenxiang, who had dragged him to gym class under threat of death, was currently exercising on the sports field. For some reason, a chill ran down his spine. He rubbed his arms and wondered how the weather had turned cold so suddenly. Normally, Wěizhuāng loved fooling around. But at a time like this, he was unexpectedly restrained. Xie Yu had the distinct impression that Wěizhuāng desperately wanted to bolt. His whole body seemed coiled tight, ready to spring away at any second, yet he kept forcing himself to stay put. Xie Yu couldn't tell whether the pounding heartbeat echoing in his ears belonged to himself or to Wěizhuāng, especially when Wěizhuāng lowered himself, and, for those fleeting few seconds, their chests were pressed together. Staring at the ceiling beams, Xie Yu vaguely felt that something wasn't right. Or rather, this feeling, that something wasn't right, had been there for a long time. It was just especially intense today. A wild beast had long been sleeping inside his heart. Normally it lay quietly at rest. But today it had suddenly awakened, roaring wildly with excitement. It was unsettling. Yet somehow, it was also thrilling. At the beginning, the gym teacher had counted each push-up aloud. Halfway through, he gave up counting and simply blew the whistle instead. Some students immediately suspected he was secretly making them do extra repetitions. Just as everyone was silently grumbling, the whistle blew again. 20. Very good. Keep going. One student protested. Sir, only 20? It feels like we've already done 30. Without missing a beat, the gym teacher replied, Student, that's just your imagination. Whether it had been 20 or 30, neither group could continue anymore. Even though every one of them still had another boy lying beneath them, and relaxing their arms even slightly would end in disaster, it was still better than continuing those push-ups. One student lowered his head and groaned. No at all. I seriously can't do this anymore. Wanda replied. How can you give up so easily? Is your life's mission really going to be defeated by 50 measly push-ups? I seriously can't. More and more students gathered around, creating an enormous commotion. Besides the people who had been playing badminton, another crowd had wandered over, including students from both the grade above and the grade below. Xuézhā took the opportunity to squeeze in as well. Damn, you guys are really attracting a crowd. Xie Yu pressed a hand to his forehead. He could already feel a headache coming on. Can you all stop standing around watching the show? Wěizhuāng turned his head and said, Especially you, Xuézhā. As class monitor, could you please protect the dignity of Class 3? As if Class 3 still had any dignity left. They'd lost it ages ago. Still, even if their dignity was gone, their push-up abilities could still be saved. There were several first-year girls watching nearby. It was just like playing basketball with girls in the stands. Even if they had only one breath left, they had to show off their physical strength. Wanda watched in stunned silence as the guy who had just declared, I can't do it anymore, suddenly lifted one hand, clenched it into a fist, and began doing one-handed push-ups. Even Wěizhuāng couldn't help staring. Whoa, impressive, brother, planning to win first place for our class. Xuézhā immediately started clapping. Fu Pei, keep it up. Another 50. Every muscle in Fu Pei's body tightened. Grinding his teeth, he kept going. Xie Yu turned to look as well. After watching for a while, he asked, Fu Pei? We have someone by that name in our class. Wěizhuāng only had 3 push-ups left before reaching 50. As he lowered himself again, he leaned close to Xie Yu's ear and said quietly, The row next to ours. Second from the back. At the beginning of the semester, old Tang called him over because of that online dating incident. Xie Yu searched his memory. Nothing. His face plainly said, I don't remember. I knew you wouldn't. Wěizhuāng pushed himself back up, let out a breath, and continued. Tell me, you've been in this class for over a month now. How many of us do you actually know? From where he lay, Xie Yu could clearly see the knot of Wěizhuāng's throat. His gaze unconsciously followed the line downward to the slightly rumpled collar of Wěizhuāng's school uniform. 50 push-ups. There was no way Wěizhuāng wasn't exhausted. Besides, he'd been tense this whole time. After finishing the final push-up, Wěizhuāng suddenly felt all his strength leave him. He rolled his sore wrist, then collapsed onto the floor beside Xie Yu. 50. He lay there and said lazily, Your big brother's pretty amazing, isn't he? Xie Yu immediately scooted farther away. Get lost. My mom only gave birth to one kid. On the court, Fu Pei had become the center of attention. He had already completed over 21-handed push-ups. Finally stopping, he secretly whispered to Wanda, "Are there any girls watching me?" Wanda couldn't bear to tell him the cruel truth. Every single person there, boys and girls alike, was watching the two famous school heartthrobs instead. "If you think there are, then there are." He patted Fu Pei on the shoulder. "You can get up now." The original plan had been for the students with odd numbers to switch positions and do another 50 push-ups. Unfortunately, the gym teacher had misjudged the time. Just as everyone was about to switch, the dismissal bell rang. The gym teacher glanced regretfully at the stopwatch hanging around his neck. "Class is over." "All right, dismissed." The even-numbered students immediately complained about their bad luck. The odd-numbered students didn't know whether they should be happy. After all, they'd spent all that time lying there for nothing. Then again, none of them had been looking forward to doing push-ups over someone else, either. After returning to the classroom, Zhao and Xie Yu didn't speak for the entire next period. It wasn't exactly awkward. Normally, Zhao would constantly start conversations. Now he had suddenly gone quiet. Every so often, he'd call out, "Xie Yu, old Xie, desk mate." Then, nothing. After being interrupted several times like this, Xie Yu finally got so irritated that his head started hurting. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Zhao flipped open his English textbook and randomly pointed at a page. "What page are we on?" "Chapter 3. "Oh." Zhao nodded, then fell silent again. The two students sitting in front of them exchanged confused looks. Had they fought? Were they arguing? The note was passed all the way to Xuézhā. Remembering how inseparable the two school tyrants had been during gym class, he waited until the English teacher turned to write on the blackboard before lowering his head and writing. No way. They were practically glued together last period. Zhao stared blankly at his English textbook for ages before finally remembering. He wasn't supposed to be paying attention in class. He was supposed to be looking at his phone. Meanwhile, Xie Yu, who never forgot to use his phone during class, had been chatting non-stop with Zhou Dailai. When he returned to his social media feed, he saw that Zhao had updated his status. Xie Yu stared at it. Has he completely lost his mind? Before the sports meet, the custom class uniforms finally arrived. Old Tang had everyone put them on to see how they looked. Then he fetched an old-fashioned camera from his office. The class uniform was simply a custom-made vest worn over the regular school uniform. When deciding what to print on the back, the class had held a vote. The suggestions had been all over the place. "Together forever. Forever young. I'm the best." In the end, the voting had turned into a competition to see who could come up with the most ridiculous slogan. "I'm the best. Forever young. I am the best." The argument became so fierce it practically shook the heavens. Finally, Old Tang stepped in. The Chinese teacher, who already had 1 foot in middle age, calmly bestowed 3 words upon them. Love and peace. Zhao took the vest out of its packaging and gave it a shake. It was a simple rectangular sports vest. Across the back, in huge bold letters, were the words, "Love and peace." Xie Yu stared at it for a long time. He really didn't want to put it on. The person suffering most, however, was Wěizhuāng. He couldn't exactly go into the boys' restroom wearing a dress to change. After putting on his own vest, Zhao recruited Xuézhā and the others to form a human wall. "Don't worry, bro. Just change." When Xie Yu returned from the restroom, Wanda immediately called out, "Yuji, come help. We've got an empty spot." "Not interested." "Zhao Ji, your little friend." After the famously icy boss of the West building walked away, Wanda whispered, "Can you keep him under control?" Zhao shoved his hands into his pockets. His fingertips brushed against the wrapper of a lollipop. Smiling suddenly, he said, "I really can't control him. If anything, he's the one who keeps me under control." For some inexplicable reason, the word henpecked flashed through Wanda's mind. It scared him so badly he nearly jumped. Fortunately, Wěizhuāng had already finished changing. He was now curled up in the corner of the classroom, refusing to show his face. Naturally, this attracted everyone's attention. "If you're done changing, come out already. Hurry up. Are you even a man? Stop hiding." Zhao took 2 steps backward and stood beside his desk. The moment he moved aside, the enormous figure huddled in the corner was completely exposed. Clinging to the wall, Wěizhuāng cried, "I don't want to live anymore. You're all so cruel. You've destroyed every chance this pure-hearted young man had at finding teenage love. There's no way I'll ever get a girlfriend during my 3 years of high school. Zhao sat on top of his desk, laughing. Xie Yu also found it funny. But sympathy ultimately won. He decided to preserve the gym representative's last shred of dignity. Noticing this, Zhao reached over and lightly tapped Xie Yu on the head. Little friend, in a bad mood. Little friend, my ass. Xie Yu could barely hold it in anymore. He almost burst out laughing. I just don't want to be too cruel. Tang's son lifted his camera. Standing in the classroom doorway, he smiled as he pressed the shutter. It wasn't a formal class photo. No one was lined up neatly. Everyone was scattered around the back of the classroom. Luo Wenxiang had cried for ages. Wanda handed him a mirror. Unable to keep crying after seeing himself, he ended up laughing too. Su Qingqing took pictures with her phone. Everyone else laughed so hard they could barely stand. Freeze this moment forever. The moment when every face wears a smile. A moment overflowing with boundless energy and youthful vitality. And in the last row, the two boys. Although only their backs are visible, they are standing very close together. Especially Zhao. Perched casually on the desk, his posture is relaxed, carefree, fearless, and unruly. His body leans slightly to one side, revealing half of his profile. One hand rests lightly on Xie Yu's head, fingers threaded gently through his hair. A faint smile lingers on his lips. Meanwhile, the back of Xie Yu's head seems to have one word written across it. Cold. The brilliant sunlight outside struggles through the curtains. A gust of wind suddenly lifts the fabric, revealing those two desks that will forever remain slightly out of alignment. The blackboard covered in chalk writing. Every student in the classroom. All of them are bathed in warm sunlight. On their backs, they all wear matching vests. Printed across them in 3 bold words. Love and peace. Chapter 40. On this clear day with beautiful weather, we welcome you to Liangno, 2 high schools' 67th autumn sports meet. Students, the phrase holistic development includes morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. The physical part refers to one's health and fitness. The sports meet hadn't officially begun yet, but there still weren't enough seats in the stadium. Everyone was busy carrying chairs from their classrooms down to the field. The stairwells were completely jammed. Dean Jiang, nicknamed DJ Jiang, was speaking over the school's broadcast system. Physical training and a love of exercise embody the spirit of physical education. I know everyone is usually busy with schoolwork, but today you can run freely across the field and let your sweat fly. Hey, are you letting us through or not? The boys who were supposed to be soaring freely across the field were all stuck at the stairwell entrance instead. Not just the entrance. The entire hallway echoed with the scraping of chairs being dragged across the floor. It was as congested as rush hour traffic, so packed that even water could hardly squeeze through. Class 2, Grade 3 occupied the hallway outside their classroom, while the students who couldn't get out yet simply waited inside. Wanda had left his chair at the classroom door, and no one knew where he had disappeared to. Several minutes later, he finally squeezed his way back through the crowd. Damn, the line stretches all the way from the 5th floor to the 1st. The building we used last year is even worse. Both the east and west buildings are completely backed up. Why are you worrying about other buildings? Someone snapped. If you have so much free time, why don't you move your chair downstairs? Zhao dragged his own chair over to the back door of the classroom. One look at the scene outside made him give up. He sat down in the doorway with a lollipop in his mouth. Forget it. Just wait. It'll probably be another 10 minutes before this clears. Then he turned around. Old Xie, come over here. Xie Yu didn't move. He was lying on his desk with his eyes closed. No, getting crushed in a crowd isn't fun. Help me pin on my number tag. I can't reach my back. Zhao held up the race bib the PE committee member had handed out earlier. It was an old cloth number, slightly yellowed with age, bearing a 4-digit number. Hurry, I'm the hope of the entire village. Xie Yu ignored him. After Zhao repeated himself, Xie Yu finally sat up. Wanda, go help the hope of the entire village put on his number tag. Wanda, who had been dragged into the conversation for absolutely no reason, froze. He looked left, then right. Meeting Zhao's eyes, he instantly understood everything without a single word being spoken. His expression clearly said, read the room. I want my deskmate to do it. Don't even think about coming over. So Wanda immediately turned away as though he hadn't heard anything. Why isn't the line moving yet? How much longer is this traffic jam going to last? Xie Yu. Wěizhuāng silently added another merit point to Wang Da's record before dragging his chair back over. He placed the safety pins and number tag on the desk. Sorry to trouble you, little friend. Xie Yu picked up one of the safety pins and seriously considered stabbing him to death. Wěizhuāng sat backward in his chair with his back facing Xie Yu. Standing in the doorway, Wang Da shot him a complicated look. Wěizhuāng grinned and even flashed him a triumphant thumbs up. Wang Da shook his head. He really couldn't bear to watch anymore. Xie Yu carefully pinned the race number onto the back of Wěizhuāng's shirt, fastening all four corners securely. The moment he finished, he ruthlessly kicked Wěizhuāng's chair. Done. Wěizhuāng reached back to feel it. Not bad. Actually, it was pinned on very neatly. Just as he was about to compliment him, Xie Yu kicked the chair again. Class 3 had terrible luck. Their assigned seating area was directly opposite the stage, right under the blazing sun. Each class marched onto the field in formation. Luo Wenxiang had changed clothes in the indoor gym restroom. Carrying the class flag, he proudly walked at the very front. Immediately behind him walked Wěizhuāng and Xie Yu side by side, leading the rest of the class. As Su Qingqing put it, Wěizhuāng and Xie Yu are the face of our class. They're carrying all of our looks. Of course, what she meant was that they were handsome. The students from the other classes, however, thought something completely different. Watching Class 3 march in, they felt only one emotion: fear. Even though a lively military march played over the loudspeakers, with the former East and West building bosses leading more than 30 students behind them, the whole formation looked less like a parade and more like a gang about to roll up their sleeves and start a massive fight. Wild. Far too wild. As a result, despite Luo Wenxiang's outrageously flashy outfit, nobody dared laugh. What's wrong with everyone? Wěizhuāng tilted his head slightly. No one's laughing? Isn't it funny? Everyone laughed themselves to death when that cross-dressing senior from the neighboring class came out. Did we lose? Were we not funny enough? Xie Yu replied. Maybe he was just uglier. Luo Wenxiang took another fatal blow. Did either of you ever consider my feelings? The sports meet lasted 2 days. The long-distance race would take place on the afternoon of the second day. Today, they only had the push-up competition in the indoor gym. Although it was already autumn, the midday sun remained blazing hot. Wěizhuāng took off his jacket and draped it over his head to block the sunlight. Glancing at his phone, he noticed Wang Da had sent him a forum link 10 minutes earlier. The title read, Live coverage of the school's 2 hottest big brothers. Doing. Push UPS. I've already exploded like fireworks. The thread already had well over 1,000 replies and sat proudly at the top of the school forum. Wěizhuāng opened a few replies. His first instinct was to close the browser immediately, as though he'd picked up a burning coal. He couldn't tell whether the sun was too hot or whether he'd suddenly started overheating for some inexplicable reason. A few moments later, he reopened the thread. As though possessed, he tapped. Save image. There were 3 photos. The lighting inside the gym had been poor, and whoever took them had clearly done so in secret. Every image was blurry and out of focus. Even so, the 2 main subjects were unmistakable. Knowing Wang Da, he definitely hadn't sent the link only to him. He'd probably sent it to the entire class. Wěizhuāng cautiously nudged Xie Yu with his elbow. Did you see it? See what? Xie Yu's eyes were half closed, looking like he might fall asleep at any moment. Students wandered all over the field. Some rode bicycles around the track. Others were warming up. Ding Lianghua was getting ready for the 100-meter sprint. Nearby, Su Qingqing and several girls were writing announcements to submit for the school broadcast, composing them one sentence at a time. Wěizhuāng thought, what else could I possibly mean? Obviously, it's that ridiculous thread shipping the 2 of us. But there was no way he could actually say that aloud. So he awkwardly replied, You know that one. Xie Yu looked at him. Which one? In the end, Wěizhuāng crooked a finger. Reluctantly, Xie Yu leaned closer. Wěizhuāng lifted the jacket over his head, silently inviting him underneath. The 2 squeezed together beneath the jacket until their heads were nearly touching. The phone rested on Wěizhuāng's thigh. Xie Yu had to lean down to see the screen clearly. He read the thread very seriously. Meanwhile, Wěizhuāng stared blankly at the back of Xie Yu's neck. His soft hair, the collarbone faintly visible above his collar. For some reason, he suddenly regretted showing him. Why had he done it? Or rather, what reaction had he wanted to see? He wasn't even sure himself. Xie Yu continued reading, page after page. The comments were almost identical. Everyone was enthusiastically pairing them together. Then, his finger stopped. Reply number 52. Damn it. Somebody push one of their heads down and make them kiss already. Xie Yu blinked slowly. Then, in an unusually calm voice, he said, Oh, now I see it. Before Wěizhuāng could think of a response, a deafening cheer suddenly erupted nearby. Go, go, go. Not far away, Ding Lianghua crouched at the starting line with both hands on the track. The starting gun fired. He shot forward like an arrow. He ran even faster than the night he'd chased down the class monitor. Beautiful. First place. Luo Wenxiang spread his arms dramatically. Ding ding. Come receive a loving hug. Already painfully shy, Ding Lianghua nearly retreated into complete social isolation. After stepping off the track, he smiled awkwardly. And no, that's not necessary. He wiped away his sweat as he walked past. Wěizhuāng praised him. Well done. Xie Yu felt saying nothing would be too cold, so he also offered praise. Ding Huayang. Not bad. Ding Lianghua. Wěizhuāng lightly smacked Xie Yu on the head. His name's Lianghua. When are you finally going to remember it? Old Tang sat nearby holding a thermos full of wolfberry tea. He had even brought homework to grade. He looked exactly like an elderly man enjoying the sunshine to improve his calcium absorption. Watching the students, he sighed emotionally. It's good to be young. The class monitor stood nearby memorizing English vocabulary while watching the competitions. Soon, it was time for the push-up event. Coincidentally, their referee was their PE teacher. The moment Class 3 saw him, everyone felt deeply uneasy. Holding the score sheet, the PE teacher declared, You'd better perform well. After all the special training I gave you, you'd better make the top 8. All right, 1 minute. Get ready. Xie Yu removed his outer vest, leaving only a white short-sleeved t-shirt. Wěizhuāng looked him over thoughtfully. Less clothing really does make movement easier. Old Xie, you've planned this well. Xie Yu thought. I was just hot. Before he could answer, Wěizhuāng had already started stripping too. 3 quick motions later, his vest was off. As he moved, the shirt underneath rode up slightly, revealing half his waist. Several nearby students quietly gasped. It really is easier to move. Wěizhuāng stretched experimentally before noticing Xie Yu staring at him. What? I think people shouldn't call you Zhaoji anymore. Wěizhuāng blinked. Huh? Then what should they call me? Xie Yu placed both palms on the ground. Without changing expression, he answered, Big bro flirt. Wěizhuāng pondered that for quite a while before concluding. That was probably an insult. The competition lasted 1 minute. For the first 30 seconds, Wěizhuāng and Xie Yu remained perfectly synchronized. Around them, spectators whispered excitedly. Xie Yu vaguely heard one particularly enthusiastic voice. Is this the school forum fan club? I'm on team. Push his head down. Teacher Tang. Luo Wenxiang rushed over and gave a textbook-perfect military salute. Good news. Great news. Classmates Wěizhuāng and Xie Yu placed first and second in the push-up competition. As for everyone else, they all failed miserably. Tang Sen nodded. He pulled 8 bottles of water from a cardboard box. Reward them all. Generously. Xie Yu accepted the bottle the PE committee member handed him. Thanks. Looking across the sports field, he watched students racing around the track while others cheered for their classmates. Then, he suddenly realized something. He couldn't remember last year's sports meet at all. Most likely, he'd never even come to the field. He'd probably hidden in the music room with earplugs on, sleeping through the entire thing. Wěizhuāng popped another lollipop into his mouth. He also shoved one into Xie Yu's hand, whether he wanted it or not. Then he shouted toward Lu Xuanhao, who was running past. How's he? Go for it. Lu Xuanhao waved enthusiastically. Long live Class 3. I'm the strongest. Wěizhuāng leaned back in his chair again, smiling. Xie Yu disliked sweets. They were far too cloying. Still, he stared at the lollipop for quite a while before finally unwrapping it. He looked toward the white lane markings on the track. Really, it was incredibly sweet. Though, the orange flavor was a little sour too. That afternoon, near the end of the sports meet, Xuézhā from Class 8 came over. Want to grab dinner after school? Didn't Big Bro Xie say he'd treat us next time? Might as well do it today. Previously, Xuézhā and Wěizhuāng had each paid for one meal. Xie Yu disliked owing people favors, so he'd promised to pay the next time. Any day was fine. Wěizhuāng looked at Xie Yu. Seeing no objection, he nodded. All right, what should we eat? Anything except gold list again. Xuézhā sat in the empty seat behind them, thinking hard. We've already eaten at practically every restaurant near school. Top Scholar House is expensive, and the food isn't even good. Why don't we try one of those smaller places farther away? After school, the three of them wandered through 3 different streets before finally deciding. Xuézhā looked up at the restaurant sign in confusion. Why do all the restaurants around here have names that sound just like the ones near our school? DNG is just around the corner, Xie Yu reminded him. DNG, short for the Information Technology Vocational School, was the vocational school closest to Wěizhuāng. Every Friday after school, students from DNG often came to Wěizhuāng's gate to wait for friends. Whenever Wěizhuāng students got into arguments and, in true youthful fashion, arranged fights, they sometimes called students from DNG for backup. One phone call could bring an entire van full of people. Because Wěizhuāng enforced discipline so strictly, however, they usually arranged fights somewhere farther away from campus. The small restaurant was already half full. Zhao pushed open the door. This one, if we keep looking, evening study hall will be over before we've even eaten. I still haven't finished copying my homework. Xie Yu ignored everyone inside, walked to an empty table, sat down, and carefully wiped the bowls and chopsticks with the napkins provided. Zhao raised a hand. Boss menu. The people already inside didn't look particularly friendly. Xuézhā's right eyelid suddenly began twitching uncontrollably. He instinctively checked his pocket. His wallet was still there. Chapter 41. The DNG students all wore gray gym uniforms with a single blue stripe running down one sleeve. Their uniforms were unmistakable. Whenever Wěizhuāng students spotted them, they usually kept their distance to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xuézhā kept one hand over his pocket the entire time. Sitting off to one side, he quietly observed the restaurant and everyone seated around it. While Zhao flipped through the menu, someone at a nearby table slammed a beer glass against the tabletop and shouted aggressively, "Another case of beer." Xuézhā turned his attention back to their table and saw Zhao Ji studying the drink options. Zhao tapped the menu with one finger. Green bean soup. Xie Yu's finger landed less than half an inch below his. "I'll have this." "Mineral water again," Zhao said. "Your life is seriously boring." Xuézhā stared at them in disbelief as they settled on drinks and moved on to ordering food. It was as though he didn't exist. A moment later, he couldn't help asking, Aren't either of you going to ask me what I want to drink? Just order whatever you want." Zhao didn't even look up. Then he turned to Xie Yu. "Will you eat this?" "Damn it. I never should have come with them. You two can enjoy your meal by yourselves." Xuézhā gripped his chopsticks, his emotions impossible to describe. The table beside them was loud and rowdy. Beer bottles popped open every so often. There was even a girl with them, wearing an extremely short skirt, several piercings climbing one ear, large hoop earrings, and an even louder voice. "Sis-in-law, when's Gigi getting here? Hurry up and call him." Someone slurred, waving a beer bottle around. "We've already gone through almost 2 rounds. If he still doesn't show up, hick." The girl with the hoop earrings picked up her phone and said generously, "Fine. I'll call and rush him." Xuézhā wasn't picky about food, but the 2 people across from him were really pushing it. Zhao ordered a bowl of noodles and specifically asked them not to add any spices. Unable to hold back, Xuézhā interrupted. "Why not?" The instant the question left his mouth, he regretted it. "My little friend won't eat them," Zhao replied. "Xuézhā, I'm full. I haven't even eaten anything, and I'm already full." Who could possibly remember that endless list of foods Xie Yu refused to eat? Xie Yu didn't have much of an appetite to begin with, and after spending the whole day under the blazing sun, he ate only a few vegetables and half a bowl of noodles before putting down his chopsticks and walking over to the counter to pay. Just as he stood up, someone entered the restaurant. He caught the figure out of the corner of his eye, but paid it no attention. Looking down, he unlocked his phone. 102. The owner punched the numbers into her calculator, checked the total twice to make sure she wasn't undercharging, then nodded. "That's right. GG." The neighboring table had already finished eating. They all jumped to their feet, clapping as they welcomed the newcomer. "You're late. Finish these 7 bottles. We've been waiting forever." The newcomer also wore DNG's sports uniform, which hung loosely on his frame. He was tall, but otherwise ordinary enough to disappear into a crowd. Only one thing stood out. A scar stretched from his hairline all the way down to his eyebrow. GG. Xuézhā lowered his voice. Isn't that the GNG guy who stabbed someone? Without looking up, Xuézhā failed to notice the strange expression that crossed Wěizhuāng's face. Wěizhuāng had just reached for some food, but his hand froze in midair before he slowly set his chopsticks back down. Xuézhā continued muttering. I think Wanda mentioned him when he was talking about DNG's top 10 legends. He's seriously fierce. He has at least 7 followers, and whenever other people fight, he just squats on top of a trash can lid and watches. That's why everyone calls him GG. Before he even finished speaking, one of DNG's top 10 legends had stopped beside their table. Xuézhā froze. Peeking downward through the gap between his arm and the table, he saw a pair of Nike sneakers. Had he spoken too loudly? Did the guy hear everything? At the same time, Xuézhā desperately calculated the odds in his head. With Zhao Ji and Brother Yu's fighting ability, could they win? Before he finished comparing everyone's combat strength, he heard the newcomer speak. Wěizhuāng. When Xie Yu returned after paying, this was the scene waiting for him. The student from DNG had taken a beer from someone nearby and was now standing opposite Wěizhuāng. He braced the bottle against the edge of the table, twisted it sharply, and the cap flew off before clattering onto the floor. It rolled twice before finally coming to a stop. He held the bottle toward Wěizhuāng. Do me the honor? Wěizhuāng didn't take it. Smiling faintly, he said, Old friend. We haven't seen each other in 3 years. No need to be so enthusiastic. Neither side openly showed hostility, but anyone paying close attention could hear the challenge hidden beneath their words. Leaning against the wall, Xie Yu watched quietly. He could tell immediately. Wěizhuāng's smile was fake. Very fake. GG, someone from the next table asked. You know him? Then someone noticed the school uniform. They're from Wěizhuāng. When GG had first arrived, Wěizhuāng had been facing away from them, and everyone had been too busy drinking to pay attention. Now that they looked more carefully, one student familiar with Wěizhuāng's famous troublemakers suddenly exclaimed, Holy crap! Isn't that Wěizhuāng from Wěizhuāng? After saying that, he lowered his voice. And isn't that Xie Yu over there? GG stopped offering the beer. Instead, he tilted his head back and drained it himself. Amid cheers and applause, he wiped his mouth with one hand, raised the empty bottle, and said, If you hadn't brought it up, I almost would have forgotten. 3 years. Time really flies. He took 2 slow steps forward. Since you remember it so well. Do you remember what I told you back then? I said, Never let me see your face again. You remember that? At this point, it was obvious. Someone was looking for a fight. The 8 or 9 people sitting at the neighboring tables were no longer content to watch. Chairs scraped loudly across the floor as they all stood. One hand resting on the table, Wěizhuāng was still wearing his Love and Peace tank top. Under the circumstances, those words looked deeply ironic. It was just like the Blackwater Street group chat, where people constantly sent messages like, Fuck your mother, I'll wipe out your whole family. Despite the group being named Don't Fight. After a long pause, Wěizhuāng finally said, If you want to settle something, settle it with me. Let them leave first. Xuézhā was naturally included among them. Still clutching his chopsticks, he looked completely lost. But even an idiot could tell something was wrong. He quickly put them down. I'm not leaving. We're brothers. How could I run now? Zhao Ji, don't worry. We'll take them head on. Besides, we've got old Xie here. He can beat 7 of them by himself. Under different circumstances, Wěizhuāng would have laughed and teased him for calling Xie Yu old Xie. Instead, he simply said, Head on my ass. This has nothing to do with you. Leave, brothers. GG burst into laughter. The words seemed to strike a nerve. He laughed so hard, he bent over clutching his stomach. After a long while, he finally wiped the tears from his eyes. Kid, you think he's your brother. But do you know what your Zhao Ji is best at? His voice slowed until several seconds passed before he finished. He's best at stabbing his brothers in the back. Wěizhuāng said nothing. Or rather, the entire restaurant suddenly fell into a strange silence. The 2 men stood facing each other. Anyone could tell something major had happened between them. Even Xuézhā couldn't stop wondering. What exactly had Wěizhuāng done? Leaning lazily against the wall as though he were watching a performance, Xie Yu finally spoke. Cut the crap. I don't want to hear it. So, one at a time, or all together? GG. The fight finally broke out. No one knew who overturned the table first. Plates, bowls, and beer bottles shattered across the floor. Xie Yu grabbed a chair and swung it with practiced ease. Seeing Xuézhā surrounded by 3 people, he finished dealing with the opponents in front of him in just a few moves, let the chair fall with a loud crash, then kicked it hard. The chair slammed straight into the 3 men's legs. This group really was pathetic. There wasn't even any challenge. Only the girl was troublesome. He couldn't hit her, and he also had to be careful not to hurt her accidentally. The restaurant owner clearly wasn't unfamiliar with scenes like this. Otherwise, she never would have opened a restaurant so close to Dianji. Completely unfazed, she continued tapping away at her calculator behind the counter, calmly calculating how much compensation she would demand afterward. Meanwhile, Zhao and Gigi fought one-on-one. At first, Zhao held back and refused to strike back. Gigi had no intention of letting him off so easily. Every punch was harder than the last, as though he were venting years of resentment. Even Zhao wasn't infinitely patient. After several exchanges, irritation finally showed on his face. Finished yet? Gigi muttered something only the 2 of them could hear. The next instant, Zhao's fists no longer held back. You're a fucking worthless piece of trash, Zhao. Gigi took a punch to the stomach and staggered backward, catching himself against the back of a chair. Then he smiled. A long, meaningful smile. So you're studying at Wěizhuāng now? That retaliatory punch seemed to drain every last bit of strength from Zhao. The memories screaming inside his mind left him momentarily dazed. A vein throbbed violently at his temple. He remained rooted to the spot. Only when Xie Yu called out, "Let's go," did he finally move. The walk back was silent. Xie Yu wasn't particularly interested in whatever had happened. Or rather, it wasn't that he had no interest at all. If Zhao wanted to tell him, he'd listen. If it had been anyone else, he probably wouldn't have bothered. Only then did Xie Yu realize that, somewhere along the way, Zhao had become an exception. At the intersection, Xuézhā finally broke the silence. "I'll head back first." He waved. "You 2 be careful on the way home. And those injuries." Standing beneath the streetlight with his hands in his pockets, Zhao asked, "How are you planning to explain them to your mom?" Xuézhā touched the scrape on his cheek. "It's fine. I'll just say I fell." Zhao pulled one hand from his pocket and waved. "Go home. And be careful." Looking at Zhao's profile beneath the streetlight, Xie Yu was momentarily lost in thought. Zhao was obviously falling apart inside. Yet he was still worried about whether Xuézhā would get scolded after going home. Evening self-study was almost over anyway, so there was no point returning to class. If they got caught, they'd only be punished again. The 2 of them headed straight back to the dormitory. Just before entering, Zhao suddenly said, "I'm sorry." "For what?" "Today's dinner." He scratched his head. For how it ended. By the time they reached their room doors, Zhao seemed to have returned to normal. He even smiled as he reminded his little friend to get some rest. Xie Yu looked at him. "You okay?" Zhao froze briefly before replying. "Yeah, I'm fine." He sounded convincing. If Xie Yu hadn't gotten up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and happened to see Zhao sitting alone in the stairwell, smoking, he might actually have believed him. The handsome devil sat on the highest step with a cigarette between his fingers. Whenever he took a drag, the glowing tip briefly flared in the darkness. The motion sensor lights hadn't turned on. Only the dim lights spilling in from the hallway faintly illuminated the stairwell. He lowered his head and slowly exhaled a stream of smoke. His movements were practiced. After finishing half the cigarette, he crushed it out and started to stand. Only then did he look up and see his cold little friend standing silently at the entrance to the stairwell. Chapter 42. Zhao held the half-smoked cigarette between his fingers, smoke lingering all around him. For some reason, he felt as though he'd been caught doing something wrong. After a moment of silence, he said, "You haven't been good. You're still not asleep." Maybe because he'd been smoking, Zhao's voice was hoarse. It was low and deep, dropping even lower as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he released the cigarette. It fell to the floor. Then he fell silent again. This was the first time Xie Yu had ever seen Zhao like this. Or rather, this was the first time he'd seen him in this state. By the time Xie Yu had met him, the idiot had already quit smoking. He spent all day sucking on lollipops with the stick hanging from his mouth. Now, breathing in the scent of nicotine, Xie Yu couldn't help wondering what the infamous big bro of the East Building had once been like. Had he always been like this? His spirits seemed low, yet his presence was still overwhelming, carrying the same oppressive dominance as always. He looked tired, as though something weighed heavily on his mind. I'm going to the bathroom. Xie Yu borrowed He Zhao's excuse from earlier, only with a little more force behind it. He turned around and added, You, stay right there. Don't go anywhere. He Zhao answered with a quiet, Only after Xie Yu had already walked past him did he ask, Why'd you come all the way here just to use the bathroom? Putting everything else aside, Wěizhuāng's dormitories were genuinely excellent. Every room had its own thermostat and private bathroom, and the rooms themselves were spacious. Xie Yu's voice drifted over from the distance. The pipe's leaking. Maintenance has been called. He Zhao remained seated on the stairs without moving. He'd gone to bed unusually early that night. After showering, he'd climbed into bed, but he'd suddenly jolted awake from a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. On such a beautiful autumn night, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep again. Lei Jun's words echoed endlessly in his ears. He Zhao, you left early like that. Why haven't you killed yourself yet? Even in his dreams, it felt as though an invisible hand gripped his throat, choking him until he couldn't utter a single word. He Zhao lowered his head and absent-mindedly flicked the lighter in his hand. Click! A tiny flame sprang up. He released his thumb. The place where it had pressed against the wheel still felt faintly warm, as though fire were spreading upward from his fingertips. Lei Jun, now known as GG, was already a fourth-year student at the Information Technology School after repeating a year. He wasn't exactly a campus tyrant, but he'd been there long enough that all the previous big brothers from DNG had graduated, leaving the responsibility to him. Even though they were enemies now, once upon a time, they'd been inseparable. Back in junior high, He Zhao had been popular and had plenty of friends, though only a handful were truly close. He'd first met Lei Jun at a snack stand. Lei Jun was drinking a bottle of soda as though it were hard liquor after getting dumped. Another boy stood beside him, trying to comfort him. Girls come and go. But me? I'll always be your bro. Lei Jun sighed dramatically. Do you like me? Because I don't like men. That was how they'd met. Both Lei Jun and Feng Xiaolei had such terrible grades that even the teachers had given up on them. As long as they didn't drag other students down with them, the teachers simply looked the other way. As for He Zhao, at the beginning, he had truly been everyone's pride. The model student. The promising kid with a bright future. Watching such an outstanding student start hanging around with two notorious troublemakers broke every teacher's heart. His homeroom teacher, in particular, had repeatedly told him, Don't spend so much time with them. You're different from them. How bad could junior high school students really be? They hadn't even stepped into society's darker side yet. Their grades were awful. That was all. Every time, He Zhao would answer, Teacher, hypothetically speaking, if I ever went down the wrong path, that'd be my own responsibility. Besides, I'm doing just fine now, aren't I? Could you stop judging the others with prejudice? Thinking back on it, He Zhao suddenly lay down on the stairs, folding his hands beneath his head. His clothes were thin. As he shifted, a cool breeze slipped beneath the hem of his shirt and brushed against the small of his back. He hadn't been lying there for long before Xie Yu finished washing his hands, crossed the stairwell, and sat down beside him. Got any lollipops? Thinking Xie Yu wanted one, He Zhao replied, In my pocket. There's one left. Find it. Seeing that the handsome devil clearly had no intention of moving himself, Xie Yu leaned over and reached into his pocket. Which side? The left, I think. He Zhao was only wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt. There weren't any pockets there. Xie Yu reached halfway across him before pausing. Only then did He Zhao realize he'd remembered wrong. He'd subconsciously thought he was still wearing that ridiculous love and peace vest with the pocket full of lollipops he'd stuffed that morning. When Xie Yu's fingers brushed lightly across the top of his thigh through his jeans, the realization finally hit him. He Zhao was wearing a pair of low-rise black jeans, frayed in several places. Xie Yu lowered his head and searched both pockets for quite a while. He didn't find a single piece of candy. He did, however, notice the person beside him growing increasingly stiff. He Zhao couldn't stay lying down anymore. He sat upright almost instantly, unconsciously grabbing Xie Yu's wrist. Warm skin. The sharp bone of Xie Yu's wrist rested squarely in his palm. Zhao silently cursed himself. I remembered wrong, he said. There aren't any. They're all in my room. If you want one, I... Before he could finish speaking, he pushed himself off the floor with both hands and bolted. He raced down the stairs 2 steps at a time, skipped the last few entirely, and landed lightly on the next floor. The breeze lifted the hem of his shirt. He looked as though he were flying. Xie Yu remained sitting on the stairs, wondering just what kind of madness had possessed this idiot now. Several minutes later, Zhao came back, carrying a large metal tin. A very large one. Even bigger than the candy tin Xie Yu had seen on his desk before. Apparently, he'd brought his entire stash. The moment the lid came off, an assortment of colorful lollipops filled Xie Yu's view. Zhao held the tin out. Here, take them all. Xie Yu accepted it, balancing it on his knees. After carefully sorting through them for quite some time, he picked out a strawberry-flavored one. Zhao quietly watched as his cold little friend unwrapped the candy. Then, unexpectedly, Xie Yu softly drew out a single word. Ah. Zhao blinked. Ah. The moment he opened his mouth, Xie Yu swiftly and accurately shoved the lollipop inside. Sweetness instantly spread across Zhao's tongue, washing away the lingering bitterness of tobacco. Eat it, little friend. Finally getting revenge for that nickname seemed to put Xie Yu in an unusually good mood. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Even so, his tone remained as cold as ever. And remember to brush your teeth afterward. Zhao froze. Only after hearing the last sentence did he finally react. With the lollipop still in his mouth, he started. You? Halfway through, he stopped himself. Forget it. I'll let you win this one. By the time Zhao returned, the motion sensor light had already gone out again. After sitting quietly for a while, Xie Yu asked, that piece of trash, an old friend? GG? His real name's Lei Jun. Zhao paused. We were classmates in junior high. He's not a bad person, but the two of us have some history. I figured. Xie Yu thought that if it had only been some petty grudge, they wouldn't have walked away so easily. A fight was one thing. You beat each other up, then went your separate ways. But he'd seen plenty of people on Blackwater Street who held grudges. Even if you called everyone you knew for backup, they still wouldn't let things go. Like a bandage stuck fast to a wound, ripping them off meant tearing away a layer of skin too. Either be more ruthless than they were, or crazier than they were. Then they'd finally fear you. Xie Yu didn't ask any more questions. Zhao, meanwhile, had no idea where to begin. Should he really say? Actually, I'm a genius. I've been pretending to fail my exams. He was pretty sure Xie Yu would beat him to death on the spot. As Zhao continued thinking, voices from the past echoed in his ears once more. Zhao, leave this matter to me. You just focus on preparing for your exams and bringing honor to the school. His homeroom teacher's face had already become blurry in his memory, but he still remembered her smile. I understand you. I know you're a good kid. It was an accident. Besides, you didn't mean for it to happen. Don't dwell on it too much. Zhao slowly closed his eyes, then opened them again. Xie Yu had already stood up, preparing to return to the dormitory and sleep. Almost without thinking, Zhao reached out and caught the hem of Xie Yu's shirt. The instant his fingers touched the soft fabric, he snapped back to his senses and let go. Xie Yu hadn't found his balance on the stairs yet. Now that Zhao had suddenly released him, he stumbled and nearly fell. Zhao. He gritted his teeth. Are you seriously sick in the head? The next day, Wěizhuāng was giving pep talks to everyone who still had events left to compete in. When he got to the boys' 3,000-meter race, his confidence soared. This year we've definitely got it. Our class is the strongest in the grade. Sure, our academic scores might be hopeless, but at least we're good at sports. With Zhao and Yu. Before he could finish, he saw Zhao supporting Xie Yu through the back door. Our two long-distance runners. Wěizhuāng swallowed. What happened to you two? A medicated patch covered Xie Yu's ankle, and one pant leg was rolled up. Leaning against Zhao, he simply pointed at him. Ask him. It really wasn't on purpose. Zhao carefully supported Xie Yu by the waist. Does it still hurt? Want to go back to the infirmary? Or back to the dorm? I want you to shut up. So, in the end, Zhao became Class 3's only participant in the long-distance race. As everyone carried chairs downstairs, Wěizhuāng still looked devastated. I shouldn't have jinxed it. Talking about the village's hope. Now Zhao really is the village's one and only hope. Zhao carried 2 chairs with ease. He planned to come back for his little friend afterward. Luo Wenxiang asked, Zhao Ji, can I still believe in you? First place. Zhao set the chairs down after reaching the field. No problem. He grinned. Xiang, relax. I'm not fighting alone. I carry the spirit of my desk mate with me. The remaining events today include the long jump finals, the 100-meter finals, the boys' 3,000-meter race, the 100-meter relay, the group tug-of-war, and finally, the teacher's 400-meter race. Director Zhang began another enthusiastic speech. Watching all of you running across the field fills me with joy. This is exactly how young people should be. Athletes, give it your all. Xie Yu sat in his chair, looking down at his phone. Resting on top of his head was the oversized jacket Zhao had forcibly draped over him, insisting it would keep the sun off. The 3,000-meter race was always one of the most anticipated events, and also the longest. In a moment, Zhao would have to report to the starting area near the flagpoles. Before leaving, he confidently declared, You all should start thinking about what you're going to say during the first-place acceptance speech. Wanda immediately applauded. First place for sure. Lu Xuézhā nodded vigorously. Awesome. We're counting on you, Zhao Ji. Xie Yu lightly kicked him with his uninjured leg. Stop talking nonsense and get lost. Zhao laughed before jogging away. The number 4286 on the back of his shirt gleamed beneath the sunlight. After he left, Luo Wenxiang and the others gathered together to discuss how they should cheer for Class 3's lone long-distance runner. After huddling together for quite a while, Wanda turned around. Yuji, take a look. Does this sound okay? Xie Yu accepted the paper. It wasn't a cheering announcement for the loudspeaker at all. It was the victory speech Zhao had requested in advance. The crooked handwriting belonged to Lu Xuézhā. Victory belongs to Zhao Ji and Class 3. Thank you to all the other participants for taking part in the long-distance race. Unfortunately, and quite helplessly, you were merely supporting characters without speaking roles in this magnificent performance. Lu Xuézhā blinked. How's that? Pretty talented, right? You're shameless. Xie Yu paused before adding. Someone's probably going to throw a sack over your head and beat you up after the sports meet. Then he glanced at the paper again. But your Zhao Ji will definitely love it. Chapter 43. Lu Xuézhā and the others happily submitted their announcement for broadcasting. On the way back, they shouted across the track to Zhao. Zhao Ji, do your best. We have a surprise for you. Not many people had signed up for the long-distance event. There were only 1 or 2 participants from each class, and all of them had been pressured into joining. No one genuinely wanted to run that many laps. In the shorter races, they could sprint and show off, but in the 3,000-meter race, all they could show off was how hard they panted while suffering a fate worse than death. Zhao stood at the back of the starting line, easily the most eye-catching person there. Hearing someone call his name, he turned around, flashed an OK hand sign, and raised his voice. Friends, what's the surprise? It's a secret. Wanda wagged a finger. You'll find out later. Luo Wenxiang added. Don't forget, you're carrying Yuji's spirit too. Zhao remained where he was. He watched his enthusiastic, energetic classmates return to their seats, then shifted his gaze to someone sitting in the last row. Xie Yu was looking down at his phone, scrolling through his social media feed. He tapped the like button several times, prompting Daily Eye to immediately take a screenshot and post it in the Don't Fight group chat with the caption, Missing person at XY. Glad to see you're alive. Only then did Xie Yu realize he hadn't posted anything in a long time. He wasn't the type to document his life, but surrounded by all the noise, the cheers, and the constant excitement, he felt strangely compelled. Every class was encouraging their runners. Some students screamed at the top of their lungs, while others comforted exhausted participants. It's okay. You already did great. The important thing is participating. Xie Yu opened his camera, intending to take a random picture just for the occasion. But when he lifted his phone and adjusted the angle, one particularly handsome devil, with the surname He and the given name Zhao, appeared squarely in the frame. The handsome devil exaggerated both his pose and expression. Facing the camera directly, he tugged at his collar with one hand, smiling confidently as if posing for a magazine shoot. He was clearly very experienced at this. Xie Yu's finger slipped, and he almost exited the camera app. What a lunatic. Always full of tricks. Who the hell wants to take your picture? Suppressing the urge to throw his phone, Xie Yu watched as Wěizhuāng somehow managed to hold the exact same pose for half a minute without moving. His patience was almost impressive. In the end, Xie Yu pressed the shutter. Afraid Wěizhuāng would strike another pose if he noticed, Xie Yu immediately shoved his phone back into his pocket. A while later, as Wěizhuāng walked toward the starting line, Xie Yu quietly took his phone out again. The newly taken photo filled the screen. The sunlight was behind them, leaving the people slightly shadowed, but the young man standing in the center was still dazzling enough to draw every eye. Men's 3,000 meters, prepare. The starting pistol rang out, signaling the beginning of the race. The dozen or so runners lined up with their toes against the white starting line. At the gunshot, they surged forward together. I'm not worried about everyone else, Wěizhuāng said as he craned his neck to look around. But the guy from the class next door has amazing stamina. He represented the school before. Number 5. Why is Zhao Ji sprinting right from the start? He should save his energy. Wanda replied, Jim Rep, think positively. He's just strong. Strong my ass. Xie Yu had just finished checking the group chat when he overheard Wanda's words. Looking up, he said flatly, he's just showing off. Xuézhā clapped his hands. Can't argue with that. Wěizhuāng quickly took the lead, pulling ahead by nearly half a lap. Every pair of eyes in the school followed him as he circled the field. Several girls from the neighboring class chatted excitedly. Only 3,000 meters. I wish he'd run a few more laps. He looks so cool. Xie Yu leaned back and narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he felt annoyed. What was there to look at? He's coming. He's coming. Wěizhuāng had dragged over a stool and stationed himself directly behind Xie Yu. Every time Wěizhuāng approached, he organized the class into another round of cheers. He was so excited he couldn't even sit properly, hovering halfway above the stool as he counted down. 3, 2, 1. Everyone together. Louder. Let him hear all of Class 3. As Wěizhuāng drew near, Wěizhuāng led the chant. Class 3's the best. Zhao Ji beats the rest. They shouted it 3 full times. As Wěizhuāng passed by, he deliberately slowed down. Feeling overheated after 4 laps, he grabbed the hem of his outer vest and pulled it off while running. The girls in the stands immediately erupted into another chorus of squeals. After stripping off the vest, Wěizhuāng shouted, Old Xie. Before Xie Yu could react, the vest flew toward him like a perfectly aimed pass, landing neatly at his feet. Hold on to that for me. Still wearing only his thin inner shirt, Wěizhuāng wiped the sweat from his forehead as he continued running. The jacket still carried his body heat and the faint scent of laundry detergent. Xie Yu picked it up without saying anything. With only 1 lap remaining, Class 3's announcement was finally selected from the massive stack waiting to be read. Apparently, the broadcasting station had run out of decent submissions and had no choice but to read this disaster. Announcement from Class 2, Grade 3. Victory belongs to Zhao Ji. Victory belongs to Class 3. The announcer, a senior girl from the student committee, deliberately imitated the tone of a professional news broadcaster. She stopped after reading that much. Several awkward seconds later, she continued hesitantly. Thank you to all the other participants for participating. We deeply regret, and are also quite helpless, that everyone else can only serve as supporting characters. By the time she finished reading, the entire stadium had fallen silent. About 100 meters from the finish line, Wěizhuāng came to a complete stop. Like a champion graciously accepting applause, he waved apologetically toward the audience, perfectly cooperating with the ridiculous announcement. Showing off again. Since Wěizhuāng still had nearly half a lap on second place, Xuézhā and the others enthusiastically played along. With the eyes of the entire school fixed on him, Wěizhuāng bent over with his hands on his knees, panting dramatically before asking in a hoarse voice, Who's in first place? Class 3 roared back. Wěizhuāng. Louder. Wěizhuāng. Wěizhuāng was completely immersed in the performance, dragging all of Class 3 into it with him. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Yet he remained so confident, it was almost blinding. Unable to watch any longer, Xie Yu lowered his head and opened the photo editor on his phone, adjusting the brightness of the picture he'd just taken. When he looked up again, the long-distance runner from the neighboring class had silently taken advantage of the distraction. While Class 3 was busy putting on a performance, he sped past the drama king and sprinted straight across the finish line. Class 3 didn't win first place. but they undoubtedly secured their place in Liang No. 2 High School's history as the most spectacularly embarrassing class ever. Xie Yu glanced at his own seat, then toward the neighboring class, seriously considering moving over there. He genuinely couldn't bear to be associated with that person. Class 3's homeroom teacher, Tang's son, was remarkably open-minded. Throughout the entire incident, he wore nothing but a cheerful smile. Interesting. Young people really are interesting. The classmates who had enthusiastically joined Wěizhuāng's performance now sat doubled over, burying their faces in their knees in shame. What does he mean by interesting? Luo Wenxiang groaned, clutching his head. Damn, this is so embarrassing. Wanda's muffled voice came from behind his arms. I'm so embarrassed I could die. Lu Zunhao sighed. Stop talking about it. I'm already dead. After the race, Wěizhuāng went to the restroom to wash up. Having sweated so much, he splashed cold water over his head as well. Water streamed down his neck, soaking his collar. When he returned and sat down, he immediately began defending himself. Listen, that was an accident. My actual abilities. Before he could finish, Xie Yu grabbed a bottle of mineral water and tossed it at him. You're showing off abilities? Wěizhuāng caught it effortlessly and drank half the bottle in one go. It really was an accident. I'm actually amazing. Didn't you see? I was half a lap ahead. I left everyone behind. Big flirt, Xie Yu replied. Can you shut up? The final event was the teacher's relay. Everyone eagerly watched. After all, outside of special occasions, the only place students ever saw teachers was standing behind the podium. This counts toward the class ranking, doesn't it? Twisting the bottle cap shut, Wěizhuāng leaned closer to Xie Yu. If old Tang gets first place, maybe our class still has a chance. Xie Yu interrupted him. Think about how old Wu played soccer. Wěizhuāng immediately gave up. Forget I said anything. No one in Class 3 held any unrealistic expectations for Tang's son. By the time every other teacher had completed the 400-meter race, old Tang had only reached the halfway mark. No one found that surprising. Embarrassment faded quickly, especially for someone like Wěizhuāng, who had absolutely no sense of shame. He quickly led the entire class into collective selective amnesia, shouting at full volume. Go, old Tang. Finishing is victory. Tang's son did not disappoint everyone's expectations. He firmly secured last place. By dismissal time, every event had ended. Lu Zunhao stood up and shouted, Everyone, clean up your trash. Luo Wenxiang reminded everyone to return their number bibs and safety pins. All around them came the scraping sounds of chairs being dragged back into classrooms. The word dismissed always carried a strange, unreal feeling. Xie Yu remained seated, quietly watching the crowd disperse and the chairs gradually disappear. The sports meet felt as though it had only just begun, or perhaps as though it had never happened at all. While he sat there absent-mindedly, Wěizhuāng lightly smacked the back of his head. Let's go, little friend. Carrying a chair under one arm, Wěizhuāng extended his free hand toward him. Time to head back. We actually did pretty well, Luo Wenxiang said, while collecting the number tags in the classroom. 3rd or 4th place overall. But when I came back, the class rep next door laughed at me and said, Didn't you guys get first place? Now that the sports meet was over, simply mentioning the incident made everyone burst into laughter again. Once one person started laughing, the entire class followed. Even Wěizhuāng couldn't hold it in. Covering his mouth with one hand, he leaned back in his chair and laughed for a long time. Wanda had already begun recounting the event as though it had happened years ago. At the time, my God, I don't even dare think about it. I was so emotional that I closed my eyes and screamed, Zhao Ji is the champion. But when I opened them, the guy from next door had already crossed the finish line. Xie Yu suppressed his laughter as he lowered his head to copy homework. Even so, his handwriting came out slightly shaky. Dean Jiang heard the noise and walked over. Spotting his stern expression and sharp eyes through the classroom window, Wěizhuāng immediately reached out, grabbed Xie Yu's hand, and shoved both it and the workbook underneath the desk. Mad Dog entered the classroom and slowly paced around. I knew you wouldn't be able to control yourselves. When it's time to play, you play. But when it's time to study, you study. This is a matter of discipline. How many times have I told you? You're all that happy? If you're so happy, tell me why. Let me be happy too. With Xie Yu's hand and workbook pinned beneath the desk by Wěizhuāng's hand, neither of them could move. The entire class sat perfectly still. Mad Dog was standing too close. Xie Yu's palm rested on the workbook and the cool metal surface of the desk, but the back of his hand burned. The expressions on both their faces looked distinctly unnatural. Perhaps Mad Dog had finally noticed that the two students in the last row appeared to be doing something mysterious beneath the desk. He stopped lecturing about discipline. "You two, what are you doing?" No one knew what went through Zhao's mind. To cover for Xie Yu copying homework, he calmly lifted their still-clasped hands from beneath the desk and placed them in full view on top of it. Under the curious gazes of the entire class, he said, "We're holding hands." Chapter 44. The classroom fell completely silent. In more than 10 years of teaching, Mad Dog had never encountered a student like this. These two were obviously up to something more than just holding hands. But Zhao's shameless antics had stunned him so thoroughly that he hadn't even thought to check inside the desk. "You two. Fine. Sure. So you're just holding hands." Zhao's lips twitched. He looked like he was about to say something even more outrageous. While Mad Dog was distracted, Xie Yu stomped hard on Zhao's foot without the slightest mercy. The pain made Zhao instinctively tighten his grip on Xie Yu's hand. "You little cripple," he hissed. "You're vicious." Xie Yu lowered his voice. "If my damn leg wasn't injured, you wouldn't even be standing here." Mad Dog couldn't hear what they were saying. All he saw was that the two male students not only continued holding hands, but seemed to be gripping each other even tighter. They were obviously provoking him. He felt that his authority as the head of discipline was being openly challenged. "If you like holding hands so much, then keep holding hands. Don't let go until class is over." Mad Dog's chest rose and fell as he struggled to contain his anger. Determined to reclaim his authority, he turned to the rest of the class. "You all keep an eye on them. They are not allowed to let go until the dismissal bell rings. I'll come back later to check." Zhao, Xie Yu, the classmates, suddenly burdened with this tremendous responsibility. As soon as Mad Dog left, Wěizhuāng poked Wanda. "So do we really have to watch them?" Mad Dog had always come up with bizarre punishments. Once, after Wěizhuāng had been late, he'd climbed over the school wall because everyone said it was easy. He had finally gathered enough courage to do it, only to discover Mad Dog standing on the other side, calmly eating breakfast and drinking soybean milk. He'd been caught on the spot and forced to climb back and forth over the wall more than 20 times. But this punishment was just too strange. How exactly were they supposed to supervise two people holding hands? Compared to Wěizhuāng, Wanda remained much calmer. He casually opened his English textbook. "I actually don't think we'll need to watch them." In the last row, even with one injured leg, Xie Yu was still terrifying in a fight. The instant Mad Dog stepped out of the classroom, Class 3 exploded into chaos. Xie Yu and Zhao both knocked over their chairs and ended up wrestling on the floor. Anyone passing by who didn't know what had happened would have been completely shocked. "Old Xie, go ahead and hit me if you want," Zhao said while dodging. "But think about our classmates. If Mad Dog comes back and catches us, we'll drag everyone else into this too. You get what I'm saying?" No matter how much Xie Yu struggled, Zhao never let go of his hand. Xie Yu couldn't shake him off no matter how hard he tried. His annoyance reached the point where his head hurt. "My ass understands." At first, Wěizhuāng hadn't understood what Wanda meant when he said they wouldn't need to keep watch. After observing for a while, realization finally dawned on him. He patted Wanda's shoulder. "You're amazing. Your predictions are as accurate as a fortune teller's." Wanda clasped his fists modestly. "You're too kind. I just know too much." The fight didn't last long. Zhao was too busy making sure the little cripple didn't lose his balance and fall. He was dressed lightly that day. With his back against the wall, one hand still tightly holding Xie Yu's, his other arm wrapped around Xie Yu's waist. Looking down, he said gently, all right. Don't move around so much. I won't dodge anymore. Hit me as much as you want." He sounded like he was coaxing a child. Then, just as he'd wished, he took a solid beating. "And now, welcome to Class 2, Grade 3. I'm your favorite class representative." During the sports meet, Wěizhuāng had brought a camera from home and recorded countless photos and videos. He started filming himself before slowly panning across the classroom. The camera swept from left to right before stopping at the corner of the last row. And over there, our Zhao Ji is receiving his daily beating. He hadn't recorded for long before Wanda suddenly leaned into the frame, his face filling the entire screen. "Hello, everyone." Before he could continue, Xuézhā shoved his head aside. "Move. Stop stealing the spotlight." There were still more than 10 minutes before the dismissal bell. The teachers came in one after another to assign homework. Soon, half the blackboard was filled with assignments. The carefree atmosphere from the 2 days of the sports meet disappeared instantly. "That's so much. Isn't this way too much homework?" After finishing writing, the English teacher put the chalk back into the box and clapped the dust from her hands. "Wake yourselves up. You've all played enough." After giving a few reminders, she turned to head back to the faculty office. Then she suddenly remembered that one student still hadn't handed in the mock exam paper she'd assigned 2 days earlier. Stopping in the doorway, she asked, "Wěizhuāng, where's your homework?" Wěizhuāng raised his voice. "I need a little more time." The English teacher was just about to say, "Then maybe I shouldn't bother teaching anymore." But then she noticed Zhao and Xie Yu still holding hands. "What are you two doing?" Xie Yu's expression remained blank. He coughed once. Understanding the situation, Zhao wisely stayed silent. In the end, Xuézhā answered for them. "Teacher, they're holding hands. Dean Jiang said they have to keep holding hands until class ends." The English teacher blinked. "What are you doing? Showing affection?" That's right. Zhao replied without missing a beat. "We're demonstrating our class's unity and mutual love." Although Zhao usually surrendered immediately whenever someone treated him kindly, to the point that he barely had any dignity left. When it came to holding Xie Yu's hand, however, he refused to compromise. No matter what happened, he simply wouldn't let go. Xie Yu finally gave up. "Mad Dog isn't even here. He appears and disappears like a ghost," Zhao replied seriously. "We have to stay prepared at all times." After a while, Xie Yu shifted his hand. "I need to copy the homework." He casually found an excuse. "Let go. I still haven't finished yesterday's assignment." Xie Yu sat on the left, and it was his right hand being held. He couldn't write with his left hand. But Zhao took this opportunity to demonstrate one undeniable truth. When Big Bro Flirt decided to be shameless, no one could stop him. "I'll switch seats with you," Zhao said. "You sit here." In the end, they actually changed seats. Xie Yu sat in Zhao's seat with a pen in hand, copying Wang Da's homework. After finishing the first question, he realized he had copied the wrong answer. Meanwhile, Zhao sat beside him, operating his phone one-handed with his left hand. Neither of them spoke. But the atmosphere was unbelievably strange. The classroom noise gradually faded into the distance. Xie Yu could clearly feel his hand growing warmer inside Zhao's grasp. One of them had started sweating. Their palms were damp. Xie Yu stared blankly at the incorrectly copied problem for a long time before finally closing the workbook. Zhao wasn't doing any better. His game remained open on his phone, but his character died less than 10 seconds after the match began. Afterward, he simply stared at the game over screen without moving. Xuézhā happened to be teamed up with him. Seeing Zhao die almost immediately, he sent several private messages. "Zhaoji, why are you playing so terribly today? You're leaving me alone to face this dangerous world? That's too cruel." Never had 10 minutes felt so painfully long. Yet when the dismissal bell finally rang, Zhao suddenly felt those 10 minutes had passed far too quickly. He stared at his own palm for a long time. When he finally looked up again, his deskmate had already reached the back door of the classroom, supporting himself against the wall. "Where are you going?" "The bathroom." "I'll." Before the words "go with you" could leave his mouth, Xie Yu interrupted him. "No need." As cold as ever, resting one leg on his chair, Zhao asked, "Will you have trouble peeing?" Xie Yu replied, "What? Planning to hold it for me?" Neither of them ever thought before speaking. Only after the words came out did they realize how strange they sounded. For some reason, Zhao suddenly felt his throat go dry. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "Then go ahead." A little later, Zhao exited the game and opened QQ. He stared at the endless string of "a" in his status message for a long time before editing it, and adding several more "as" to the end. Then he posted it. Afterward, he returned to his friends list. A small red notification dot appeared in the message tab. He tapped it. A notification popped up. "Your grandpa June has sent you a friend request." Zhao's finger froze on the screen. After using the bathroom, Xie Yu headed to the cafeteria. His injury wasn't severe enough to stop him from walking. He was simply moving more slowly than usual. At the moment, he really didn't want to see Zhao's face. It irritated him. He couldn't even explain why it irritated him. It just did. So much that he wanted to beat someone up. For the sake of Zhao's life. Xie Yu went downstairs. When he returned, Zhao's seat was empty. Zhao Ji got a phone call and left. Wanda had already come back, carrying a cup of Fudan milk tea. Noticing Xie Yu glance several more times toward the empty seat, he added, "He said he left you a note." Xie Yu looked over the desk. Sure enough, a note was tucked beneath one corner of a textbook. Wanda heard the mighty big bro Xie Yu mutter, "None of my business." Then he pulled out the note and stared at it for a long time. What does it say? Wanda leaned over curiously. Xie Yu folded the note and thought, if you're going to leave something like this, you might as well not leave anything at all. Seeing how genuinely curious Wanda looked, he tucked the note away and said, "I don't know. Couldn't read it." Wanda, unable to hold himself back, Xie Yu added, "What the hell? Your grandpa June," was Lei Jun's online username. He had used that name for years while causing chaos across the internet. He'd never changed it. Back when Early Eye had dropped out of school, Lei Jun had blocked him on every social media account. They hadn't spoken in 3 years. After accepting the friend request, Lei Jun immediately sent a message. "What's your phone number?" A phone call followed. "I'll wait at your school's back gate," Lei Jun said. The really rundown one. He sounded like he was smoking. His breathing was heavy, and his voice was rough. "Come out." Wěizhuāng had 2 back gates. One remained locked all year long. It stood in a deserted area, its metal rusting away. Since he'd said the really rundown one, it had to be that gate. Lei Jun had come alone. He was squatting outside the gate. When he saw Zhao approaching, he ground his cigarette into the dirt with the sole of his shoe until it went out. Walking closer, Zhao asked, "Why meet here?" He couldn't get out. Lei Jun couldn't get in. It wasn't exactly an ideal place for a fight. Still squatting on the ground, Lei Jun looked through the metal bars at Zhao. "I'm not here to fight. I just want to ask you 2 questions. Then I'll leave." His first question was simple. Why did you come to Wěizhuāng? Zhao found himself unable to answer. A long silence followed. Lei Jun lowered his head and ran a hand through his hair before pressing the extinguished cigarette, but into the ground once more. "You're a second-year high school student now?" This time, Zhao didn't remain silent. Chapter 45. You think that with this, you think. Lei Jun didn't finish. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, lit it, then cursed, "Fuck." Lei Jun squatted down and smoked in silence. After a while, he stood up and said, "What is this? Trying to make yourself feel better? Don't bother doing pointless things. It's useless. I can't let this go, and I'm not going to. Don't show your face in front of me again. Walk the long way around if you have to. I'm worried I won't be able to stop myself from finding someone to beat you until you're crippled." Zhao wanted to say it wasn't like that, but the words circled around in his head and refused to come out. Lei Jun had no intention of continuing the conversation. After saying his piece, he brushed the dust off his pants and left. Zhao didn't return to the classroom right away. Instead, he went up to the 6th floor. The rooftop door was locked, but it could easily be opened with a pin. Whoever had designed that lock clearly wasn't much of a locksmith. He pushed the door open and stepped outside. The wind on the rooftop was fierce, tossing his hair into a mess, but it also helped clear his mind. Students occasionally came up here. In one corner lay several crushed beer cans, proof enough. A gust of wind swept through, sending them rattling across the ground. Zhao lay flat on the rooftop, staring unblinkingly at the sky above. It was as if he could see himself from his 3rd year of junior high, along with the determined Feng Xiaolei. Nobody's in the chemistry lab at this time. "Zhao Ji, didn't the teacher say this experiment was really dangerous? If we sneak in, I memorized every step from the video. It'll be fine. Where did you get the key?" "I stole it." Voices echoed endlessly around him, dragging him into a bottomless abyss. Thick black smoke choked him, making it hard to breathe. The wail of the fire truck sirens. The panicked voice of the security guard making the emergency call. And finally, the stern voice of the woman questioning them. "Who gave you permission to come in here and perform experiments on your own?" Miss Liu was in the office next door, and we almost couldn't save her. "Who's going to take responsibility for this?" The incident exploded. A student had stolen the laboratory key and conducted chemistry experiments without permission. An accident had occurred, and someone had nearly died. The Yu Middle School kept its chemistry lab under strict security. Beside it was a small office for the teacher on duty. Miss Liu had happened to be on duty that day, and no one had expected her to still be there after school. She had worked herself to exhaustion and fallen asleep at her desk. If the security guard hadn't mentioned that he never saw Miss Liu leave through the school gates, they might never have realized someone was still inside. What exactly happened? Feng Xiaolei, if you won't explain, then Zhao, you tell me. I stole the key. Zhao heard his own voice. Even though the whole incident had shaken him badly, he still admitted the truth. I did the experiment. I made him come with me. It has nothing to do with him. The woman sat behind her desk, absently pressing the cap of the red pen in her hand with her thumb. After a long silence, she finally pinched the bridge of her nose and said, I understand. You two should go back to class first. Don't tell anyone about this. No matter who asks, don't say anything. Even after they walked out of the office, Feng Xiaolei was still trembling. Teacher said she'll think of a solution. Zhao patted Early Eye on the head. This has nothing to do with you. If anyone gets punished, it'll be me. At the time, Zhao hadn't understood what his homeroom teacher meant by a solution. Her solution was simple. Get rid of the bad student and protect the good one. Feng Xiaolei was ordered to withdraw from school. With Feng Xiaolei's grades, everyone believed he would never make it into high school anyway. Rather than lowering the school's graduation statistics, they might as well conveniently remove him. The high school entrance exams were approaching. By the time Zhao found out, it was already too late. He couldn't contact Early Eye anymore. They said he had returned to his hometown. The teacher had counted on Early Eye's family having little hope for him. They would probably think it was better for him to learn a trade and start earning money early. The school's position matched the homeroom teacher's exactly. Sending out a withdrawal notice and then reversing the decision would only embarrass the school. Zhao, the one who should have withdrawn, was told by everyone to stay. The one who shouldn't have left was the one who did. Zhao, here's a practice exam. Finish it, then bring it to me and I'll grade it, the woman said with a smile. The high school entrance exams are coming soon. Just focus on studying. At that moment, Zhao felt sick. He slowly sat up, looking utterly defeated, and dragged both hands down his face. Not long before that, Feng Xiaolei had often come to him with questions about schoolwork. He carried a book with him everywhere, leaving Lei Jun completely stunned. Feng Xiaolei had said, I want to study hard. I can't keep fooling around forever. Lei Jun patted him on the head. Hey, Early Eye. Not bad. Which high school are you planning to apply to? Heh, I want to get into Wěizhuāng. Because it has the lowest admission score? Was I trying to ease my guilt? Zhao asked himself that question. He had given up the high school entrance exams, dropped out for a year, then enrolled at Wěizhuāng and deliberately ranked last in every exam. Was it really all for that? It didn't seem to be. Everything felt absurd. Too many questions lingered over him, and he wasn't even sure which answers he was searching for anymore. Zhao didn't return to the classroom until evening self-study ended. When the dismissal bell rang, Wanda and the others cheered as they slung on their backpacks and headed downstairs in groups. Come to my room tonight to watch a movie? I downloaded it at home. It's a sci-fi action film. I heard it's insanely cool. Halfway through speaking, Wanda turned around and asked, Yuji, you coming? Not coming, Xie Yu replied. Forget the movie. He still had 2 practice exams to finish. After taking a shower, Xie Yu picked out several midterm papers from one of the city's top high schools. He planned to finish them ahead of schedule. Although much of the material hadn't been covered in class yet, he had secretly read ahead during lessons and had already mastered most of it. Questions at this level shouldn't be difficult. He held his pen over the paper, but he couldn't concentrate. Just as Zhao was about to turn off his phone, he received a text from Xie Yu. The text message really was short. 3 words. Where are you? Zhao had intended to pretend he hadn't seen it, but the moment his fingers touched the screen, they seemed to move on their own. Internet cafe. Explosion bar? There were several internet cafes near the school, and Explosion Bar was the most famous. The place was known for protecting its customers. Whenever teachers came by for inspections, the staff immediately sent emergency alerts. Every employee knew the teachers who conducted inspections, especially Dean Jiang. The instant they spotted Mad Dog, they issued the highest level warning. Their mission was to provide high school students with a safe and reliable gaming environment. Xie Yu rarely visited these underground internet cafes. He disliked the stuffy air the dim lighting, and the delinquent teenagers sitting around with cigarettes hanging from their mouths, long bangs covering their gloomy eyes. As Xie Yu climbed over the school wall, he suddenly couldn't understand himself, or what exactly he was doing. Night had completely fallen. Only the streetlights illuminated the road. The trees rustled softly in the wind. A cool breeze slipped beneath the hem of his shirt. Just as Xie Yu was about to jump down from the wall, he heard someone nearby say, "You really don't want your legs anymore, do you? You're pretty tough. You even climbed over the wall with your leg like that." Wěizhuāng walked over from across the street. It was too dark for Xie Yu to make out his expression. Wěizhuāng slowly stopped beneath the wall and looked up. "What are you sneaking out here for?" "MMOs," Xie Yu replied. Given Xie Yu's usual image, the excuse was perfectly believable. The second-to-last ranked student in the grade, suffering from insomnia, sneaking out of school to spend the night at an internet cafe. Completely normal. Wěizhuāng didn't let him jump down on his own. Instead, he spread his arms, ready to catch him. "Cripple," Wěizhuāng said, looking up. "Jump. You're the goddamn cripple," Xie Yu replied. Explosion Bar was located across from the Gold List restaurant. The entrance was beside a clothing store, up a flight of stairs, on the second floor. A certain delinquent surnamed, he sat there with earphones hanging around his neck, fingers flying across the keyboard. Everyone else had cigarettes. He had a lollipop. He was still wearing his school uniform. He hadn't even changed clothes. Late at night, Explosion Bar was packed. Several customers looked familiar. Xie Yu thought for a moment before remembering they had been in the last examination room during the monthly exams. Wěizhuāng wasn't sure what game he wanted to play. He clicked the first icon that caught his eye and absent-mindedly played for a while. Then a hand appeared in front of him. An index finger bent slightly and tapped on the desk. Wěizhuāng looked up and saw his little friend wearing a white tank top, his hair still damp. "You stay here overnight often?" "Not that often," Wěizhuāng replied. "A few times a month." Xie Yu nodded. He felt as though he'd learned yet another fact about the life of a bad student. He had never considered this side of it before. Then he lowered his head, opened the Notes app on his phone, and typed, "Stay overnight at an internet cafe, twice a month." The two of them joined teams and played several rounds. By the end, Xie Yu was so exhausted that he simply laid down at his seat and fell asleep. Wěizhuāng took off his headphones and stopped playing. Then he turned and quietly watched his deskmate for a long time. The lighting inside the internet cafe was dim. The glow of the computer monitor spilled across Xie Yu's face. Wěizhuāng stared at him for a long while, unable to look away. Then he bit down on the lollipop in his mouth, crushing it into pieces. The next morning, both Wěizhuāng and Xie Yu arrived at class with dark circles under their eyes. "What happened to you two?" Wanda clicked his tongue in amazement. "What were you doing last night? Or did our study rep work you so hard that you ended up with dark circles?" Xuézhā still hadn't given up. Sticky notes covered with formulas and vocabulary words frequently appeared on Wěizhuāng's and Xie Yu's desks, along with motivational quotes worthy of chicken soup for the soul. "If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll regret it when you're old. Learning is a lifelong journey. Keep going. You're only one step away from success." If Xuézhā had come from a wealthy family, he probably would have bought them extra study guides too. The moment Wěizhuāng sat down, he collapsed onto his desk. "No," he said. "Stayed up all night at an internet cafe." Wanda looked at Xie Yu. "You too? Why didn't you two come watch the movie with us yesterday?" "What movie?" Wěizhuāng had a headache from staying up all night. And who knew what was going through his mind? "My deskmate isn't that kind of person. Don't lead him astray." Chapter 46. The note Wěizhuāng had left was still on the desk. During evening self-study the previous night, Wanda had passed it around the class, and every boarding student had agreed on one thing. They couldn't make out a single word. After everyone had taken turns guessing, not only could they not tell how many words were actually written on the note, some even claimed it looked like Oracle bone script. Compared to that, Wěizhuāng's handwriting on his exam papers could almost be called neat. At least it was only ugly instead of being mistaken for ancient writing. The moment Xie Yu saw the note, he remembered it. He picked up the crumpled paper and tossed it at Wěizhuāng. "What the hell did you write on this?" Wěizhuāng smoothed it out and glanced at it. "Not coming back for evening self-study," he read aloud before adding. "You couldn't read that?" Xie Yu really wanted to shove the paper in his face. Wěizhuāng admired it for a while longer. "How could you not read it? I wrote it very carefully. Look at these characters." Afraid Zhao was about to launch into another lengthy speech about his artistic talent, Xie Yu cut him off. Enough. Shut up. Aside from showing a bit of energy whenever he talked to Xie Yu, Zhao either slept or played on his phone all morning. Old Tang even called him up to answer a question, but all he said was, "I don't know." "What's wrong with Zhao Ji today?" Lu Xuanhao whispered. Everyone looked forward to hearing Zhao answer questions because he always came up with something unexpected. Class was boring enough already. Something feels off. Wanda glanced back at the back of Zhao's head. Probably exhausted from pulling an all-nighter. Zhao was slumped over his desk with his forehead resting on the edge. His phone was hidden between his legs beneath the desk as he opened a chat window. "I went to look for early eye." He stared at the sentence for a long time before deleting it, one character at a time. Then he looked blankly at the contact name, your grandpa Jun. Lei Jun had been right about one thing. No matter what he did now, it wouldn't change anything. What had already happened. Because of him. Nothing he said could undo it. After Early Eye dropped out of school, he hadn't stayed in touch with anyone. He must hate me, Zhao thought. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to forgive it either. He had asked countless people, even everyone living around Early Eye's old neighborhood, before finally finding his hometown. He still remembered every word Early Eye had said. "Zhao Ji, this isn't entirely your fault, but I can't help resenting you. But I don't want you to do this either. You'd better go back and study. You can't just skip class like this. As for me, I'm not studying anymore, and I won't be looking for another school. My family found me a vocational training program. I'll start working and earning money." Zhao stuffed his phone into the desk, closed his eyes, and said nothing. During the lunch break, Luo Wenxiang and Lu Xuanhao carried a large cardboard box into the classroom. The faculty office was 3 buildings away, and Lu Xuanhao, the class representative, rarely exercised. By the time they reached the classroom door, he was nearly out of breath. Panting, he announced, "Everyone, the prizes are here, the sports meet prizes. Make way, make way." Wěizhuāng worked efficiently. The sports meet had only just ended, and the prizes had already arrived. What prizes? A crowd immediately gathered around the box. Dean Zhang personally picked them out. Lu Xuanhao said dramatically before pausing. "Very unique. You definitely won't like them." He sliced open the tape with a utility knife, revealing neatly stacked supplementary study books. From after-class English reading to entering the wonderful world of physics, every subject was represented. Come pick whatever you want. Don't be shy. First place chooses first. Who got first? The athletes all fell silent. Lu Xuanhao looked toward the back. "Zhao Ji, stop sleeping. You're the push-up champion. Come pick one." "Don't want one." Without even lifting his head, Zhao replied lazily. "Whoever wants it can have it." Lu Xuanhao turned to the other champion. "You Ji, pretend I never participated. Truly worthy of first from the bottom and second from the bottom." The two of them would rather die than voluntarily accept study materials. In the end, Su Qingqing picked 2 classic novels. Luo Wenxiang chose a physics workbook, and the other athletes accepted their prizes with obvious reluctance. Only Xuézhā looked on enviously. "Gym rep, let me join next year's sports meet too. Any event is fine." The classroom was still noisy when Wěizhuāng walked in carrying a stack of mock exam papers. "Don't think school has just started," he shouted. "Count the days yourselves. There's not much time left." He dropped the papers onto the podium, picked up half a stick of chalk, and, without looking, flicked it perfectly onto the head of a student sitting in the last row. "The midterms are coming. Let's see what kind of scores you people can manage." The chalk struck Zhao squarely on the head. He didn't even react. His fingers twitched slightly as he shifted into a more comfortable position and continued sleeping. "Xie Yu noticed the test papers. Pop quiz." He nudged Zhao with his foot. The classroom test lasted 2 periods and was essentially an upgraded version of the monthly exam as well as practice for the upcoming midterms. Since it wasn't an official examination, there was no need to separate the desks. Before handing out the papers, Wěizhuāng said, "If anyone needs the restroom, go now. Don't start whining halfway through. I won't care. You can hold it." The students shuffled out in groups, looking utterly miserable. Another test. Why is there always another test? Do exams ever end? In the few minutes before the quiz began, Xuézhā rushed over to review the important points with them, making use of every second. He talked so much that Zhao couldn't even fall asleep. Adjusting his glasses with complete seriousness, Xuézhā said, "Do you remember this now? This question will definitely appear. Just use the formula I told you. Recite it back to me. These are easy points. If you get them right, our class average will increase by half a point." Zhao, Xie Yu. There would clearly be no nap today. Zhao went to wash his face in the restroom before returning to face the test. Once the papers were handed out, he discovered that the black gel pen he'd used to write yesterday's note was missing. After searching for a while without success, he gave up and turned to his deskmate. "Old Xie, got a spare pen?" Ever since realizing that delinquent students often came to class without writing supplies, Xie Yu had wanted to experience it for himself and show off his professional standards. Now he finally had the chance. "I don't have one either." The two, so poor their house was practically empty, deskmates searched everywhere and still couldn't produce a pen. They stared at each other for a moment. Then Zhao tapped the shoulder of the student in front. "Buddy, can we borrow 2 pens?" The student rummaged through his pencil case. I only have one." He had plenty of mechanical pencil leads, but only one spare pen. Zhao thought for a moment. "One's enough." "Thanks." Xie Yu looked at him. "One is enough. You use it first." Zhao handed him the pen. "I haven't found a question I know how to answer yet, so I don't need it." Xie Yu silently filled in a few answers while thinking about Zhao's actual level and calculating how to keep this idiot firmly in last place during the midterms. He adjusted his own score based on the answers he assumed Zhao would get wrong. What he didn't know was that Zhao had also been quietly watching him. After finishing the paper, Xie Yu estimated that his score on the math test would end up roughly the same as Zhao's. Zhao tucked his completed paper beneath his textbook, rested his head on the desk, and secretly watched Xie Yu. Finally, Xie Yu noticed. "What are you staring at?" Perhaps because of last night's all-nighter, Zhao looked especially tired. After a brief pause, he answered, "I'm in a bad mood. Looking at you makes it a little better. If I could, I kind of want to hug you." The thought startled him. As he continued staring at Xie Yu, another thought suddenly surfaced. "Do you want to climb the wall and go to the internet cafe again tonight?" The moment the words, "I want to hug you," crossed his mind, Zhao was so shocked that he nearly jumped. The dismissal bell rang. Wěizhuāng shouted from the podium. "Hand in your papers. Stop writing. Stop looking around. Too bad if you didn't finish. Turn them in. Big bro flirt, your paper." Xie Yu was checking his score one last time. Without looking up, he held out a hand for Zhao's test paper. After waiting several seconds with no response, he looked up. "What's wrong?" Zhao had already disappeared through the back door. He skipped the next 2 classes as well. Meanwhile, Xunjie was attending class as usual when he suddenly received a text from Zhao Ji. Just 6 baffling words. "Have you ever been in love?" Xunjie thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what prompted the question. He replied, "Does having a crush count?" After that, Zhao Ji disappeared again. Xunjie scratched his head. He still couldn't understand the world his big bro lived in. Zhao returned to the dorm intending to catch up on sleep, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fall asleep. He endured until school was over before finally giving up. He got out of bed and returned for evening self-study. From a distance, he spotted Wanda leaning halfway out the classroom window, constantly looking left and right in an extremely suspicious manner. Walking over, Zhao stopped beneath the window and tapped the brick wall with a finger. "What are you doing?" "Watching out for fires, thieves, and mad dog," Wanda replied. "Qingjie and the others are playing do diju. They told me to stand guard." Zhao glanced through the window. Inside, among the do diju players, was his little friend, the one he had recently begun having very strange thoughts about. Wanda gave a quick summary. Yuji is basically the god of gambling today. He's won every single round. He's already up 30,000. Qingjie is about to cry. Although they called it do diju, the cards had all been handmade from sheets of A4 paper with crude red and black suits drawn on them. The cards were thick and awkward, making them difficult even to fan out. It had obviously been a spur-of-the-moment idea. Someone had suggested a game, so they had immediately made a deck by hand. Ever since Class 3 had become familiar with one another, they had been constantly coming up with strange forms of entertainment. Xie Yu completely controlled the game. He had really won 30,000. Written on a sheet of paper in black ink was a large 30,000. Leaning casually against the windowsill in the hallway, Zhao watched with interest. One of the players, Su Qingqing, finally couldn't take it anymore. Playing cards against Xie Yu wasn't entertainment. It was suffering. She sincerely wished she could travel back half an hour and strangle Wanda before he had the chance to ask, "Yuji, want to play?" She looked at the cards still in her hand, then glanced left and right. The moment she spotted Wěizhuāng outside the window, her eyes lit up. "Zhaoji, come take your deskmate away." Ever since that previous incident, the word take had somehow become a sensitive one for Xie Yu. He couldn't quite explain why. Before Wěizhuāng could even react, "Your deskmate is basically a walking doujiju cheat code," Su Qingqing complained. "This gaming experience is awful." Xie Yu put down his cards. "Trying to preserve a little dignity before leaving," he said. "You people just play badly." Su Qingqing only wanted this living Buddha to leave. "Yes, we do. We suck." Wěizhuāng looked around. "Then you're one player short." "Me?" Wanda immediately raised his hand. "I want to play too." Afraid she had only replaced one monster with another, Su Qingqing asked cautiously, "How good are you?" "I'm terrible." Wanda answered honestly. "I've been playing since I was little and never won money. Whenever I play doujiju, I only dare play in beginner rooms. Against someone as good as Yuji, I wouldn't even dream of it." Chapter 47. Any friends willing to step up and save our lives? Wanda waved his arms dramatically. "Yuji, will you help?" Xie Yu replied, "We're not friends. And I'm busy." Wanda, cold. As cold as ever. Wanda watched as Xie Yu, despite what he had just said, got up and moved to the seat by the window overlooking the corridor. He had no idea what this cold-faced big bro was actually thinking. Was he keeping watch or not? Wěizhuāng smiled. "Go ahead and keep playing. He's standing watch." Wanda was genuinely stunned. "How do you know? How can you tell?" Xie Yu was a loner, proud, antisocial, and quick-tempered. The words, "don't bother me," might as well have been written across his face. Last year, when the grade had been divided between the East and West buildings, Xie Yu had been the big bro of the West building. Just the rumor that he wore black nail polish had scared off countless people. He sounded like some dark, intimidating character. Wěizhuāng didn't answer Wanda's question. He climbed in through the window, landed lightly on a chair, and thought, "I just know." Xie Yu was still looking at his phone. Every so often, he glanced outside, then lowered his head again after confirming everything was normal. Wěizhuāng sat at the desk in front of him with his back against the blackboard, watching everyone play doujiju. Then his eyes drifted up to the latest class assignment written on the board. "My dreams." Class 3's homeroom displays were always terrible. Out of more than 30 students, not a single one had any artistic talent. Since they would never win any competitions anyway, they had long since given up trying. They were creative in other ways, though. Each student had written a wish on a slip of paper, and together they had taped them into the shape of a rather lopsided heart. It had been thrown together at the last minute, yet Tang's son treated it like a priceless treasure, taking photo after photo. Wěizhuāng looked back at the person sitting across from him. The big bro of the West building was wearing his school uniform. The weather had turned cooler recently, and perhaps because he disliked the cold, he had pulled a jacket over it. His hands were tucked halfway into his sleeves, with only part of his fingers exposed as he focused on tapping at his phone. Sometimes Xie Yu's movements were unexpectedly gentle, like when he woke up during morning self-study and slowly opened his sleepy eyes, or when he said, "None of my business," then paused before adding. Or right now, with his long, pale fingers curled slightly, his little finger lightly hooked around the edge of his sleeve. Wěizhuāng tapped the desk. "Little friend, what dream did you write down?" Xie Yu's fingers froze over the screen. He had been chatting with Aunt May, asking how business at Guangmao was going and telling her not to pinch pennies. If they were short-handed, she should just hire more people. Caught off guard by the sudden change of topic, he looked up. Following Wěizhuāng's gaze, he turned toward the blackboard. He had written down the first thing that came to mind. Dreams? Seriously displaying something like that in a giant heart for everyone to see was way too embarrassing. Besides, for a second-year high school student, the entire world revolved around one thing, the college entrance exam. When Wanda and the others had collected everyone's papers, they had laughed the whole time and hadn't taken the assignment seriously. Dreams. Fudan University is my dream. You can forget about Fudan University, Lu Xuézhā had mocked. But you can still have Fudan milk tea. Then he announced his own dream. "I want to save the world." Wanda patted the class representative on the head. You should just come drink fudan milk tea with me and stop thinking about impossible things. At that age, no one really knew who they wanted to become. Dreams still felt impossibly far away. Wěizhuāng was still waiting. Xie Yu had almost forgotten what he'd written. After thinking for a moment, he remembered. Get rich. Wěizhuāng had thought his own answer, world peace, had already been perfunctory enough. Now he realized the person in front of him was a true genius. Get rich. Xie Yu glanced at him. You have a problem with that? No, Wěizhuāng laughed. That's a great dream. Then he remembered something else. You still haven't given me my handsome photo. How are you this annoying? What handsome photo? I posed so hard. Didn't you take a picture? Posed. The moment he heard that word, Xie Yu was dragged back to that unbearably awkward memory. You've actually got the nerve to bring that up? Why wouldn't I? Wěizhuāng said confidently. You couldn't resist taking pictures of me, right? Couldn't resist my ass. Shameless. Xie Yu had already posted the picture to his social feed. Since Wěizhuāng insisted on seeing it, he opened the post and handed over his phone. After one glance, Wěizhuāng nodded in satisfaction. Pretty good photography skills. Of course, the main reason is that I'm naturally photogenic. While speaking, he accidentally scrolled down into the comments. To his surprise, although Xie Yu usually kept to himself, the post had more than 50 comments. Looking at the usernames, they were all things like Aunt Somebody, Somebody's Mom, and even Wang's mom from the breakfast shop down the street. Aunt May, son, who's the handsome boy in the middle? XY replied, an idiot. Daily I, damn, why does this guy look so familiar? XY replied, generic face point superscript 1. After reading through them all, Wěizhuāng discovered that his little friend seemed to take great pleasure in insulting him. Forget the generic face part. You even told your mom I'm an idiot. Xie Yu had obviously forgotten the comment section existed. Calmly, he corrected him. She's my godmother. Xie Yu almost never talked about his family, so the sudden appearance of a godmother caught Wěizhuāng off guard. Judging by those 50-plus comments, his little friend's social circle was surprisingly extensive. You have a godmother? She is my godmother, Xie Yu explained briefly. Local boss point superscript 2 met her on the streets. Wěizhuāng pointed at Daily Eye's name. And him. You met him at the police station. Eventually, Xie Yu became so fed up trying to explain his relationship with the aunt from the breakfast shop that he simply waved it away. Fine. You're handsome. You're not generic. Conversation over. Before handing the phone back, Wěizhuāng quickly typed his own number into it. You don't even use QQ. Add me. Xie Yu looked at him. You already added yourself. Why bother asking? To be polite. Aunt May and the others all preferred text messages, so Xie Yu and Daily Eye had naturally gotten used to using them too. Besides, he had never really needed to contact classmates. Back in his first year, he had been the type who completely lost touch with his middle school friends after graduation. A year later, even his former teachers had stopped sending him messages. But now, something had changed. For example, the number of people in his friends list had slowly grown. For another, he had never imagined that one day he would sit by the classroom window, keeping watch so his classmates could play do Diju without getting caught. Damn, has my temper actually gotten better? Wanda hadn't exaggerated his bad luck at all. Not only was he unlucky with the cards, he was terrible at playing them too. I really admire beginners like you, Su Qingqing said happily after winning back all her money. Our friendship will last forever. Wanda didn't seem bothered by losing in the slightest. My honor, Miss Su. Wěizhuāng leaned against the windowsill, continuing to help keep watch. How much longer? Zhao Ji, one last round. Almost done. Wanda looked down excitedly at his miserable hand. I'm about to lose again. Wěizhuāng clicked his tongue. You sound happy about it. Xie Yu said, losing every single game takes talent too. Exactly. Wanda nodded seriously. I think I'm pretty talented. They had been watching for quite a while, but Mad Dog still hadn't shown up. Instead, Xuézhā, who had been kept behind by his teacher after class, walked past class 3 on his way out of the faculty office. He stopped at the window. What are you guys doing? Standing there, he looked inside. The moment he heard Su Qingqing confidently announce, for with 3, his eyes widened. Damn, you've turned the classroom into a casino? What are you doing here? Wěizhuāng shot back. Why aren't you home yet? Xuézhā scratched his head. There was a math quiz this afternoon, right? I had a little accident. Wanda, who no longer had any playable cards and was easily distracted, immediately chimed in. I know. He got caught cheating. Xuézhā had been hoping to gloss over it. Now that Wanda had exposed everything in one sentence, he could only sigh helplessly. How do you know everything? Wanda puffed out his chest. There's nothing in my territory that I don't know. Cut it out. Eavesdropping doesn't make you impressive. Then Xuézhā turned back toward Wěizhuāng. Oh right, Zhao Ji. About what you said this afternoon. About being in love. Xuézhā still hadn't gotten over the text Wěizhuāng had sent about being in love. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Now that he'd finally run into Wěizhuāng again, he wanted to ask about it. Unfortunately, before he could finish saying love, Wěizhuāng froze. It was as if someone had stepped directly on his tail. He nearly jumped out the window. Instead, he leaned halfway outside. Shut up. I was just trying to ask. That thing about being in. Xie Yu tilted his head, completely confused. What are you two talking about? Superscript 3. Wěizhuāng immediately vaulted out the window. His entire back was tense. The moment he landed, he clamped a hand over Xuézhā's mouth. We need to talk, he said through gritted teeth. You're looking for me because we need to talk. Right. Xuézhā had been about to say. No. I wanted to ask about being in love. Instead, all that came out was MMPH. MMPH. Still muffled, he was dragged away by Wěizhuāng. Xie Yu. What are those two doing? Wanda instantly perked up. Something's definitely going on. Su Qingqing said, Mr. Knows Everything. Focus on losing this round first. Wěizhuāng had no idea where he was dragging Xuézhā. In the end, he hauled him all the way back to the dormitory. Xuézhā collapsed into a chair, gasping for air. Zhao Ji, do you know you almost suffocated me? You weren't just covering my mouth, you blocked my nose too. Before he'd even caught his breath, Wěizhuāng asked. So, having a crush, that's normal, right? Tell me about it. Huh? Xuézhā blinked. What's there to say? It just feels uncomfortable. Like a bottle of Fanta that's been shaken really hard. It keeps fizzing inside. If someone opened the cap, it'd explode all over their face. Wěizhuāng. That was an excellent metaphor. The only problem, his own bottle didn't even need someone else to open it. It felt ready to explode on its own. After leaving the boys' dormitory, Xuézhā walked to the bus stop. The chilly autumn wind made him sneeze. He still hadn't figured out what was going on with Wěizhuāng. Now he just wanted a bottle of soda. As he waited for the bus, he kept thinking about it. He had known Wěizhuāng for years, yet he had never once seen him date anyone. Someone like Wěizhuāng could easily find a girlfriend if he wanted to. Based on appearances alone, anyone would assume he was an experienced flirt. He was so handsome, he practically looked untrustworthy. And yet, his Zhao Ji had stayed single for more than 10 years. Xuézhā had witnessed it himself. Once, while they were hanging out together, a shy girl had approached to strike up a conversation. Wěizhuāng had looked at her and asked, Are you selling something? Sorry, I'm not buying. When heaven opens a door, it closes a window. Xuézhā shook his head. The bus pulled into the station. As he took out his transit card, he sighed. Looks alone really aren't enough. Chapter 48. A certain someone who had had a window slammed shut in his face by fate was currently extremely frustrated. He was so frustrated that he barely slept all night. Even working through practice exam papers couldn't distract him. Wěizhuāng realized that the strange feeling that something was subtly out of place had been building up little by little. By the time he noticed it, it was already completely beyond his control. Time and time again, he'd been shaken by it, and every single time, he had no idea what he was supposed to do. He didn't know where to put his hands. He didn't dare look directly at that person. Yet a voice inside his heart kept shouting. He liked Xie Yu. Not that kind of like. That kind of like. Whenever he saw him, his heart felt full. Afraid to win, yet afraid to lose. Restless and unsteady, with the lingering feeling that there was still an empty place inside him. That kind of like. But Wěizhuāng had been single for more than 10 years. Faced with this age-old dilemma, his thoughts charged around like a trapped wild beast, unable to find a way out. Eventually, the beast exhausted itself and collapsed. Wěizhuāng sat there thinking, would his little friend hate it? As someone who had once been discussed in a CP thread on the school forum, Wěizhuāng had a general understanding of what it meant to be gay or straight. What if Xie Yu was completely straight? At an age when people were prone to acting on impulse, Wěizhuāng found that, for once, he didn't dare. In the end, he tossed his pen aside. Since he had no idea what to do, He opened Xie Yu's social media profile and began scrolling through it from the beginning. Xie Yu's profile was like a dividing line, separating the Xie Yu he knew now from the one who had existed before. Here, Wěizhuāng saw pieces of Xie Yu's old life, his circle of friends, and a gentleness he almost never showed in person. His posts were simple, usually just a short sentence. When he was angry, he'd post, "Go fucking scram." When he was in a good mood, he'd upload photos of the scenery around him. One subject appeared over and over again. A chubby orange cat. Caption, "Eat yourself to death." Sometimes the orange cat would lie belly up in the sun outside the convenience store, lazily dozing with its eyes half closed. The convenience store looked old and shabby. The shelves were lined with children's toys, and an entire wall was filled with cheap little trinkets. In the upper left corner of one photo, a street sign could just barely be made out. Blackwater Street. Wěizhuāng paused. That place sounded familiar. As he kept scrolling, he realized there had been fewer and fewer posts from Blackwater Street over the past few years. Did he move away? Eventually, he reached a close-up of the orange cat. Its face filled the frame, nose nearly pressed against the camera lens. Xie Yu's hand rested gently on its head. Looking at that hand alone, no one would ever imagine it belonged to someone who could be so vicious. Xie Yu sat by the roadside while the cat squinted comfortably beneath his touch, looking utterly content. Wěizhuāng stared at the picture for a long time. Then, without a word, he saved it. The Xie Yu in these photos was different from the Xie Yu at school. Yet he was still the same little friend Wěizhuāng knew, hidden beneath layer after layer of armor. Someone everyone believed was impossible to get close to. Damn, Wěizhuāng couldn't hold back anymore. He flipped his phone face down. Why is he so damn cute? After evening self-study, Xie Yu returned to the dormitory. He had just finished showering when his phone rang. He assumed it was Madame Gu calling to ask whether he'd be coming home that weekend. He was already prepared to use the excuse that midterm exams were coming up and he needed to study. Instead, the moment he answered, Zhong Jie's drunken, stammering voice came through. Xie Yu. I'm telling you, don't fucking think. Before he could finish, Xie Yu hung up. 2 minutes later, Zhong Jie called again. You little peasant. How dare you hang up on me? A vein twitched at Xie Yu's temple. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Even drunk, this idiot still thought he was some feudal lord? Meanwhile, Wěizhuāng was still immersed in the thought that his little friend was unbearably adorable when he heard that same adorable little friend walking down the hallway, swearing loudly. Motherfucker, are you done yet? Wěizhuāng. Everyone owes you something, huh? Poor you. Xie Yu pushed open his dorm room door, then walked toward the deserted end of the hallway so he wouldn't disturb anyone. With a completely expressionless face, he said, Yeah, I've been after your family's money for ages. Better guard it like the dog you are. Just then, the door across the hall opened. Wěizhuāng leaned casually against the doorway, watching him. Xie Yu paid him no attention. He walked straight past, cursing all the way down the corridor. Remarkably, not a single insult was repeated. When he finally hung up and walked back, Wěizhuāng asked, Who deserved getting cursed out that badly? He didn't ask about the details. Most people, hearing only one side of the conversation, would probably think Xie Yu was the bully. But Wěizhuāng immediately concluded that whoever had just been cursed for several minutes straight had definitely deserved it. He was hopelessly biased. Xie Yu didn't want to explain. He stopped in his doorway. Just an idiot. His face still carried obvious irritation. If Zhong Jie were standing in front of him right now, and if someone handed him a stick, he wouldn't hesitate to beat him into a pulp. Wěizhuāng shifted aside. Want to come in and sit for a while? Xie Yu didn't move. I've got candy. Xie Yu was always economical with words. If 2 words would do, he would never use 3. After listening for a while, Wěizhuāng had pieced together the general situation. He said with complete seriousness, Your stepbrother, is he a special needs child? Maybe he should see a neurologist. Xie Yu laughed. Yeah, developmentally delayed. Suddenly remembering the orange cat, Wěizhuāng opened the photo and showed it to him. How did this cat get so fat? The whole street feeds it. Of course it's fat. After one glance, Xie Yu looked back at him. Why were you looking through my profile? Wěizhuāng hesitated. Just looking. They chatted for a while. From developmentally delayed children to the newest gaming equipment. Eventually, the conversation drifted to Lu Xuanhao's birthday. Haozi's birthday is next weekend. You going? Xie Yu thought for a moment. Birthday? You seriously didn't notice him dropping hints? Zhao dragged his chair closer. He's unbelievably sneaky. For the past several days, Lu Xuanhao had been subtly telling everyone what gifts he wanted, afraid people might want to buy him something, but not know what. There's nothing I especially want lately, but if I had to choose, maybe XX's new album. That'd be fine. Wanda was close enough to him that Lu Xuanhao hadn't bothered with subtlety. He had simply sent him a Taobao link. But everyone else in the class had been forced to endure his elaborate hints. Only after Zhao mentioned it did Xie Yu finally understand. I thought he'd gone crazy. Leaning back in his chair, Zhao laughed. It was obvious. You seriously couldn't tell? Zhe must have been dying inside. Thinking back on their conversations over the past few days, Xie Yu suddenly wanted to laugh. He never said it directly. How was I supposed to know? It was rare for them to sit together chatting about classmates. But once the conversation ended, silence fell. Neither of them spoke. For no particular reason, Xie Yu suddenly felt uncomfortable. After calming himself down, he realized the atmosphere wasn't merely awkward anymore. He stood. I should. Before he could finish, Zhao reached out and caught the hem of his shirt. He was wearing a button-up shirt. He still looked as carefree as ever. Lazy, relaxed, always smiling, as though the world contained endless things worth being happy about. Zhao swallowed. Then he said, to himself, and to Xie Yu, it'll pass. It'll pass. Even if it feels like being trapped right now. As long as you keep trying. If one step isn't enough, take another. Keep walking. Eventually, the life you want, and every answer you've been searching for, will be waiting there. Go on. Zhao let go of his shirt and smiled. Good night, little friend. Xie Yu stood there blankly. After a moment, he quietly replied, good night. The next day, the crafty guy who had previously been mistaken for having gone mad officially invited everyone to his birthday gathering. He had even handwritten invitation cards. Xie Yu received one as well. Inside were the time and location. Next Sunday, 9 in the morning, Central Avenue. Pretending to be troubled, Zhao said, how's Xie? About your birthday gift. Lu Xuanhao waved grandly. Gifts don't matter. Your blessings are enough. Compared to our friendship, those things mean nothing. Xie Yu looked at him. You really care that much about saving face? Su Qingqing and Wanda couldn't stand listening anymore and immediately threw their pens at him. Bullshit. Blessings matter more? Aren't you embarrassed saying that? Wanda added. Need me to remind everyone about the Taobao link you sent me? Think about that before you keep talking. Lu Xuanhao buried his face in his hands. You people are so violent. Especially you, Qingji. At this rate you'll never get married. Zhao immediately fanned the flames. How's Xie? How can you say that to Qingji? Su Qingqing had been on her way to the faculty office to collect the English homework. Hearing that, she rolled up her sleeves. Come here, if you've got the guts. Lu Xuanhao bolted out the classroom. I'd be an idiot if I did. His birthday plans included spending the day out together before having a meal. Originally, Xie Yu hadn't intended to go. But seeing how excited Lu Xuanhao was, he couldn't think of a way to refuse. Patting him on the head as though everything had already been decided, Zhao declared, he's coming. Xie Yu thought, coming my ass. Madame Gu was even more excited about the gathering than Lu Xuanhao himself. Ever since moving away from Blackwater Street, she hadn't seen Xie Yu make many new friends. The friends he'd had before were all from Blackwater Street. Even becoming close with Zhou Dalai and the others had taken a long time. After the accident when he was young, people had kicked them while they were down. Relatives abandoned them. Friends distanced themselves. Thinking back now, Gu Huang realized that during those years, while she had dragged Xie Yu from place to place beneath countless judgmental stares, she believed he was still too young to understand. But he had understood everything. Little by little, he had become quieter, more guarded around strangers. Always wary. That classmate of yours, the class representative. Gu Huang smiled. Did you buy him a birthday present? Remember to wish him a happy birthday. Be a little sweeter. Isn't it nice to spend time with your classmates? Take lots of pictures. Do you have enough money? Being lectured before going out left Xie Yu slightly exasperated. He changed his shoes. I'm leaving. Talk later, Mom. At school, everyone wore uniforms. Hairstyles were regulated. Every conversation revolved around homework and exams. Now that they finally had a chance to go out, everyone went a little wild. Su Qingqing arrived wearing overalls, her long hair down, and a small shoulder bag slung over one shoulder. Everyone stared. Whoa, who are you? Are you even from our class? She smiled. I'm your Qingji. Zhao had arrived early. He was squatting by the roadside, looking at his phone. Lu Xuanhao and the others quickly noticed something. With this guy standing among them, girls passing by kept sneaking second glances. If Xie Yu showed up, the effect would probably be unbelievable. Before Xie Yu had even left the subway station, his phone was flooded with messages. Are you here? North exit. Where are you? Walking while looking down at his phone, Xie Yu replied. Ask again, and I'll block you. Zhao didn't respond. Several steps later, another message arrived. I'm especially handsome today. You'll spot me the second you come out. I'm the most eye-catching one in the group. Wanda had gotten a new hairstyle and was hopping around on the platform. Halfway through a jump, he spotted Xie Yu. I see you, Ji. Wow. Zhao Ji, you two today, black and white. A perfect match. Everyone turned toward the station entrance. Zhao wore a black jacket. Xie Yu wore a white one, his head lowered toward his phone. His finger hovered over the block button. He hadn't pressed it yet when cheering erupted ahead. Looking up, he saw almost everyone from class 3 waving enthusiastically. Yuji, over here. Standing at the very front, Zhao grinned and shouted. Old Xie. He really was the most eye-catching one there. Not everyone from class 3 had come. Only 12 people. The rest were attending extra tutoring classes. How about karaoke after lunch? Lu Xuanhao's arms were already overflowing with birthday presents. Don't hand them to me yet. Save them until we cut the cake. It'll feel more ceremonial, and I won't have to carry everything. Lunch resembled a battlefield. Every dish became the center of a desperate struggle. Luo Wenxiang openly admitted he had skipped dinner the night before just to eat this meal. Watching the chaos, Xie Yu frowned. He didn't join the fight. Instead, he quietly opened his camera. You guys are unbelievable. Zhao was right in the middle of the food war. He nearly got his sleeves soaked in oil while snatching a piece of fish belly and dropping it into Xie Yu's bowl. What are you trying to do? Starve my desk mate? Xie Yu's hand shook. The camera tilted. The photo ended up containing no people at all. Only 6 or 7 pairs of chopsticks tangled together, and one pitiful steamed fish in the middle of the table. Zhao was like a stray dog that had stolen meat and hidden it away in its own den. Except, the den was Xie Yu's bowl. He snatched another sweet and sour rib from someone else's chopsticks and dropped it into the bowl. Old Xie, don't worry so much about looking cool. Kids who care too much about appearances don't get any food. He deliberately emphasized. My chopsticks are clean. Hurry up and eat. Can't you see the PE rep is eyeing it? Xie Yu opened his mouth. He wanted to say something. In the end, all he managed was, Zhao. Still wrestling Luo Wenxiang over the last piece of corn pie, Zhao answered absent-mindedly. Xie Yu paused, then quietly called again. Zhao Ji. Chapter 49. Xie Yu often called him an idiot, stupid, and every other insult imaginable. The only remotely respectful nickname he'd ever used was Big Bro Flirt, and even that wasn't exactly a compliment. So when he calmly said, Zhao Ji, in a flat, emotionless voice, Zhao froze. He nearly dropped his chopsticks. By the time he snapped back to reality, Luo Wenxiang had already snatched the last piece of corn pie with his bare hands. One foot planted on his chair, Luo Wenxiang looked utterly triumphant. He had abandoned his chopsticks entirely in the pursuit of food. Ha! Zhao Ji admit defeat. Su Qingqing stared at him. Jim Rep, I never imagined you were this kind of person. Lu Xuanhao shook his head. Me neither. There's really nothing you won't do for food. Tell me honestly, did you only skip dinner? Surely you didn't go the whole day without eating. Luo Wenxiang took a huge bite of the corn pie before explaining. Nothing that extreme. I just have a big appetite. Zhao cleared his throat, about to ask why Xie Yu had suddenly started calling him Zhao Ji. Before he could, Xie Yu said, I don't like corn pie. I didn't get the pie anyway, Zhao replied. Then what do you want to eat? Xie Yu pointed at the steaming bowl of 3-ingredient soup. The dishes on the table had already been reduced to a battlefield. Besides the soup, only a plate of vegetables with a few shrimp scattered over it, and a lonely spare rib from another dish remained. Looking at the disaster before him, Zhao thought, forget a bowl of soup. I would do anything right now. He reached over to spin the lazy Susan. Halfway through, he stopped and said, You want the soup, right? Call me Big Bro again, and I'll get it for you. He had expected the little bastard to ignore him completely, maybe even kick him under the table, or roll up his sleeves, give him that cold, arrogant look, and tell him to get lost. Instead, Xie Yu simply said it again. Zhao Ji. Zhao's throat suddenly tightened. Almost everyone he knew called him Zhao Ji. But hearing those words from Xie Yu, it felt completely different. The moment they left Xie Yu's lips, something inside Zhao's chest quietly gave way. His thoughts became a tangled mess. In the end, thousands of chaotic thoughts condensed into a single sentence. Fuck, something is seriously wrong. Xie Yu's thoughts weren't any clearer. He stared at the bowl of soup for a long time before absent-mindedly stirring it with his spoon. Actually, he didn't dislike corn pie, and he didn't particularly want the 3-ingredient soup, either. So, what exactly was he trying to do? Had he really just wanted to call Zhao big bro after something inside him had been stirred? How about ordering some beer? Lu Xuanhao suggested. Luo Wenxiang's mouth was still full. Yeah, this little bit of food isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. It was rare for all of them to eat out together without adults around. Freed from supervision, they all tried acting like grown-ups, ordering dishes and beer. The alcohol seemed to erase some invisible boundary. Once they started drinking, all the restraint they normally maintained disappeared. Zhao and Lu Xuanhao each finished several bottles. Xie Yu drank a little as well. Not much, but it still went straight to his head. The restaurant Lu Xuanhao had picked had excellent service. When the birthday cake was brought in, the lights in the private room suddenly went out. Xie Yu was still drinking his soup when everything around him fell into darkness. Someone asked, "Did the power go out?" The next second, the waiter pushed open the door. A large birthday cake sat on a trolley, topped with 17 lit candles. Their tiny flames flickered softly as the cart rolled forward. Someone started singing. Soon, everyone joined in. "Happy birthday to you." Xie Yu sang too. His voice was drowned out by Wanda and the others, but because Zhao was sitting beside him, he caught a few notes. He sang pretty well. When the song ended, everyone clapped and shouted, "Make a wish. Blow out the candles." Lu Xuanhao closed his eyes, silently made a wish, then leaned forward to blow. He couldn't extinguish all the candles in one breath, so everyone else leaned in to help. Once they were finally all out, Luo Wenxiang exclaimed excitedly, "Let's cut the cake." Lu Xuanhao laughed and nudged him. "You still aren't full? Is eating all you ever think about? How do you survive in the school cafeteria?" "I make do," Luo Wenxiang replied. "I get 2 meals every time. What else am I supposed to do?" Once the excitement settled down, everyone received a slice of chocolate cake. Wanda quietly scraped some frosting off the remaining cake on the trolley. Sneaking up behind Lu Xuanhao, he raised his frosting-covered hand over his head and winked at everyone. The whole room immediately understood. Lu Xuanhao was busy opening presents. He had shamelessly demanded gifts beforehand, but as he opened each one, he still acted completely surprised. "Wow, my heavens. I've always wanted this. Duh, you know me so well." Before he could finish, Deirdre slapped a handful of frosting right onto his face. Wanda had fired the opening shot. 1 person became 2. 2 became 5. Before long, everyone in the room was chasing one another with cake frosting. Xie Yu had barely eaten more than a couple of bites of cake. Zhao had already withdrawn from the large-scale battle, though he clearly wasn't done having fun. Seeing his little friend sitting alone, he walked over and casually slapped Xie Yu on the shoulder. The moment Xie Yu looked up, Zhao smeared frosting across his face. "Xie Yu." "Old Xie," Zhao said. "There's no escaping. Everyone has to get frosting on them." Lu Xuanhao and the others watched as the 2 famous fight-loving big bros of Class 3 started fighting again. Only this time, it was a frosting war. Xie Yu grabbed a handful of frosting and slapped it onto Zhao's head. "You bastard. Is this fun? Huh? Is this really that fun?" Although everyone called Su Qingqing Qingji, she was still a girl. Even though she joined the offensive, no one attacked her. Once she got tired, she stepped aside to rest, pulled out her phone, and smiled. Let's take a group photo. I'll count to 3, then everyone say cheese." Zhao naturally loved showing off in front of cameras. Even with frosting smeared across his face and tangled in his hair, he still hooked an arm around Xie Yu's neck, trying to pose. "Cheese. Old Xie, look at the camera." Xie Yu clearly had no intention of cooperating. "Look my ass." Su Qingqing didn't care whether everyone was ready. She was ready. Click. She pressed the shutter. The class representative had turned 17. Everyone's face was covered in frosting. Lu Xuanhao had it worst of all. Only his eyes were still visible. And in the very last row stood two boys. One dressed in black. One dressed in white. Looking at the photo, Su Qingqing suddenly thought, how nice. She had read countless young adult novels. Compared to those stories, her own life had always felt painfully ordinary. Every day was just worrying about exams, staying up late beneath a desk lamp, and finishing endless homework. Nothing exciting. Nothing extraordinary. But this was really nice. After dinner, and after thoroughly destroying the cake, Xie Yu pulled out several napkins to wipe his face, only to discover the sticky frosting refused to come off. Wěizhuāng suggested they wash up in the restroom. Worried it would get crowded later, they quietly slipped out through the back door first. You really went overboard. Wěizhuāng bent over the sink, sticking his head under the faucet. Anywhere else? Xie Yu finished washing quickly. There hadn't been much frosting on his face, only around his nose. Afterward, he carefully washed his hands. Glancing sideways, he said, the back of your neck. Wěizhuāng lowered his head and reached behind himself. Here. No. A little lower. Wěizhuāng fumbled around for a while, without finding anything. His back began aching from bending over the sink. Leaning against it, he sighed. You're messing with me, aren't you? Xie Yu reached out. His hands were still wet. When his cool fingertips touched the back of Wěizhuāng's neck, they felt slightly cold. Here. Wěizhuāng. Just then, Lu Xuanhao and the others arrived. Unable to clean themselves properly with napkins, they had also come to the restroom. Seeing Wěizhuāng and Xie Yu standing there wearing strange expressions, Lu Xuanhao asked curiously, what are you two doing? Xie Yu didn't answer. He simply stepped aside to free up the sink and walked out. Wěizhuāng blinked. Water dripped from his damp hair onto his eyelashes. He casually wiped his face with one hand. Nothing. I'm done. You guys wash up. Lu Xuanhao didn't think much of it. Wanda and Luo Wenxiang immediately rushed over to claim the empty sinks. Feeling wronged, Lu Xuanhao sighed. You too. Could you at least treat the birthday boy a little better? Luo Wenxiang laughed while sticking his head directly under the faucet. Wanda wasn't much better. Standing in front of the mirror, he started twisting his body dramatically. Music. Lu Xuanhao stared at them. You guys aren't drunk, are you? They had originally planned to go sing karaoke. But after discovering several hopeless drunks among them, they had no choice but to give up. How's you and Ding Ding take the gym rep back, Wěizhuāng said while supporting Wanda. Old Xie and I will deal with this one. Just take them straight back to school. Wanda staggered unsteadily. The moment he heard the words, back to school, he used the last shred of his remaining consciousness to bid farewell to the birthday boy. How's happy birthday? Lu, as though afraid of squeezing too tightly. His hand was warm. So warm it almost seemed to burn. That heat traveled into Xie Yu's palm, carrying the steady rhythm of Wěizhuāng's heartbeat with it. And before he realized it, Xie Yu felt himself beginning to burn as well. Chapter 50. Xie Yu kept his eyes closed. The darkness behind his eyelids sharpened his other senses. His breathing, his heartbeat, and his fingers intertwined with Wěizhuāng's. Xie Yu felt at peace. The strange, indescribable emotion from before had disappeared. He didn't want to hit anyone anymore. He decided to let Wěizhuāng keep his damn life a little longer. That vague frustration finally seemed to have found an outlet. An answer was beginning to take shape, faint but unmistakable. Maybe it had always been there. The taxi was almost silent. Aside from Wanda humming in his sleep in the front seat, there was only the sound of passing cars and the occasional horn. It was almost evening, and the sky was growing dark. When the taxi turned onto a side road, Wanda smacked his lips, woke up again, and asked in sleepy confusion, "Where's my lighting? Lighting crew?" First he wanted music so he could dance, and now he wanted stage lighting, too. He was probably dreaming about becoming an international superstar. As soon as Wanda spoke, Xie Yu felt Wěizhuāng's hand stiffen in his own. He seemed incredibly tense, and even his breathing became shallow. Fortunately, Wanda soon closed his eyes again and drifted back into a deep sleep. Wěizhuāng's fingers twitched as he wondered whether he should let go. After a long while, he still didn't move. He simply couldn't bear to. The traffic light turned green, and the taxi continued forward. The number on the fare meter steadily climbed from the starting fare. After an unknown amount of time, the surroundings became familiar. The taxi turned into the side street near Wěizhuāng, and the school's landmark classroom building came into view. It was the tallest building on campus, with the school's motto displayed across the top. "We're here, right?" the driver asked as he turned the car. "Quite an impressive school. What year are you in?" "Second year." "Second year, huh? My son's in his third year, one grade above you. Students these days really have it tough. You're up late every night doing homework. Studying is important, sure, but your health matters too." Pretending to be asleep was exhausting, especially with his neck twisted awkwardly against the back of the seat. Seeing that they were almost at school, Zhao tried to quietly slip his hand free while his little friend was supposedly still asleep. "It really is tiring. Hope your son does well on the college entrance exams." He suddenly trailed off. Just as he began to pull away, Xie Yu, whose fingers had been relaxed until then, suddenly tightened his grip. His fingertips, resting lightly against the back of Zhao's hand, curled firmly around it. Zhao felt like he was really going to explode this time. The driver kept talking about his son. "He's lost so much weight. It breaks my heart. Third year is exhausting. You just have to endure it. Everyone does. Nobody gets to escape it, right? Once you get into university, things get easier. So all this hardship now is worth it." Neither of them heard another word. For the few minutes they had left, they stayed exactly as they were, their fingers intertwined. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them looked at each other. When the taxi finally stopped and the driver waited for the fare, he realized neither passenger in the back seat had moved. "Wěizhuāng, wasn't it? We're here. Wěizhuāng." Xie Yu remained calm. He glanced at Zhao and gently shifted his hand. Only then did Zhao snap back to reality. His thoughts spun wildly before he abruptly let go. Xie Yu watched as Zhao hurriedly searched for his wallet and somehow even failed to count out the fare properly. The ride cost 30 yuan. He only pulled out 20. The driver stared at the bill in his hand with genuine concern. "Can you count?" Xie Yu's earlier discomfort had almost completely disappeared. He couldn't stop himself from cursing. "Idiot. 30? Right, 30. After fumbling around for a while, Zhao finally found another 10. "Sorry, I heard you wrong." Xie Yu walked around to the passenger side, leaned into the front seat, patted Wanda's face, and dragged him out of the car. Wanda walked as though he were stepping on clouds. "Huh? Is it my turn to go on stage?" "Yeah, superstar," Xie Yu replied. "It's your turn." Wanda was delighted. Looking at the street lights lining the road, he felt as though he were standing beneath stage lights. "What song would you like to hear?" Xie Yu grabbed him by the collar and dragged him toward the school. "How about Loyalty to the Country?" Wanda immediately froze. Ever since Dean Jiang had made Loyalty to the Country the school's morning wake-up song, it had become an unforgettable nightmare for every boarding student. After paying the fare, Zhao hurried over to help. The two of them supported Wanda, one on each side. Several times, they wanted to say something. Each time, the words died before reaching their lips. Nothing seemed appropriate. On top of that, they still had to deal with Wanda's drunken outbursts. As they climbed the stairs, he suddenly shouted, "Friends in the audience, let me see your hands." Unable to see any raised hands, he planted himself in the stairwell and refused to move. "That's a staircase, not an audience," Zhao said helplessly. "You're usually not this annoying, are you? Don't make me take action." Wanda clung tightly to the railing, determined to preserve his superstar dignity. Having completely washed his hands of the situation, Xie Yu simply sat down on the steps to watch. He watched Zhao retreat several steps before reluctantly raising his hand and waving, fulfilling Wanda's wish. Wanda waved back enthusiastically. "My fans. My friends." Xie Yu covered his mouth, trying to suppress his laughter. "So that's what you meant by taking action? Don't laugh." After a pause, Zhao added, "And don't tell anyone about this. It's embarrassing." Classes resumed the next day, and boarding students had been returning since noon. Both of Wanda's roommates were already back. After delivering this superstar to his room, Xie Yu leaned against the doorway. "Take care of him." Wanda's roommates had no idea just how much those words meant until Wanda leaped onto his bed and began dancing. "Damn it. How much did he drink? If he gets completely unbearable," Zhao said, "just find a stick and knock him out." The two of them left Wanda's room and headed toward the third floor. That suffocating atmosphere returned once more. Xie Yu suddenly remembered something from the second year of junior high. Back then, Zhou Dalai had been chasing after his crush. Rumor had it that the girl liked talented guys, so Zhou Dailai learned to play the guitar and even wrote a song. Every single day, he stood on Blackwater Street singing, "Oh baby, you are the rose with thorns." Each performance earned him plenty of gifts from the neighborhood. Pots, bowls, plates, even a few bricks. Only Danmei offered sincere encouragement. "Bro, honestly, your song isn't bad. Have some confidence." "Really? You really think it's okay?" Zhou Dailai's wounded heart desperately needed reassurance. So he looked hopefully at Xie Yu. Xie Yu removed one earbud and replied mercilessly, "Are you done singing?" The sheer ruthlessness made Zhou Dailai's scalp tingle. Clutching his guitar, he muttered unhappily, "Boss Xie, you've never liked anyone before. You don't understand love." Xie Yu had always been cold when it came to matters of the heart. But just because he never said anything didn't mean he didn't understand. He hated dragging things out. If something needed to be said, then just say it. Stop making things complicated. Back then, someone who had a crush on him but lacked the courage to confess had caused such a commotion that the whole school thought something had actually happened between them. Even Zhou Dailai had come over, winking exaggeratedly. "I heard about that person. Did something really happen between you two?" The very next day, Xie Yu had found that person and said only two things. "You like me? Sorry, I don't like you." Zhao was annoying too. An enormous nuisance who kept dragging him into one ridiculous situation after another. Now that things had reached this point, neither of them could keep pretending. Xie Yu's thinking was simple. If there was something to say, then say it. Do whatever he wanted. By the time they reached Zhao's dorm room, Zhao's mind was a complete mess, as though fireworks were exploding inside it. Just like earlier, when he couldn't even count out 30 yuan, he absent-mindedly opened the door, walked inside, and only regained his senses after closing it. Xie Yu watched the idiot disappear into the room. Is something wrong with him? Just as Xie Yu walked over to knock, the door opened again. Zhao stood there. "Aye." Xie Yu cut him off. "Are you drunk?" "No." Zhao froze for a moment before understanding what he meant. Then he asked in return, "Are you drunk?" Xie Yu replied, "Idiot. What do you think? He wasn't drunk. It wasn't the alcohol talking. And it wasn't a momentary impulse either. You called me Zhao Ji before. Why am I an idiot again?" "Because you are an idiot." From the corridor came the rumble of rolling suitcases and the noisy chatter of students walking past. Amid all the commotion, they childishly argued back and forth. "You're the idiot." "No, you're the idiot." After several rounds, Xie Yu finally stopped and said, "Zhao, you were the one who provoked me first. You were the one who provoked me first. You barged noisily into my life. You insisted on breaking through every one of my defenses." The moment those words left his mouth, Zhao grabbed his wrist and pulled him into the dorm room. Xie Yu slammed against the door hard enough for his back to ache. "Damn it. Are you crazy?" They stood extremely close. Zhao braced one arm against the door beside Xie Yu's head. At last, he couldn't hold it back any longer. Even if Xie Yu beat him half to death after hearing it, he was willing. "I've never liked anyone before. The person standing in front of me, my little friend, Xie Yu, is the first." Zhao had no idea how to confess. He had no experience, and as Xuézhā liked to say, his emotional intelligence was hopeless. After a brief pause, he continued, "Even though my little friend has a terrible temper and beats people up at the slightest provocation, I still like him very much. I mean it. I'm happy whenever I see him. I want to date him. I love him with all my life." After finishing his confession, Zhao asked softly, "Did my bad-tempered little friend hear all that?" The bad-tempered little friend suddenly had a powerful urge to punch someone. Who confessed like that? Wasn't he just asking to get beaten up? "I've never liked anyone either." Xie Yu forced himself not to throw a punch. "The idiot standing in front of me, Zhao, is the first." Chapter 51. Zhao didn't say anything for a long time. The idiot probably hadn't expected to find him still standing there, perfectly fine. He usually had countless smooth lines ready to go, but now he simply stood there like he'd lost his voice, pinning Xie Yu against the door and staring at him. Xie Yu had no idea that Zhao was thinking, "Damn, these fireworks have been going on forever. Why haven't they stopped yet?" His wrist was still caught in Zhao's hand. Xie Yu tugged lightly. "Have you looked enough?" "No." Hearing Xie Yu's voice, Zhao finally snapped back to reality. A small smile appeared on his face. then spread into a broad grin. No, he repeated. I haven't looked enough. When Xie Yu had said, you provoked me first, what he had really wanted to say afterward was, if you're just looking for something new and exciting, I don't have time to play along. He wasn't sure what exactly Wěizhuāng's meant, so he had chosen to protect himself. Almost pessimistically, he had wanted a clear ending. He had even thought Wěizhuāng would back away. But Wěizhuāng hadn't. He had said his feelings were serious, the kind of liking that made him want to date him. Xie Yu felt like he'd been infected by Wěizhuāng. He started smiling too, unable to force the corners of his mouth back down no matter how hard he tried. It was stupid, so he reached for the doorknob, opened the door, and walked out. I'm going back. Wěizhuāng didn't stop him, but after Xie Yu had taken 2 steps, Wěizhuāng called after him. Xie Yu. Xie Yu opened the door to his own room, turned around, and leaned against the doorframe to look at him. Wěizhuāng still wasn't done. Xie Yu. Xie Yu was getting annoyed enough to almost ask, are you summoning a ghost? Standing in the doorway across from him, Wěizhuāng had the zipper of his black jacket pulled only halfway up, giving him his usual rebellious look. Only then did Xie Yu notice that he'd secretly put on a pair of ear studs. Wěizhuāng said, nothing. I'm just getting used to my boyfriend's name. The words sounded strangely familiar. Before Xie Yu could react, Wěizhuāng continued, let's take care of each other from now on, boyfriend. Then Xie Yu remembered. On the very first day of school, Wěizhuāng had sat in the last row and called his name the same way. With that lazy tone, he had said, I'm getting used to my new deskmate's name. Let's take care of each other from now on, deskmate. Now he was saying the same words again. Only this time, deskmate had become boyfriend. What a strange feeling. It was as though they had come full circle. The two of them stood in their respective doorways, looking at each other for a long time. It felt a little like young couples on the phone saying, good night. I'm hanging up, while neither of them actually hung up, both quietly listening to the other's breathing. Go inside, Wěizhuāng said. Get some rest. Xie Yu turned, went into his room, and closed the door. After taking a shower, Xie Yu worked through several practice papers. He had thought he wouldn't be able to concentrate, but once he picked up his pen and started solving problems, he realized he was completely fine. He selected a few questions, finished them, turned the page, and continued. By the time he had completed a paper for every subject and finally looked up from the endless sea of questions, it was almost 11 at night. Only after lying in bed and closing his eyes did he suddenly become vividly aware that his heartbeat still hadn't calmed down. The last thought that crossed Xie Yu's mind before he fell asleep was, fuck, young love. The next morning, Dean Zhang's broadcast started right on schedule. As always, he was neither late nor absent. His energetic voice blasted through the dormitories. Students, it's a brand new day. Are you happy? The instant Dean Zhang began speaking, someone pulled the blanket over their head and groaned. Ah, heaven, this is inhumane. Why is life treating us poor children like this? Completely unaware of the miserable state inside the dormitories, Dean Zhang enthusiastically continued his motivational speech. The midterm exams are almost here. Dear students, are you excited? This isn't just an exam. It's the season for harvesting the fruits of your hard work. Get out of bed, get out. Students who want high scores. Xie Yu endured it for a while before finally giving up. He stretched one hand out from under the blanket, blindly feeling around for his earplugs. He couldn't find them. The hallway gradually filled with people. Amid the noise, voices constantly called. Morning, Zhaoji. Wěizhuāng greeted everyone along the way before walking to the room opposite his and knocking. Old Xie Yu awake? Xie Yu answered by throwing his alarm clock. It slammed into the door, bounced off, and rolled across the floor. Wěizhuāng. Someone nearby watched the familiar scene. This happened almost every day. Even stranger, Wěizhuāng never got angry. Instead, he crouched outside the door with remarkable patience, waiting for the person inside to finally get out of bed and let him in. One student couldn't help asking, Zhaoji, is Xie Yu from West Building always this bad-tempered? Yeah. Wěizhuāng smiled. Isn't he cute? The student walked away wondering if he'd misheard. Had Zhaoji actually said scary? Or had he somehow misunderstood the meaning of the word cute? A couple of minutes later, Xie Yu finally got up and opened the door. Wěizhuāng hadn't slept all night. After Xie Yu had gone back to his room the night before, Wěizhuāng deleted the A status he'd posted. But after deleting it, he couldn't think of anything better. So he simply typed another long string of "eh" and posted that instead. Then he lay awake until 2 or 3 in the morning. His mind was filled with only one thought. Xie Yu belonged to him now, his little friend. The moment Zhao walked inside, he collapsed onto Xie Yu's bed. Leaning against the door, Xie Yu watched him, unable to understand what was wrong with him. He had a perfectly good bed in his own room. Why insist on sleeping here instead? Didn't sleep last night? I fell asleep around 3. Half closing his eyes, Zhao asked. Going back to sleep? You took the bed, Xie Yu said. How am I supposed to sleep? Boyfriend. Zhao scooted inward, making room beside him. Come here. Xie Yu bent down, picked up the alarm clock, and threw it at him again. Over the loudspeaker, Dean Jiang continued his broadcast. Getting up early is an excellent habit. For example, I wake up at 5:30 every morning to enjoy the fresh air. At moments like these, you'll truly understand how wonderful life is. Before opening the door earlier, Xie Yu had hesitated. Their relationship had only just changed. He hadn't even had time to fully process it. From today onward, this idiot was no longer just anyone. Something had changed. Yet somehow, nothing had changed at all. He didn't know how other people dated. Zhou Daliai's relationship definitely couldn't be used as an example. He had imagined things might feel awkward, or uncomfortable, or strange. But the moment Zhao appeared, all those thoughts disappeared. Even more surprising, someone who had been late every day for what felt like 10,000 years actually arrived on time. Their first class was literature. Tang's son praised Zhao and encouraged him to keep up the good work before turning to Wanda. What happened? Why are you late today? Wanda had drunk far too much the night before. His head was still pounding when he woke up. He simply couldn't get out of bed. Of course, he couldn't admit he was hungover. If the school called his parents, he'd be dead. So he desperately recalled all the excuses Zhao usually made when he was late and finally came up with one. It's like this, teach. This morning, Xuézhā from Class 8 had another flare-up. Zhao, Xie Yu, everyone who had attended yesterday's birthday party and knew the truth. Xuézhā from Class 8, who wasn't even present. That something-itis. Wanda had already forgotten the name of the illness. It was ridiculously long. He got halfway through before getting stuck. That gastro. From the back of the classroom, Zhao supplied. Chronic non-atrophic gastritis. Wanda nodded repeatedly. Yes. That's the one. Tang's son trusted his students. Wanda was usually well-behaved and had never been late before. As for Xuézhā, his illness really had flared up several times recently. So Tang's son nodded approvingly. Very good. It's important to help classmates when they need it. But speaking of that student from Class 8, he really should take better care of himself. How has he ended up in the infirmary twice within 3 days? Wanda broke into a cold sweat. He sat down, completely dazed. Lu Xuanhao and the others buried their faces in their arms, shaking silently with laughter. As soon as the dismissal bell rang and old Tang left the room, everyone burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Xuézhā from Class 8. Amazing, Wanda, truly amazing. Lu Xuanhao wiped tears from his eyes. What were you even thinking? Wanda answered honestly. I was copying Zhao Ji. I wanted to do what he always does. Zhao couldn't stop laughing either. You can't copy everything exactly. If you're so talented, at least say you helped an old granny cross the street. Luckily, old Tang's easy to fool. If it had been Mad Dog instead, your dad would probably already be on his way here to beat you. Wanda scratched his head. That's serious? It should be fine, right? Fine, my ass, Xie Yu said. Xuézhā is probably already on his way here to beat you. Wanda, Lu Xuanhao, and the others burst into another round of laughter. Oh right, Su Qingqing said with a grin as she remembered something. Do you know what you and the gym rep were like after getting drunk? It was my first time seeing drunk people. It was unbelievable. When Wanda woke up that morning, he couldn't remember anything that had happened. He had even asked his roommates. They had simply shaken their heads. Naturally, he had no idea that while he had been completely out of it, his previous prediction that Class 3 would take care of Zhao and Xie Yu themselves had actually come true. What was I like? I wasn't that bad, right? Xie Yu had no comment. Zhao also decided not to go into detail. You're way too confident. During the break, Xuézhā really did come over. Standing outside the classroom window, he shouted, Wanda, nicely done. Do you know I just ran into your teacher on my way back from the restroom? He actually told me to take better care of my health. For a second I thought I'd developed some terminal illness without knowing it. After venting, Xuézhā habitually glanced toward Zhao Ji. He saw Zhao Ji and the cold-faced killer leaning close together, talking about something. It looked completely ordinary. Yet somehow, something felt off. He stared for another moment. Then he suddenly realized exactly what was wrong. Why were Zhao Ji's hands wandering around like that? Chapter 52. Don't move. Stay still. Got it. One of Xie Yu's hands was tucked into his pocket, while the other rested beneath his head, like a pillow. Looking down at the pen caught in his shirt, he asked, "What did you throw?" Zhao replied, "My hand slipped." Really? It slipped. After several days of searching, Zhao had finally found the pen he'd lost, wedged in the corner of his desk compartment. To Xie Yu, he looked like a penniless refugee who suddenly stumbled upon a priceless treasure. "See that, old Xie?" Zhao said happily. "We have a pen now." Xie Yu was lying face down on his desk. He hadn't gotten enough sleep during the previous class and had only given a lazy grunt in response. He'd been about to drift back to sleep when the pen came flying toward him. Now, if he moved even slightly, it would fall straight to the floor. Zhao leaned in close. Both of his hands rested on Xie Yu's thigh as he carefully tried to retrieve the pen. It tickled. If his hands moved just a few centimeters higher, they'd touch somewhere they absolutely shouldn't. Turning his face away, Xie Yu said stiffly, "Hurry the fuck up." At first, Zhao hadn't thought anything of it. He treasured that pen as if it were the last surviving heir of his family. Only when his fingers brushed against the pen cap did he suddenly realize where his hands were. Standing outside the window, Xuézhā had been waiting for Xie Yu to kick Zhao Ji's chair over and teach him that people couldn't just touch others wherever they pleased. But he waited and waited. The bell rang for class. Yet Xie Yu still hadn't moved. The big bro of the West building had actually let his deskmate touch him for that long, and even answered him while he was at it. Surreal. Xuézhā stared blankly. "I haven't seen them for a few days. How has the whole world changed?" The last class before lunch was P. Having suffered through the entire morning, Wěizhuāng had finally recovered from his headache. He jumped to his feet excitedly. "Brothers and sisters, see you on the court." Zhao stood up as well. "If old Wu sees you now," he said, "he'll die of anger." Earlier that morning, during math class, Wuzhang had called Wěizhuāng to solve a problem on the board. Wěizhuāng had solemnly declared that he was too weak to even hold a piece of chalk. Now, however, he looked energetic enough to rip off his jacket, leap out the window, and land directly on the basketball court. Wěizhuāng opened his mouth to explain. Knowing exactly what excuse he was about to use, Xie Yu interrupted him. "Don't start talking about the spirit of exercise. Old Xie." Zhao stood in the doorway. "Let's go." Wěizhuāng fell silent. These two are really acting as one today. 2 warm-up laps. The PE teacher squatted beside the platform with a whistle hanging from his mouth and spoke lazily. After that, free time. The moment Xie Yu saw the teacher, memories of the push-up punishment came rushing back, along with those forum posts Zhao had shown him during the sports meet. Almost unconsciously, he looked up and met Zhao's eyes. They stood together at the end of the line without speaking. Xie Yu looked away, watching the chaos on the soccer field instead. A student carrying a bag full of volleyballs walked past. Only then did he realize that the back of Zhao's hand was lightly pressed against his. Whether it was intentional or not, the PE teacher narrowed his eyes. "If you need sports equipment, go to the class sports rep. He'll collect everything from the equipment room at once." Then he looked toward Wěizhuāng. "You still playing basketball today?" "Of course. I heard the dean wants to try something different this semester. Not sure whether there'll still be a basketball tournament." "Something different?" Lu Tsunhao had worked incredibly hard just to make the basketball team. He immediately became nervous. Because of what happened last semester? During the final rounds, the last 2 classes had competed so fiercely that they had nearly started a fight. They'd spent the rest of the semester glaring at each other whenever they crossed paths. The class broke into quiet discussion. No one noticed the tiny movements of the 2 boys standing in the last row. The backs of their hands remained pressed together. Neither of them moved. Neither of them spoke. "Old Xie," Zhao suddenly asked. "What? Basketball later?" "No." Wěizhuāng ran to the front of the line to lead the warm-up. Running backward with both hands raised, he shouted, "Girls, Follow Qingji. Stay in formation. Don't fall behind. Zhao had originally been running at the very back. Taking advantage of the PE teacher looking elsewhere, he quietly moved up one place until he was beside Xie Yu. He lowered his voice. Can you run? Is your leg okay? It had healed days ago. The injury hadn't been serious to begin with, and a few days of rest had been enough. Before Xie Yu could answer, Zhao Ji, Luo Wenxiang yelled from the front. What are you doing? Stay in formation. You're too much. Zhao waved casually before dropping back to the end of the line. After the 2 laps were finished, everyone scattered. Behind the academic building, near the equipment room, were several grassy patches where students who weren't playing sports usually sat and chatted. Xie Yu originally intended to sit there. Then he remembered what had happened last time. Class 3's study representative, Xuézhā, had somehow found him there. That guy never missed an opportunity. He'd immediately pulled out a pocket vocabulary book and said earnestly, Xie Yu, let me explain word roots. English word roots are actually very easy to remember. I hope your English score improves in the midterm exams. Better stay near the basketball court instead. The moment Xie Yu appeared there, Luo Wenxiang's eyes lit up. Yuji. From the very beginning, Luo Wenxiang had wanted Xie Yu on the basketball team. No one had ever seen him play, yet everyone assumed he'd be amazing. Only Wanda silently held the basketball, remembering the game he'd once played with Xie Yu. He sighed. He simply couldn't picture someone like Xie Yu playing a team sport. Under the basketball hoop, Zhao pulled off his jacket, leaving only a short-sleeved t-shirt. He tossed the jacket aside. Hearing Luo Wenxiang shouting, he glanced over. Yuji, Luo Wenxiang asked excitedly, did you come too? No. Xie Yu interrupted him. I'm just here to watch. Luo Wenxiang wanted to continue persuading him, but Su Qingqing called from the gate. Sports rep, are there any more badminton rackets? We don't have enough. Not enough. Luo Wenxiang scratched his head and hurried over. I definitely got enough for everyone. Leaning casually against the basketball stand, Zhao attracted attention just by standing there. Once Luo Wenxiang left, he bent close to Xie Yu's ear. So, did you come to watch everyone? Or did you come to watch me? Neither. I came to hide from the study representative. That was what Xie Yu thought. But Zhao's warm breath brushed against his ear. His eyes sparkled mischievously. His entire face practically screamed. Say you're here to watch me. Go on. Say it. Xie Yu sighed. I came to watch you. After a brief pause, he added, to watch my boyfriend. Zhao Ji. Wanda called from the court. You done yet? Smiling, Zhao answered. Coming. Then he patted Xie Yu on the head. Watch carefully. I'll show you what a great boyfriend you picked. Great? Not exactly. Shameless? Definitely. Throughout the entire game, Zhao seemed determined to make sure everyone noticed him. He played aggressively and brilliantly. He soared into the air for a layup, the wind lifting the hem of his shirt just enough to reveal a glimpse of his waist. He stole the ball and sprinted across the entire court. When defenders appeared, he dribbled around them. When no defenders appeared, he dribbled around thin air. Excellent. Sitting on the sidelines as this round's substitute, Lu Xuézhā began commentating. And now we witness Zhao Ji dribbling past absolutely nobody once again. What a perfect move. Flawless posture. A truly exciting performance. As if someone were actually standing there. Xie Yu laughed. Idiot. After making the basket, Zhao turned towards Xie Yu. He pressed 2 fingers against his lips, then blew him a kiss. Oh! The crowd of spectators erupted into screams. Everyone immediately began looking around, trying to figure out who the flying kiss had been meant for. People glanced suspiciously at one another. The real recipient, however, looked completely unmoved. Leaning back against the flower bed with both hands supporting him, Xie Yu thought. Yeah, pretty cool. A moment later, he corrected himself. Forget pretty. He was cool. That drama king really did attract attention. It was as if he carried his own spotlight wherever he went. After a while, even his teammates couldn't stand it anymore. Especially Wanda. He felt completely unnecessary on the court. At this point, he might as well take off his basketball jersey and sit beside Lu Xuézhā. Zhao was carrying the entire game anyway. And with all those fake-outs and unnecessary moves, not even his own teammates knew what he was trying to do. Take a break, Zhao Ji, Luo Wenxiang suggested. Before Zhao could answer, Luo Wenxiang waved toward the substitutes. How's he? You're up. Zhao looked speechless. Are you even human? Who was the one begging me to play earlier? Luo Wenxiang laughed awkwardly. My mistake, okay? Now I understand why you said you were too good and didn't want to bully us. Your self-evaluation was surprisingly accurate. The price of showing off was permanent expulsion from Class 3's basketball team. At last, Luo Wenxiang fully understood that the big brothers of the East and West buildings were not people he could control. Walking off the court in disappointment, Zhao muttered, You people have no humanity. You don't either, Xie Yu replied. Is passing the ball to thin air really that fun? The game quickly became exciting again. Wěizhuāng tried to dribble past someone, failed, and immediately had the ball stolen. Zhao turned to Xie Yu. Wasn't I cool? You look like an idiot. The two of them sat together at the sidelines, quietly watching the game. Zhao took several large gulps from his water bottle before naturally handing it over. Want some? Xie Yu wasn't thirsty, but Zhao passed it over so casually that he accepted it without thinking. As his lips touched the bottle opening, he felt the cool moisture left by the chilled water. A moment later, they both realized. Zhao had just drunk from that exact spot. The same thought flashed through both of their minds. Fuck, an indirect kiss. Zhao suddenly felt as though the half bottle of water he'd just finished had accomplished absolutely nothing. His throat instantly became dry again, and Xie Yu's lips, still slightly damp, shining faintly. The longer he looked, the more he wanted to. Better stop looking. Zhao coughed awkwardly and forced himself to watch Hao Zi and the others playing basketball. Xie Yu wasn't much better. He held the bottle so tightly that his fingertips gradually went numb. Only then did he hand it back. Zhao hurriedly tried to screw the cap back on. His fingers fumbled clumsily. Then his hand slipped. The cap fell into the grass and rolled away. Chapter 53. In Xie Yu's 17 years of life, he had never considered himself to have much youthful passion. Back then, Zhou Dalei and the others had secretly rented R-rated DVDs, hiding them from Madame Gu and Dalei's parents. They locked the door and barely dared to breathe while watching them. Young Zhou Dalei had stared at the screen with a flushed face, refusing to look away. Xie Yu had glanced at it twice before turning on an old tube television beside him and playing games on his Famicom. What had Dalei said back then? Boss Xie, you aren't asexual, are you? What's so special about it? Xie Yu had replied. It's just sex. Zhou Dalei's silence. Danmei's silence. But now he was in a relationship. They had only drunk from the same bottle of water. So why was his heart beating so fast? A sharp whistle signaled the end of gym class. The gym teacher walked out of the stadium and waved to Luo Wenxiang. Wěizhuāng, still clutching the basketball, took advantage of the last few seconds to jump and make one final shot. Class dismissed. The gym teacher announced before telling the gym representative to return the equipment. Luo Wenxiang couldn't carry everything by himself, so Zhao jumped down from where he had been sitting beside the flower bed to help. I'll take the badminton rackets. Old Xie, give me a hand. Xie Yu picked up half the rackets, and the group headed toward the equipment room in a line. Wěizhuāng still refused to let go of the basketball. It's all because of those two classes from last year. Bunch of idiots. They even got into a fight. What was there to fight over? I saw it. It was intense. They threw the basketball aside and started punching each other. Even the referees were stunned. The equipment room was spacious, divided into sections according to each sport. The badminton rackets belonged on the shelves at the very back. Zhao lifted the rackets onto the shelf before stepping aside to make room for Xie Yu. I was at last year's basketball tournament. Oh, Xie Yu replied. No wonder your class didn't make it to the finals. Class 2 played too dirty. No fun at all. We got knocked out in the first round. Zhao sighed as he remembered how badly he had dragged down the team. If you're going to compete, win with skill. Yeah, you're amazing. Xie Yu slid the rackets neatly into place, obsessively straightening them. You're really amazing. The aisle between the shelves was narrow, barely wide enough for two people. At some point, Zhao had stepped directly in front of him. When Xie Yu turned around after putting the rackets away, he nearly walked straight into Zhao's arms. Zhao laughed. Little friend, making an offering? Offering what? Xie Yu replied. A good dog doesn't block the road. Move. Instead, Zhao placed a hand lightly on Xie Yu's waist through the thin fabric of his shirt and gently guided him into the corner. Both of them were tall, but the corner was well hidden. Luo Wenxiang and the others were chatting by the basketball rack and paid them no attention. The memory of sharing that water bottle on the basketball court surfaced again. "I'm not a dog," Zhao said. "And I'm not moving." The atmosphere was perfect. The location was perfect, too. Xie Yu slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Zhao's face was already close enough that he could almost feel his breath. Then, smack. Xie Yu slapped him lightly on the head. "Idiot. There are cameras." Zhao. There was more than one surveillance camera in the equipment room. Because there was so much equipment to manage, the school relied on constant monitoring. Every class had to register borrowed and returned equipment. Xie Yu glanced upward. One camera was pointed directly at them. Zhao silently cursed the cameras 10,000 times. Just then, Luo Wenxiang finished filling out the equipment form and called over. "Zhao Ji, you done yet?" Even with Luo Wenxiang shouting nearby, Xie Yu could still hear Zhao muttering under his breath. The general meaning was, "To hell with young love. I finally have a proper relationship, and this is what I get." Zhao kept grumbling. Luo Wenxiang was already walking toward them. Just as Zhao was about to let go, Xie Yu suddenly leaned forward and kissed the base of his ear. Warm. Soft. From the camera's angle, it would simply look like one of them had leaned in to whisper something. No one would know what had really happened. Zhao had been in the middle of cursing. Instead, all that came out was, "Fu." He never finished the sentence. Xie Yu stepped back again and narrowed his eyes at him. Luo Wenxiang reached the rack. "Done putting everything away? Let's head back. Hao Zi and the others are waiting outside." Xie Yu casually kicked Zhao. Zhao immediately said, "Going back to class? Then let's go." The midterm exams were approaching. Class 3 became noticeably quieter. Nobody fooled around during class anymore. Everyone was desperately hugging the Buddha's leg, hoping that cramming during the final few days would somehow produce good grades. A long line had formed in front of Xuézhā's desk with students asking questions, leaving him no chance to deal with Class 3's two habitual troublemakers. Standing at the end of the line, Wanda realized there was no way he'd get his questions answered before class started again. He gave up, sat in the empty seat in front of Xie Yu, and let out a long groan. "The two of you actually have time to play video games." Xie Yu remained perfectly calm despite the unprecedented atmosphere of panic in Class 3. "What's there to study? You might as well burn incense and pray." Zhao was even calmer. "A few days ago, I bought some exam passing couplets. A master blessed them. They should arrive before the midterms. Want a couple?" Wanda. These two. They weren't even human anymore. They'd actually bought blessed exam couplets. Keeping those thoughts to himself, Wanda said aloud. "Then, give me two." The couplets arrived the day before the exams. There were 10 in the package. Each was bright red with large golden characters, looking extremely extravagant. Printed in one corner in tiny letters were the words, "Master Linghui." The entire class gathered around to admire them. Everyone silently admitted that their own imagination simply wasn't good enough to go this far. It rained the entire day before the exams. The roads were still damp the next morning. There was no more time to prepare. Everyone had studied through the night, yet somehow not even dark circles appeared to prove their effort. "Students, the weather is getting colder. Remember to wear jackets. Welcome today's exams with warm hearts." Mad Dog's voice echoed through the school speakers during the morning broadcast. As the saying goes, an army trains for 1,000 days for one battle. Leave no regrets. Fight hard, students. They had 10 minutes to switch classrooms. Tang Sun posted the seating chart on the podium. Class 3 spent every last second reciting poems and formulas before grabbing their stationery and heading to their assigned rooms when the bell rang. Xie Yu and Zhao were still assigned to the last examination group. Even the classroom was the same one used during the monthly exams. The familiar gathering place of the poor students remained almost unchanged. Only a few seats had been shuffled around. Even those who had cheated previously found themselves seated with the same people they had copied from. Their scores couldn't improve much. Moving up even a few places from the bottom was already worth celebrating. Xie Yu sat down. Zhao took the seat directly behind him. Leaning forward, Zhao whispered, "Old Xie, I've got a good feeling today. I think I'm going to score well." "Keep feeling," Xie Yu replied. "Feelings are all you've got." Zhao laughed. "Second from the bottom. Feeling superior. At least I'm ahead of you." Zhao reached out and patted the top of Xie Yu's head. After a while, he asked, "What do you want to eat after the exams?" "Anything." Then Xie Yu added, "Just don't invite Xinjie." Every time he comes, we end up fighting. Recalling their previous dinners together, Zhao completely skipped reflecting on either his own behavior or Xie Yu's. He immediately concluded, Xinjie was the problem. Fine, we won't invite him. The midterms were far more important than the monthly exams. Once the grades came out, parents would be waiting. This time, the students in the poor students' examination room weren't satisfied with simply copying from one another. Someone had come up with an entirely new business. I'm selling answer sheets. Spend a little money now. Save yourself a beating later. Anyone interested? A crowd immediately gathered. What answers? How much? 200 yuan a set. I'll send them to your phone instantly. 200? Are you robbing people while the house is on fire? Exactly. The students in the poor students' gathering ground still had principles. No one bought them. The first subject is literature. Write neatly and answer according to the requirements. You have 120 minutes. The invigilators were Tang's son and the history teacher from the neighboring class. If Tang's son hadn't volunteered, probably no teacher would have wanted to supervise this examination room. As the other teachers often said, even if they copied, they'd only be copying from someone just as bad. Read every question carefully. Don't go off topic in your essay. Tang's son looked especially worried as he stared at Zhao. If nothing else, get those two things right. And make your handwriting readable. We can't give points for what we can't read. Xie Yu read the essay topic first. While thinking about how to answer it, he also wondered exactly how one particular idiot would manage to write completely off topic this time. Zhao's legendary 0-point essay titled Silhouette was still circulating among the students. Wěizhuāng's exam papers weren't especially difficult. The questions were conservative and followed the standard format. After finishing, Xie Yu estimated he would score somewhere between 50 and 60 points. Then he put his head down and went to sleep. The moment he rested his head on the desk, he heard Zhao quietly calling him. Old Xie, old Xie. Zhao tapped lightly beneath the desk. Outside, rain drizzled softly against the windows. A cool breeze slipped in through the narrow crack. Remembering what had happened during the monthly exams, Xie Yu stretched one hand behind him beneath the desk. Passing answers again? Zhao didn't reply. Before Xie Yu's searching hand could touch anything, Zhao caught it. He first wrapped his fingers around Xie Yu's fingertips. Then he slid upward and quietly intertwined their hands. Chapter 54. The exam room was quiet, even as people played their little tricks. Old Tang walked toward the podium, unaware that as he passed one row of desks, wads of paper flew through the air. No answers. Zhao's palm was empty this time. There was no tiny cheat note. Xie Yu's hand was cool. Zhao said, I wanted to do this last time too. Rain rippled against the window. After a while, Xie Yu asked, Are you done? Zhao replied, No. Let me hold on a little longer. Xie Yu paused. He was speechless, but he couldn't help laughing. Idiot. Seeing Old Tang about to pass by them again, the idiot finally let go. Old Tang stopped in front of Zhao's desk for several minutes, staring at his answer sheet. The furrows on his forehead deepened more and more. At last, he sighed. His expression complicated as he looked at the paper covered with writing on both sides. Once Old Tang left, Zhao poked Xie Yu with his pen. What was that about? Zhaoji, look at the answers you wrote, Xie Yu said. You really don't know? Xie Yu could only sigh helplessly. This idiot probably genuinely had no idea. As a student whose grades were so terrible that even 8 bulls couldn't drag them up to the passing line, Zhao probably had complete confidence that he had done well. The morning exams ended, and during lunch everyone compared answers. Zhaoji, your couplets didn't work. I got a lot of the math questions wrong. Wanda handed the guaranteed pass, couplets back, to Zhao. You'd better keep them yourself. I don't think they work either, Zhao said as he picked up his phone. Old Tang even sighed at my paper during the Chinese exam. I'm going to ask the seller. Xie Yu looked at him strangely. Ask the seller what? Whether we're using them correctly. How else could you use them? Burn them and drink the ashes? That can't be right. That's way too evil. The group discussed it for a while before the seller finally replied. If your heart is sincere, they will work. If your heart is sincere, they will work. Zhao stuffed the couplets back into Wanda's hands. So, should we work on our emotions again this afternoon? Xie Yu thought. Why does it feel like he's just messing with him? But Wanda actually fell for it. Okay, I'll try again this afternoon. The exams lasted a full 2 days. When the final paper ended, everyone felt only one thing: exhaustion. To help everyone relax, Xuézhā played a comedy movie. The movie was already halfway through, yet the classroom remained silent. Finally, Xuézhā asked anxiously, "Why isn't anyone laughing? Isn't it funny? Come on, cheer up." Wanda said expressionlessly, "Turn it off. I really can't laugh right now. By the way, Master Ling Hui is officially the person I hate most. I'm doomed." Luo Wenxiang collapsed onto his desk. "I need to seriously think about my survival plan." Only He Zhao enthusiastically cooperated. "This movie's great. Aren't you guys watching?" Xie Yu stepped outside to answer a phone call. Lei's mom had asked him the night before when his exams would end, so Zhou Dalai called him as soon as they were over. Zhou Dalai was squatting in an alley. When Xie Yu answered, he crushed out his cigarette, switched the phone to his other hand, and said, "Boss Xie finished your exams. Let's get together. Aunt May learned a few new recipes and keeps talking about making them for you when you come over." Halfway through speaking, he turned towards someone nearby and clicked his tongue. "Bastard, you're still trying to run? Stay right there. If I don't kill you today, I'll write my name backwards." Something sounded off. Xie Yu asked, "What's going on over there?" "Nothing." Zhou Dalai walked out of the alley, and the noise gradually faded behind him. "Some idiot stole something. Damn, stealing in this neighborhood? We'll show him the power of Blackwater Street when we meet up." Xie Yu understood. "Don't hit him too hard." Dalai kept walking, then suddenly seemed to remember something that brightened his mood. "Boss Xie, remember when Wang Ma dragged us out in the middle of the night to chase that thief? Damn, I was scared to death. I had no idea what was happening." Leaning against the wall, Xie Yu looked through the classroom window. For a moment, it felt as though he had returned to that familiar little street whose community environment review score was always terrible. He drifted into memory. It had happened several years ago. Late one night, a thief broke into Wang Ma's house. The thief crouched beneath the window outside, not daring to climb inside. He looked up at Wang Ma for a long time, never imagining that a middle-aged woman could be so terrifying. Pots, pans, bowls, and dishes rained down on him as Wang Ma shouted loudly enough to wake the entire street. "Thief! Thief!" The petty thief had never imagined he wouldn't even be able to escape. He slid down the drainpipe beside the house, but before he could even regain his balance, a slipper smacked him squarely in the face. Lei's mom, still wearing her nightgown, took off the slipper on her other foot and shouted from the balcony, "Over there! I see you. Still running? I'll beat you to death." It was complete chaos that night. They chased the thief through 3 entire streets. Xie Yu and the other kids were part of the crowd too, running all over the place. That summer, even the night breeze had been warm. Before handing the thief over to the police, everyone cornered him against a wall. He begged desperately, "I'll never come here again." "What are you stealing for?" Aunt May stood right in front of him, rolling up her sleeves. "Lift your head and let's talk. Don't be scared. I won't really beat you to death. At most, I'll beat you half to death so I can explain a few things." Madame Gu had never fully adapted to life on this street. Her upbringing and values made it difficult for her to understand why everyone wanted to beat people first and ask questions later. Surely they could just send the thief to the police station without resorting to violence. She had dragged Xie Yu home by the ear. "What exactly were you joining in for?" "Returning to the present," Xie Yu said. "Just this weekend. I don't have anything else to do anyway." "Sure." Dalai happily agreed. They chatted for a little longer. Standing in the bend of the stairwell, Xie Yu didn't notice that He Zhao had quietly slipped out of the classroom. While no one was looking, He Zhao wrapped his arms around Xie Yu's waist from behind and leaned forward. "What are you doing?" Zhou Dalai had been about to hang up when he heard that voice through the phone. The voice was low, close, practically brushing against Boss Xie's ear. The rising tone at the end sounded unmistakably flirtatious. And it sounded strangely familiar. Zhou Dalai was stunned. "Who was that? That sounded seriously inappropriate." Xie Yu said calmly, "Yeah, you caught me." He Zhao, who had somehow been labeled inappropriate for no reason, blinked. "Huh. Oh, you're that. I remember now. We met at the police station." After Xie Yu reminded him, He Zhao immediately remembered writing that self-reflection at the station. Thinking he ought to get along with his boyfriend's friend, he pondered seriously before finally saying, "Friend, your reflection essay was really well written. Excellent writing style. Xie Yu. Zhou Daily's freshly lit cigarette nearly fell from his mouth. Who the hell are you? Then the words, police station, and the shameless attitude finally connected in his mind. Oh, you're that ridiculously handsome guy wearing the mask. Zhao was standing close enough to hear everything, and Zhou Daily wasn't exactly speaking quietly. Without the slightest embarrassment, Zhao replied, That's me, the most handsome guy in the police station. Zhao was naturally easygoing. Whether he knew someone or not, he could always find something to chat about. Xie Yu couldn't bear listening any longer. How can you be this shameless? Unexpectedly, Zhou Daily actually wanted to keep talking. Hey, boss Xie. What a coincidence. You're at the same school? Friends. Xie Yu paused before answering. Friends. Boyfriends, actually. But Zhou Daily's thoughts never went in that direction, so Xie Yu didn't mention it. Although they had to keep a low profile at school, Xie Yu had never intended to hide their relationship forever. If Daily ever asked one day, he'd probably admit it directly. Boyfriend. Surprised? After hanging up, Zhao asked, You're going home this weekend? Xie Yu replied. I'm going to my godmother's place. Zhao thought for a moment. The street boss godmother you mentioned before? Xie Yu hadn't expected Zhao to remember that casual remark. Although Aunt May had a fiery temper and carried herself like some mafia auntie, she was, after all, an honest businesswoman. The dismissal bell rang. Everyone packed up and gradually left the classroom. The exam results hadn't even been released yet, but people were already either celebrating or worrying. Lu Xuézhā and the others waved from the classroom door after spotting them in the distance. We're heading out. One of Zhao's arms rested casually across Xie Yu's shoulders. He waved back. See you. By now, Lu Xuézhā wasn't even surprised anymore. They'd already held hands openly in class, and there was even a dedicated CP thread for them on the school forum. Xie Yu returned to the dorm to pack. Zhao followed closely behind him every step of the way. After gathering several changes of clothes, Xie Yu turned around to grab his phone charger and walked straight into Zhao. Can you sit somewhere quietly for a while? Zhao said. I can't. Just thinking about not seeing you for 2 whole days, 48 hours, 2,880 minutes, 172,800 seconds. Xie Yu was too busy pushing him toward the bed to notice how absurdly fast Zhao had calculated all that. Sit. He shoved Zhao onto the bed, patted him on the head, and said through gritted teeth, If you say anything that's stupid again, I'm punching you. Zhao. Xie Yu didn't go directly to Blackwater Street. He first went to the Zhong household. Madame Gu was preparing dinner. She didn't even take off her apron before hurrying to answer the door. You're back? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Gu Xuelan asked him several more questions. How was the cafeteria food? Had he lost weight? How had the midterms gone? Xie Yu picked up an apple from the fruit bowl and leaned against the kitchen doorway. They went fine. The word fine was vague enough to mean almost anything. What do you mean, fine? Gu Xuelan asked. Are you second from last again? Xie Yu didn't answer. Neither did Gu Xuelan press him. Instead, for some reason, she brought up the student who was always last. Your desk mate. The one who's always at the bottom of the grade. After saying that, she sighed. Sometimes, Xie Yu felt exactly the same way Madame Gu did now. Originally, Madame Gu had only planned to make 2 dishes. Now she ended up cooking several more and became busy in the kitchen. Xie Yu sat on the sofa waiting for dinner. Looking down at his phone, he slowly typed into the search bar. What should I do if my boyfriend won't study? Chapter 55. There were countless threads on the topic, and Xie Yu clicked into one of the more recent ones. The question had been posted 3 days earlier. The original poster spent an absurd amount of time praising his boyfriend, making him sound less like a person and more like some flawless mythical being, before finally getting to the point. But his grades are terrible. He comes second to last in every exam. How can I improve his attitude toward studying? The top reply read, How about setting a goal? For example, improving by a certain number of points or aiming for a particular university. The original poster replied, It doesn't have to be anything too amazing. Tsinghua or Peking University is fine. The words second to last made Xie Yu's eye twitch, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the poster's tone sounded strangely familiar. He didn't dwell on it. Instead, he continued scrolling through threads titled things like, What should I do if my child doesn't like studying? Most of them were started by worried parents, and the discussions inevitably turned into parenting forums. Where do you work now? A state-owned enterprise. The competition is fierce. It's tough. Dinner's ready. Gua Huang carried the last dish from the kitchen into the dining room, untied her apron, and said, "Put your phone away. Stop carrying it around everywhere." Xie Yu turned off the screen at once. Got it. There were 4 dishes and a soup, all simple homemade food. Whenever Zhong Guofei got off work on time, he ate dinner at home. Tonight, he was probably out entertaining clients, so only Xie Yu and Madame Gu sat at the table. Xie Yu helped himself generously to every dish before putting down his chopsticks and preparing to go upstairs. But Gua Huang was still watching him. "You barely ate anything," she said, convinced as always that her son never ate enough. "Are you full? Have another bowl of soup." Every parent seemed determined to raise their children like pigs. Xie Yu accepted another bowl of red date and egg soup. When he was almost finished, he said, "Mom, I'm going to Aunt May's tomorrow." Gua Huang paused, her hand still resting on the soup ladle, but didn't say much. "Be careful. Don't cause trouble. Come back early." She had never liked him visiting Blackwater Street so often. In her eyes, they had only lived there because they had no other choice, and they had been fortunate enough to meet kind people. But their ways of life were different. Lei's mother and Aunt May showed affection by yelling and scolding people, and the two of them would even stand outside together smoking from time to time. Gua Huang had always imagined that after they moved away, whether after 1 year, 2 years, or even 3, their connection to Blackwater Street would gradually fade. But Xie Yu, a quiet child who always seemed indifferent to everything, had unexpectedly become attached. That evening, Xie Yu searched once again for what to do if you don't like studying. After browsing the internet for a long time, he failed to find any useful methods for making someone enjoy studying. What he did find, however, was a collection of bizarre suggestions. For example, suffering a head injury in a car accident, or getting struck by lightning. Some people were even selling miracle medicine. Miracle Knowledge Pill, a revolutionary high-tech product. Boost your intelligence, unlock both the left and right brain, and improve your grades with ease. No need for car accidents or lightning strikes. 1 30-day course. Xie Yu stared at the advertisement for quite a while. Thinking about He Zhao's grades, he actually considered placing an order. He continued scrolling, trying to find the ingredient list. Before he could make sense of it, his phone rang. It was He Zhao. While answering, he accidentally turned on speakerphone. He Zhao's voice immediately filled the room. "Little friend, what are you up to?" Xie Yu thought, "Considering buying you a treatment plan." "Nothing." His hair was still damp from his shower. There was absolutely no way he could bring up the miracle knowledge pill, so he asked instead, "What about you?" "I'm thinking about you." His voice was serious and unexpectedly gentle as it echoed through the room. The next second, however, the emotional atmosphere that He Zhao had painstakingly created shattered completely. "This is the correct answer. Remember it." "Remember my ass." In reality, He Zhao had already exercised tremendous self-control. He had wanted to call the moment he left, but forced himself to wait until he figured Xie Yu's family had probably finished dinner. Thinking of Xie Yu's overbearing stepbrother, he asked, "Did that low-IQ idiot bully my little friend again?" "He's not home." It took Xie Yu a moment to realize who he meant. Besides, if anyone was bullying anyone, it was probably the other way around. He couldn't beat me in a fight anyway. Over the years, Zhong Jie had never once gained the upper hand against him. Not physically, not verbally. The two chatted on and off. "Oh right, old Xie. Did you mute the class group chat?" "No. I check it now and then. I thought the study rep might have scared you away. That formula he pinned, N equals C asterisk V, has been sitting there all day. I actually memorized it." What was the point of memorizing it? It was a physics formula. Was he planning to write a physics formula on his math exam and hope for sympathy points? Xie Yu rubbed his forehead. "You're doing great." Class 3 secret group chat had quietly disappeared long ago. After everyone realized their so-called school tyrants didn't actually beat people up, and that the teachers were all surprisingly reasonable, there was no longer any need for a private group. Besides, their homeroom teacher was an old man who went to bed early and never lurked in the chat. The night belonged to young people. The official Class 3 group chat was lively every evening. The study representative changed his status to a different formula every day, never forgetting to slip educational tidbits into casual conversations. Whenever Wandu appeared, the group instantly turned into a gossip session. It practically looked like everyone had brought out little stools and bags of melon seeds. The classmates all had busy weekend lives. Su Qingqing often had to accompany her mother shopping and would complain bitterly in the group chat while standing outside clothing stores with her arms full of shopping bags. "I hate shopping." Then Lu Tsuanhao and the others would comfort her. "None of us guys like shopping either. You're truly our Qingji." Xie Yu had nothing to contribute. He was a natural conversation killer and rarely spoke even in the Don't Fight group chat. Despite having nothing particularly important to say, he and Wěizhuāng still chatted until late into the night. Wěizhuāng was a master at making even the most ordinary things sound entertaining. Eventually, Xie Yu grew sleepy. Night had fully settled outside. The only light in his room came from the soft glow of his phone screen. Wěizhuāng noticed his little friend's voice becoming quieter and quieter, his replies shrinking to single words. His tone sounded soft, unexpectedly obedient. Without realizing it, Wěizhuāng lowered his own voice as well. "Did you fall asleep?" No answer came from the other end. Even through the phone, though, it felt as though their breathing had become intertwined. Wěizhuāng couldn't bring himself to hang up. He felt content, yet somehow, not content enough. "I've realized something lately." Even though Xie Yu couldn't hear him, Wěizhuāng still whispered, "I think I'm becoming addicted to loving you." Xie Yu's dreams were nowhere near as romantic. Still, perhaps people really did dream about whatever occupied their thoughts during the day. That night, he dreamed about Wěizhuāng. It was an incredibly bizarre dream. In it, Wěizhuāng finished the college entrance examination and became an excavator operator. It was a complete nightmare. After waking up, Xie Yu spent a long time trying to calm himself down. He failed. He got out of bed, splashed cold water on his face, looked at himself in the mirror, and couldn't help cursing. Fuck. The early morning bus wasn't crowded. Xie Yu put in his earbuds, planning to catch up on some sleep during the ride. The bus swayed constantly, especially around corners and during sudden stops. He dozed for a long time without actually falling asleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he was afraid he'd see Wěizhuāng smiling at him from inside the cab of an excavator. Opening his eyes again, he watched the endless stream of traffic outside the window and the breakfast stalls lining the roadside. After getting off at his stop, he lowered his head and texted Danmei. "Had breakfast yet?" "Nope. Meet at Wang Ma's. Get me 5 meat buns. I'll be there soon." Wang Ma had originally run a roadside breakfast stall before saving enough money to open a small shop. All the kids in the neighborhood had grown up eating her food, and whenever they went too long without it, they found themselves craving it. Xie Yu found a seat and waited for a while. Just as he finished sending another text urging Zhou Dalai to hurry up, he looked up to find a steaming bowl of tofu pudding placed in front of him. "I spotted you from a distance, kid." Wang Ma set the bowl down. Her hands were still damp, so she wiped them on her apron. "The buns are still steaming. They'll be ready soon. Eat this first." Wang Ma. The shop itself wasn't in great condition. The floor was dotted with puddles of muddy water, and because there wasn't enough room inside, several tables and chairs had been placed outside. Holding his spoon, Xie Yu smiled. "I haven't even ordered yet." Wang Ma laughed. "As if I don't know what you and Wěizhuāng always eat. I could take your orders with my eyes closed." Just as she finished speaking, Dalai wandered in wearing slippers, his eyes still half closed with sleep. He scratched his head as he entered, then raised one hand. "Wang Ma, 5 for me." Aunt May was still working at Guangmao and wouldn't be free until around noon. Xie Yu spent the entire morning in Dalai's room playing games on an old red and white Famicom connected to a bulky tube television they still hadn't thrown away. "You still have this?" "Nostalgia." Zhou Dalai grinned. "More importantly, it still works. This thing's unbelievably durable." As they played, old memories surfaced. "When you were little," Xie Yu said, "your mom bought you. What was it again?" "What?" "The stuff that was supposed to improve your memory and make you smarter." For the sake of Zhou Dalai's grades, Lei's mother had tried every questionable remedy imaginable. She had even made him drink water that had been used to soak Spring Festival couplets. None of it had worked. Back then, television constantly aired an infomercial for a miracle health supplement for children. Change your child's life. Change your child's destiny. Give your child a head start. The commercial lasted half an hour. Lei's mother had immediately called the hotline and ordered 2 large boxes. Zhou Dailai finally remembered. Oh, that. He spread his hands. Just look at me now. Does it seem like it worked? Xie Yu fell silent. Yeah, fair point. I'm the idiot. Chapter 56. Dailai's house was exactly the same as before. Even the television still had the same den on top, with a crack running down the screen. Just looking at it filled Xie Yu with a sense of familiarity. Danmei had broken it by accident. At the time, he jumped in shock and said, "It's not broken. No way." Danmei had even come up with a plan to sell himself to pay for it. But Dailai waved a dismissive hand. Dailai said, "There's no way it's broken. Even if it is, my mom would thank you. This television has an incredibly strong will to live. Mom's been waiting for it to break, so she'd finally have an excuse to buy a new one. Look, it's still working, isn't it?" Xie Yu played for a while before stopping. He shoved the pile of blankets on Dailai's bed into the corner, making room for himself. Then he leaned against the headboard and looked down at his phone, where he'd opened the class group chat. Wěizhuāng's message. "I'm telling you, my dad came home drunk last night. He hugged the toilet bowl, passionately called out my mom's name, and she almost kicked him into it." Wanda's message. "Your dad's really something." Wěizhuāng's message. "Is he still alive?" Zhao had gotten up early. Xie Yu had already received a text from him, but before he could reply, Zhao appeared in the group chat. Zhao's message. "You too, knock it off." Zhao's message. "Compared to Haozi's dad, you're both worse in every way. Want me to list all your heroic deeds here?" Faced with the threat of blackmail, Wanda sobered up immediately. Wanda's message. "Ha ha ha. I just remembered I haven't finished my homework. Later, guys." Wěizhuāng's message. Later. Xie Yu watched as the 2 people who had just said later reappeared almost immediately, complaining that there was too much homework. In the time they'd spent chatting, they probably could have finished an entire problem set. Zhou Dailai got bored playing video games by himself. Seeing that Boss Xie seemed to be in a good mood, he asked, "What's got you so happy?" Xie Yu said, "The group chat. Someone got drunk and mistook the toilet bowl for his wife. Too much homework." Zhou Dailai said. "Oh, if it weren't for Zhou Dailai's years of friendship with this young master, he never would have understood what Xie Yu was talking about." Xie Yu treated words like gold, always leaving the other person to fill in the missing pieces himself. Even his story skipped half the details. After saying, "Oh," Zhou Dailai suddenly realized something was off. Zhou Dailai said, "Damn, your class group chat?" 2 minutes later, he threw aside the red and white controller and jumped to his feet. Xie Yu said, "What's with that reaction?" Zhou Dailai said, "A shocked reaction. I never would have guessed." Xie Yu thought about closing the chat, but Zhao's words from the previous night kept echoing in his mind. The class group chat. The study representative. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to leave some sign of his presence before logging off. He scrolled through the emoji list and picked a warm, smiling face. Everyone in Class 2, Grade 3 who happened to be online suddenly saw an emoji that completely clashed with their impression of Xie Yu as someone cold, distant, and sarcastic. Xie Yu's message. Smile. Wanda's message. Wěizhuāng's message. Wěizhuāng's message. The group chat instantly fell silent. Only Zhao Ji remained completely unfazed. Zhao's message. "Good morning, old Xie. Had breakfast yet?" Xie Yu tapped the screen. Before he could reply, Zhao called. "Still a little sleepy," Xie Yu answered. Xie Yu said, "Yeah, I already ate. What is it?" Zhao laughed. Zhao said, "Nothing. I just wanted to hear your voice." Xie Yu said, "The correct answer again?" Zhao said, "No. Where are you?" Xie Yu glanced at Zhou Dailai's bed, which looked more like a dog's nest. Even though he silently judged it, he'd had nowhere else to sleep. Xie Yu said, "At the house of the guy who wrote that great self-reflection. Anything else? If not, I'm going back to sleep." "Fuck. Still going back to sleep?" Zhao connected the 2 thoughts and found the coincidence almost unbelievable. "Where are you sleeping?" "On the bed. Where else?" Xie Yu replied. "Ah." After a moment, Zhao quietly asked, "So my little friend is sleeping in another man's bed?" "Are you crazy?" Zhou Dailai was still sitting on the floor playing a video game. Xie Yu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable flirting with his boyfriend in front of a brother he'd known for years. "I'm hanging up." Zhao had only been teasing him. He just wanted to hear a few gentle words, but after thinking about it, he decided it was probably better if he didn't. After all, it was his little friend. Whatever he said was fine. Sleep well, then. After hanging up, Zhao popped a lollipop into his mouth and set his phone aside. He looked back at the practice exam he had been working on, read through the questions, and tried to think about the answers. Then his phone screen lit up again. It was a text message. From the cutest little friend in the entire world. Other man my ass. Just a few simple words, bluntly phrased, as cold as ever. But Zhao stared at them for a long time. By the time he came back to his senses, he had completely lost the mood to work on practice questions. All he wanted to do was run a few laps around the school track and shout at the top of his lungs. Fuck. Read between the lines. This is basically a confession. He's mine alone. After sending the text, Xie Yu tossed his phone aside and slept until noon, when Zhou Dailai woke him. Boss, yeah, look what time it is. Lunch is almost over, and Aunt May still isn't back. I'm starving. The sun was high outside. Bright light streamed through the balcony window. Voices drifted in from the alley, where a couple was arguing loudly enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. Xie Yu sat up and looked outside. A woman on the opposite balcony was munching on melon seeds while enjoying the spectacle. Every couple of seeds, she muttered. What are they even arguing about? Just get on with the fight already. At this rate, you'll still be arguing till the cows come home. Maybe he had slept too long, or maybe it was because he'd been woken up suddenly, but Xie Yu's left eyelid kept twitching. He raised a hand and pressed it lightly. Call her. Zhou Dailai tried calling Su Yanmei, but no one answered. It took several more attempts before someone finally picked up. Su Yanmei simply said she was busy, told them to grab something to eat at a restaurant. Wait until she got home that evening. Then the call ended. She said she was busy. Probably something came up over at Guangmao. Zhou Dailai stuffed his phone back into his pocket and stood up. So? Want to go eat? There weren't many restaurants nearby, only a few Shaxian eateries, all nearly empty. Aside from the shops that obviously weren't running legitimate businesses, the only other option was the roadside food stalls. Zai, long time no see. The shop owner greeted him enthusiastically. Zhou Dailai had originally wanted to keep looking around, but after that greeting, they couldn't exactly leave without going in. Come on in. What would you like? Zhou Dailai picked a seat by the window, sat down, and said, 2 orders of the house special. Xie Yu picked up a pair of chopsticks. You know him? Not that well, but if you mention my name here, you get a 20% discount. Zhou Dailai grinned. Whenever the boss gets stuck on a level in a mobile game, I help him clear it. Hearing the words mobile game now immediately made Xie Yu think of dress-up games and similar nonsense. Zhou Dailai always claimed he was a gaming expert who would play any game that dared appear in the App Store, but he probably had never ventured into that particular genre. They chatted on and off while the smell of oil and stir-frying drifted out from the kitchen along with the hiss of the gas stove. About 10 minutes later, the owner brought out 2 plates of geifen, 2 house specials. Enjoy. After serving them, he returned to the kitchen, where 2 workers in aprons were busy talking. Xie Yu had barely touched his bowl and hadn't even picked up his chopsticks when he heard part of their conversation through the kitchen door the owner had just opened. Guangmao? I heard. Yeah, fight. The kitchen door suddenly swung open again. The boy who had just been sitting quietly by the window now stood there with a cold expression. What fight? The 2 workers froze. After a moment, one of them answered, over at Guangmao. Someone's making trouble. A whole group of them. Looks like it could turn into a big fight. Zhou Dailai had only managed 2 bites before Xie Yu, looking unusually grim, grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out of the restaurant. Once outside, Zhou Dailai looked utterly bewildered. What are you doing? Was there poop in the food? What exactly did Aunt May say just now? Xie Yu demanded without letting go. Word for word. Just down this street, after turning left, was Guangmao. Zhou Dailai could tell something was wrong now as well. She said, I'm busy right now. I might be back late. Then she hung up. Thinking back on it now, Comrade Su Yanmei's tone had been far too gentle. Normally, if a delivery was delayed by half an hour, she could curse nonstop for another half hour without repeating herself once. But today, not only had she not complained about her precious time being wasted, she'd sounded unusually calm. Xie Yu released his grip. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Following the route on his map app, Wěizhuāng transferred buses twice before arriving at a place that looked very much like the location from a certain someone's social media post. The moment he stepped off the bus, he nearly tripped over the pothole-ridden road. During the ride, Wěizhuāng had struck up a pleasant conversation with the elderly man sitting beside him. After they got off, the old man even invited him over to his house for a chat. Next time, Wěizhuāng said with a smile. He was surprised by how welcoming the people here were, but he declined politely. I've got something to do. The old man persisted. What could be so urgent? Come have a drink first. Wěizhuāng smiled. I'm looking for someone. Someone very important. Wěizhuāng wasn't sure whether he was acting on impulse. After receiving that text message that morning, he'd managed to suppress the urge to run laps around campus. What he hadn't managed to suppress was the urge to come here and see a certain someone. He wanted to see him. He really wanted to see him. Unfortunately, after wandering around the neighborhood several times, he still couldn't find the place he was looking for. Not only did he have no idea where his friend from the train station lived, he couldn't even remember the guy's name. When Xie Yu answered Wěizhuāng's call, he was standing at the entrance of Guangmao. On one side stood Xie Yu and the others. On the other stood a group of furious, heavily tattooed thugs. The atmosphere was tense enough that it felt like swords had already been drawn and arrows set to their strings. Before Wěizhuāng could say anything, Xie Yu, gripping a stick in his hand, said, "No time right now. We can talk after I'm done fighting." Chapter 57. A fight? Like an actual fist fight. Xie Yu gave an absent-minded hum in agreement and walked forward. The stick in his hand scraped loudly across the muddy ground. Zhao Dalei, who wasn't mentally prepared for a fight, fell silent. Xie Yu seemed to attract fights wherever he went. Looking back on all the fights Zhao Dalei had gotten into while growing up, he doubted he would have made it through if Grandpa Xie Yu hadn't always been around. Every time Xie Yu stood on a battlefield like this, he didn't even need to speak. One look from him was enough to provoke the other side from the bottom of their hearts. "Oh, you want to fight? You looking down on me? You think I can't beat you?" At that point, Zhao Dalei reached out and tugged on Xie Yu's sleeve. "Boss Xie, at least wait until I find a weapon." Xie Yu handed him the stick. "I can use my fists." Xie Yu stood out too much. Even the group glaring at them couldn't help noticing that there was a boy among Guangmao's people who looked eager to start a fight. They immediately raised their voices. "Fine, let's settle this today. Magia, we usually respect you as the big sister around here, but don't push your luck. Why the hell are we wasting time talking to them?" The leader flicked the ash from his cigarette and sauntered forward. "We came here to smash the place." After hearing everything, Wěizhuāng's thoughts of, "When I see my little friend later, I'll surprise him. Damn, I'm such a model boyfriend. When I show up looking this handsome, my little friend will definitely be so touched that we'll hold hands and walk down the street together like some romantic movie." Instantly shattered. Squatting at the corner of an unfamiliar street, Wěizhuāng looked toward the chaotic residential district ahead and spotted the words Guangmao. He thought, my little friend's violence-filled daily life really is exciting. After hanging up the phone, Xie Yu walked over and quietly asked, "Who are you people, and what exactly do you do? You can't keep causing trouble on the streets forever." He listened to them for a while. Unfortunately, they spewed nothing but nonsense. He hadn't caught a single useful piece of information. Who knew what petty grudge had brought them together today? At first, he'd listened patiently, thinking they might eventually say something worthwhile. Instead, they hurled insult after insult, cursed 18 generations of his ancestors, and repeated the same few profanities like a broken record. In the end, they only knew those handful of curse words. They're just a bunch of punks. So damn annoying. They're from North Street. Su Yinmei's voice was still hoarse from smoking, and she subconsciously slipped back into swearing. Halfway through the sentence, she stopped herself and glared at Xie Yu. "What am I doing? I should be asking you that. What are you doing here? Lazy, hurry up and take him away." Standing nearby, Zhao Dalei immediately replied, "You think I can move him?" Su Yinmei fell silent. The whole thing had started several days earlier. Several truckloads of goods had arrived for Su Yinmei. Guangmao didn't have enough manpower, so she asked the supervisor to hire some temporary workers. The supervisor, driven by greed, pocketed part of the labor budget and hired a group of shady people instead. After the unloading was finished, the inventory came up short. Before the supervisor could confront the temporary workers, they struck first. They occupied the ground floor of Guangmao, refused to leave, insisted they had been falsely accused despite being honest people, and demanded compensation for emotional distress. It sounded utterly ridiculous. But around here, things like this happened almost every day. Most of them weren't educated, and public order was poor. Many had dropped out of school, preferring to scrape by on the streets, gather a few brothers for life, and form little gangs of their own. Although they never amounted to much, they still had a bit of influence. They couldn't spend their entire lives doing manual labor. Yet they strutted around proudly after joining a gang, acting as though they were somehow superior. Su Yanmei had been at a stalemate with them for so long because she hadn't wanted things to escalate into a real fight. Maybe she was getting older and had become softer-hearted, willing to let things go whenever possible. She had intended to scare them off. Unfortunately, this bunch was the kind that wouldn't shed tears until they saw their own graves. While Xie Yu wasn't paying attention, Su Yanmei casually flicked away the cigarette, but she'd smoked down to the filter. "Damn it, I can't hold back anymore. They're trying to pull one over on me," she said. "Emotional damages? Medical bills, on the other hand. I'll consider paying those." Xie Yu simply said, "Beat them." Zhou Dailai nodded. "Once they get beaten properly, they'll behave." By now, passers-by had gathered to watch. The locals watched with expressionless faces. Scenes like this happened every day. No one called the police. People from the streets settled street problems themselves. Su Yanmei snapped. "The two of you aren't fighting over my dead body. Get back." There were about a dozen people on each side. The two groups spent nearly half an hour shouting back and forth. Xie Yu rolled his wrists, ready to end things quickly. Just then, the crowd around them suddenly erupted into much louder chatter. Turning around, Xie Yu saw a line of people crossing the street toward them. Every one of them carried a weapon. The leader walked at the front with an imposing swagger. Although nobody knew what was happening, the spectators instinctively parted to make way. Su Yanmei looked over as well. "Who are they? What's going on?" Zhou Dailai stared for a while before saying, "That guy. Looks kind of familiar." Xie Yu said nothing. He simply cursed inwardly. "Eat some more. How is it? If it's good, have another bowl of rice." By the time Xie Yu came back to his senses, he was already sitting at Aunt May's dining table. He absent-mindedly poked at the rice in his bowl with his chopsticks while watching comrade Su Yanmei pick up a piece of barbecued pork, pass right over his bowl, and place it into the bowl of the person beside him. Wěizhuāng thanked her repeatedly. "It's delicious. The pork is rich without being greasy, and the seasoning is perfect." Aunt May happily picked up another piece and dropped it into Wěizhuāng's bowl. "No need to thank me. Don't be so polite." Xie Yu set down his chopsticks. He suddenly didn't feel like talking anymore. Zhou Dailai, however, had no such reservations. He was practically overjoyed. "That was amazing just now. Bro, where'd you find so many people?" Wěizhuāng replied, "At the internet cafe one street over. Flash mob." When Wěizhuāng had arrived at Guangmao with that crowd, he put on such an impressive performance that the other side had genuinely believed he was some influential gang leader. Zhou Dailai had watched the whole thing with increasing admiration. By the end, he had squatted on the ground laughing so hard that he clutched his stomach. "Boss, yeah, your classmate is incredible. He's destined for greatness." "Say you thought right. Future excavator bro. Of course he's incredible." Aunt May's dining room was a tiny space separated from the living room by only a simple partition. Whenever many guests came over, they'd unfold a large round table in the backyard. Of course, they'd first have to check the weather forecast and pick a calm, auspicious day. If Xie Yu leaned back any farther, his back would hit the wall. "What's wrong?" Wěizhuāng set down his chopsticks. Beneath the table, his hand quietly reached over and touched Xie Yu's. "Why aren't you eating?" After a long pause, Xie Yu answered, "Just taking a break." Su Yanmei had formed an excellent first impression of Wěizhuāng. He was the first classmate Xie Yu had ever brought home. He was articulate, cheerful, and knew exactly how to hold a conversation. In the end, Zhou Dailai barely managed to eat any barbecued pork because nearly all of it ended up in Wěizhuāng's bowl. "Aunt May, don't give him any more," Xie Yu said as he watched her continue piling food into Wěizhuāng's bowl. "He can't eat anymore." Only then did Su Yanmei finally put down her chopsticks. "I guess I have fed him a little too much." It sounded suspiciously like she was talking about feeding livestock. After stuffing him full, Su Yanmei still wasn't finished. "So, How's our Xiao Yu doing at school? He's impulsive. If you can stop him, talk some sense into him. Xie Yu wanted to explain that every fight he'd gotten into this semester had been with the very person currently standing in front of her. Zhao immediately replied, Our Xiao Yu. No, your Xiao Yu. He's doing pretty well at school. Xie Yu's left eyelid twitched. He had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, the next second, Zhao began spinning complete nonsense. He talked about how attentive Xie Yu was in class, how hardworking he was, how he loved helping classmates, valued friendship, respected school rules. The more he spoke, the more outrageous it became. Afraid he'd continue exaggerating, Xie Yu reached under the table and grabbed Zhao's hand. Su Yinmei noticed nothing unusual. Instead, she looked a little embarrassed by all the praise and modestly added, Our Xiao Yu's grades aren't exactly very good. It's fine, Zhao replied. My grades are even worse. Su Yinmei fell silent. Zhou Dailai hadn't eaten lunch and was starving, so he continued stuffing the remaining barbecued pork into his mouth. Su Yinmei got up and went into the kitchen to cut fruit. She wielded the fruit knife with such force that every chop sounded like she was attacking an enemy. Xie Yu still hadn't let go of Zhao's hand. His finger lightly traced across the back of it as he quietly asked, What are you doing here? Zhao leaned close to his ear and whispered, I came to find you. Neither of them spoke again. Their eyes met. Suddenly, nothing more needed to be said. Xie Yu looked away. The ear Zhao had leaned close to was burning hot. Su Yinmei might have been rough around the edges, but the fruit platter she prepared looked surprisingly elegant. She had even arranged a neat ring of walnuts around the edge of the plate. Zhao hesitated. This is... Dusting off her hands, Su Yinmei walked out of the kitchen and answered bluntly, Eat them. They're good for your brain. Xie Yu. Zhao. When they finally left, both of them had their hands filled with bags of peeled walnuts. There were enough to last quite a while. Carrying the red plastic bags, Xie Yu felt rather conflicted. Zhao, on the other hand, looked delighted. His good mood lasted all the way to the bus stop. Walking side by side with Xie Yu as they waited for the bus, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. So, does this count as meeting your family? Chapter 58. Whether it counted as meeting the parents or not, Zhao certainly treated it that way. He did everything he could to win Aunt May's favor, acting as though he, not Xie Yu, were her godson. It counts, Xie Yu said as he took 2 steps forward. So remember to eat all the walnuts they gave you. Zhao looked down at the bags in his hands, and the joy of his earlier, future son-in-law visit immediately faded. They hadn't talked much at the dinner table, afraid they might accidentally let something slip. Besides, they had been too busy with their little movements under the table. Only now did Xie Yu finally comment. You really look like a neighborhood boss this afternoon, Zhaoji. Zhao said, It wasn't bad. When I walk down the street, I feel like the whole street belongs to me. You're taking my sarcasm as a compliment? The buses here only came every half hour, and the previous one had probably just left. The bus stop sign hung crookedly, and there weren't even any proper seats in the waiting area. The place looked incredibly run down. Zhao hadn't noticed when he arrived, but now he looked around for somewhere to sit and found only 4 bare stumps. Judging by them, he could roughly imagine what the missing bench had once looked like. This place really has character. When Xie Yu had returned for summer vacation, the bench had already been gone. Zhou Dailai had simply squatted by the roadside waiting for him. It was stolen a while back. Then the police recovered it, Xie Yu said, briefly summarizing the theft that had caused such a stir in the neighborhood. After a pause, he added, Then it probably got stolen again. The neighborhood committee chairwoman was the busiest person on the entire street, running herself ragged over every little issue. Every few days, the committee members would put on their red armbands, grab loudspeakers, and shout through the streets. Who stole the manhole cover? Which one of you took the manhole cover? Who broke the bus stop sign? And the bench? What are you even going to do with it after sawing it off? Zhao was thoroughly entertained. Did that actually happen? There was more. Later, they found out the manhole cover had been stolen by a thug from the neighboring street. Naturally, the residents over there refused to admit it, and the 2 neighborhoods started arguing. The dispute dragged on for so long that it even made the local news. So, did you fight? Zhao asked. We didn't fight. Do we look like a bunch of hooligans? don't you?" It hadn't escalated into an actual fight. Instead, in the middle of the night, several aunties from the Blackwater Street Neighborhood Committee had quietly gone over to the neighboring street and stolen the manhole cover back. The people on the next street had never imagined anyone would do something like that. The next morning, every one of them stood there with their jaws hanging open. After finishing the story, Xie Yu noticed Wěizhuāng standing there in a daze. He waved a hand in front of his face. "Hey." He waved twice. Growing impatient, he raised his hand as though he were about to smack him instead. Before he could, Wěizhuāng caught his hand, laced their fingers together, and said quietly, "Before today, I'd only ever seen this place in your photos." What Wěizhuāng didn't say was that now, having come here himself, those photographs had come alive. The little animals darting through the grass, their fur caked with dried mud after rolling around outside. Every brick, every building, every sound drifting through the neighborhood. Only now did he understand where Xie Yu's contradictory, yet irresistible nature came from. He wore a hard shell that shut out all the ugliness in the world. His indifferent attitude kept everyone at a distance. Yet the softest part of his heart had remained completely untouched. Wěizhuāng had countless things he wanted to say. In the end, though, he simply held on to his little friend's hand and murmured, "I don't think there's any hope for me." Listening to the rustling plastic bags and thinking about the walnuts inside them, Xie Yu silently thought, "I don't think there's any hope for you either. With a brain like yours, even walnuts probably won't help." They waited a little longer. Half an hour passed, but the bus still hadn't arrived. Xie Yu wanted to check the time, only to remember he hadn't charged his phone the night before. The battery had already died. When he unlocked it, the screen barely lit up before going black again. He nudged Wěizhuāng with his elbow. "Where's your phone?" "Left pocket." Xie Yu's fingers landed on the outside of Wěizhuāng's jeans. The denim felt rough beneath his fingertips. Just as he was about to reach inside, Wěizhuāng reminded him, "Don't touch anything you shouldn't." Xie Yu stopped. "In your dreams." 7:21. It wasn't exactly late yet, but it wasn't early either. The ride back would still take over an hour. After thinking for a moment, Xie Yu decided to call Madame Gu and let her know. Wěizhuāng's home screen was remarkably clean, with only a handful of apps. The game's folder, however, was packed full. Xie Yu caught a glimpse of several pink icons and a familiar green icon tucked into one corner. He didn't pay much attention. He was trying to tap the call button in the lower right corner, but accidentally hit the browser icon beside it instead. It was someone else's privacy. Xie Yu had no intention of snooping through his boyfriend's phone. His reflexes were faster than his thoughts, and he immediately backed out. Then he froze. He was certain he had just seen something unusual. After hesitating for a moment, he opened it again. Baidu knows. 10 must-learn kissing tips. Xie Yu slowly looked up. Not far away, Wěizhuāng was crouching by the roadside, trying to make friends with a stray cat that had wandered out of the grass. He held a plastic bag in one hand while stretching out the other. He whistled for quite a while, but the cat continued watching him cautiously. Finally, having run out of ideas, Wěizhuāng snapped his fingers while still crouching there. It looked undeniably cool. Unfortunately, it scared the cat half to death. The cat let out a tiny cry, spun around, and disappeared back into the bushes. "Why are you running? I'm not going to eat you." Wěizhuāng was just about to stand when he noticed his little friend crouching beside him. Turning his head, he asked, "Done calling?" No one answered. Xie Yu handed the phone back. Madame Gu had probably gone out again and left her phone at home. Xie Yu didn't like calling the Zhong residence directly. It was always one of the maids who answered, greeting him with, "Second young master." "Second young master, my ass." Completely unaware that his secret Baidu search history had already been exposed, Wěizhuāng stuffed the phone back into his pocket. Just as he stood up, he heard, "Wěizhuāng." His footsteps stopped. Still crouching, Xie Yu copied the gesture Wěizhuāng had used on the cat and crooked a finger at him. One hand still in his pocket, Wěizhuāng bent down until he was standing a short distance away. He was just about to ask, "What does my little friend want?" when Xie Yu suddenly grabbed his collar and yanked him down. Xie Yu's fingers tightened until his knuckles turned pale. Caught off guard, Wěizhuāng nearly lost his balance. Even though Xie Yu was still squatting, the force of the pull lifted him slightly as well, dragging the distance between them closed with irresistible force. The next second, Xie Yu kissed him. Wěizhuāng froze completely. His heart began pounding wildly. He had studied countless kissing techniques beforehand. Yet, when it actually happened, he forgot even to close his eyes. So he saw Xie Yu's slightly raised face, the graceful line of his jaw. Then Zhao swallowed, perhaps because he was nervous. The tiny movement was almost imperceptible, yet completely unlike his usual confident self. After a while, Xie Yu slowly opened his own eyes. Just like that, Zhao appeared in his line of sight. Behind them, the streetlights cast soft circles of light onto the muddy ground, carving beautiful pools of brightness out of the darkness. Remembering what he'd seen in that Baidu article, Xie Yu hesitantly stuck out his tongue and lightly brushed it against Zhao's tightly pressed lips. Soft, warm. He had already forgotten the rest of those must-learn kissing tips. All he remembered was that Zhao's lips were incredibly soft. The moment he touched them, warmth spread through his entire body. Before letting go, Xie Yu quietly said, "You went to Baidu instead of asking me. Zhaoji, you really do like studying, don't you?" Just then, Bus 21 came around the corner. Its red route number glowed brightly above the windshield, and as the long bus rounded the turn, it tilted noticeably over the uneven, potholed road. Both of them were heading back to a city, though they would have to transfer buses along the way. They boarded the same number 21 bus before eventually taking different routes at the interchange. Worried that Zhao might once again fail to count out 30 yuan correctly, Xie Yu paid both fares himself before leading the handsome idiot to the very last row. There were only 2 or 3 passengers sitting near the front. The lighting inside the bus was dim, and with so few people aboard, most of the lights had been switched off. From the outside, the entire bus looked almost completely dark. Hidden in the back corner, the two of them were practically invisible. For a long while, Zhao didn't say anything. Xie Yu had been wondering why his embarrassment seemed to be lasting so long when Zhao finally muttered, "Fuck, I'm hard. It happened when you licked me." Up until then, Xie Yu had remained perfectly calm. The moment Zhao mentioned licking, however, every tiny detail of their kiss came rushing back into his mind. After a long silence, he replied, "Why don't you ask Baidu? What should you do if you get hard on a public bus?" Reality proved there really wasn't much to be done. The only solution was for Zhao to stop sitting beside his little friend. He got up, crouched awkwardly, and moved to the seat directly in front so he could calm himself down. One sat in front. The other sat behind. The bus rumbled steadily onward. Once Zhao had finally settled down, he cleared his throat. "So, about Baidu. I saw it by accident." Curled up in the back seat, slightly dizzy from the swaying bus, Xie Yu asked, "What exactly goes through your head all day?" Ever since that day in the equipment room after gym class, Zhao had never brought up kissing again. Xie Yu had thought it strange that he'd suddenly become so restrained and pure. He had never imagined that Zhao had simply been secretly practicing first. Without saying a word, Zhao unlocked his phone, tapped a few times, and handed it over. Xie Yu took it. On the screen was a QQ article Xuézhā had reposted. The young man's guide to a first kiss. Xuézhā had even tagged his good bro, Zhao. "Zhaoji, look, good stuff. Some people's first kiss is a disaster. After kissing them once, your partner will never want a second kiss. If you don't want to become one of those disasters, you absolutely have to follow these steps." Xie Yu was completely speechless. What the hell is Xuézhā reposting something like this for? Isn't he single? Zhao replied. He said he was preparing for the future. Chapter 59. They fell into silence for a long time. Now, thinking back, Zhao was shocked by the direction his thoughts had taken. He had actually believed Xuézhā's bullshit. Not only that, but after being grabbed by the collar, pulled close, and kissed by his little friend like that, he would have gladly gone through it 100 more times. A moment later, Zhao cleared his throat and said, let's just pretend this never happened." Xie Yu leaned back in his seat as the streetlights outside drifted across his face. He couldn't help smiling. "No can do." Zhao's silence. "It's way too stupid. I'll never forget it, Zhaoji." Zhao opened the window to let the cool night air blow in, hoping it would calm him down. The wind immediately tossed several strands of his hair into the air. He cared deeply about his appearance. He would rather break his neck than let his hair look messy. Xie Yu watched him pull out his phone and switch to the front camera to inspect his hair. The lighting inside the bus was terrible, making the image blurry, so Zhao simply reached up and smoothed his hair down with his hand. After watching him for a while, Xie Yu rested an arm on the windowsill and complained, "No one's even looking at you." Zhao kept fixing his hair and replied, "A handsome guy has to take care of himself." Take care of himself? What nonsense. It was too dark inside the bus, and Zhao hadn't noticed that one stubborn strand was still sticking straight up. Xie Yu reached over, gently threading his fingers through Zhao's hair. As though petting a cat, he smoothed it down twice. Zhao's hair had grown a little longer. Xie Yu remembered that when they had first met, Zhao's hair had been cropped very short, almost prickly to the touch. Lu Xuanhao's message. Why did the weekend go by so fast? I haven't even fully enjoyed my last 2 days alive on Earth. Wang Da's message. And our teachers are way too hardworking. They even took our papers home to grade. Did you see old Tang's message? He said the grades will be out by Monday. Hao Zi, have you decided where you want to be buried? I want my ashes scattered into the sea, facing the ocean, with warm spring flowers blooming. Lu Xuanhao's message. I prefer a regular burial. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. Su Qingqing's message. Are you all sick? It's only a midterm. V-equals ABC's message. It's never too late to start studying. One failure doesn't mean anything. What's important is correcting your attitude toward studying. Luo Wenxiang's message. Study rep, another new motivational quote. Zhao's message. Quickly? Really? Zhao's message. I thought these 2 days passed unbelievably slowly. Luo Wenxiang's message. Wang Da's message. Zhao Ji, this isn't like you. Lu Xuanhao's message. Zhao Ji, are you tired of living? Their Zhao Ji not only didn't seem tired of living, he even broke character by arriving at the classroom bright and early the next morning. You're here early today. Lu Xuanhao had morning duty and had come early to face his miserable fate. So early it's actually kind of creepy. Zhao looked up and smiled. You make it sound like I'm late every day. Lu Xuanhao was stunned. He was about to say, aren't you? But thought better of it. Instead, he shook his head, picked up the cleaning rag, and headed to the restroom. Before class, Xie Yu had stopped at the breakfast shop outside the school to buy a cup of soy milk. As he was paying, he noticed Mad Dog and Old Tang eating breakfast there as well. Holding his drink, he couldn't exactly pretend he hadn't seen them. Dean Jiang. Mr. Tang. Old Tang nodded, swallowed his mouth full of food, then waved him over. Just soy milk? Is that enough? Come sit down and have a meat bun. No thanks. What do you mean, no thanks? Come over. Mad Dog pulled out the plastic stool beside him, perfectly demonstrating the meaning of abusing one's authority. Otherwise, you're banned from entering school. Xie Yu ended up holding a meat bun while listening to Dean Jiang complain about the cafeteria food. What kind of meat bun is this? I've taken 3 bites and still haven't found any meat. Old Tang nodded in agreement. The first time I ate one, I thought there wasn't any filling at all. Dean Jiang added, and it doesn't even taste good. Xie Yu's silence. Outside the school, Dean Jiang was surprisingly reasonable, even if this breakfast shop was only 1 street away from campus. He was completely different from the Dean Jiang whose voice echoed over the school loudspeakers, and completely different from the Mad Dog who gave every student at Liangno 2 high school headaches. He was simply an ordinary person. So ordinary that it seemed only the responsibilities on his shoulders and the title of teacher made him seem intimidating. By the time Xie Yu reached the classroom, almost everyone had already arrived. Wanda burst in from the faculty office looking excited. Good news. The papers aren't finished being graded. They're not finished. We get to live 1 more day, brothers. Lu Xuanhao tossed aside the cleaning rag and gave Wanda a heartfelt hug right there on the podium. My good brother. This afternoon we'll eat a proper meal and go out in a blaze of glory. What's all this about? Xie Yu came in through the back door, sat down, and asked. Living and dying. Zhao had watched the commotion all morning. Now that his deskmate had finally arrived, he explained. Midterm grades. They even started writing their last wills. Stuff like, if I'm unfortunately beaten to death by my mother. I don't remember the rest, but that's basically it. The mental image of his classmates writing wills first thing in the morning was so absurd that Xie Yu decided eating meat buns with Dean Jiang really wasn't that strange after all. Speaking of food, he suddenly remembered something important. Within less than a minute of seeing each other after an entire weekend apart, Zhao had already heard his boyfriend speak to him for the 2nd time. Did you eat the walnuts? Wanda's gossip wasn't entirely accurate. He had heard that the grading wasn't finished. What he hadn't heard was that only some classes' papers were still being graded. Class 3 wasn't one of them. So when Wěizhuāng walked into the classroom carrying a stack of exam papers, the entire room fell silent. Zhao looked delighted. Old Xie, look. I actually got this question right. Xie Yu's thought. I don't really want to look. Didn't expect that, did you? I finished grading these papers on Saturday. Wěizhuāng picked up several sticks of chalk and continued. Take a look at your scores. Wanda, why are your eyes closed? Whether they're open or closed, you still got 80 points. Then he pointed at Zhao. Look how happy Zhao is. He scored 30 points, but to him, that's 30 points worth of happiness. Wanda's silence.